Entity, Rest Farmers, Nouns, Blacklist Rivalry, Talon, Nigma Galaxy, Nine Pandas, as well as Boom. So these guys all came through the various qualifiers that you guys probably watched like maybe 2 weeks ago, the different regions. I mean, like I mentioned, for us, we got to see Kev qualify, we got to see Talon qualify. So it was intense, man.
Yeah, definitely intense. All these teams are here to show that they can actually do better than before. They can even do well outside of their own region, because some of the teams
Yeah.
are touted as teams that can only do well within their own region. They can't really do well against the international opponents, especially the SAA teams. You know, the SAA teams are always
Yeah.
associated with that. Oh, these guys, they're just good in their own region. You know, when they go out, they play against the better teams, they suck.
Yeah, it's always once you start traveling, maybe feeling a bit of jet lag, homesickness, start to choke out a little bit, and not in a good way, right? Not like you're emotional or anything. Oh, I finally get to play international. It's kind of like suddenly the keys aren't landing right, your spells aren't synchronizing the right way, and maybe the draft starts to fall apart. But I think, especially for Talon, even though some of the names might be a bit newer to the international scene, they are being helped out by Coach Pai Lai Dai. And I think Chuan, especially coming in from Post Alliance in this mid lane, will bring them that sort of regional expertise as well. I think the most interesting thing about this particular matchup that we have here today is a bit of an Alliance reunion, right? After school, sort of a graduate from Alliance, come back face off against each other in Elite League. On the side of Rest Farmers, of course, we have both Pablo and Hanskin, both of which have been on Alliance here and there. And of course, on Talon, coming in that mid lane, it's Chuan.
Good friends, you know, definitely from their previous teammates. I'm sure they understand each other very well, so they're gonna know the whatever pocket strikes, whatever secret strikes that you have, you know. So nobody has an advantage over the other. Everybody has to win Dota the honest way, you know, the old traditional honest way. Try to outplay you in the lane, try to outplay you in the macro game.
Yeah, I think the most significant thing for me, at least, is it's not like Chuan was only there for like a few months, right? He was there for the most part of 2023, which means that he, alongside Hanskin, had to work through multiple different patches, multiple different versions of the game. You kind of start to get a better feeling about how your teammate likes to think, what they look out for, and what they might be prioritizing. And I think especially for these two teams, there are quite a lot in common that they're going to be looking at in terms of the draft, right? I think we were talking about it before the game started or before we went on live. Lesh is going to be a huge hero because the recent nerfs, they aren't really very significant, and Chuan was piloting that Disco Pony to success throughout the entirety of Southeast Asia's close qualifiers.
Nerf? Question mark?
Question mark? -5 damage on a level 20 Talon. Oh, okay, can't play Lesh anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know.
mean, the nerf is
whatever.
It's whatever. It doesn't really hurt the hero a lot, you know. I think the early game is the part where the hero is just absurdly strong with his Diabolic Edict and the way he just kills things so quickly. He farms very quickly, especially when you have a mana battery on the hero, Lion, IO. When the hero doesn't run out of mana, you run out of bodies to throw at the hero.
Yeah, it's a very tricky affair. I think it's a whole team effort, right? You need to make sure you're really concocting a draft that can deal with the Lash throughout all stages of the game. And I wouldn't really be surprised to see it banned out here throughout the entire series, right? I don't think they want Chuan to get his hands on that kind of comfort. Now, just to sort of go over loosely before we get right into the draft, which, if I'm hearing things correctly, it should be ready for us in a short bit. But this Swiss stage means that each team plays up starting, of course, all the 16 teams are kind of facing off against each other now for the first round, and there are 5 rounds in total. So you want to try and make sure you win as many rounds as possible. It's a bit different from a traditional round robin where, you know, you get into groups. That's the later stage of the tournament, actually. But that means every single one of these wins count. There isn't a warm-up game. There isn't anything like that. You need to just flat out win these series to secure your spot, because only the top 8 teams will just go forward towards the second group stage, and you don't want to get, you know, come all the way to Europe just to get knocked out so early on. Right? It's a very painful feeling.
Holiday? Come here just for a holiday?
Yeah, see the sights, enjoy the European countryside, I guess, or how much of it you can if you're only gonna be here for a week. It's not gonna be too nice. Okay, so the thing for Rest Farmers is that I'm quite interested to see what they can bring to the table, because I feel like, especially in Western Europe, it's such a stacked region, and we haven't really seen much of them, because every time they show up in a Western Europe qualifier, they're just getting slapped around by the rest of the teams. It's kind of tough.
I mean, Europe is a very hard region, right? Everybody is like so strong. There's so many strong teams. And there's so many, like even the tier 1.5 teams, some of them have a lot of potential to actually be a tier 1 team, but they just needed some some luck. They just needed sometimes the patch to favor them, or maybe one of the top teams removing one of their players, so they get a get a choice
it's
of
always like this.
swapping out one of their players. You never know. So it's always very tight in Europe. You have like you say, it all starts with the pub. You have the biggest. They have the biggest like player pool, right? I think probably out of all the regions.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, it's just players from all over the place trying to play in Western Europe. I mean, even I think, especially players from other regions, every time you get an opportunity to maybe join up one of these more significant orgs in Europe, you're just going to take that every single day of the week. And we have the draft ready for you right here. Starting things out here, Rest Farmers on the left side, Talon on the right. Now, Talon did opt for first pick, which you did point out. And to no one's surprise, we see the Lash taken out. So the Razor, Timbersaw, DK, Lash, and Lifestealer banned out by Rest Farmers. And on the flip side, Talon decided to take out the Chen, Shadow Demon, CM, Faceless Void, and Brew. So clearly, both these teams did their research on each other.
Yeah, so Talon has the bet, but I feel like Rest Farmers got the better trade out of the Disruptor. I think Disruptor is the kind of the talk of the town right now as a position 5 or 4. I mean, the hero is just... the hero has always been strong, but his laning has always been the problem of this hero. And this patch, he got it looks like a small change, right? They increased the slow duration from the level 1 slow is similar to the previous level 4 slow, so it's the same at all levels. So it's actually a huge deal in the lane because you are able to trade better. The hero always does so much when it comes to late game, but he always just is terrible in the laning phase. He gets bullied too much and he doesn't get his levels, his boots. Everything is slow. But right now with the buffs to the Thunderstrike, he actually does lane well. So the hero is an absolute force right now, in my opinion, on the position 5. Even 4, I feel like he has a lot of potential. Even with the shot, the shot, you can kind of cast it on an AoE. So, and I think it increases the cast range too. So it's actually crazy, it increases the strike by 2 and increases the cast range. And you basically can use it to scout. So say you're pushing a tower and you kind of like it's like a clockwork throwing a rocket flare to scout behind a tower for enemies. So you just put your Thunder Strike there and you get to scout if there's opponents there, and it doesn't go away. Even when there's no heroes, it stays there for the whole duration until
it's like a little bit of a ward. It's like a Venomancer Plague Ward. You just put it there and it scouts out for a set time. It's kind of funny.
The good thing about a shot, because it increases the strikes by 2, right? So it gives you more time to glimpse the hero back. So it's actually very, very powerful right now, the hero.
It's so funny because, Winter, do you remember the last time we cast together? We were both laughing at this Disruptor shot. We were like, man, this can't be serious. It's one of, it's not the worst. There is some value here and there. But I think players are starting to realize how powerful it can be.
Yeah,
I think Disruptor... Yeah, Disruptor's always a hero you think about, okay, he needs teammates to give him vision. And now with the shot, he can do it himself, right? Which is what you were pointing out.
Yeah, why do you even need to rely on your teammates nowadays? As Disruptor, you kind of can do everything on your own.
Yeah,
I'm debating whether you actually max the... I think as position 4, you probably max your Thunder Strike, but as position 5, you kind of have to max your Kinetic Field and just play around the disable. Because the Kinetic Field cooldown is very long at level 1, and you kind of need the points. And the duration is nice, but I think the cooldown, because you have to use it to deward, you have to use it to give vision sometimes, so it's very useful. So we just have to see whether he's played on a 4 or 5. I guess with Phoenix, you probably want the Disruptor as a 4.
Yeah, the Phoenix is a very big hand-skinned hero, so not surprised if we're going to see Pablo pick up that Disruptor on the 4 instead. Now, I do want to mention this before we let it slip away. Talon, of course, they looked amazing in the Southeast Asia qualifiers, but... unfortunately, due to some travel restrictions, Akashi isn't actually playing right now. It's VTune, who, some might know from his Na'Vi days. More recently, he was on this sort of mixed European stack called Dandelions. It's VTune standing in, which is why you see this Luna pick. It's not that it's not an Akashi hero, but this Luna has just been VTune's bread and butter. So no surprise that they let him pick his comfort there. And they're going to try and play up-tempo, right, with this Luna lineup.
Yeah, Luna is one of the fastest farmers in the game. I think Luna plus Fan,
10 seconds
probably
remaining.
Dusa, these 3 are the best ones. When you get a good start, you go jungle, you just farm really, really quickly, you accelerate very quickly. Works really well with the ET, Magic Amp. Like ET wants to play with heroes that have some magic damage. Bat Rider, Luna, even Mars is nice, with the spear, but Mars is kind of like makes damage with the physical damage from God's Rebuild. But overall, the laning is actually fine. ET with Luna is actually pretty strong. Luna has the Lucent Beam to kind of help ET trade against the enemy support. Like any mini stun or slow is always very helpful when ET is running people down. So that lane is very, very powerful. And the Bat Rider Mars lane is also another very strong lane. Has a high potential of killing. Reposition with flame break, and then you get to reposition again with the spear back, so the hero can potentially fly one screen away from the original position.
Yeah. I guess the one thing that Rest Farmers have going for them is that they have a very strong team fight around the egg, right? They have some heroes that are good at protecting it. And on Talon's side, all they really have to punch away at that egg is the Luna, and she needs to get real close. The upside that I'm seeing for Talon is that even though you were mentioning, okay, you think the fact that Rest Farmers got that Disruptor is a better trade-off, this is like Ponyo and Jokum's, that's their favorites, right? These guys have been picking these two supports and dominating Southeast Asia with it. So starting off with really just comfort for all of their players.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, ET and Bat definitely has a lot of synergy together. Like I already mentioned, the magic damage. You buff up the Bat Riders and magic damage with the aura, and then you kind of give him some sort of vision to initiate with Lasso. So I think the two heroes work really well. Like Bat Rider single target, right, and ET's team fight. So I think whenever you are thinking about support duos, it's always nice to have that type of balance. And for instance, on the Rest Farmer side, they have the Phoenix and Disruptor, right? So one has catch. I mean, both of them kind of have team fight, So but Disruptor has catch and team fight. So Disruptor has a lot of value, but I would say that overall they are weaker in the lane. Bat Rider and ET, they are a lot stronger in the laning phase.
I love the Primal Beast and Huskar bans coming out from Talon, because that is the kind of hero that it feels like Rest Farmer needs, right? At Xantic, he needs something on that mid lane to be able to take tempo control, because the Centaur is very much a supporting piece. He's going to get his farm up, but up against Luna, he might not be able to stay in the lane as long as he might like. And you already mentioned, Rest Farmers, their lanes are a little bit weaker. So at Xantic, if you can grab something like the Kunkka, maybe a Spirit of some sort to start roaming around the map, actually pressuring these supports and try and hunt down the Luna early, that's what, for me at least, will tie their draft together, because that component is missing right now, a do stuff hero.
Disgusting hero like Viper just to win the lane.
Nah, they're not gonna go there. They're not gonna try that. I mean, Viper would have been fine, right? The break into the Mars and the El Luna, but maybe just a bit too static. They go for the Ember Spirit, which is arguably one of Xantic's signature heroes here. Coming into the first game of this best of 3 series. That's all our Swiss stage games. It's best of 3s all throughout. I think this first win is going to be very important, because I'm sure Talon, they just went through a little bit of traveling, still trying to set down, maybe get used to the jet lag. You want to make sure you find your footing early on rather than later, especially if V-Tune coming in as a sort of stand-in. It might be a bit tricky. Winter, any side that you're favoring just off of the draft alone?
Probably the one with the Luna, because they're my brethrens. How can I not cite them? My SCA brethrens.
Okay. No, but you did say Pablo's an old friend of yours, no?
Yeah, old friend, a long time ago.
Okay, not anymore. Okay, his friendship with you expired already. It's now Southeast Asia forever. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I have to play my role, right? I'm a Southeast Asia caster, so I have to get behind my SCA boys, I have to support them all the way. I have to show them that I'm behind them.
Yes, that's true. I think I want to support Talon too. And I think their draft with this Luna timing is going to be pretty scary. Although I really want to see what Rest Farmers can do, because like I mentioned already, and you mentioned as well, Western Europe is a difficult ass region, right? It's really tough to make it there, especially when all the top dogs are there. And I feel like they didn't really get a chance to show their stuff just yet. So I want to see what they can do up against some other opponents, up against different styles of Dota. As we get right into the game, good luck's exchanged all around. And you gotta imagine that facing off against your former teammates gives you a bit of a tingle. Winter, I'm sure you've had that kind of experience before where you have to sort of play against your former teammates. What's that like?
Well, try not to let my emotions affect me. It's just another game. Another day at the office. You don't want
would you feel a certain
game.
way? Like, I mean, you play up
sometimes I might have a lot more pressure because I don't want to lose more. But I try not to let it get to me. You just have to treat every game the same and just play your best.
It's at some point it just becomes conditioning, right? You can't be scared of who you go up against or the stakes.
Oh my god, he knows all my secrets. He knows how I play the lane. He knows my warding positions. He knows everything. GG.
Oh, then you start getting in your own head. They're not even thinking about that. They're just playing clean Dota and they're wrecking you, and you're sad. It's
Like
not a good look.
he knows where I place my ward. You know, he just devoted both of them. That's
Oh
like the
no,
that's
he
like the
has all my
tilt.
heat maps.
Yeah, that's like the tilt moment. You place the first two wards, and then they both get devoted.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be really annoying. For now, though, Talon, one thing about this lineup is that quite a few of them have yet to really have international experience. I think I loosely mentioned this already, but between Ponyo and WS, they've largely been playing within Southeast Asia, Singapore, Malaysia, those kind of stacks. And this is gonna be their first major international showing, right? When you think of the name Talon, it was just everywhere last year during the DPC. All the majors, all the big events, but this is not the same Talon anymore. That's Aurora now. And I think there's going to be quite a lot for them to prove on this international level between this tournament and Birmingham, which they managed to qualify for, that's coming up in like just a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of time for them to show everyone what they can do. So far, maybe have a Pango Amberling, the classic Amber counters Pango with the root. And Pango kind of had a rebalance with the Swashbuckle, so it's like 3 strikes but with more damage right now. So it's stronger in the early game, but it's weaker later with the Diffuser.
Yeah, don't really want to get, I mean, even small stuff later on, because Pangos really love to get that Skull Basher for the additional control. As we see, just an early rundown. Ooh, Side, he's taking so much damage. I mean, that's just one of the powers of the ET, right?
Yeah, so it's not a guaranteed bash anymore later. But yeah, like you said, the ET is very, very strong. Like Luna needs like a beat cake in the lane to protect her. Somebody to soak up the damage, somebody to kind of force the opponents to not bully her.
This guy, I mean, if you're talking about beefcakes, Elder Titan's got to be one of the biggest, right? This guy is like muscled up, he's so ginormous.
No. Ogre is the biggest.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Oh, I love my boy Ogre. Every time I see an Ogre picked up, I know it's going to be some bloodlust fiesta. Wouldn't have been that bad this game, but Talon, they've shown a particular, I guess, lean towards supports that can give them vision, right? If they're not getting Ponyo on the ET, they like to put him on the Mirana. They really prioritize being able to jump their opponents from out of vision, and that might be a big factor coming into this particular game, because rest farmers, we already know how Disruptor works, right? You want to get their vision, you want to glimpse back, Sven wants to jump and burst, but Talon on the flip side, they also have this Rolling Thunder, Mars Arena, Lasso from Fog that they can capitalize on to try and catch these squishy targets on rest farmers.
Yeah, it won't be that easy for Shed to just right-click people in the team fight, you know, especially against the Bad Rider. Like, he's probably gonna get control a lot. That's like I want to see what kind of build he goes. I guess nobody kind of wants to buy status resist on this hero as much. I mean, you rely on your Aghanims a lot more to do the damage and to gap close in the team fights. And you're gonna have like the Egg and the Disruptor limbs to help you out in the team fight. So I guess he'll probably be fine as long as he can actually get to his item timings. Like Sven is one of those carries that is very, very reliant on his item timings. Every single item he gets, he's gonna have to make sure he utilizes it well. And now we're gonna see like the Lotus timing.
Yeah.
Jokem trying to 1v2 steal the Lotus.
I mean, Shed just had a stun. You're never gonna win that one. It's a good attempt.
At least
I mean,
he tried, man. Come on.
He has to. He has to. He's legally obligated. Actually, when he signed the Talon contract, I think there was a clause in there that said, okay, 3 minutes, you need to make sure you contest for the Lotus. So if he doesn't, he unfortunately doesn't get his pay for the month. That's what I heard.
Take Lotus or...
Yeah. Then there's another clause that says 7-minute Wisdom Rune. You need to get it, right? If not, what are we doing here? So...
Yeah. Terrible clauses, you know.
Yeah, they're getting creative with these contracts. Okay, but jokes aside here, I think I am a little bit concerned because I feel like the lineup of Talon is a lot better at running into the triangle, into the jungle, and finding the Sven, as compared to rest farmers, right? Really, you're relying on Xantic to lead the charge, where it feels like for Talon, any 2 heroes can get in the mix and try and kill you off on Sven.
Yeah, but at the same time, I just feel like you are gonna be backed up by all these big ultimates, right? Stampede, Supernova, and what. And Ember kind of is a good hero as your secondary core. So I think the Sven in some of the fights might be okay, just eating up all the spells, tanking, you know, and just let your team do the damage.
As a body,
I mean, everybody look at that hero, right? Everybody kind of does some damage. I mean, Disruptor kind of does damage if you are allowed to. I mean, it's a position for Disruptor, so I imagine he's gonna max his Thunder Strike this game.
Yeah, two levels in that already. So.
Yeah, I mean, normally for the lane, I think if it's a contested lane, you definitely, even as a position 5, you want to have 2 points, right? Because it goes from for some reason it goes from 25 to 55. It's not 25 to 50, you know. So it's super value, you know, for one extra point there for the lane. And then after that, normally you have to decide whether you've already won the lane, and then do you want to just max your glimpse and kinetic field, or you feel like, oh, I can actually be greedy, you know, I want to push out crit waves, you know, with this Thunder Strike and get the shot. Because if you're getting the shot early and then you only have 1 point in strike, then it's weird, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll have to see what the build ends up being, because like you mentioned, the level 1 kinetic field, the cooldown is pretty insane, and I feel like this game in particular, it has quite a lot of value, right? You want to make sure you keep the ET off you, you keep the Bat Rider off you. They're just going to be swarming in the fight, trying to collapse on your cause. So, Pablo, for now, just, you know, prioritizing the rest.
The glimpse.
Okay, with the setup. Stomp down on the Zibe, but oh, a little bit off the mark. It's not going to matter. First blood drawn by Zibe. Nice little combination play up here. And Ponyo, as beefy of a kick as he is, he can't help his Luna out.
Yeah, that was the damage from the level 2 Thunder Strike. I think Luna kind of underestimated the amount of damage it deals to you, you know, then you just get glimpsed back into a stun. As long as your lane partner has some sort of disable, this disruptor plus 1 lane is very, very scary.
Yeah, kind of feels like Ponyo can't do enough to start beating them back yet. V-Tune just has to play so scared. I mean, even with a wave under his tower, just another wave. Yeah, Zibe looking for another storm, finds it onto both heroes. Diving in, Handskin from Twin Gates. There's a TP in from Yokum, the flame break's not enough. Ponyo will turn around with the storm, but one last hit, he's able to fog them thanks to the nighttime vision, as Pablo's still surviving thanks to the Fairy Fire and the Lotus. Turning around onto Yokum, he's trying his best to juke on that little dinosaur, turn around with a storm. Still has the stick, and now Zibe has to be careful. Handskin with the attack slow will walk down that Elder Titan.
Oh, Roshan
trying his best to dodge. No, kills off Zibe. I mean, I guess that's the best situation you could ask for. An absolute bloodbath in the top side, but clearly that goes the way of rest farmers.
I mean, they kind of actually wanted to die there anyway, so it's actually better for them. They just get a free trip thanks to Roshan, you know. Free round trip back to base and back to the lane, and now you get to refill your mid laner's bottle and control the 6-minute room. Perfect.
Oh my god.
5 minutes is always the best time to do something and die as supports, you know. And you get to refill bottle, control room.
It's the perfect timing as well, coming through the Twin Gates on that Phoenix, and now we'll get a secondary refill for Incentive. They don't really have priority on the rune spots though, so Tron will be able to grab that Arcane up, even though they lack the numbers.
Yeah, but at least he got like 2 refills.
He had like what, total of like 6 bottle charges for free.
Yeah, even if he didn't get the rune, he was like, it was actually fine, you know. I mean, sure, it's a power rune, or Arcane rune bottle up by the Pango, but at the end of the day, you have full resources on the Amber, you know.
Are we concerned at all? Because I'm looking at V-Tune and he's only just gotten his first level into Moonglaze. I understand that you need the Lucent Beam and the Lunar Blessing for the lane, but it's gonna be a while before he can comfortably go into the jungle, and he is very far behind in terms of the CS right now.
Yeah, laning is definitely something that it's hard, you know, when you have a stand-in, especially. I mean, did we like briefly mention about this before, where if you have a stand-in, the best position is the mid, because the guy interacts with his own. He's alone, right? So he doesn't care. You know, you don't have to practice any chemistry. But if you have to have a stand-in on the side lanes, then the chemistry between the lane becomes very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, I'm willing to wager a packet of Milo that these two players.
Only
Ponyo
a packet of Milo, come on.
I don't want to go too crazy. I don't want to encourage that. You know what I mean? But I'm willing to wager a packet of Milo that Ponyo and V-Tune have never laned together before in the history of the world.
That's
like even in pubs,
that's not even like a big wager. That's like just
no, even in pubs. I'm throwing in pubs.
Okay.
I think they probably haven't even.
I mean, their lineup is strong later. You have a lot of scaling in with your heroes. Luna, ET, Mars, Pango, Bat Rider. I'm sure you have a tough lane. I mean, I wouldn't say it's disastrous, but it's definitely tough.
Not ideal.
I mean, it's actually kind of disastrous. Now that I look at the net worth, 2.5k on the Luna.
That's what I'm saying.
4k on the center.
Poor, man. This is not a good look. V-Tune, he's going to be in a bus to recovery town for at least the next 10 to 15 minutes.
ET is like, sure, you know, I'm happy to take the levels here.
I mean, they are starting to bring a few more heroes on Talon to try and flush Zibe out of this area, but even if they show up, he just very easily has a stampede to get out. They don't have any way of stopping him other than Mars.
Oh, they're gonna get a
setting
glimpse.
up on WS, glimpse back on the Mars with the stop back. Zebe finds another bit of impact. Shad will be the one to grab that kill. So great early moves coming up from Res Farmers, put themselves 5-1 on the board, and it's not even 10 minutes yet.
Yeah, I mean, you see Pablo like maxing out the Thunder Strike, so he's probably gonna be getting the shot early as well to just abuse. Like, you do a lot of damage with the hero with this type of build, so it's actually scary, very, very scary. It's not a lonely old disruptor that just wants to set up kills with glimpse, you know. He's actually killing you on his own right now.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, strike damage at level 4 is 115, man. You times that by 6, that's pretty insane if it connects.
Yeah. It's like 7.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What are we doing here? I mean, I guess he has an AD rune, so he's not too scared. And yeah, he's just... This Ember is playing so confident because he knows he has the Disruptor behind him. Another setup forcing out the Echo Storm. Oh my goodness, that was stylish. Azantic dodges out the Echo Storm with a sleight of fist on one target.
Dire's
But
top
ooh,
tower
Yokum
is under
stealing
attack.
a big stack here.
That was, in some spots, will be called showboating, you know, but that was definitely very, very nice to see.
Yeah.
Getting it timed down to the T.
Yeah. Flex
Dire's structures are fortified.
Might not have the muscles on this Ember, but it's
Dire's
definitely
top tower is
ripping
under
up-
It feels good.
ripping
It's
up
a mid laner thing, you know. Like every time you see
Yeah,
a mid
yeah.
lane, it's always the mid laner that does stuff like this, you know.
They
Everyone
gotta-
else
they
is
gotta show
more
up.
ground to earth. Yeah,
Yeah,
you have to show them dominance, you know.
True.
Glimpse.
Dire's
Oh,
top
so
tower
He wants
is
the
under
rune. Oh
attack.
no!
He's still fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Stampede as well. Chuan's in a weird spot. Has committed the swashbuckle forward. Pablo trying to stick around for that Thunder Strike, but couldn't find the range on it. And as a result, Chuan will be able to walk away. That was really close of a kill on
Dire's top
Zantic.
tower is under
Yeah,
If
he's
attack.
surviving.
Azantic got the rune, actually he might be able to turn things around against Shrine of the Pango. But he was unfortunately bought, so Hansen picks up the shield rune. So far it's Arcane Rune and Shield Rune.
Radiant's bottom
It's good
tower
to
is under attack.
keep count on stuff like this because it always changes. So you know which rune has more priority to control.
Oh, we've been seeing this build up so much more from the Centaur. Just that Blade Mail first. It's making him such a difficult target for them to go on because, I mean, what are they gonna do? Eclipse him? Hit him? Try and kill him? He has way more HP than
Eclipse, my bro is not gonna
Doesn't
have
even have
Eclipse
it, right?
for a
Yeah,
long
that's what I'm
time.
saying. I mean, where are you gonna find this damage? Even if you do, you might kill yourself before you
Dire's
find
middle
him.
tower is
And
under attack.
I mean, Zibe, he's just found himself in such a comfortable position on this Centaur now. Mid lane, the setup is there. Pablo has that level 6. The Rolling Thunder being wound up by Chuan though, daring them
Here
to
comes
try and
Bat.
come in. Yeah, here comes the backup. Talon, not ready to give up this position in the mid lane, and they'll chase back the side of Rest Farmers for now.
Yeah, the 3 versus 3, the try on try action.
Yeah.
Ember's definitely scarier. Oh no, they caught him.
Oh, Static Storm! Just with the little bit of a root, and he's gonna burn to a crisp. They commit all the ultimates for it as well.
Still have a glimpse. I mean, this is the power of the sleight of fist chains into the disruptor spells. You know, you don't even need the kinetic field because there's someone else to set up for you.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta imagine that Talon, if they were doing their research, they would have expected this Ember to come out. This is a Grandmaster. This is arguably Azantic's one of his most played heroes in competitive, period. I think when he was on Into the Breach, this was the hero that he really showed up big time on. And he's absolutely doing it for the squad right now.
Talon is showing up with the numbers here.
They're trying. They can't
bringing
even
in
get
the
the lasso
Mars.
though.
Bringing in the Mars to defend this tower. I mean, the tower's gonna. I feel like it's
Dire's
eventually
bottom
just gonna
tower
fall. You
is
know, it's
under
just way too
attack.
low. Santor's making his rotation over. I mean, at this point right now, you see the Centaur, you're like, oh, okay, this is way too much for us to deal with.
Dire's
It's
middle
just
tower has
weird
fallen.
with them because you see the Mars pathing. He's like walking up and then he's like, oh, okay, maybe not. But then he's walking up again. It feels like Talon are suffering from a little bit
Oh no,
of
they see the stack.
indecisiveness.
They see
Yeah,
the
here
stack.
comes the Stampede. They want to contest for this, or at least get a kill. And they'll start things out onto Ponyo. God Strength popped by Shad because he knows he got some juicy creeps to clean up. Chuan tried to swash as many of them as possible, but now being chased down, rooted up, and dive
Radiant's
forward.
bottom
He
tower
swashes to
is
the
under
low ground,
attack.
thankfully, still surviving.
He's almost dead.
Chuan, he's so low, needs that Seeds of Serenity. And Azantic's not going to commit with that Remnant, but this entire triangle area just fully in Rest Farmers' control now, and they're 4k gold up. Winter, this is a complete shutout right now.
Yeah, everything just snowballed from the lane, you know, Disruptor winning his lane, and then running around, going to the mid lane, ganking pressuring the Pango, and everything just falls apart, you know. Like, this is why we talk about the 3 versus 3 a lot in the draft in the
Radiant's
game.
bottom tower
Like,
is
every
under
time you're
attack.
winning all the small little skirmishes, it just sets up your team for success. And now he's gonna find another kill potentially. He wants to glimpse B-tune.
Yikes.
Needs the
Dire's
vision.
top tower is under attack.
You can't afford to lose your Luna here.
Radiant's
Hanskin gonna
bottom
give him that
tower
vision.
is under
You just need to
attack.
find the Luna, but they aren't able to connect. Might have to settle for Yokum instead. They've actually committed the egg to avoid that lasso. Now
Comes
things
the
are a
Mars.
little bit awkward. Here comes the Mars.
Oh, nice
with the blink.
silence.
Reveal silence out onto the Pango. No, Chuan, roll back in and the Pango can't even roll. WS, he's in his arena all alone because V-Tune and the gang, they just can't contribute. Zippy's just chasing them away. Looks like another kill on the ET now. Zan take 1 or 2 more slides, they'll find him and chop him down.
Dire's
Again,
bottom
another
tower is
situation
under
where
attack.
Talon, the moves just aren't really aligning the way that they'd like. Great catch again. Pablo, he is definitely the MVP for this game so far.
Yeah, you see the power of the disruptor just right
Dire's
there, you know, the
structures
instant
are
silence,
fortified.
the damage he's doing from the Thunder Strike, and then the setup from the Ember. Just, I think it's a very well thought out draft, you know, by Rest Farmers, having this type of combination and a Phoenix to kind of back up the Ember.
Yeah.
I mean, those heroes are perfect backliners, you know, when you have a hero like Ember and Centaur in the game. They give you protection, they give you setup, they give everything you need in the team fights to get this problem. Like these heroes, the Disruptor and Phoenix, they're so scary if they are able to just use all their spells in the right way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
That's
Talon, they
everything
need
they've been doing
to
so far.
they need to find the right jump, I guess, with the bat and the Mars, you know. They have to rely on this dagger on the Mars to get the right heroes. I think ideally Disruptor is your first target, you know. If you don't kill him, he's gonna make sure that you're not escaping out of the team fight.
Yeah. There's no world right now you win a fight as long as Pablo stands, right? Pablo can just do so much work in these engagements. Maybe now with a bit of a smoke move out. There's a bit of a blind spot for Rest Farmers here.
Radiant's
Try and move
bottom
around this
tower
bot
is
side, but
under
there's
attack.
not a single hero
They are
here.
waiting
Shed
for
is-
their egg, I guess. 15 seconds CD.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are
WS,
fortified.
he's finished up this blink for the past 2 minutes now. That wasn't really the blink reveal he wanted, and he's yet to be able to really find much action. Uncharacteristically quiet game for him, despite him having arguably the most
Radiant's
space out of all the
bottom
cores,
tower
right?
has
It's
fallen.
this blink rush. We
Dire's
talked about it
middle
before.
tower
If
is
you're
under
not
attack.
really able to get much moves happening on the map, you start to really plateau in terms of your network.
And they have to try to wait for, I think, their BKB timings right now. The dagger timing is not strong enough because they are not able to take any team fights. Enemies way too strong right now with their
Dire's middle
ultimates and
tower
with their
is under
dagger,
attack.
blade, mill, centaur. I think it's just difficult, you know. They have to try to wait for the next timing. They're gonna get a spear back. And
Yeah,
skin.
this is the support
Nice
catch
stomp.
you wanted. Nice stomp, interrupts that dive, and WS able to clean up on that kill. Now in a bit of trouble because Xanthing and Zimmer just coming in. Ooh, that Mars just disappeared. Didn't really look like much of a beefcake now as Chuan is just forced to turn tail and run.
It was still a fine trade for Talon, you know. They are 6k, 7k behind. 1-for-1 trade. I feel like they are not
Dire's
too
middle
worried
tower
about it.
is under
Gives
attack.
Luna some space to push out the creep waves.
Yeah,
Go
that's
cam.
true.
Alright, he is staying. He bought his dagger. Yeah, he bought his dagger.
Yeah, no lost gold. I guess Pablo gets himself a killing spree, working his way towards a blink now. No levels in the kinetic field, so you know we were talking all about that kinetic field level 1. He's like, yeah, you know I can do without it. I don't even need it.
He's rushing dagger, alright? And he already has the shot. Holy shit. Oh, this is so... feels so
this is-
good, you know, to get the shot this early.
This is like the dream disruptor game, man. This
Radiant's
is the best
bottom
disruptor
tower
game of his
is under
life.
attack.
I mean, he just feels confident enough to just rush dagger. Whenever you're doing this with disruptor, you must be far ahead.
Yeah.
You can't
You
afford
just
to
want
do
to further
this.
amplify the pressure because you
Yeah.
get that blink in, you catch one before you can roll in thunder, it's over, right?
Yeah, when you're trying to initiate like this as disruptor, usually it means the game is going really well for you.
I mean, you can see it reflected in not just the net worth but the icons as well. Maelstrom Mage Slayer complete for the Ember, and Shad is already working his way towards a BKB after Echo Saber and Mask of Madness.
How about Talon? How are they working on their BKBs?
Dire-
The
B2 still
Mars
trying to
has-
finish that Manta.
Mars has an Ogre Club.
Okay.
I guess that's it.
Yeah. WS, he did get traded out just now in that fight earlier, and like I mentioned, he's not really going to be focusing so much on farming, which
Dire's
is tough,
middle
right? You
tower
don't really have a
is
lot of
under
space on the
attack.
map to work with as well. Just catch out Yokum again. The lone defender left behind. It'll be very easy for them to find that. And Skin burns him up. And they can just pop this God Strength, start going for the mid tier 2 here. No real contest option available for Talon as they just have to give this one up. This is looking real tough.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They have to probably play for their high ground. They're pretty strong high ground. With
Radiant's
EP,
top tower
Luna,
is under
Pango,
attack.
it's not that easy for the Sven to just come up to hit your Rex. They're gonna have to take a fight first, so that's gonna be your chance to turn the game around.
Yeah, they don't really have any low committal tower push, right? They need to God Strength and walk up to the high ground, which could be an opportunity for Talon. Shed, he has that BKB running, if I'm not wrong. If he already has disassembled, so he's ready to get going, queuing up the Aghanim Scepter next. I mean, all great timings while V2 still just finishing up
Glimpse.
that Manta, so...
Alright, that's a nice roll up. Alright, dodging it.
Well done.
I mean, the next thing for them right now, for Talon, is just to keep making sure that they're pushing out the waves, buying time, you get deep vaults down, get deep vision, and just make sure that you give Luna enough information to decide where she can push out and how far she can push out the lanes, you know. And at some point, probably the supports are gonna have to just push out lanes and die for it.
Yeah. And now WS being caught out though, Shed on the way as
they
well,
got the
but
Sven.
nice little lasso, they found the Sven. Shed manages to pop the BKB, the chain stun wasn't enough. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, Chuan, he's able to play the fight for the first time this game, but there isn't really anything to be found. You're staring down the magic immune Sven, and you just have to try and run. They glimpse out the Luna, and poor little V-Tune just gonna get ripped apart. Pablo dominating this fight and dominating the game really. Again, they're not done. Sibe blinking in for another. You trying to stack Lil Bat Rider? That's gotta be a mistake. 16-2 now with 11k gold lead. And Talon, they just wanted to do a little bit of an airborne tour, you know, but their wings are being clipped right now. Welcome to Europe, I guess.
And you have to try something like when you're this far behind. It was a risky play, but it could have worked, you know, just they didn't layer their stuns well enough. I guess the Mars was a little bit far away, so he couldn't, not sure, you know, like something was off there so they couldn't layer the lasso into Spear quickly enough for them to burst. They definitely could have killed the Sven from full HP to 0.
Shad just able to pop that BKB quick on the fingers, or probably was just spamming that, and now they can even steal away the Tormentor. So Sibe, who's already been such a huge force this game, he's got to get additional damage in those double edges. Talon, these heroes are not tanky by any stretch of the imagination. They'd like to be, but when they're struggling and this far behind, it's just easy pickoffs all around. Rest farmers, it's just continuing to scale further and further out of Talon's reach. The only hope that they have, it starts to feel like, is this high ground defense.
Take on defense, buybacks, trying to bait the enemy into deep territory, because you have two repositioning heroes, right? The lasso plus the spear from the Mars.
Sure.
So those are gonna be your tools to defend and turn the tides on the high ground. Okay,
quick question, Winter, without looking. Any clue what the win probability is for Talon at the moment? Just a thought.
10%.
I might have to hold that thought because actually pretty good fight, but doesn't matter because Pablo just has lotuses and healing. Okay, I mean WS just gets found by himself. Good try on the turnaround, but
just tell me the win percentage.
It's 3% right now.
3% is still something.
It is. It's not 0, but it is. If this game continues the way it has been so far, it might be closing in on it. Eternal shot complete for the Centaur now. Shad just literally 50 gold off of that X. Ponyo gets found out trying to ward. Should be an easy pick off. Shad just 1-2 chops. Yep, and done.
Another kill.
SMP chase down on the mid lane onto Chuan. He's able to roll up and Rolling Thunder away though, so preserving his life. But now this should be free reign for them to either take the Roche or just go high ground, because you're operating without Arena and without Rolling Thunder. How are Talon going to fight?
Aghanim's is already completed on Shed. Superman Sven is here.
Yeah, here he goes. Gleipnir as well. I feel like every 30 seconds we're just saying a new item for rest farmers. That's how far ahead they are. It's a Gleipnir on the Ember. You're looking at the Phoenix, he has a Yules and the Shard. The Disruptor already finished his Blink. For a hero that doesn't farm fast, he's been involved in 17 of their 18 kills. And he has his first component of the Axe already on top of that Blink.
The question is whether you're talking about farming heroes or farming creeps here.
He's farming heroes. He's absolutely farming heroes. They're not farming rest. They're farming Talon right now. That's what it feels like.
I mean, Disruptor is just a feel-good hero when you're running at the enemy. It doesn't feel good if you're getting run down because Claims doesn't help you if you're the target.
Not at all. Talon, they have a very tall task ahead of them, and it's going to get even higher with this Aegis grab potentially. Shad and the gang making a beeline for it already, but Ponyo has set up some vision in the area. TP's out though, and seems like no one on Talon is really in position to contest this, so maybe they just want the knowledge that it's happening, so maybe they can commit on the tier 1. But yeah, God Strength in should be a very easy Aegis take. And Talon know this is happening, but as you can see from their position on the map, it is clearly not something that they're interested in.
Pablo is coming back. He wants to set the trap.
Pablo
He's gonna get the kinetic field vision.
Keep our eyes
Luna.
on this Disruptor in the top side. Can't really find the connection. They're still trying to storm down to V-Tune, dropping low on this Luna, and just gets melted. It's just the 2 supports and the offlaner. You try and TP out. The Glimpse doesn't manage to finish off. I guess it must have been a roll-up or something. But either way, just a complete mess on the map here. As Rest Farmers, they not only get the Aegis, but get the carry of the opposing team.
Yeah, just looking down the map.
Middle tower
Slowly but surely, just herding them like cattle, you know, forcing them back into the base.
This is nasty work, you know. It's like just putting them in a bird cage.
The Sven kind of one-shots everybody except for the...
Yeah, he's reaching that point. You know, we were so concerned early on. We're like, oh, you know, the Sven might have a hard time hitting heroes.
Just
this
wait.
game, no, he's just
wait
punching them like once or twice.
Just wait for the Kanda.
Oh my goodness. Nah, he's not going Kanda. He's going Daedalus. He's going Daedalus.
It's
Nothing
so
too
funny,
crazy.
Yeah.
If he went
From
Kanda,
range.
that would be hilarious though. I haven't even seen it. Kanda's Sven must be pretty insane. Like, just Storm Hammer and then you wipe someone out.
Low committal. You said they don't have any low committal way of sieging, you know, with your Kanda on Sven. Just throw some stuns out. So wait for one to instantly kill somebody and then push.
True, yeah.
And then you let the Centaur use Retaliate to take down the tower.
Yeah, you become a spellcaster, you just like ask all your teammates to build arcane boots, just keep spamming those. Suddenly the CM looks like a lot hotter of a pick here, but Talon, they aren't ready to keel over just yet. They're still smoking out, trying to find places where V-Tune can continue getting this farm, or at least use the illusions to put on some pressure, de-push some of these waves. Gem picked up now. Rest Farmers continuing to just clear out every lingering bit of vision that Talon have on the map. There isn't really much left, just this ward very deep in the bot side and the top side. Really in any position that you want to play. The scans come through, they're looking for V-Tune. Oh my goodness, not again V-Tune! He can't afford to be going down like this. I mean, we talk about standing in. This guy is sitting down right now with how much he's getting killed.
I mean, his opponents know how he plays, right? They're all from Europe.
That's true.
He kind of knew what he was trying to do there. Like, Pablo was just waiting for him. Very unfortunate
stuff. Pablo just has a complete heat map of where Talon heroes want to be, and he's completely destroyed them this entire game. Now, here comes the dive in. Shad trying to get connection on the Mars, but they're already able to blink out.
I'm gonna see the Pango.
Yeah, they spot him on the ward. We can just start running down Chuan. This could be a bit tricky. Do they really want to go here? Yeah, they just have to commit the TPs out. WS just trying to do his best to clear the waves. Just blink out, bump back. Very nicely done from Tron, just to buy his ally a bit more space. And they want to make a clean extraction. They only lose V-Tune in that bot side. 20-2 now. Ooh, and a 20k gold lead. It just keeps getting worse. I mean, this Mars, Luna, and Pango. You want your Luna to be at the top of the network. The Sven is eclipsing her by a full 7k.
I mean, what can you do?
I don't know.
You don't have a map to farm right now.
I'm trying to figure out.
She tried running out, farming the enemy jungle, but she got caught.
Yeah. Speaking of getting caught here, it seems like Yokon tried for a lasso, but eats an egg instead, and Shad 2 hits, swipes down the bat. No more flying around for you. Now straight onto the high ground. They still have their Aegis on the Ember to work with. They can play a lot more aggressive. Still deciding to be more conservative though. Slowly poking and prodding, forced to glyph out. Chill out for a little bit. 5 seconds without this Bat Rider. There still is that high ground potential like you mentioned, but it's starting to feel like even if they were to get all their ultimates off and whatnot, I'm not sure whether it'd be enough to kill off rest farmers. The only thing they have going for them is that the Sven doesn't have God Strength anymore, right? So now rest farmers are forced to chill.
In 40 seconds remaining on the egg, is probably not going to be able to use it. But right now, they just need to slowly control the map until they find pick off. They're not even in a rush to push high ground. WS going to force out the BKB charge on Shed. That's a small victory.
You need to take those, and now you might get a Phoenix as well. Handskin goes down. Small little pickups here mean the world for Talon. It doesn't feel like a lot, but every little bit they can find. Turn around now onto WS, but Sibe, not sure what this is about. It's Xantic still trying to poke away, forcing the BKB out from the Mars now. It's about the Rolling Thunder. Looks like Chuan in some trouble. Pull back in, roll up. Very nicely done. Got his way out of trouble. Facing down on this Ember though. V-Tune looking for an entry to the fight, but might just find the Sven. In comes the chop, there goes the Mars! Talon, oh my goodness, their heroes don't even look like real heroes. They just look like pieces of meat at the butcher shop. Shed with a double kill. V-Tune just had to run. There's no more fight to be had here, especially with an AD rune on the Sven. God Strength is back up, which means it's time to flee. Looks like it's gonna be at least 1 or 2 lane of racks.
Yeah, Shed just casually skewering the bat, you know. Right-clicking the creeps, the neutral creeps, and casually just killing him on the side.
Yeah, I don't really know. It's so scary because you can see V-Tune, he's so hesitant to try and join the fight. There's nothing he can do on
Luna,
this Luna.
You can't stand and fight against Sven if you're this far behind. Like, even in a game where you're on even grounds, it's tough. You know, Luna, generally you have to be slightly ahead of the Sven to be able to fight against him. But it's tough now.
Especially when the early game goes that bad, right? You talk about Luna being one of the fastest farmers. Sven really relies on those stacks a lot more.
Yeah, you
Luna
need
can just ramp up.
your sharp butterfly timings here against Sven, but because you're so far behind, you.
She just got it. It's 30 minutes. This is not looking good in the slightest. Talon will smoke out though, looking for an opportunity.
When there's a will, Mike, there's a way.
Yes, and there's definitely will on Talon. They don't want to lose their first game coming in, and they'll kill off Handskin again. It's the pick off they'll find, and it's a decent one, but not the one they would have liked to get. Shed was
You
just
start slow, Mike. You know,
okay,
you got some scrambled eggs.
Okay, and now you get the big meaty boy, but he's backed up by a bunch of other meaty boys. Glimpse back, WS trying to bait some sort of reaction on the Mars. Won't fall for the trick though. Even with one hero down, looks like rest farmers are feeling extremely comfortable to keep putting on this pressure. Could be a mistake here, but jump straight in onto V-Tune, forced to pop the BKB, and the chase is commencing. WS with a nice spear back. Sibe in the area as well, looking for a stomp, and silent start. Chuan, it shows you have face in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. WS has to try and TP in front of them. He doesn't even have the HP. They're all dead. How dare you try and TP in front of Shed? I mean, this guy's trucking for good to 800, 900 damage per hit. That's not even a crit I'm talking about. Your towers are gonna go down Talon. All 3 of their cores don't have buyback. And this has gotta be GG for game number 1. Rest farmers. He's just punched through Talon to start things off.
Yeah, they're just eager to get some rest, you know. Quick day in the fields, the rice fields.
Yeah, man, yeah. Faster player, just hurry up and finish up this round 1. These are just some small fries coming from Southeast Asia. I mean, it doesn't matter that Chuan's our ex-teammate. We'll screw him over anyway. It's been a real tough game.
They are in our territory. This is our farm, you know. We have to show them who's the boss.
Yeah, you gotta bring the pitchforks out. Xantic, a bit too happy-go-lucky on the countryside, maybe, and now suddenly this game end doesn't really seem quite as feasible. You have 70 seconds without your Ember, and you gave over, like, what? 2.4k gold to the enemy team just on 1 kill alone? Okay.
I mean, your Grandmaster Ember just got a little too ahead of himself.
A little bit, yeah, I mean, it's tough. He just ran into the fountain. I guess he thought the game was already over, but rest farmers, I think showing good discipline there, not forcing a lot more, but you gotta imagine they could have finished up Mega Creeps or something like that.
Well, they could have just ended the game and be on their rest.
True. Hurry up and move to game number 2, or just finish up the series.
Yeah, why do you even want to burn more energy? It's gonna be a long-ass tournament. You have to conserve as much as you can, your energy, your strats.
That's true.
Don't want to burn out the players, you know? I think it's something that people don't talk about enough, you know, in this long as tournaments. Sometimes you just need to make sure that you finish your games quicker so that you can conserve your energy.
It starts to become a bit of a slog after a while, right? Maybe the 4th, 5th.
Yeah,
day of
imagine if you play
consecutively
like 3-4 long games, you know, it's gonna take a toll.
This feels like the last hurrah here, jumping forward though, less of a hurrah and more of a whimper. Share just finds Ponyo to start, now Chuan is in trouble as well. Stomped up and in comes Superman, there goes Chuan. No more hope for the Pango to rejoin the fight, 52 seconds. You gotta imagine for now, this is definitely it. WS trying to BKB TP out V-Tune. Takes advantage of that sacrifice on the Mars and is able to get out of trouble, but this is... I guess they can thank their lucky stars that it's 45 seconds more until the Roche, but there isn't really much other silver lining other than that, right? You're 33k gold behind, Shaq can just run up, take your Tormentor, take your last lane of Rax, or at least your last 2 lanes of Rax, and there's really much you can do about it. I guess the respawn timers are a bit shorter because of how low level they are, so they'll be back, I guess.
Sure, that's a good
I'm trying, man. Okay,
oh,
Pablo. Might get a touch on Pablo. Trying to farm a wave and eats a full Eclipse, feeling the full hate of V-Tune there. And that's a 5x kill streak, but it goes over to Yokum. So I don't really know if that's what they wanted, but they take what they can get. Now, they have a bit of a problem. It's the rest of the Breast Farmers heroes on their racks right now. They need to come back and try and defend this. Please hang on.
And the Sven is just being very, very careful there, just making sure he's not gonna be the first one that gets jumped, so just allowing the Ember to finish things on his own. And he's gonna one-shot them, right? 1, 2, okay, maybe not one-shot, 3 shot.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even have the God Strength there. As soon as he pops it, the Mars shield just pops right off and gets sliced through. Thunder, they buy back onto WS, so Yokum has the BKB and looking... okay, well, you were trying to get the control, that was cute, and just not really what you wanted. And Xantic, he's still in here, 1v3ing, dancing on them. You talked about showboating, this guy is feeling himself right now. Just 3v1ing right in front of the enemy fountain and getting out alive. They do lose Pablo in that top side, but in this fight alone, they essentially trade 2 for nothing. And the buyback on the Mars, so 3 for nothing.
Time to buckle up and just end the game. It's enough of fooling around. I mean, you don't want to give your opponent too much room to breathe, you know. I mean, at the same time, you're in dominant position. You have to.
That's true.
You have to still take things seriously.
Maybe you want to tie them out a little bit, right? Because surely the jet lag has to be sort of mentioned, and it's definitely a factor for some of these Talon players who just travel like halfway across the world.
They just got there. Pretty sure like just one day, you know, they arrive 1 day or 2 days max.
Yeah, right? Like, you're still trying to get used to the different sleeping schedule. You're waking up very early. It's 11 a.m. European time. So if your sleep schedule's janked up and you weren't able to get good nights of rest. I mean, I don't know about you, Winter. Do you ever sort of get that situation where you stay at a hotel for the first night and then it just kind of feels uncomfortable to sleep?
I try to go out, get some sunlight. The sunlight helps you adjust to the schedule.
That's fair.
Just a pro tip,
depending on which part of Europe they are, it might not have a lot of sun, might just be raining, but rest farmers, regardless of the weather, they are bright and sunny right now. They're so happy in this situation. 38k up, and it feels like everything that Talon has tried to do, it's been completely limited. WS is just gonna get found out. Just have a BKB still. Can pop in and just TP out, yeah, okay. Good discipline, and not able to find him. Looks like a rolling thunder. Chasing on to Sibe, or maybe just trying to get away, okay. Keen retreats again, Talon. Like we mentioned, they still have that high ground defense and hanging on to one last lane of Rax. It's not over just yet, even though it's just hanging on by a thread.
I mean, I think at this point they're gonna need like 5 buybacks for the next fight if they wanna win.
I don't know.
They have 1 on Bear Rider, 1 on Pango, that's it.
That's not 5. That's
That's
arguably
2.
yeah, that's 2. Especially when your heroes die in like what, 2 to 3 hits from the Sven. If he just lands that Superman punch on you, you're toast. No Kanda required.
Just can't wait for him to get that Kanda.
I don't know if he will. He'll just jump in, kill off some illusions, get lassoed up. This is an opportunity, but in comes the Static Storm, stopping any sort of attempt, and Yokum's just gonna go down. It was a good try from Talon, but the follow-up wasn't fast enough. It seemed like Rest Farmers, they were ready for that. Shed will now make his way towards his last remaining tier 3. Start punching away. Satanic still available. The BKB in the pocket and the second life. They buy back on Yokum. This is the final hurrah for real this time, but no lasso. Oh, the Luna just getting crushed.
The carry's
just
dead.
dies. Where's the support? Where's the backup? Nowhere to be found. Talon, they are just crumbling here. You don't have a buyback on your Luna. WS will just go down, and GG is called as Rest Farmers completely outclass their opponents in this game number 1.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Just having trouble syncing up with B-Tune in the lane. I mean, just kind of like snowballed the whole game, right? Because they lost the lane pretty hard at top. And the Disruptor had a really, really good game. So he managed to just, after winning his lane with the Centaur, just move to mid, pressure, won that lane too. And everything just became a real mess, you know. I mean, the only one that had kind of like a decent game was the Mars. But if your teammates all having very bad games, right, your Mars rotation doesn't feel as impactful. So you see him getting the dagger, but he wasn't able to accomplish much with the dagger. And he's forced to try to play for his BKB timing. And I think you also mentioned in the game, when you buy a dagger on this hero and you don't get anything done, you feel so bad with it.
Yeah. I mean, especially, I think, you know, we joked about it and we're talking about, okay, you can't let your teammates know how you want to play get to your head. But I don't know about you, but that looked very much to me like they just completely screwed over Chuan. His Pango didn't have a chance in that game to get much done. Early rotations from the Pango, early moves from these supports, the Pango, every single time he tried to contribute to the fight, he was just eating a static storm, eating a stun, and there wasn't really anything Chuan could do that game.
It's the 3 versus 3. I think they just had the superior 3 versus 3 here with the Disruptor set up by the Slide Chains, and then we have the Phoenix Supernova behind. I think it's mainly the Disruptor plus the Ember.
It's the Disruptor, man.
Yeah, Talon just couldn't get a hold of the early game with their trio. You know, the Pango lost control of the runes. I feel like because the ET was kind of like also hampered by the poor laning phase, he was very low level, so he needed to sit top to try to soak up some XP. And when Joker was doing the stack, the ancient stack, it got stolen, and it was also because of the pace of the game going so quickly for Rest Farmers when the Disruptor was like destroying the top, destroying the mid, so it kind of allowed the Disruptor's teammates to actually just make a smoke and run in because they're far ahead, right? Everybody's so comfortable, then they just run in and steal the ancients. The Sven was here to help them out and take the stack. So everything just went very, very well for Rest Farmers, and a close to perfect game, you know, for them.
Yeah, one small little domino at the start of Disruptor just getting the advantage in that lane completely ruins the rest of the game for Talon. Now, this is a best of 3 and this is the first round. So, of course, both of these teams want to start out with a dub. You start sort of racking up those losses at a certain point. You're so stressed because you're like, okay, one more loss and our chances at going to the next stage, they might not even be a possibility. This is, for those of you who are just watching, a Swiss stage, which is a bit different from some of the group stages that we see in other tournaments. The group stage comes after this stage, but there are 16 teams all battling for only 8 spots, so very heavily contested. I think Talon especially, they have a lot to prove, not just as a roster, but showing that they still are that powerful org that can represent Southeast Asia and bring the pride forward. But yeah, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out just how to deal with this Disruptor, or just ban it out, right? Because it's clear that Pablo and the Rest Farmers stack, they're very well practiced on it, they know what to do. We'll be back for game 2 after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Winter, my heart can't take it. Do I need a slide behind that? Okay, yeah. My heart can't take it, Winter. They put two Southeast Asian casters on the Southeast Asian team match, Talon versus Rest Farmers. They just get absolutely shat on. I mean, they didn't even stand a chance. That Sven ends the game 15-0-4, by the way. Rest Farmers, they just look a tier ahead. And I guess that's kind of the expectation, right? We talked about Western Europe being such a competitive region, and we never really got to see what Rest Farmers could do. Well, that was a front row seat to their dominance right there.
They're pretty good at farming heroes, I would say. Probably a good idea not to let the disruptor slip by again.
Absolutely not. Because when the disruptor slips by in the draft, none of them slip by in the game. Every single time they got vision on any hero, just bam, dead, executed, killed off, didn't stand a chance. So hopefully, Talon have a little bit more cooked up for us here and something to deal with what Rest Farmers are putting on the table. Coach Pailadai probably had a few choice words for them during that little bit of a break that they had. And you did mention, and for those of you who are just joining us, it's part of that trying to assimilate a new stand-in, right? V-Tune is playing for Talon on that position 1 instead of Akashi. You couldn't make it because of travel reasons. He may still play in the later stages of the tournament, but that's if they get there.
Have to figure out some ways to get there.
Yeah.
Some strats that can cover up the weaknesses and patch some holes, yeah.
Yeah. For you, I mean, we talked about it at length in game number 1 already, but apart from the laning stage, do you feel like there was any other hole in the draft or the gameplay coming out from Talon?
It's just too difficult. After you give Disruptor such a good start, I mean, the hero just shat on them the whole time. Glimpse after kill. I mean, that's probably one of the worst heroes to play against when you're behind from the lanes itself. The hero has a level advantage. He catches you like no tomorrow. It just prevents you from pushing away. Because you want to push out waves, right? When you're behind, you want to avoid fighting. But Disruptor is off the map. Like, every time he's off the map, you're scared, because he can just catch you big glimpse so easily. So you're unable to do what you have to do to come back into the game. And then when it comes to the head-on clashes, he's also like a force to be reckoned with when you give him a head start like this. Like he has his items so quickly. He went for a dagger. The shot dagger rush was it's only possible if you're that far ahead.
Yeah, and he was, I think at some point he was part of like what, 95% of the kills that they were getting. It was just such early game domination. Now Talon coming into this game number 2, they still pick up the Bat Rider to start though. The ET does get banned out by Rest Farmers, just some respect for Ponyo there. And this time round they grab that Shadow Demon. You can see already Talon first ban Disruptor. They don't want none of that nonsense.
The glimpse nonsense, yeah. I mean, this hero just feels like I mean, it's insane, You look at the change log, you're like, it's a nice change, But
yeah. Just a small little buff. Okay, not a big deal.
But you look at the hero now, it's like, what the hell? It feels so crazy.
It's a whole different monster. It's actually a whole different monster.
Just because he can get past the laning phase now, he's actually such a different hero.
It's crazy what all these little Dota changes can do. I think it's always these small tweaks and numbers that players find out and then suddenly it just defines the entire meta. Of course, we don't really need to worry about that now because it's going to be a bit of a different flavor. Rest Farmers, they go back for the Shadow Demon that they've been liking quite a bit. It's quite high up the priority list for them in terms of supports. And for Talon, they adapt a little bit. Bat Rider and CM have reason to believe that this is going to be a... Yeah, it's probably position 5 CM, but then you immediately snatch up the Tide Hunter and the Techies, a very lethal lane.
I mean, it's a very lethal lane, and I feel like they are picking Tide because of how well he functions into the CM and the Bat Rider. I mean, the Dispel is great against both these supports, and you're a hero that would actually also build Shroud at some point, because CM and Bat, they are just magic damage, so you want to get one of those magic resist items. I mean, you used to get Mage Slayer on this hero. I don't know if you actually still buy it. It might be still good in some games.
Yeah, it probably just does depend on what kind of carry the Tide Hunter goes against in lane. Now you need to keep an eye out though, because Talon, they're looking at this little watermelon in the lane and they're thinking, okay, what can we pick to try and abuse it, right? The Monkey King, Ursa, Slut, all available.
Talon
he
Esports
does play a bit of Monkey King, but it's the Slut that I usually see him playing a bit more than the other two selections. For now, they will grab WS's Death Prophet. This could also be played by Tron, so just a bit of flexibility there.
I mean, it's still a very strong lane, right? If you pick a slug into tight Takis,
10 seconds
I feel like
remaining.
it's not that straightforward for you in the early game. I think with CM,
5 seconds
one of the
remaining.
good lane pairings I've played recently is with anti-mage. CM anti-mage just feels strong. You get mana break at level 1, just Nova or Frostbite, and you just win the lane from there on.
Yeah.
I think that is like one of the strong combinations with CM. It's a lot of it has to do with the lanes, how well they work. Or the Sven, Sven, CM. Okay, the Lifestealer as well. Lifestealer is probably still the best carry right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Tide fares pretty well into Lifestealer. He does good. He has a good laning phase against Lifestealer because of the Kraken Shell. As long as you take more points in, because Lifestealer does a lot of small damage, but he has high attack speed, right? But Kraken Shell just blocks everything out.
I guess the idea is just that they are going to try and let the Lifestealer sit in lane as much as possible, and immediately the Medusa
sure.
answer.
I mean, they can't kick the Lifestealer out. So I mean, the Lifestealer can't kick the Tide out. The Tide can't kick the Lifestealer out. So I guess
they just shake hands on it. Trade deal, right? We both exist in the lane, and we'll see who gets the better of it. But this carry-to-carry matchup is going to be obscenely difficult. You don't have anyone to burn the mana. You don't really have anyone that can run up into a Medusa.
I'm telling you, the Aghanim's on Lifestealer is just crazy,
That's
the
true.
the cowardly Lifestealer.
Yes. We've been seeing a lot of that.
In the team fights, he runs in with Rage. He's right kicking you for a couple of seconds, 4-5 seconds. Then Rage runs out. He tanks a little bit of damage. He uses his Infest, goes into your carry, disarms him, and then when he comes back out, then he has soon after he has another Rage. So it's actually crazy how much the Lifestealer does in a team fight. You see all these matchups where you feel like Lifestealer shouldn't be able to do anything against this specific matchup, right? But because of the Aghanim, it allows him
Talon
to actually be useful,
turn to
regardless of the matchup. I think the Aghanim is just way too powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the question then becomes, the Aghanims allows him to be useful, but is it going to be enough? Do you need to pick something else to deal with Medusa, or do you feel like the Lifestealer Medusa matchup is pretty even for now?
I mean, still ideal you have a
10
diffuser hero, someone like a
back.
Wind Ranger, something to burn the mana. I feel like that would be.
Get banned out.
Yeah, I feel like that would be ideal. I mean, Wind Ranger kind of doesn't really work with their lineup. I think if they want to play for their lineup, they're probably gonna just pick like some fast-paced hero, something that can work with the DP Lifestealer, like some push. I'm thinking like Beastmaster type hero, some Aura hero, and you group up and you just try to outpace them and just try to end the game.
Beastmaster feels awkward into Tide, but it seems very good into the two supports that they have, right? They can't really deal with the creeps.
Maybe Lycan, something like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's gonna be... It's just weird because both these heroes, traditionally, you think about Tide as a good answer to the summons.
X, you just chop the Medusa's head off.
Oh my god, yeah, that's crazy. She's a Gorgon, not a Hydra, so she won't suddenly spawn 2 more hits out of nowhere and like keep multiplying. Rest Farmers, they need a last pick for Xantic though, preferably something that can get him as active as game number 1 because he completely dominated that early game along with Pablo.
They need a initiating hero, a spirit hero, Conquer hero. I mean, there's a lot. There's still a lot of options. There's Conquer. There is maybe not Void Spirit. I mean, Primal would be nice, but they ban it.
Ember's still available, but kind of awkward into DP Lifestealer.
I think it still works okay with their lineup.
Yeah, can set up with the techies, low committal, chain stun. I guess you just throw the chains in and then you can figure out whether you want to go in and ravage or not.
If you want to counter the DP, then you're thinking about something like Lina or Deathprof. Lina or Sniper type of hero, the long range heroes. But I think Lina probably fits their lineup a little bit more. Because if you go for Sniper, it means that it's so greedy, right? You have Sniper, Medusa. Yeah, but at the same time, I've seen this type of lineups work, like Tundra makes this type of lineup work. Like you just play and you sit in the lane, you farm, and then eventually there's no way you push their high ground. And then if you don't push their high ground and they have a Medusa and Sniper, you're gonna lose the late game.
That's true. Rest Farmers, not sure whether they want to take that sort of static gamble though. It's gonna put them in a very, unique position.
Lina gives them options in the game.
I think Lina's a much better option. We'll see whether that's what they end up going for here. Still have a little bit of seconds on the reserve time. I don't really see any major options, but maybe you want to get more active. It's the Wind Ranger that they pick up instead. So that's going to be what Xantic wants to bring into the mid lane against a potential Death Prophet.
I guess they are unsure of the lane. That's why they wanted to pick something that's more flexible, that can be more all-rounded and deal well with all the heroes well, all the matchups well. I felt like Lina would have done that, but sure, I mean, Wind Ranger with the Wind Run, you can kind of deal with the lifestealer. Good at dealing with the DP, you can burst the DP down with the focus fire.
Yeah, the roots from the CM could be a bit tricky for her though, but I think, you know, if you manage to scale up ahead of time, you get that glide near BKB, run around the fight, you're pretty untouched.
I mean, she has the Shell Demon cleanse, you know, to kind of protect her in the team fight.
Last pick for Chuan.
They have to decide. I feel like we are probably going to put this DP off lane and pick another hero to deal with Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that seems
but at
to
the
be
same, but at the same time, it's tough also. Their lineup is okay.
Your hero.
Holy crap! So what's going on? So
off lane AM.
Off lane AM.
It's got to be off lane AM. That's my guess. Because there's no way you run this mid. WS. Okay.
I mean, I talk about the CM anti-mage, but not like this.
Not like this. I'm not really sure what this is gonna do, but it seems like there's a lot of space to be had, right? Because Yokum can just bump you back early on Medusa. You're playing with a Shadow Demon in your lane, which can do a lot of damage, but against an anti-mage, he can just burn you both dry of mana. This is a very interesting approach to the game. They're gonna just play split, right? They're 3 cores, just gonna want to farm up. There isn't really much of a team fight for them. I'm interested to see what the anti-mage is gonna build as well.
No momentum if you don't have a snowball from the lane.
Yeah.
Because like DP is very momentum based. Then you have your side lanes, lifestealer AM, which they don't really do anything unless the DP is moving, you know. So I think if I'm looking at this lineup, I'm rest farmers, I'm gonna target the DP down. Because DP is your main momentum hero in this type of draft. She needs to do a lot, and you're gonna have to just make sure that she gets pressure, she gets the runes gets controlled, and if DP is not getting resources, she can't help the side lanes, and that's gonna be a problem for Talon. So
yeah,
for
a lot of weight on Chuan's shoulders again, but the Alliance reunion hasn't really been in his favor so far. You know, his former allies are beating him to a pulp in that mid lane, not really giving him a chance to play. It's a lot of work for him to do this game.
A lot of work, but he likes to do the work. You know, the man has been at multiple different regions doing a lot of work, trying to make things work.
Yeah, you got to respect the grind, right? I think one thing about
definitely
Chuan,
not new to all these things.
And I think Chuan, in the moments where we've seen him succeed, it's not always this kind of crazy, flashy superstar performance from him, right? He's more of a stable, space creating. You know, he likes to play these tankier mid laners that can get objectives, control the tempo, and yeah, like you mentioned, more often than not, he's in a position where he needs to do so much for the squad. Already though, that's kind of annoying.
They don't want to learn Blink. Oh no, he learned Blink. Okay, that is actually a disaster for the lane.
Some of these early just kind of skill builds can completely ruin your game, and I guess it's not so bad against Handskin Shad because they can't kill you.
Yeah, but you still want to have the pressure, right?
You can't pressure them right now.
Yeah, you're bumping heroes back with Flame Break, then you don't have mana break. Or at least you want to have the option to have counter spell to deal with the snake from the Medusa.
Yeah. All of that is going to be delayed by a little bit, and this offlane anti-mage, it's cute against the Medusa, very traditional counter, but it doesn't...
It's a Talon strat, you know.
Is it?
The offlane AM.
Okay.
Jabs definitely likes to play it.
Yeah. You can take jabs out of Talon, but you can't take his spirit away. The off-laner's still gonna pick some deranged carry sometimes and try and make it work. I think I remember the first time the old Talon picked it, and they succeeded, and I just had my hand in my head because I'm like, Jabs will never stop picking this again. Like, Jabs will pick this like at least 4 or 5 more times.
Anti-mage off-lane is not as bad as it's like Naga off-lane, you know, like if you talk about being greedy, I feel like Naga off-lane. Anti-mage offlane, if you go for like fighting items, you don't go battlefield like Vanguard Diffuse or Echo Saber Diffuse. You go for fighting items early, it's not that greedy.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid Vanguard Diffusal game this time, right? I mean, blocking a lot of the damage.
I actually wonder what is the build now. Do you like just stack Ray Bands and then go some early fighting build with Echo, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's kind of what he's queuing up right now. 2 Wraith Bands, just wants to get statted up. Probably just needs as much armor as he can because the damage.
I feel like you probably don't go for too greedy because you need to make sure you fight with the Death Prophet's timing.
Yeah. But I'll be honest, Winter, I don't really know how the AM timing interacts with the DP timing. It doesn't really seem like heroes that kind of stand on the same page.
DP's timing is like I mean, your BKB timing strong, or you get your Eternal Shroud with this Kaya Singe.
Yeah.
I mean, those are definitely your timings. I feel like if you go for Diffusal, Vanguard, or some sort of combination with those items, those small little items on AM, you can definitely match the DP's timing. And then your support gets like a Solar Crest. And you buff the AM or the DP in the fight, it's very strong.
I was thinking on Tron, do you get something that gives you some armor this game? Like maybe a Veil or maybe even a more support heavy build? Like,
Shiva's okay.
do you ever go Greaves, you think? Is that crazy?
Probably not. Probably.
Okay. You need some damage, is that right?
Greaves is too much of a support
item,
build
you think?
or offlane build. I think
That's fair.
on mid, I think mostly you don't want to get those. You want to get I think the Singe Kaya is just too much value on this hero than the Shroud.
It's expensive as hell too. I mean, that Guardian Greaves, that last bit of the build up, like what, 2k gold? That's huge ticket item. A lot less effective than like the Shivas that gives you vision and allows you to scout and slow down.
I mean, regardless, this DP, she has to be very, very fat this game for them to make the whole lineup work.
Well, she's off to a good start for now, 13-4, even though... Shed. Okay, just being run down now. Blood Grenade, last touch. A bit... They're letting their guard down a bit here on the side of Rest Farmers. Not really sure how they let that happen.
I mean, it's not every day you play against an anti-mage offlane, right? So,
I guess
so you probably don't know the strength of the lane.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you gotta brace yourself on that Medusa, right? It's quite a few standard counters that we see coming out in Talon. Able to get themselves
the Medusa
off
is a null talisman.
Yeah. I mean, Medusa is one of the only heroes that still gets null talisman, right? She benefits quite a bit from that additional mana.
I don't think I've seen this. I usually see like a Arcane Boot rush for the lane. You get Bessie and then you rush Arcane Boots.
That's true.
New. I mean, it got buffed.
Yeah.
So
I did see this once or twice, but it doesn't really feel like it makes a significant impact, because once you're out of mana, you're just out of mana, right? There's no like sort of additional battery or bump up this game to help you out. No Lion, no Kotal, anything like that.
yeah, we just have to see how the build's gonna work. And for the lifesteal, I imagine it's going to just be the standard lifesteal items, Amulet into SMY, Radiance SMY in the Aghanims.
Yeah. I mean, the Talon lineup has already addressed one of the things that we talked about going wrong for them in Game 1, right? They got stomped out of the lanes, they couldn't even break even, and now they are picking heroes that can at the very least break even on this like Lifestealer, DP. In a way, the AM as well, he's getting a kill, he's breaking more than even, he's breaking their heads right now on the top side. And Shad just has to run away, because the user can't do shit.
Yeah, and this time Ponyo and Vitune are having a much better time compared to last game. I mean, Tide is still farming a little bit better than the Lifesteal, but as I said before, this matchup is pretty good for Tide. You can't really pressure the Tide as Lifesteal, so both heroes are just going to make sure that they secure their own farm and XP.
Oh,
and you
Shad
can't...
in the top side, again, starting to get run down by the anti-mage. They have a nice little disruption holding him back, but Shad is completely out of mana. Still holding on to that. Actually, the Shadow Demon illusions for the anti-mage up against him is so annoying because it just burns your mana as well.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's a very annoying thing. If you don't get the counter spell off.
Oh, dude, 5 stacks of sticky napalm on Handskin. He's not getting his way out of this one, but Pablo, he's joined up in the fray, looking for a blast off, lands it onto the AM, and WS will go down. Yokum tried really hard to finish off Handskin, but a power shot from off screen at Xantic with the assist. And nice setup for Rest Farmers.
Off with his head, says Xantic.
Sniped him. Straight in the sky.
I mean,
Anti-air artillery.
This is the benefit of having something like a Primal Beast or Wind Ranger in the mid lane. They can always just show up in a moment's notice, throw one spell, one long-range spell, and all of a sudden, your small little fight just gets turned around, and top lane Shad, he's in another fight that he's not gonna win. Here comes Ponyo, securing the kill.
Yeah, we saw this move come out from Rest Farmers a bit earlier on, right? It was the close to 5-minute rotation coming through the Twin Gates, and this time it's CM who takes a bit of a page out of their book. Like you mentioned, Vitune having a much better time this game, able to go toe-to-toe with Yokum. Last up in the mid lane. It's up to the high ground though, and not a lot of mana left on Handskin means it's just one Shadow Poison more, has stick. He's fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, I mean, the lifesteal can be left alone
Dire's
up against the
middle tower
Tide, so
is under
he's just
attack.
chilling. He can actually start making moves around the map on this Crystal Maiden. And there's a lot of effective spells that she can throw out to help each of these engagements.
Yeah, both of the cores want to be alone, the lifesteal and the Tide. So you're gonna see a lot of like movements with the DP ulti. So she's already chipping down the damage, the tower to really, really low right now. It's an amazing amount of damage. Wards being placed around mid lane, and we're gonna see them make a play, probably just to secure their own wisdom runes right now.
Yeah. 7-minute mark, just playing a bit more offensively. They don't want to go too crazy. They, you know, ulti is used already, still waiting for perhaps the lasso to come up. And both teams considerably more chill, right? I think Rest Farmers, that previous game, it started snowballing. It was like at this point in the game they were already running as 3 or 4 around the mid lane, getting kills and consistently getting glimpses back. This time, a lot more slow. Both teams are just prioritizing their own farm, and it's largely working out for the side of Talon. The top 3 in the net worth right now might get a kill onto Zibe down here on the bot side. No level 6 just yet, but has a TP. You can see Ponyo, good discipline there, holding on to that Frostbite, but he is pretty quick with that phase moves. They're trying to escape. Isn't anywhere to run here unless he pulls off some sort of miracle. None to be found. Chuan will get that kill. It's quite a bit of space. Top side though, Shed goes down again. There's just no one here to help. Anti-Mage able to blink away from Atlantic. You're gonna have to try and fish him out with a power shot. Guesses wrong though. And the Anti-Mage will be able to TP out. So again, great moves from Talon. They've really flipped the script in this game number 2, going 5-2 up right now in the 2k gold lead.
Diffusal rush on the anti-mage. He just feels like with the double red band into trades, he's just very, very strong right now. Just wants to make sure that the Medusa is a non-factor in the game, you know, with the diffusal rush.
Yeah, I mean,
Very,
it's a
very
really
interesting.
big problem. I think this is quite an interesting combination of the lifestealer as well, because you always think about that invest health bonus, being able to heal a tanky target, and I can't think any better tankier targets than this DP and the anti-mage, right? Already come with so much EHP, it can really go the extra mile.
Not gonna happen.
Especially DP. DP likes to play with a core that can save lifesteal or Terrorblade. I mean, this DP is gonna be able to do a lot. Yeah, with the haste rune now, and going into the Kaya Sage.
Yeah. They still haven't taken down the mid tower yet, but the EXO is available, so you can imagine Chuan, he's trying to angle or at least posture for that.
He's having a very good game on the DP.
Yeah. Get going. Oh, quite a lot of damage on Ponyo though. Uh-oh. Just run down to Shed. This isn't a tower you can defend, my friend. He just gets ripped apart. In comes the Ravage, but it's onto a full HP DP. They're trying to run down Yokum now. One more power shot to finish him off. He's on the high ground though, but still gets sniped down. It's not before they lose more heroes, and the Tide will go down as well. It's a triple kill for the offlane anti-mage. And if he didn't have his diffusal before, he'll damn have it now. 100 gold off, and Talon, they continue to dominate this early game. What a complete turnaround situation.
The offlane anti-mage defeats the offlane Tide with the first Ravage.
Yeah.
What a story to tell.
Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. I mean, V-Tune, comparatively to the first game, he is chilling
brought
down here.
5 heroes down here, and Talon only needed 4.
Yeah. And Talon still crushed them. The Medusa just can't do anything in this early stage, and she's kind of looking like that Luna from last game that V-Tune was playing, just very sadly trying to get a farm up as much as possible.
I mean, it's gonna be tough for the Medusa to farm right now. She won't have a good amount of map to right click and just clear out waves.
Oh,
She has
what
to
a huge stack.
I mean, they have to rely on like their next Ravage, but right now they have to play very passive. It's tough, you know. Without Ravage, it means that you don't really have tools to make plays around. Wind Ranger wants to finish her Maelstrom. I mean, this AM is just such a scary hero right now. I mean, you don't expect AM to be so scary at 10 minutes, but he is.
Yeah. And this was kind of our fear with the Wind Ranger, right? Because with the Tide and Medusa, you're playing relatively static. Diffusal reveal, you're trying for the...
Wow, very
you can't
nice.
even get disruption off. Nice little
Very
bait there, WS. He doesn't fall for the pump fake that Handskin tries to throw out with the disruption and gets very easy kill. 6-1 and 2 on WS. This is the performance that we were expecting, right? Yeah, I think throughout a lot of the Talon games, he's really looked like the backbone of the team. And especially with Akashi not in the picture, with V-Tune standing in, the rest of the squad just has to step up, and they're doing it here in this game number 2.
Yeah, this guy is like a huge force, you know, for the team. Whenever they're doing well, he's always the guy that's carrying the games on the offlane. I think they give him a lot of priority in the draft, and yeah, you kind of can see why, right? Like he gets the crucial picks. He knows what he can do in the game. He knows his limits. He does a lot with it when given the right hero, and just reaping the benefits from it. You know, his team. His lifesteal has just been totally uncontested, thanks to the AM.
Yeah,
it's not a sentence you say all the time. Oh, the AM is making.
The AM is making so much space for this lifestealer right now. That's crazy. They're farming up. I mean, we thought it would be Chuan who was the one carving out the area for the rest of the cores to work, but clearly, even he is reaping the benefits, right? He's able to farm up, stick around in this mid lane, get his way towards what seems to be an early Essen Kaya rush. Yeah, Shield Rune. He's not dying.
Are you gonna kill this DP?
I don't even think they have it in their plans right now. And Xantic's still kind of inching his way towards this Maelstrom, but I feel like we've been talking about that for a while now. Wind run away, but there's Lasso. You're TPing in now on the rest of Rest Farmers, but even with a Ravage, it doesn't really feel very feasible. Kind of got to wonder what that reaction was about. Maybe it should have come 1 second sooner.
It's slipping very, very fast for Team Rest Farmers.
They're losing everything here. The mid tower goes down as well. Just multiple moves being made by Talon on the map.
I mean, once the DP gets the Kaya Sage with her level 10 Talon, the magic resist, there's no way they're killing her. No way.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's so much healing coming out, and you don't even have your level 6 on the Shadow Demon yet. You can't even control any of these heroes. I mean, even if you do, then you pop into the AM, he reflects it back onto you, it just feels awful. Now they're the ones rotating up into this dire triangle. This is a mirror situation here. Where now it's Talon so firmly ahead. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Rest Farmers did to them in game 1. And now they're just searching around for any hero, but Pablo knows already this entire area is unsafe. Have to scurry his way all the way to the bot side of the map.
And they find themselves a farmer stack right here.
Nice. Pablo. And the courier does bait them out a little bit here. They think that maybe the techies is hiding in the trees. In reality, he's all the way on the butt crack bottom side of the map. Oh shit. Oh my goodness, not like this. He can't even pop his...
And as AM, there is no mage alive.
Yeah.
The tail.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, Medusa is a mage in this game because she's just been hit over and over. Xantic running up to this high ground, getting silenced up. They can't even get their own Wisdom Rune. Even though they have that Ravage, Zibe might be trying to find an opening for it. V-Tune already popping that Rage though. These aren't good targets by any stretch of the imagination, especially with that Shield Rune. And meanwhile, WS just finds a casual other kill. Okay, stop the techies on his way to try and support. 12-3 right now with an 8k gold lead, and you're looking at a lineup with an anti-mage, a lifestealer, and a death prophet, and they're in your triangle killing you right now. It's a monster kill streak for WS.
Yeah, who would have thought the trio, of course, anti-mage, lifestealer, and DP, no stuns among them, and running at you is destroying you.
Their only stun is Bat Rider Lasso, and I don't even know if you count that as a stun. Maybe you count Mana Boy? Okay, mini stun, cool.
Technically, it's a stun.
Technically, yeah, technically, we're getting specific, but right now, it seems like Rest Farmers, they have very little options on the map. This Wind Ranger has a Maelstrom, but it's way past the point where you're running around the map and getting solo pickoffs. Talon, they've already circled around you and closed out wherever you can play. Shad, he's just consistently so scared because there's nothing he can do.
They just got bodied in the lane too much.
Yeah, very similar stories in both games. Just like we keep saying, it's a complete flip around situation. Xantic just getting run down. Can't even win run, just gets ripped apart. Godlike for WS here. As what do the rest of the heroes even do? In a world where you Ravage, who's giving you the damage? The Medusa can't fight, and Xantic can at most try and focus down somebody, but you still have the Infest save. Chuan is looking omega tanky. You talk about beefcakes, well, he's one of them.
He needs 20 minutes for his other cores to farm. then he can kill with the
Dire's
Ravage.
middle tower has
Yeah, it
fallen.
feels that way.
Maybe 20 minutes might not be enough.
This teamfight ultimate situation just kind of feels like such a bait, right? You pick that Tidehunter and you're like, okay, you know, the supports can't do anything to me, but as much as that's the case, you always need to ask yourself, how is the Ravage going to contribute to the game, right? It feels like Talon, they're operating with complete freedom because they know that that ultimate means nothing this game.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to string together moves like with the tight mid-range. I think as soon as they screw up the first Ravage in middle when he TP'd mid to defend a tower, I felt like the whole game the whole game just kind of fell apart after they lost control of the map, and people are just dying on the map one by one, solo.
Just getting ripped apart here, Talon, leaving no survivors. Radiant's flying out here for V-Tune already. Dude, KD. You know what? WS heard us talking about Shad going 10, 15-0 and 4, and he's like, I can get that KDA as well. Okay, I'm not scared about a thing. I'll run in, I'll kill it, Xanthing. I have a Solar Crest on my side. You can't do anything. Manta complete for this man now. And Shad, I don't think you can afford to show your face. The only thing they'll save you is a Ravage, and you're not even gonna get anything
the
out
man
of it.
has magic resist, he has Solar Crest, he has mana burn.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with him?
Jokum
he's
doesn't even need to do anything. Jokum's just
actually
claritying up.
Yeah, he's actually so tanky. The bat just needs to be there and buff with the
Yeah,
Solar
literally
Crest.
just Solar Crest. He's a Solar Crest bot right now. Maybe just clear a couple of mines while you're at it. It's hilarious,
he needs some mana item.
Dire's top tower
That's
is
pretty
under
much it.
attack.
Oh, there you go. No mana.
Sandskin's dead. Blast off setup. It's
Dude,
barely
the
doing
guy
any
is
damage. WS
Not
is
even close to
chilling.
dying.
Give him water, he's gonna kind of swim in it, make a jacuzzi. Now, Jokum might not be as lucky though. He's not as tanky. He's trying to run forward. The shackle, you better thank your lucky stars he didn't get caught out there. Xanthing would have been deadly. Now, Tron and the gang running forward, chasing
Solar
on.
Crest.
WS gets another kill. What is the fight? What is the plan? There isn't one. Rest farmers, you're stone gazing at absolutely nothing. There's no heroes for you to look at. They just all turn tail and walk the other way. Rest farmers, very little options.
You can't
Not a
force
lot
us
of
to
gold.
look at you. says
Yeah.
Talon.
You're ugly, man. We don't want anything. We don't want any part of that situation. Dive into Tron now. Just go straight for the Roche. Nothing to stop them, especially with the Ravage used. This is just free and easy for Talon.
Free and easy for WS and Teenage.
True.
Now going for a Skadi.
Channeling his inner jabs there, for sure.
There's
We
no
talked
way you're
about it.
escaping from anti-range now.
Oh, this is such a perfect build-up as well. It's just Skadi. Any sort of tankiness you have, even if you were to dodge
The
away
double
some of
brave
those.
ban. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, very sad. He has to give up one of his Wraith bans for the ages.
no, he's not sad yet.
So
If it's-
sad.
If it's 25 minutes, he'll be sad.
Oh, that's true, that's true. You don't have the double bonuses just yet. Winter, you know, we thought that this match would be close. It is kind of close because this was how Rest Farmers took game number 1, but it's been just complete stomps both ways so far. And Rest Farmers, they don't really have any tools to get them back. Even their high ground doesn't seem as scary. And Xantic, Windrun gonna run out. Still not in time though, but Yokum looking for the chase. Xantic should be as good as dead here. They'll lasso him up and kill
Radiant
off the Wind
structures
Ranger.
are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom
what
tower
a sad
Yeah.
is under
messenger.
attack.
Like anti-mage has
Dire's
been
top
on
tower
her
has fallen.
tail for the whole game.
Yeah. I mean,
And you're kind of
really,
like a greedy hero, you know. You're also not like a pug or angler that you can run around.
Radiant's bottom
Shad's
tower
like,
is
this
under
is my nightmare tonight.
Yeah.
Anti-mage burning my mana as Medusa.
Dude, Shad just dies, by the way. So Talon just set up, they get 2 kills. The one small silver lining is that Pablo does kill off Yokum's Blink Dagger on the courier. So that's something, but your carry just died again. So I don't know what we're doing here. It's Talon just need to get 1 more kill and it's the good old 3-2-2.
Oh, don't worry. 1 kill is not the only kill.
1 kill is nothing to them, right? They can just pick that one up easy. Just Rest Farmers just need to show 1 hero. Come on. Come on, okay, maybe
For
not
God's
Zebe.
sake, the AM has 15 kills.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's literally going for the Sven scoreline. He just needs 1 more kill and he's already beaten him. We pretend that first death didn't happen. It's fine. This is looking rough. And Tormentor being taken up as well. You look at the items coming out from Rest Farmers, there isn't anything to even blink at. Manta still far, far away. The Wind Ranger has nothing to speak of. The Tide Hunter has rushed an Axe just to try and clear these waves as low committal as possible. That should tell you a bit about the state of the game. This tier 2 is going to go down easily.
Yeah, I don't really feel like it's gonna be very helpful right now with the Axe in the team fights. I mean, sure, you can argue that, oh, AoE, gosh, split shot.
Yeah.
And then you disrupt the Medusa, create more illusions, create more Medusas.
Yeah, more physical damage into the Solar Crest and insane armor that the Anti-Mage has. Very cool. I mean, we saw 4 heroes start punching away at him and use disables. He barely took any damage thanks to that Solar Crest. Well, the one upside, and Winter, don't laugh here. Let me just try and make it into something here. As okay, hang on. They just found themselves a pick off. Nope, V-Tune easy, just TP out. Meanwhile, Pablo being caught out in the top side. The techies will go down. Okay, hear me out. I know this is gonna sound crazy, so bear with me here. But the one upside is that Res Farmers, they are itemizing for this high ground, right? The techies has rushed the Aghanims. He doesn't have it just yet, that's a different story, but if he has it, the high ground is gonna be maybe 5% harder? Maybe? No? Well, okay, well, none of that matters because they're on the high ground now, so... Rest Farmers still have a Ravage
Don't want to
available.
spoil your bubble, you know.
I know. I appreciate it, Winter. I really do. We've come a long way. But I feel like I'm trying to sort of pull a little caveat for the Rest Farmers fans. It is 3-2-2, so all hail the Holy Grail.
Can't wait for them to call it GG, right? That's
Yeah,
all.
Yokum.
Oh no. They're
That's
ruining
all.
the score. Oh,
No,
no,
not like this, Yokum! Okay! Well, the score is ruined, but so are Rest Farmers' game. And yeah, I mean, nobody on the side of Talon seems to remotely threatened. You still have that Infest. In comes WS, he wants to clean up more kills. This is just looking like a walk in the park. You buy back on the techies, but nothing else to give. Zibe, he just gets wrecked here. And V-Tune and company get their revenge. After a very rough game number 1, they
This was way
backhand-
faster than the first game.
Oh, this was great. This was just a backhand. This is what the Southeast Asian boys love to see. And Talon, they stay alive here in this best of 3 and take us to a game number 3 up against Rest Farmers. So we need one more match to decide who's gonna come out on top.
I mean, what a comeback, you know. They show them we're not here to just go home early. We're here to play. We're here to figure out our problems. We have a stand-in. That was the first time, like you said,
Yeah.
Ponyo's been playing with you. That was the first time they laying together. They figured that shit out.
Yeah.
You know, they know what to do. They
Yeah.
know what heroes to pick, and let's go. You know, game 3.
Yeah, I think what's especially striking for me in this game is that they didn't put pressure on V-Tune, right? He's picking this Lifestealer. What he needs to do in the game is very straightforward, where in game number 1, he picks his Luna. It's a comfort hero for him, sure, but essentially the whole early game revolves around him and how well he can hit his timings and whatnot. So I think taking that pressure off of him and just fixing all the small little trinkets of problems and little ticks here that they get from laning together the first time. Just some teething issues. Talon, they might still have a chance here despite, you know, maybe us not having the most faith. We wanted to spot them, but there were a lot of factors working against them, like the jet lag, the fatigue from traveling, them in unfamiliar territory with the stand-in, but they're able to just show, yeah, that we qualified through Southeast Asia for a reason. We've been giving these other top teams the heat, and we're standing up to the legacy of what our organization was in the past. There's a chance here for them to really make waves, and we already talked about this first game, this first series. This win is so important to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, very, very important for them to get things rolling, and hopefully they can keep it rolling. They need to do it one more time. It's one more game.
Just one more game for both sides, to be fair. Rest Farmers, they're not down and out of this one just yet. They still have some strategies probably cooked up, but like you mentioned, you want to try and wrap things up as soon as possible, reveal as little as possible. So we'll see what both teams bring out as we head into game number 3 after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Starting us off, Talon and Rest Farmers bring us to a game number 3. Permaseas and Winter here bring you the action, and it's nice to see our Southeast Asian boys come back after that really rough Game 1 loss. Gotta keep in mind with the V-Tune stand-in effect, it's probably a little bit tough for them as well, but bouncing back, always cool, and now we have a full series on our hands, Winter.
Always cool to see a full series. Three games, get to measure a team strength better if you play three games. I mean, the first 2 games were kind of like stomp, right? So
yeah,
it's only fair that the game is the actual game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like the first 2 games we were just watching one team completely dominate in very similar fashions, right? It just came out of the lanes. The drafts from the losing team felt like they didn't really have a lot of options. So I guess that's what I'll be looking at. I think specifically for me, not just about the heroes and the games, but maybe these 2 teams coming into Elite League. This Swiss stage is stacked with insane teams. And I think it's even more important for Rest Farmers because, of course, Talon, we know about them. They've qualified already for ESL 1 Birmingham, so they have that option available. But, you know, for Rest Farmers, it's a bit of a different story, right? They've only qualified for this event in terms of Valahia, in terms of, I think, Dream League as well. They fell short by quite a big margin, so they weren't even close. This is their one chance to really show themselves on the international stage, and hopefully they are able to, and show us a bit of a glimpse of that game number 1.
Yeah, it's always like it's always difficult in your first like plan together as a team, and you have to play with a stand-in. So
Yeah.
a lot of challenges ahead of them. So we'll just have to see how they deal with the adversity and try to adapt towards the situation that they're in right now.
Yeah,
Like,
I wonder whether
it's hard, you know, having a stand-in, especially on the side lane.
Yeah, I think not just on the side lane, but one thing we didn't even talk about just yet is V-Tune's entire pro career. He's been playing on CIS teams. You can only imagine that they're largely speaking Russian. I really wonder what the comms sound like for the Talon lineup right now, because even when they came together, they're largely speaking and communicating in, I guess, English, and we don't know how comfortable V-Tune is with English, or I'm sure he knows a little bit. I'm sure he knows a decent amount. He's been around the block, but at the same time, that might jank up some. Yeah, just chat wheel, right? You just bind the chat wheels, take away all the voice lines, just chat wheel the basic stuff. I'm backing, let's fight, stuff like that. It's always a easy way to go about it. Disruptor and Meshrak bans.
You only need to know go and back. That's it.
True.
You'll be good half of the game.
Yeah, and then anytime you want to chill for a bit, or you want to tell your team your timer, you just ping how much gold you need on your quick buy, right?
Or you could always ping your abilities. Cooldown.
True.
The classic one, you know, never goes wrong.
True. Okay, we're gonna start things out with a Dragon Knight, a comfort hero for both WS as well as Chuan. And in what we've seen from Talon, I think you mentioned it last game, WS has largely been later in the pick priority. They always want to give him that later pick so he can get a favorable matchup. So I have reason to believe that this is most likely to be a Chuan hero starting us out, and the techies still picked up by Pablo. So I'm deterred by that previous game.
If it's a good DK offlane game, they'll still have an option to switch it up. But overall, they are always picking the mid laner hero first, because he's like more... I think you mentioned this before the game started, like he's a reliable player. He's not like a flashy kind of player, right? So it actually makes sense to, based on his playstyle, just show his hero first. You're gonna know that this is what you're getting with this player, so you pick his hero up early, the hero that doesn't really get countered easily, and you just give your other core players much more room to maneuver around the draft. You know, I think in a team, when you're making a team, it's always nice to have one fancy guy, one guy that you know. Yeah, like Chuan, you know what you're getting from this guy. He's not flashy, but you know what you're getting. And the other guy, like a risk taker, you know. So if everything has the right balance for the drafter to cook up some magic.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm gonna do some looking up now, because this Monkey King ban is pretty interesting. The only thing that I'm getting out of this Monkey King ban is it's either protecting this DK on the offlane, or it's blocking them again. But if Shed and Xantic don't really play this hero.
I mean, it's probably just for the DK matchup in the lane. I think both teams are very, very alert on the lane matchups and how the spells interact with each other. You know, like last game we saw the anti-mage. I mean, the counter spell with the disruption and all the small little things. Those are stuff that's going to change the laning phase a lot. So you're going to be thinking of those, like Monkey King against DK. I feel like this matchup, maybe I'm crazy. I remember like seeing DKs being able to survive
it, right? Because of the high armor. Yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. So I mean, it's just better safe than sorry. Don't want to fool around with it. It's the third game of the BO3 series, so you don't want to take things for granted here. So just
Is there a
making
chance
sure that
that
you.
they are worried about the position 4 Monkey King that we've been seeing time to time just come around, snipe Korea's
I'm telling you,
shenanigans?
it's a meme. It's only gonna work like a couple of times in the beginning when
Right.
people have no idea how to do it. Once everyone is familiar with it, where the supports are just constantly pinging out where you are on the Monkey King. It's more on the support, right? You have nothing to do in the early game, or not nothing to do, but you have minimal
attention
attention on your hero. Then you can look at all this stuff and then make sure he doesn't fuck up your teammate's career too much, and then you have to always carry a blood grenade to throw at him so he can't jump around the trees.
Yeah. So important to sort of have an eye on it. We did see a bit of it in the Southeast Asia close qualifiers for Elite League, but Talon, they seem very comfortable responding to it, which is why I was scratching my head a little bit. But yeah, let's move on. Primal Beast picked up. This is likely going to be the Xantic hero. It's one of his signature heroes, especially in recent times, able to create a lot of space. Great pairing with the techies to run around the map and get things done. For Talon, they go back for that CM, likely going to be Ponyo's hero in the face of the ban on the DP and the ban.
It's always nice to play CM against Primal. You Frostbite, you stop the damage from the trample. I mean, you kind of stop the onslaught as well. So it's a soft counter, like a clockwork against.
I guess the
Primal.
only annoying thing is you can't really stop that pulverize, right? The Frostbite doesn't do anything against him. So there's only a limited amount of things you can
carry, you should, right? Because you're frozen. Why can you?
Yeah, right. Why are your limbs still bouncing? How can you do this? Like, you're freezing. Like, I don't get it. But Dota works in weird and mysterious ways. There's the Tiny picked up. We can assume that this is going to be a position 4, I'd say, just because Yokem really loves this hero.
I mean, this hero is insane on the core too. With the Kanda build. The Kanda build is amazing.
Okay, relax. Yeah, Winter, you're sounding a bit like a Kanda cultist right now. Are you a big fan of that item? That's what it sounds like.
Kanda is the best item in the game.
Okay, alright. Are you trying to hypnotize me or the viewers? What's going on here?
I'm sure everyone already knows how strong Kanda is.
It is. I mean,
with the brooch removed out of the game, Kanda is the strongest item.
Yeah. I mean, we still see some heroes go for brooch, but it definitely doesn't hit like it used to. Now, this Tiny is already something we saw Yokem completely dismantle opponents with in the Southeast Asia close qualifiers, right? He was finding these crazy wraparounds, 2-3-man avalanches. The toss setups were insane from him. And I think it's just
Tiny doesn't like the man that steals your life.
Well, they did, but they did play against the Life Stealer in their close qualifiers, and then they did the toss back, last start, it was crazy.
Life Stealer is like amazing against this support duo, CM Tiny. They don't do anything to him. Okay. And now you have the Shaman to push down the towers.
Oh no, okay. I mean, it's not the craziest, but both these supports bring a high level of spell amp, right? Which just makes the Primal Beast even more lethal.
Yeah, the Shaman feels like a bit too greedy here. I don't know if the laning phase is stable enough. They need like a very stable lane to pull this through, because Tiny is very good against all these squishy backline supports like Shaman. It's very easy for him to kill you. And Tekis is kind of also vulnerable to that. Although Tekis is more tanky because you have better stats, more armor.
Yeah. I mean, just a quick look at Pablo's recent pub matches that he's been spamming. It's been this Shadow Shaman, right? So I think go to a Game 3, first series of the entire Swiss stage. You want to be as comfortable as possible. Give the guy what he's been practicing in pubs for what feels like the past 1 week and a half, right? I think...
So what you're saying is if I'm playing position 5, I'm practicing position 5 faces void the whole week, you should pick me position 5 faces.
Hey, look, it's all about trusting your teammates, okay? Winter, no need to be skeptical here. You don't know what kind of technology they're cooking up. Winter, if I was in a team with you and you said, hey, I really believe in this position 5 faces void, I'd be like, okay, let's pick it. And when we lose, I can tell you how bad you are. You know what I mean? It's you need evidence to prove your point.
You're giving me a chance, right?
You deserve it as a teammate. That's what I'm saying. And I think Pablo, he's saying, okay, give me this Shadow Shaman, I'm gonna ruin their day. But this is, I won't say a V-Tune special, but definitely one of the heroes that's up there for him. The Morphling, limited control other than the Shadow Shaman, and I always like to talk about the Shard because it's just the Hex that's stopping it, right? Everything else is a stun, and you're able to morph your way through that. Also a great matchup into the Lifestealer.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
it feels like an easy game for Talon right now, just based on
Oh, damn.
this morphing
Really?
Lifestealer matchup. But you never know, Lifestealer is still the strongest carry in the patch right now, according to the stats. And he does fare really well against like CM Tiny, even though morphing is probably one of his worst matchups. But then again, we always go back to, just get the Aghanim's, dude. You don't have to fight the morphling,
Yeah, just be a little bit of a wuss, Who cares? Your pride doesn't matter when you win the series.
I mean, it's not just the Aghanim's, like the Shard is really powerful to the open wounds. Like I feel like that thing needs to get nerfed, Like
Yeah,
why
it's-
is it
it's
spreading like
ridiculous.
why is it
Like a
spreading
virus?
like a
Yeah,
venom
what's
out
going
here?
on?
What the hell? A
Yeah.
Shard? Come on.
It doesn't even make sense because realistically speaking, if you inflicted a wound on someone, why would it transfer like an infection to people around them? It's just strange. I don't know what Lifestealer's working with, but I don't want none of that stuff. Final bands coming out, Enigma and Kotal, pretty interesting. The Kotal is something that I believe Chuan likes a lot, and the Enigma is just this nuclear reaction to the Lifestealer that feels almost necessary to deal with him. Clearly, they don't think that Talon are comfortable enough, and understandably so, right? You mentioned already that the Lifestealer, even though the carry-to-carry matchup is bad, against DK, Tiny, and CM, he's chilling, and he should be just fine.
Yeah, I mean the fact they also removed Doom, so there's not many like direct counters to the lifesteal. I mean, because they have morphing, right? So if they don't intend to pick Doom, they probably feel like it's better for them to ban the hero out as well.
Yeah.
I think there's not many other counters remaining in the game unless you pick like some Razor offlane to deal with the lifesteal. I think Razor is
but
still
Razor's banned as well.
Oh no, yeah, Razor's banned too. So that's like, literally not
It kind of
much.
feels like... Yeah, I mean, Razor's
Let
been
me
banned
see.
this entire series. Like, they didn't
I mean,
even give this guy
he's
a
a
chance to
very-
play.
very, very strong hero in high rank games. Hero is insane.
Huskar final ban, so maybe protecting some sort of mid pick. The puck is still available if they want to do the Dragon Knight pivot like we mentioned. Puck pretty good. You have limited control. You should
I
always
feel like
be
they
able to
should
get
go
away.
for a range hero offlane with the Tiny, some Viper with Tiny, or some
Ah,
range hero.
that's true. That's a good
I like,
idea.
I like a range hero with the Tiny now. Wind Ranger
What-
maybe? Yeah, Wind Ranger.
Will Wind Ranger be a bit too weak? I guess you have the Dragon Knight early on to help you in those early game situations where you need to push objectives. Oh, the WS Slaughter, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, this is a good matchup against the lifesteal in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very potent. You can't really trade because of the bash, and I guess with the Tiny kind of gives you a good kill threat, double stun,
10 seconds
triple stun
remaining.
actually if you count the bash of the
Yeah.
deep.
True, yeah.
5 seconds
Now, let's see what
remaining.
Zibe wants to pick up here. Unless it's a Zibe Primal Beast, then it's going to be a last pick for Xantic in this mid lane. Kanka's still available in terms of heroes that Xantic likes. On
I
top
feel like
of
they
that,
need like some Venomancer here.
Oh, it's going to be an
Oh,
Omni. That is
Omni, okay.
disgusting. Okay, so
It's a
I
good
guess...
counter to Slaughter.
Yeah, very, very tanky. Can deal with the Slaughter
Guardian
throughout all
Angel.
stages of the game. Is it good enough, though, is the question, Winter.
I think it can be good enough. Has a lot of potential. He's a very strong laner. Paired with Shadow Shaman, you have a lot of kill potential.
Yep.
You have the Guardian Angel, like I said, to deal with the physical damage from the Slaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have some sustain with the heal, which is gonna be nice against Tiny, because Tiny kind of wants to blink in and burst people down, right? So against Omni, you kind of will have a hard time doing that.
Yeah.
So I think the Omni Knight pick here makes a lot of sense. It kind of ties their draft together. But overall, when I'm looking at the heroes, I still feel better for a Talon's lineup with the Morphling against Lifestealer matchup, and the Morphling's back up by the Slada, and you have I feel like their supports are probably a little bit better with CM Tiny compared to Tekis and Shaman, which kind of feels like both of them are doing the same thing. And if you look at the trio of heroes, it's going to be DK, CM Tiny against Primal, Shaman, Tekis. This feels like it's easier to get a jump on the CM Tiny DK. You just use the Avalanche and you're going to be able to initiate.
Yeah.
If you look at the Tekis, Primal, Shaman, you think about it, right? Who's going to initiate? Are you waiting for the Primal to onslaught in? He's going to run into a bite or an Avalanche stun. So it's going to get cancelled, right? So it's not going to be very reliable.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of higher execution on the side of Rest Farmers, where Talon, they've drafted themselves something Pretty clear cut.
Easy.
I think
Simple.
you know, a lot of stunts to work with, a lot of jump to work with. And again, they've put V-Tune on the hero that number one, he's comfortable on, and number two, they're not really waiting for any specific timing, right? The game doesn't revolve around him per se. His only
just
job
there.
is later down the line. Yeah, he just needs to exist, do damage to this lifestealer. Now, I do want to say that I've seen situations, especially recently, where Primal Beasts, they go for all the damage talents, and then they just full-on crush Morphling 100 to 0. So, I don't know what this is about. Just some friendly banter here, you know, between ex-teammates. We did mention
what
this
if
already.
the Morphling has Lincolns?
I mean, even then, you don't pulverize, right? You just trample and you get the spell damage. You get like the trample attack multiplier talent, like at level 20. And then I saw, okay, basically I saw it was a Navi Jr. playing this Primal Beast mid, went for the onslaught damage talent, trample cooldown and trample attack multiplier, and ended up getting a timeless relic. So he literally just 100 to 0 the Morphling. And the Morphling wasn't even poor or anything, it was just a regular Morphling.
A regular Morphling.
Yeah,
So what
just
is
a
that?
normal Morphling. Nothing,
Like
nothing too crazy.
A regular cup of water? A regular
Yeah,
Morphling?
it's just a standard, you just order it at the shop.
H2O.
You know what I mean? Can I get one Morphling, please? Oh, okay, take away extra 20 cents. Okay, I gotcha. Starting things off here.
No
More
soy
chill.
milk?
No soy milk, no. That's for fancy kids, you know. You start adding these oat milk, soy milks. You gotta go for good old condensed. Full cream, what are you, a Starbucks fan? You know what I mean? What the hell? What are we doing?
Alright, so let's see. Like I guess the lanes is gonna go well for the Omni Shaman against this Morphling CM. They're probably gonna do like this hero just does so much damage, it's crazy. Like with the Phylactery and the Shard, and with your level 10 talent, 50 base damage. You just all of a sudden hit like an insane timing where you can one-shot all the supports. Most of the supports.
It feels like it comes out of nowhere, right? Because I think it's a talent power spike, which usually you don't really measure
but
until
the
you
thing
start
is,
dying.
If you combine the talent with the shard, then it becomes insane, right? Because the shard,
Yeah.
you have an extra attack. I mean, you heal, and then every 6 seconds he'll fire another extra hammer. That's why everything comes down together. And then you get a Phylactery. So it means that when you see a support, you have Dagger and Phylactery. That's it.
Yeah,
Boom,
they're done.
You're dead.
They're done. Especially these two supports, they don't. I mean, not that the armor
I guess
really
not
matters, but
Tiny.
Tiny.
I guess Tiny probably doesn't die, but CM. I mean, Tiny probably is close to dying too, you know, because it's
Yeah,
just
that's
so
what I'm
much.
saying. A lot of pure damage, and Tiny, you know, he gets a decent amount of.
I mean, you're gonna need a lot of like stats to survive this. A lot of raw HP. I mean, if the Omni blinks in and he doesn't kill you, then he's gonna feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, he also, for what it's worth, the Omni does take some time to get to that stage, and I think between
He's
V2
gonna
and
be
Ponder-
there in no time. Dude,
Okay.
this Omni comes online. Minute 15, minute 20, he's gonna be online.
He has to
kicking
buy
your
his
ass.
own shard though, right?
Sure, I mean, if he wins his lane, you think he cares? I mean, maybe he cares later. Everybody wants some free. Like, who doesn't want free stuff? Who doesn't
That's
want
true.
free?
That's true. I'll take a free shard any day of the week.
Yeah, but your Omni Knight, you know, you think Gaben's gonna give you the shot? No.
Yeah, blessed by the. I don't even know what he calls his. What does he call his deity? He always says the. I don't even know the holy ones. No, it's not the holy ones. I need to go look at the lore. I'm unfamiliar with Omni Knight lore. I'm gonna get slaughtered by the lore nerds.
Okay, meanwhile, everyone's very familiar with lifesteal lore. He just steals your life, he sits in a lane, and he kills you. But actually, the Infest is truly what it does right now with the Aghalins, right? Infest.
Yeah, it's the big. Infest is the big talk of the town. Everybody loves getting inside their opponents, disarming, being invulnerable. It's all the rage right now, and it's honestly disgusting. Found out what I was referring to. It's you know how Omni Knight always says the all-seeing one will protect him.
I mean, Hans can say it. He's not seeing the gang coming.
He's not seeing anything anymore. He sees double stun lane up, like you mentioned, very high kill potential. Even with the lifestealer with his rage early on, there's a chance of him just dying. A Yokum? He's trying to find a little spot in that bend that he can get high ground vision and D-ward successfully, so nicely done.
This hero is still very useful, despite getting hit by a pretty substantial nerf on the tree grab.
Yeah. I mean, it just reduces some of the early trading potential, but a lot of your value still comes from those eventual tossbacks, the avalanche setups.
You need to get to your later stage, right? Like if you have a better early game, then you get to your later stage faster.
True.
Stronger, you know, it matters, you know. We just talk about, oh my god, this disruptor buff seems like nothing, but it's so much in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. 2-minute Lotus timing, top side, VQ able to snag that one thanks to the help of Adaptive Strike. And bot side, Yokum able to pick that one up. But I don't think the calls on rest farmers are too bothered, right? They're not the most active other than the Primal Beast, but they're very happy to just sit in their lane and continue to get an advantage in the CS. And I think bigger surprise for me is in this mid lane, the Dragon Knight, he's really not doing too hot. He's pretty far behind. Yeah.
Holy crap.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about the CS?
13, yeah, the CS.
Yeah,
actually.
right? Like, okay.
I mean, it's not that big. It's not that big of a difference, but still, you know, you would expect the
right?
ZK
I
to
thought
go
he'd
toe
do
to
better
toe.
because you just get double bracer, you have auto attack damage, you can outlast hit the primal, but
Yeah, every time he tries to trample, you just stun him.
yeah. I'm not sure how that lane is going this round.
just
But
unfortunate events, you know, maybe some
perhaps
mistakes. Yeah.
maybe you run up to the high ground, tank a few too many tower shots or something like that. He's definitely at a deficit. He's going to try and claw his way back up. Oh, Tron.
That was a good try. He tried to turn around to stun him, but oh well.
No luck with that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is the situation, right? You're trying to contest for water runes, but Xantic just has the endless supply of resources because with Onslaught, he can get there sooner and push you away.
Yeah,
He's
and it
sitting
feels
at full
like
HP.
this primal is in position to do a lot this game. I mean, we talked about the 3 versus 3, you know, with the primal having a good start like this, the 3 versus 3 could tip towards their favor.
Xantic's in a very good position, and this is one of his best heroes as of late, at least. Set up for the squad, maybe come up here for an early rotation. Toss back though, with the stuns and the bashes. Nice avalanche follow-up. They are layering their disables perfectly, but it's not enough to stop that blast off from coming through. Now WS, with that tree toss, they will be able to finish off Handskin. So nicely done. I thought that Handskin Techies was away for sure there, but Yokum, knowing exactly the limits of his hero, just clocks that kill for free. Meanwhile,
Yokum, he's back!
Uh-oh.
Yokum is back! Oh
yeah, you have to
no!
hold that thought. Yokum, he's into the mix as well. Shad trying to trade out with this Slaughter, but it's never going to work out, especially when he's in his own puddle. Nicely done.
I mean, his lifesteal is getting bashed up by this Slaughter.
Yeah.
Double raid
Right.
ban.
Lifestealer doesn't have a lot of armor, and he's opted to go for the Orb of Corrosion early over like something like a Wraith Band or additional Bracer.
Orb of Corrosion gives you armor, so
Yeah, not a
sense.
lot though.
I mean, still some armor, 3 armor.
I guess so. And we didn't get our eyes on this, but there was a bit of a missed gank. So Pablo actually came mid, tried to get Chuan under his own tower. It didn't really work out, and I think as a result, sapped some EXP. So now there's a bit of a disparity now. Chuan is feeling a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, tower took some damage, but that's always the case when you're playing against a Dragon Knight.
Pulverize in the mid lane, the setup is there. Pablo has rotated back in, but again, can't find the connection with only a level 2 Shackles. The range is too short. So this marks the second time that the Shadow Shaman has just kind of waltzed by here and found nothing.
Not sure if they had enough in the tank to kill because the Primal had no mana. So maybe it doesn't really matter. And now the Shaman, a much greedier hero by nature, just wants to sit in lane and get XP. Like you said, he's only level 3. He's gonna need a lot more than that. And 7-minute rune.
Yeah, it should be just a 1-for-1 trade unless any crazy shenanigans go on at Xantic. It almost feels like he has to be the sort of first person to start making these moves because apart from him, no one really wants to be active. Maybe you see a Twin Gates rotation from one of the supports, but not really something they have their eyes on at the moment. Just 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, nothing crazy. Now Sibe up there in that top side has to stick just to get away. He's dropping really low, but of course has the self-heal with the Purify. I mean, this early game is going pretty well for Talon, right? They're not too fussed about this situation. They're getting up towards their Morphling Linkens. The cores who need to get items and levels are steadily establishing their space in the lane.
Dire are are scanning.
WS is going for this Orchid build that we've seen more and more as a counter to the Lifestealer, but it's getting set upon in the bot side right now. Rage pops up, they're chasing down onto Handskin. Dash up under the tower with another avalanche. Perfect chain stun. These guys have this down to a T. You've TP'd it onto Pablo now. Shackle up, but it's level 6 on this Slardar. He is completely fine down here. You're in his puddle, and he's gonna get a double. Pablo might just have to run. They're gonna keep this chase going. No reason to back up. Ponyo now, he's tanking a little bit too much on the tower shots. But last crush, triple kill again for WS. And we saw this happen on his off-lane anti-mage on a much more traditional pick. And one of his comfort heroes, he's doing it again to them, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why we say that this guy is the backbone of this team, right? They're drafting like carries that can actually just sit in the lane and farm alone, and the support has a lot of freedom to help him. And this is the kind of effect in the game that you want to see when you have this kind of lineup. Helping your off laner.
Another toss back again. Share that rage ain't gonna help you there. It's gonna run out soon. The frostbite, they stuck around, and they've really screwed over this Lifestealer now.
This Lifestealer has no game, 0. Right
Absolutely none. No. 2.8k looking like that Luna from game number 1. I mean,
he's like clicking his Omni Knight right now. You better carry me.
Yeah, he's like, you got a phase boost, man. I got nothing down here. Okay, I need some help.
And the Omni says, I don't even have a support in my lane.
Yeah, what's your excuse? You got wards and stuff. You just throwing the blame around a little bit. 0-7, Talon. It wanted a bit of a closer game, but this is pretty insane stuff. I mean, they're showing that that first game really was just teething issues and warming up with VTune on their squad. Now they're looking a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was worrying about when I look at the support, you know, the Shaman and Techies too. Now it's Yokem Tiny. He's just running havoc right now.
Oh, and they thought they got the better of him, that Bat Rider ban as well, but Handskin just gonna go down. You've TP'd it onto Zibe, but nobody has stuns. Nobody has stuns. You've TP'd in no one who can stop this Slardar from just crushing you under your own tower. And you're just here to see the sights, I guess. Zibe, you'll just run around and get a
Morale support.
He's
here to cheer them up, you know. Don't worry, guys. I'm here. I'm gonna hold their hand.
I can heal you if they dive you and delay your death by 10 seconds.
Oh no, he's gonna be taking the twin gate.
No!
His baby.
No,
his baby's in trouble.
No, he just left too. No one's getting protected now. Easy chase down, WS with the bash, and that is just death after death for Shed now. 0-4 on that Lifestealer. This is... Oh my goodness, Shed fans, close your eyes. This is painful to watch. Now they're gonna try and respond now with that Xantec. The smoke breaks though. And there is a pretty decent amount of vision. Yeah, there's a high ground wall. They see this Primal Beast. Ponyo in a great position, and now they want to set up on the Primal Beast too. Toss back onto Ponyo, Frostbite available, and starting to bash him up. Turn around with the Pulverize though, Pablo in the area of a Hex. They just need to hold this Slardar in place, stop the Fizz from coming out. Nice onslaught comes through, and they kill off the Slardar with that Infest. As Xantic's able to stay fighting, hit that level 6 on Pablo, turn around with the Snakes, and now Yokem looking to be in trouble, but VTune joining the fight very early on, gets himself a huge kill on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, but they killed the Slardar. I think the Slardar was the bigger prize here.
Absolutely.
Like, he's a top net worth hero. So I
Top
feel
big
like
fish.
Radiant's middle tower.
Rest Farmers are gonna be happy about that, but oh my god, they lost the mid tower and they lost that. Maybe not so happy anymore now.
Nope, yeah. Any sort of happiness they had just slipped away along with that tech.
Short-lived, you know, it's just like,
Yeah.
okay guys, relax, we got a kill on Slardar. Then next moment you turn your screen, I'll say, oh guys, I'm dead. I couldn't defend the
Yeah,
tower.
it's like Handskin didn't really want to interrupt them and ruin the moment while they were celebrating, but he's like, guys, so I'm dead here at Xantic with the setup. X out as well, amplifying the damage. Shed is there to try and contribute. Now Chuan in some trouble. He's trying to sort his
big
way out of this
freezing
one.
field.
Oh, freezing
Nice
field,
toss.
it's huge! And the toss interrupts the Pulverize. It's just perfect from Yokem so far. Nice blast off into 2. Stops them in their tracks for now. And looks like WS might be going down a second time. It's 3-man crush, but he's the one who gets splattered down. So again, Rest Farmers coming out in space to try and defend their allies. Yokem now dropping a little bit low. The heroes on Rest Farmers don't have a lot of HP to work with, but they'll finish off Handskin. That's not really an even trade, but at least they keep their Dragon Knight alive. I mean, I don't think this is too bad, right, for Rest Farmers?
Radiant's
Not
top
at all,
tower
but
is under
still,
attack.
you know, like you're losing 2 heroes. Once again, the Primal goes down for the Slardar.
Yeah.
Not the best feeling, but I think you're still feeling okay for it, you know, because Slardar is still the strongest hero on the map right now.
Yeah, Xantic's kind of having to sacrifice his game a little bit for his team to make any sort of play. But he's really the only body they can work around. All these heals and infest, they work a lot more effectively with him.
He's the only one that has the damage to kill the Slaughter.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job. Here's his great meal. It's gonna help.
Shad's still on the road to recovery. I like that he is still trying to get involved and push the side of Talon off of his side of the map, because if he just AFK farms, you know, he can't really keep up with this morph.
Yeah, he actually needed to be there to infest and save, or at least delay the primal from dying.
Yeah.
I mean, right now it's all about like just waiting for the Omni to get to his shard and his level 10 phylactery.
Oh, they even popped the wards just to farm this ancient stack. That's how far behind they are, but
wait,
coming through the twin gates.
Okay.
Yeah, he used his ult to farm that ancient stack. Okay, I mean, sure. Oh, what a read here from Talon. If they can find Chad, that's going to be huge. But without that Slada joining up, they don't have the chain stun. He's able to pop Rage. That's a problem with the Avalanche.
Oh, you didn't get the toss
back. Yeah, infest. A little bit too slow. The phase boots ran out just as that chase concluded. And Yokum wasn't able to get the touch.
Yep. Big dodge there by Shad on the lifesteal.
Yeah.
So keeping his game kind of alive, but it's already like
a little bit, barely, very very.
It's like on life support right now.
Yeah. He's like, you got the IV drip running. The nurses are keeping him on a wet diet. You know what I mean? He can't really.
The machine is like breathing for you, pumping blood.
He has a dialysis treatment at like 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. every day. You know, need to get the blood changed and everything. So it's not.
You know, if you can recover, things might turn around for you.
Yeah. The miracles of healthcare, and by healthcare I mean literally this Omni Knight. Bashing down the bot side, the silence up. Orchid reveal, but not enough damage. Now WS might be set up at Xantic, trying to get the chase down. Finds Ponyo instead though. Okay, I mean, you don't really have a lot of damage, and here comes the Frostbite. Freezing Field, you're dead. Nice blast off to put a stop to that. You need to finish off the Primal Beast. He's gonna be able to get himself out. And yeah, the Omni's here as well. They're just fine. Chasing away Ponyo, another onslaught. Yeah, you've brought the numbers, but this is more than worth it if you can kill off Chuan and keep everyone on Rest Farmers alive. Again, Talon, they have 3 to 4 members running at you at this stage, but Rest Farmers bring the numbers and it's working out for them.
Yeah, good play there by Jibe. Coming in with the dagger and just make sure that he saves the lifesteal, removes the Orchid, and just allowing Shad to survive in that team fight. It's very, very crucial.
Yeah. I think that
they're actually kind of stabilizing the game.
They are. It's just a 2k gold lead, but it's been a 2k gold lead for what feels like the past 5 minutes.
I mean, it was like 4 or 5k, you know, so they kind of recovered at least 2k.
Yeah. And Zibe, I feel like the itemization is so heads up from him, because he could have very much gone for his own Echo Saber, the shard like you mentioned, but he realizes that his positioning and his ability to join these fights before his cores die is a lot more important, and that's paid off him big time.
He's gonna get the shard next with his Talon coming in at the level 11, and he's going to be extremely powerful.
One point in the repel.
Just keep your eye on this Omni. He's gonna do amazing things in the team fight.
Yeah, I am. I feel it feels like he's been the one sort of saving grace. All-seeing one has given him the blessing.
The all-seeing one?
Yeah, that's what he refers to as his own deity. He always says the all-knowing one or the all-seeing one guides us. That's
his father, right?
I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing to call your dad. Welcome home from work, the all-knowing one. What the hell?
Your dad's gonna be so happy.
I don't know about that. Mid lane now being pressured up by the side of Rest Farmers. They don't have the best objective pressure, which is why I think they're gonna give up.
Bot. Another fish, a big fish.
Beautiful. WS trying to phase boots out the last auto attack. He's fine. Oh, he's just got to taunt away.
Oh my god, the red band saving the day.
Yeah. I mean, also, you gotta mention that little puddle that he probably creates with every splash, right? Just helps him get some additional nice HP regen as well. I'm gonna be honest with you, Winter. I understand this Orchid build, but I feel like it's not that good. It's a bit of a bait. It doesn't give you any HP or useful stats.
It's not snowballing enough. Like when you get this item, you wanna be like getting key pickoffs. Like you said, the Lifestealer, you kill him a couple of times, but because the Omni Knight has been really good at responding towards all this aggressive play from Talon, he kind of nullified this early Orchid rush. I mean, it's still gonna be useful later when it gets to late game and you get to turn it into a blood taunt. But for now, it definitely lost at least some of its value.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum has hit a bit of a wall here, and
I mean, the fish has fallen like 3 times or 2 times, right? So.
Yeah, it's like you serve the fish on the plate and then it just kind of drops onto the ground and you can't eat it anymore. That's a Talon situation. They're gonna try and remedy it with an early Roche.
You can still eat it. You know the 3-second rule?
Oh my god, Winter. You're telling me if you drop the full steamed fish on the ground, you pick it back up and eat it?
Fried fish, you know, not steamed fish.
Why is fried any different?
Why would you drop a steamed fish, you know? Fried fish.
I don't know. I mean, that's what happened with this orchid pickup.
Sure, you got me. You got me.
Yeah, that's true. You can't, don't be picking up fish from the floor, Winter. I'll just get you a new one, okay? We don't have to do this.
I pick up my fish on the floor all the time.
Okay, well, Tiny, he's gonna get picked up. Freebie here gets caught on the retreat. Nice positioning from Rest Farmers to establish this little pinnacle of vision. Get themselves a grab. And with this Aegis, I can't help but imagine it's going to be a bit more farm focused, right? VTune, it doesn't feel like he's ready yet, even with his Linkins and the Phylactery.
He should be ready with the Kanda. I mean, I feel like with Linkins, he's kind of like... I mean, even without the Kanda, I think he's pretty strong. Like, their main way of killing him is either they grab him with Pulverize or they grab him with the Shaman Catch, either the Hex or the Shackles. And he has the Linkins to kind of give him time to get away. I think once you get the shot on this hero, pretty much unkillable for the time being.
That's fair.
I wonder if he's going to get it now or he's going to get it after he finishes the counter.
Yeah, I feel like getting the shot now just means that you want to really make the most out of this Aegis timing, but VTune doesn't seem to be in a rush at all.
No, he's not. He's playing from home, you know, why is he rushing?
Yeah, he's just chilling. It's just a casual stand in the fair, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Even if he doesn't sort of... Okay, I'm sure he's trying his best, right? I'm sure he's...
How dare you doubt the player's mind?
I'm saying he's just, you know, he's standing.
Sure, no, he's having fun, but he's still giving his best, Mike.
Oh, blink up. Yokum was looking for something there. Guesses wrong on the move though. Gets tossed back on the Primal Beast and Xantic in some trouble. Chain stunned up and no hope of getting any buttons off. Handskin has submitted himself into death as well.
Buy one, free one.
But yeah. Nice.
Oh no, buy one, free two.
Buy one, 3-2. No, that's a horrible freebie. Okay, I thought that was the lifesteal. Oh my god, I got scared for a moment. It's just Pablo, whatever.
Yeah, this is what we call save your friends syndrome. It's very difficult sometimes, you know, to actually just say I'm done. That's why the person who got caught, the fish that got caught in the net, has a lot of responsibility to tell the other fish not to come over. Guys, I am done. There is no hope.
Yeah.
Leave.
Yeah, please get out. Like, just get out of here alive while you can.
Don't try to cry there in the net, and then
don't try and get sympathy. The fishermen are gonna come for you. You know what I mean?
When the other fish hear your cry, they're gonna come over and they're gonna try to get
comfort
you out of the net. No, what do you mean comfort you? They're gonna try to get you out of the net, and then in the process they get caught in the net itself. You know?
Yeah. And it's just sad though, because by the time you get caught in the net, you're gonna get fried, and then Winter will drop you on the floor. But don't worry though, because he'll pick you back up and he'll still eat you. So it's still a good life after all. Omni Knight. Oh, Omni Knight gets caught out.
Damn it! Should have gone there.
Wait, what was he doing there? Was he just trying to split push the wave?
It was dragging the wave and he was trying to cut waves, and I think he was considering stealing the wisdom, and then he decided, oh, this is a low percentage play, and he's trying to run, but it's too late.
Yeah. Talon, again. This is
into the minds of the Dota players, you know?
Yeah. You're giving, you know, we don't have true sight anymore. You're giving us that special. Oh, Hex out. Yokum caught out. Nice in this room to spot him, and unfortunately he will go down. But yeah, they're coming through. Just
where's the Omni Knight?
The techies. Yeah, where is the Omni Knight?
He's dead. He can't
He's
save
still
you.
dead. Now Shad up on the high ground. Pulverize onto the WS as well. Chuan, not a lot of mana to work with. WS will just go down. Good start to the fight. It's how much work can VTune do now. Popping the BKB on the Primal Beast. Turning around now. Chuan dropping low on the HP. And Shed turning it around. It's a double kill now. And VTune just can't do enough. He's trying to lay into Pablo. But now the Omni Knight's back in. And now they have the stun and the shackle. VTune's gonna lose that first life. And doesn't have any allies around to help him. Talon, they've let it slip away here. Shed and the gang, they find a huge fight. And triple kill for this life stealer.
Yeah, once again, you know, Omni Knight saving the day right there. Just keeping his teammates alive and just allows everybody to get an extra spell off and eventually just win the fight.
Dire's top tower
I mean, somehow Sada
Shadow.
just died without getting his BKB off there. He got caught by the Shaman and just died.
Yeah. I mean, just excellent play from Pablo in particular. And even though this isn't really a support we're seeing in the meta, the pub practice is paying off, right? This guy has been spamming this hero.
Yep,
Getting
according
know
to
the ins and
Mike,
outs.
if you play 20 games a day on that hero, you get
Oh,
license
again.
to play the hero in your official
Dude, the
games.
range, it's so much damage. Yokum tries to come in with the stun, but they're repelled and rage. Hey, Yokum
Yep.
might get run down as well. Needs to get out of here. There's so much range on this.
I mean,
Aetherland's complete, no
now you
wonder.
see why I say he needs the shot on the Morphling. Like he dies, without the shot if he gets caught when
Yeah,
his
that's
Lincolns
true.
is down.
It's
like
just
with
an
the
easy
shot-
hex.
Plus Lincolns, then he's actually gonna be entirely different in the team fights.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he has that queued up now after finishing the Kanda.
But you can blame me, right? Because I'm advocating, oh, Kanda is the best item.
A little bit. V-Tune, ooh, he's really close to this lineup, but I think that they're just gonna find Ponyo instead.
It's like, I need to, guys, I need to get my shot. Okay, thanks for dying, Ponyo.
Yep. Good sacrifice. Good space. At 2k gold lead now, back in the hands of Rest Farmers. We asked for an even
Dire's
game, and that's what we're gonna get here.
Yeah,
Both
but
teams stopping
Rest
each other
Farmers
early on.
Rest Farmers are definitely feeling better right now, turning the momentum around. They were the ones behind 4-5k in the early game.
Yeah. I don't like pointing fingers, Winter, but I do gotta say that it really feels like this Slada with the Orchid, it's kind of where they let the momentum drop, right? WS, he's not really looking as strong as it feels
Yeah,
like he
for
should
sure.
be
I
in
mean,
these
you
fights.
get a snowballing item, you don't make use of it, it's gonna hurt. It's definitely gonna hurt. I mean, it's just the way it is. I wouldn't say it's a mistake. It's like a reasonable call. He was like having a very good time, in the lane.
That's
And
fair.
he wants
Dire's
to be
bottom
able
tower
to
is under
solo
attack.
carry the game. I mean, it's always a risk, right? When you're making this type of decision, there's always going to be a chance where something goes wrong, something that you can't predict, something that you can't account for. That's just the way Dota is, and you have to pay the price for it. And it's not over yet. I mean, the game is still I feel like in a reasonable state for Talon, despite them having like a good grip on the game in the early stages. But right now, it's not over. You have a Morphling with Sada, it's still deadly in the late game. You're up against Omni-Knight, sure, there's Guardian Angel, but with the Tiny and the DK to provide you with the initiation, I feel like things could easily turn around in the team fight.
I think the scariest thing for me is that the DK hasn't really looked quite as tanky as I thought he would be. He has 2 bracers, a Mage Slayer, and a Blink.
He's dying to the magic damage, a lot of it, like
Yeah.
the primal, and then the Shaman
All the
wards
spell amp, right?
and the pure damage from Omni Knight. Like, don't forget
That's
that.
true.
That's
Yeah.
a bunch of damage.
I mean, even the Life Stealer, his physical damage is being
Dude, the
maxed out
Omni
by
has
the feast,
the
right?
Whisper of the Dread right now, so he's going to make heroes disappear. Pretty sure the CM might be close to dying, if not because of this Pupil's Gift
Yeah, true.
from one combo.
I mean, it has a drums as well, just additional bulk, but
I mean, drums
But
like
looking
7 strength.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Pupils
too bad,
is 15 strength,
Dire's structure.
15.
okay. You don't
15.
disrespect
I mean,
drums,
sure,
it's a
you-
smaller
you-
item.
You have the level 10 talent, the 250 HP, always nice. But let's see, let's see. Let's put the hypothesis to the test. Whether the CM is going to be close to dying or dead from
Dire's
the
top
Omni Knight.
tower has fallen.
Insofar, Talon. It's only a 3k lead, but it feels like this game is a lot more volatile for them. It feels like they only have
Mike,
maybe, 2 or 3
Things
more
are going to
fights.
unfold, Mike. Things are
Yeah,
going to
they
be
are.
unfolding.
Straight up on the high ground, if they can get the jump on Shed, that's huge. He only barely shows his face. And they break the smoke, they find the
found the
angle
beast.
on the Primal Beast. Can he pop his BKB tossed up into the sky? He turns around and onslaughts forward. Chuan has the BKB though, but they've already finished off Jokum and the rest of the team. They're
Sibe's
trying
down.
to kill off the Sibe. The Omni Knight is dead. That's a huge first pick off the grab. And now Chuan being held on the low ground. Somebody stop Pablo. In comes V-Tune trying to work on the Shadow Shaman now, but they've already lost key members of their squad. Talon, they're gonna try and run. WS can't really connect on the target. He needs to squirm away. As Shadows and Xantic in the middle of the fight, they're just standing strong.
Even fight in the end of the day. Both sides
not-
are
yeah.
remaining their carry and the off laners. It was so close, I think props to Pablo. He actually made V-Team waste so much time to kill him.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
So
tower
his
is
teammates were
under
able to
attack.
finish off the other heroes, and yeah, it ended up being a 50-50 fight, 5-5 fight.
was
Oh boy.
kind of scary. Xantic was at such a risk of just going down first, but he's so rich already.
Yeah,
has that Aghanim
but the
scepter.
thing is, like, I feel like what actually gave Talon the advantage early is they found the Omni Knight first, you know. I think Seabane needs to be more careful. He blinked in to save the Shaman. He tried to make sure that the Shaman doesn't die, but in the process killed himself.
Yeah, that you know,
Probably has to value his own life over the Shaman now.
I mean, the blinking in and everything, we were complimenting him on it.
He actually could have blinked like a little bit more defensive. Just
Yeah,
enough
not
to
like
save-
into the fight, right? Just
yeah,
to the
just
side.
to save the Shaman and then get out, you know.
Aegis being taken out by Talon now is a very quick roach thanks to that
Rest
slaughter.
farmers, they don't care, they're not resting.
Yeah,
They're
they still want to
running
go
in.
forward, but they can't
Wait,
find
going
anyone
to
for
the
now.
cave?
The courier might just give them away, Sibe. Tries to
Wait,
blink forward, gets a
his
courier,
primal-
paw crazy.
His primal just left. Alright,
Yeah.
that guy is really aggressive.
No, I think he just gave up. And Xantic went to a Twin Gates and he's still like, I'll get a courier. Kind of crazy
Alright,
with
they're
it.
gonna find one hero here. They see Tron on the ops. Okay, he's dead.
Yep, rest in peace. Easy pick off on the Dragon Knight. And the voice lines, that's cruel from Pablo.
I mean, this spell amp on the Hex is actually crazy. He has
Oh, they
talent
found
to
Sibe! Stuns! I mean, okay, cool, you got our Dragon Knight, we make it even again.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last game of this series, you know, everything has to be even until the last minute.
Oh,
And here
V2,
comes
he's just
V2.
aggressively going forward onto Xantic. He's feeling so confident with that second life and
He wants to
the
turn
rest of
into
the team
somebody.
isn't here just yet. Oh, you interrupt the onslaught. Do you see the... No, they just narrowly
No
missed out on
vision.
that vision. They thought he's gone. Oh, that would have been a kill too. I mean, he has BKB, but forcing him to pop it would have been huge.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Primal's about to hit level 20. So some power spike for the hero, and he has Aghanims. He's gonna deal a lot of damage in the team fights. Kinda nice against the Sada, remove his bash. And it removes the Dragonite blood. The dragon's blood.
Does it remove grow? It should, right?
No, Grow, you can't remove it. It's like a special mechanic.
Like kind of just adds onto him.
You can't break the Grow.
Yeah, if he grow out already, what are you gonna do? Tell him he's younger than he actually is? No way. That doesn't work.
Break his leg.
Yeah, just crack a piece of him off and be like, nah, you ain't that big, little man.
Yeah,
It's a weird one.
Dota doesn't make sense.
I mean, this talent for the Primal Beast is so valuable as well, right? The level 15 dispels himself when activating Uproar. Even if you get, you know, Corrosive Haste up, you can just shrug that off. It's so useful.
Frostbite.
And, yeah, Frostbite, whatever shenanigans, even the attack
Life
slow.
Stealer, he's being hunted.
Monka, stun forward, lift up to the sky, comes out
SNY,
Shed. He's
SNY,
so
baby.
tanky! Oh my goodness, the status resistance. There's 4 heroes jumping onto you and he's chilling. Shed is straight up chilling.
This hero is just so OP with this item.
It's so dumb, yeah.
I mean, they nerfed him, but still.
But Xantic showing himself,
Round
but with the HP, they should know that there's a life stealer in front of him, Chuan, with the soft commit, but the onslaught back the other way, and Xantic says, you want to fight? I can find a fight! Forces the BKB pop, in comes V2, trying to do some damage. The Primal Beast, he's so tanky though. Now Yokum in some trouble,
Guardian
WS
Angel.
on the back lines, blast off, holding the Slada in place, but Guardian Angel on it, Xantic, like you mentioned, Sibe is here, and no more kills to be found. They managed to kill off Pablo on the backside, that's good focus from the Morphling, and he turns into a life stealer now. He's running forward. There's not enough damage, huge avalanche.
Stealer's
The
running.
setup is there. Lifestealer has to run. They kill off Zibe and Talon. They're doing it here. V-Tune is finding them the opportunities, and now Shad's in trouble. No more Guardian Angel, no more help. With the open wounds, it's doing so
Lifestealer
much.
not dead.
They kill off WS. How is Lifestealer doing this? Is this really the matchup they were looking for? The power rise as well. V-Tune finds him. Finally, it's about time. Handskin, no more mana. But with that last bit that he has, pop that reactive taser. And it'll be fine, but V-Tune putting the whole Talon lineup on his back right now.
Holy crap, how did Life Stealer did so much still, you know, in the fight? That is actually crazy.
Oh my goodness. I wish we could see how much healing was done in the fight,
open
because I'm
was
sure
like the
Lifestealer...
open wounds, SNY, heal,
Yeah.
and the status resist and everything, you know.
Kind of crazy. I thought he was dead for sure, like 2 or 3 times there, but he
And
just stands his ground and
he's
beats him
actually
back.
not going he's not going, he's going AC on Life Stealer.
Oh, he wants to help the squad.
I mean, sure, you mean, you're playing Esports, you want the armor, but
Oh, Pablo just gets caught out by himself here, trying to defend the tower. Gotta imagine that's a little bit over eager. Not really sure what you're doing there.
Radiant's top tower
He's
is
trying to
under
defend his
attack.
territory.
Radiant's top
How can you
tower
blame
has
a man,
fallen.
you know, for trying to close the door towards the intruders? He just got outnumbered there, but you have to show him respect going up the intruders.
That's one of the funniest parts about playing Morphling. You just morph into your opponents and suddenly you have access to all their voice lines. So in a way, it's like the most valuable Dota Plus Grandmaster to get. You just have everything. Just hit him with the Shadow Shaman voice line. It sounds so weird coming out from your team.
That's what you were looking at, you know. That's what you were paying at, the voice lines. After looking at that brutal 1v1 fight, you know, the lifesteal against the Morph. Oh, by the way, the Morphling has the voice.
Alright, okay. You know what? Gotta add some flavor to the commentary sometimes. Hey, you want to get back on track? We can get back on track. 20 to 26 now. This is the even game that we asked for, right? I think Rest Farmers, they aren't out of the situation just yet, but we're starting to see what you mentioned, where the Morphling versus Lifestealer matchup is very Morphling favor.
I mean, I feel like it's a mistake not to get Axe, you know? Like, it makes it more Morphling favor if you don't get Axe on the Lifestealer. I feel like that's one of...
Are you concerned about the... I mean, maybe he's just thinking, okay, they have Linkins, it doesn't do anything for me anyway.
It's still good, you know? Just wait for your... Like, there are so many ways of taking the Linkins away from the Shaman or the Omni Knight.
Yeah,
I
mean, even a Hammer of Purity
it's just
would.
way too good, you know, on the hero. Like, you can't fight Morphing head-on, right? So you need the Axe. Even if you get an AC to help with the armor, you're still gonna lose to Morphling, you know? It's a Lifestealer against Morphling matchup. You're not gonna win the head-up fight. You need to play sneaky. You need to be the cowardly Lifestealer, hiding around, waiting for your cooldowns, disarming him, you know, killing him from inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's even the disarm's really sick against WS and the Dragon Knight as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Dude, he's not queuing it up. He's going for the Basher after his AC, but he has it complete.
He just wants to man fight the Morphling.
He wants to play honest. Yokum. Ooh, spots out Xantic. That advanced vision is going to allow them to escape.
Yep, that's, you know what they say, honesty is the best policy.
I mean, maybe not in the case of the Lifestealer. We'll have to see whether it pays off here. Of course, Shad knows a lot more about Lifestealer than the both of us combined.
What
so
is the most honest hero in Dota? Like, who gives you the most honest demeanor?
Isn't it Dragon Knight, other than the fact that his Black Dragon is completely busted? I feel like Dragon Knight is honest. No sneaky tricks about him. Nothing crazy. Nothing
he's
flashy.
not going to try to backstab you, right?
Yeah, right? Like, he just has to push down your towers. He does very basic things. There's no, like, one-click button equals win the game on the lane. It's fair, I think.
He doesn't even have to click the button to win the lane with Dragon's Blood.
Yeah, I guess that's... I don't know. That's okay, every Dota hero has their own little mechanic that makes him a little busted, but... Roshan?
That's only fair, right? If everybody has one.
Yeah, that's true. Roshan potentially coming back up in 30 seconds here. Whether or not it's a long or short spawn, both teams will start grouping up around this area. Gonna have to keep our eyes on this Morphling, I feel like. That's so important in these fights. V-Tune, if he just gets control, it feels like every bit of Talon hope is gone, but on the flip side, Shad, he needs to get into the mix and do a lot of work on these cores as well.
For Rest Farmers, I feel like Omni Knight is the key hero. If Omni doesn't die, he doesn't get focused, he's gonna be able to turn the fights around by keeping key heroes alive, especially the Lifestealer or the Primal.
Yeah, so far Zibe's been finding himself in pretty awkward positions, huh? Like, he blinks in,
he's gonna have BKB soon. I think the BKB is gonna solve a lot of the problem.
Okay. And I think Pablo now also has that Ghost Scepter, so even though he'll be taking quite a lot of damage from those adaptive strikes, he will at least be able to buy a bit more time. So far, we've seen V-Tune show very good recognition, always hunting down the Shadow Shaman, not allowing him to get
Oh, Pablo.
Speaking of the Shadow Shaman, just gets melted.
This is all your fault. You're like, oh, he's gonna live. He's gonna live. WSS. Nope, he is not gonna live, my friend.
Oh, and Xantic, he gets caught out too. This is the perfect fight for them if they can grab this Primal Beast and the Lifestealer hidden inside of him. Handskin on the back line. Broken arm, holy jokum. Has to fly up into the sky, 4 staff away. But the chase on forward, V-Tune already has that Scar D, trying to chase after the Primal Beast, hiding under the cover of the Glimmer. He's able to blink away, yeah, WS off the mark. But they'll have to pay with Handskin's life. 2 kills here for Talon.
Still good.
Now they can swoop up and grab this Roche that has respawned very quick. Do they want to try and push the issue?
Double buybacks available for Rest Farmers. What are they gonna do, Mike? What are they gonna do, Mike?
I kind of feel like they need to try and contest the Roche, but Talon, they seem to want to get more there. Undecided about where they want to go.
Here we go.
Straight up to the high ground. Zippy dead again. And even though he jumped the backline, that is a Dragon Knight, my friend. You're going to buy back on the techies now. But it's a 4v5 situation. Yokum will finally go down, so that's the pesky Tiny out of the mix. Still trying to chase down Shad. But this is a Slada, very slippery. Able to sprint away. Ponyo, good slows, and the Ogre Seal told them just to run away. Buyback now for the Tiny. Talon, they want to fight. They're going to lose Ponyo. Freezing Field doing quite a bit of slow and damage. But the techies goes down again. There's a dieback for Handskin. Now WS in the mix in his own puddle fighting away. VTune needs to watch himself. Gets hexed up. Look for the shackle. Look for the control. It's not enough. Able to Manta style out. In comes the Tiny looking for Pablo. They need to get rid of this pesky Shadow Shaman. And VTune is going to morph into the Lifestealer and kill them off. Hope fading now for Rest Farmers as it's only a Xantic and Shad. Another Yule's buying them the space. VTune, he's doing way too much work into this Lifestealer. And Shad can't man fight at all. You would have loved to see an Aghanims. You would have loved to see some sort of sneaky trick. But there's nothing left to give with Sibe and Pablo out of the picture. I think this is going to be a free Roche and perhaps even a lane or two of Rex.
Yeah, that has to be it. You know, this is like I think the deciding factor that breaks apart the game here for Talon. And he's losing this fight is very, very crucial for Rest Farmers there. I mean, you can see even with the AC, the Lifestealer had no chance of standing up and fighting against the morphing.
Yeah, it's just, it feels like it's, funnily enough, Savior Buddy Syndrome, right? The rest of your calls are saying, hey, look, we need armor. They have so much physical damage. And it makes sense in theory, but you haven't really solved the morphing problem.
You have Omni Knight, right? Omni Knight is supposed to deal with the armor problem, right? Then why not just let him deal with it and you just get the eggs and deal with the morphing?
Yeah, Omni Knight's really fallen off. I mean, Zibe, he had a great early start and that blink itemization was great for the team. Kept them alive through the mid game and brought them to an advantage even, but as we get later and later, starting to bite him in the butt here. Gone for a bit of a greedy build, but hasn't really been able to connect on any of the supports. Now V2.
They got a kill. It's a die back on Jokem.
Okay, 85 seconds, so they delay the push at least by a little bit.
I mean, look at the damage. Omni Knight did 1,500 damage.
Yeah.
Just with this type of items. Look at him, he's not even rich, dude. He killed him.
Yeah, I need to stop talking. I just talked about the Omni Knight falling off, then he gets a kill. It's vibes. Okay, you do.
Just wait for his Kanda. You know, Kanda's gonna turn the game around.
The Kanda prophet has spoken. Yeah, but the Morphling also has a Kanda, so it's pretty even overall right now, right?
Ah, come on, don't break my bubble. I mean,
Okay,
this
sorry.
Omni Knight Kanda.
Dude, every single game for this series so far, we've had one player really emerge as the big carry, and this time around it's VTune. He's done with all the stand-in slander. He's 13-1-4 in this Morphling.
I mean, it's only fair if you take turns, right? One game you're off lane, one game you're mid laner, one game you're carry. That's how you divide the workload.
Gotta split up the responsibilities. Let everyone have their chance.
What if one of your cores don't want the responsibilities? No, sir, Captain. I do not want to be drafted the polarizing hero. What?
You just
what would you do?
I mean, you just first pick him and then you tell him, okay, you know, if your lane sucks, it's your fault. Figure something out, brother. You know, I assume that's what you have to do, right? You don't really have a choice if the guy doesn't want to step up. But Talon, they have no issues with that. And
you're so kind, Mike.
Is that why? Are you just immediately kicking him? Is that your strat? Winter Dota absolutely ruthless here. But even with this Aegis, it seems like Rest Farmers are comfortable up here in this top side. They're trying to put on some pressure and maybe force a suboptimal response from Talon.
They're gonna try to find a pick on Jokem here.
Yeah, Yokem is behind the tower. You really don't want to show yourself. I still don't see him. It's hard to believe he's behind the trees.
VTune is here.
Yeah, WS, huge cross on the backline. Zibe manages to pop the BKB, and it's quite a lot of damage onto the Slada. The freezing field in the middle of it all. They'll pop the Guardian Angel. Zibe is able to walk away. Now Shad, he just needs to connect on the target. If he's able to kill off WS, that's huge. He couldn't pop the cheese, and now things are starting to fall apart for Talon here. But the Morphling, where is he in the fight? He's nowhere to be found. Where is this Morphling? He gets the kill into Pablo. Okay, you've chased far away. Your cores are dying now. VTune, there's so much work for him to do. He has to try and kill off the remaining stragglers of Rest Farmers. Starts off with Handskin, good touch. Onslaught gets stopped by the Bash now. One trying to come in and help. Huge avalanche. Still strength mopping up and they kill off Zibe. Great touch, and Xantic just has the Onslaught away. Shad's still in the middle of it all. Still punching away.
Still not dead.
Yeah, Yokem is still somehow alive. I have no idea how with the 4-star out as well.
Aviana's feather running around on the trees.
Dude, this
Like
Tiny
vision.
is an acrobat in Cirque du Soleil right now, and that acrobatics is gonna help him get V-Tune the kill. At Xantic, he's still not able to find the Tiny. Yokum, he's just dancing on them with his Tiny. Now he try to TP out, but nowhere to run. Stuns come through, and it's a full team wipe. Rest Farmers. It wasn't the cleanest execution from Talon, and Rest Farmers, they fumbled the bag a little bit here, but at the end of the day, V-Tune still reigns supreme.
Yeah, at the end of the day, no one escapes the water boy. You know, the water boy just destroys, runs down you, just outlasts you. You know, I think props to Jokem as well, keeping himself alive with the use, the dagger, the 4-star, the feather, and everything. Because the morphling, all he needs is somebody to throw some spell to control the enemy, and he's gonna kill everything.
Yeah, this is.
Radiant's middle tower.
It just kind of felt like
Radiant's middle tower
we
has
talked about
fallen.
Pablo being annoying, but Yokum has just been such a force on this Tiny, and we've seen it before, so this isn't really a surprise. But V-Tune showing up big time in this stand-in performance, especially in this game number 3. It took a while for him to warm up to the rest of the Talon lineup, but he's absolutely trucking it home for the squad right now. Xantic trying to defend, but
Holy
dude,
shit!
you're just dead at Xantic. The Guardian Angel and the Purify saves him. First life of the Morphling down, but you lose your Shadow Shaman again. Handskin goes down, WS able to get the kill. Now Yokum a bit too deep, tries to set up with the Yules, but it just buys enough time for the team to wipe them again. The only member surviving is that Primal Beast. Now he'll come back into the mix with a Life Stealer in 4 seconds. It's a 4v5 situation. It's not
Dude,
looking
that,
pretty.
that primer looked like paper there.
Radiant's middle
Oh
tower
yeah, I
has
mean the
fallen.
Guardian Angel was the only thing keeping him alive. Good props to Sime, but again, he pays the price for it. Now you run forward, silence out the Orchid paying off, and Shat, no game to be had.
GG.
And Xantic, this is over. Talon coming back with a reverse sweep in this first series. Screw the jet lag, screw the emergency situation. We're here in EU and we're here to play. Sorin big time, 2-1 as a final result, and what a great showing from the Southeast Asians.
Yeah, and also props to the Rest Farmers putting up a really, really good fight here in this game. They could have still easily turned things around here in a couple of the crucial fights if they were able to. I feel like, especially with the positioning of the Omni Knight, if he didn't get focused in some of the fights, maybe they would have been able to win those fights. And obviously, the Agadims on the lifesteal, that's something that I feel like kind of hurt them in the team fight. So there's no way of them stopping the morphing, because the disarm, I feel like it's going to be very crucial if he had it in the fights. And unfortunately for them, they couldn't really outlast the morphing at the end of the day, and morphing just reigned supreme over lifestealer in the late game.
Yeah, it just from the start, we already mentioned, look, you just kind of put V-Tune on something he's comfortable on, something that doesn't really put the whole game on his shoulders. But even with that, he just kind of took that responsibility upon himself. He's like, yeah, you know what? You guys asked me to stand in, let me show you what I can do. And absolutely styles on his opposition. Of course, a lot of credit does have to go to WS and Yokum. I think that supporting cast, just the stuns, the chain control, running around, causing so much chaos. And really, sending at Xantic and Shed into a bit of a wild goose chase, right? As much as we're saying Pablo's kiting well, every single time you're trying to kill this annoying Tiny or find the CM, there's just a little bit of action here, Glimmer Cape there, 4-star, Yules. It's just so annoying and you can't get any connection. I think it does come back down to what you were mentioning, Winter. I think that itemization on Shed, that Life Stealer going for the AC and then the Basher, it didn't really work out the way that they were expecting.
Yeah, just really unfortunate. I mean, it was still like a close game at some point. You know, they got some chances. Talon, they were ahead right from the laning phase. It looked good for them, but Rest Farmers, they put up a good fight. You know, with the Omni Knight hitting his timings, they were playing around each other really well. Omni Knight just TPing to respawn every time. Talon, they were trying to make an aggressive play, saving his team, turning the fight around. But just when it kind of mattered, you know, I feel like Talon just made better decisions when it came to the crucial fights. You know.
Yeah, I think the team fighting was definitely a lot cleaner for Talon. Each of them definitely showed a lot of individual skill. And I think as this series concludes with Talon taking the first win of the day, they're going to put themselves in a position where they're going to face off against an opponent with a similar scoreline. Where Rest Farmers, we did mention this already, they are an unsponsored stack at the moment. Of course, they only have Neff as their manager. They don't really have coach or any sort of infrastructure or support. I think this kind of international showing really matters a lot more from them, especially especially since they're not going to have any other opportunity, right? For Valehia, they didn't qualify. They didn't qualify for Dream League Season 23. So this Elite League Swiss stage really feels like it's their chance to show the world what they got. And after taking this first L, they're going to really have to step up. But of course, that concludes our first series. We're not done for the day, though. Not by any stretch of the imagination. We still have another game between me and Winter. We have Entity versus 9 Pandas coming to you right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. minds of these players, and of course there's no one better to ask. So I think Chuan is joining us. I believe he's just right over the phone right now. Do we have Chuan coming in? Is that who I hear? I think production is probably getting him set up right now, but yeah, I can kind of hear a little mumbling on our side. I'm sure it's Europe is a bit of a faraway place from where we are at, so Winter, need to dial it up a little bit, wait for the pager to ring and all that stuff. You okay, Winter? You just waiting for
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to tunnel me, the Garena days when I'm lagging.
Yeah. Just gotta wait for the loading, everybody to get tuned in, the dial-up connection, if that's how far back we're going, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, maybe before we wait for Tron to come in, just a recap of that game in case you missed it. Rest Farmers going up against Talon in the first round. Of course, both teams with a lot to prove, qualifying through the close qualifiers for each of their regions. And I think we had quite a lot of expectations for Talon, but that first game, the way that Rest Farmers handled them, it looked so convincing. So for them to come back like that was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, being able to fix problems on the fly, I think that's a very important characteristic for a team if you want to go far and you want to improve. Yeah. You need to be able to be flexible enough to solve problems on the fly, and they definitely showcased that, having a stand-in last minute, not easy, and being able to figure out what's wrong in between series, it's a pretty big thing to be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll have the person on the team to tell us all about it. Of course, we have none other than Chuan, like I mentioned. I think he's here now. I think we can pop him over, and we might be able to see him. There you are. Hello, Chuan. Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, hello guys. Yeah, I can see you guys.
Okay, excellent. So, I mean, first and foremost, of course, big congratulations on winning your first series. I do have to ask, though, because I understand you guys are now playing from somewhere in Europe. The past few days must have been hectic, right? Traveling, having to figure out, getting a stand-in for Akashi. Can you tell us a bit about how your past few days has been?
Yeah, the past few days has been very packed, very hectic, because we are just playing tournament back to back, and then after the Wallachia regional ends, and then we have to instantly fly on the next day. And after the long flight, and then we have to play after we landing somewhere in Europe, and then we have to play 8 hours later, right away after we wake up. So we don't even have time to warm up in Europe hub yet. Yeah, that's how busy we are. Kind of.
Yeah, that must be a little bit uncomfortable, but I mean, your first match of the entire tournament up against some of your former teammates and good friends of yours, Hanskin and Pablo, any particular... I know you guys are on good terms, but was there any sort of secret strat, or you knew what they were going to do, or any sort of that old teammate insight that came into play there?
If you're not playing top sub, you have to...
I think they show up what they are capable for. Both teams are quite close in terms of strategy and play style. They're showing up for sure. But I don't know of their secret strategy because I haven't been playing in Europe in a while.
I mean, will you tell us a little
Winter,
bit
do you have
more
any
about
questions?
how the team functions right now, the team dynamics, since you have a stand-in which is a carry, a side laner, so it's definitely not easy compared to if you have a stand-in a bit laner. So your whole team, the way you talk to each other changes a lot, right, when you have a stand-in?
I think we just play accordingly, to the stand-in, what he thinks at the moment. Beside that, I think he adjusted quite well towards our communication. He followed up our conversation quite well. Actually, not that difficult to play with him. Yeah.
Good to know. And how else would you describe him? How is he different from Akashi? Do they share anything that's similar within how they play the game?
I think we are quite lucky that because his hero pool and Akashi is quite similar, if you guys notice, and their playstyle is quite close, so we have no problem adjusting so far. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's good to know. And I mean, started out that series, of course. That first game, it was really rough, right? It felt like Pablo Disruptor had his hands all over you guys. What was it like resetting after that and coming back for the reverse sweep?
think everyone is still kind of sleepy as usual, like as we just like woke up 1 hour before the match, like almost, and
Right.
and they outplayed us really hard, like in game one, like the disruptor, like catching on every lane, like destroying our lanes. Yeah. After that, we just like, okay, let's hit the reset button and think properly what we're gonna do next, what pressure we're gonna put on them. Yeah, that's how we reset.
Cool. And I think last question for you guys before we let you go here, unless Winter has something else, is, clearly between this and the ESL 1 Birmingham coming up, those are going to be the first few international showings for the roster, right? What exactly are your expectations coming into these events?
I believe as long as like every day we will communicate well among the teams, and as long as everyone willing to learn and willing to improve, I expect us to doing well in Birmingham, like, in terms of any tournament. Yeah, as long as we can perform 100%.
Okay. Winter, anything else from you?
No, just I want to congratulate my fellow SCA player for doing well, and hope that you guys will keep the SCA flag high in the tournament.
Thank you.
Hell yeah, that's what we're here to see. Yeah, but thank you again, Chuan, for joining us with your precious time. We're sure you want to prepare for the rest of the tournament and get just kind of some rest in as much as you can. So let you celebrate with your team. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Okay. Yeah, and that concludes our interview. We'll let Chuan go off now, and I'm sure, he was mentioning he barely even had time to play any sort of warm-up pubs. So this man, he's running on dry here. But yeah, I think we're almost there towards our next match already. In fact, I'm getting a couple of words that, we should hop in immediately. So we'll send it to a short break. We'll get everything ready for you, and we'll be back for Entity versus 9 Pandas very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Look, you gotta believe me, okay? If I say a short break, it's really a short break. That took less than like what, 2 minutes, and you have a game for you. Of course, we're in the second game of round 1 of the Swiss stage here, Elite League main event. My name is Sneeze, and I'm joined by Winter bringing you the action. We have Entity up against 9 Pandas, Western Europe versus Eastern Europe. Well, kind of, right? I feel like Entity, even though they're playing in Western Europe, as of recent, a lot of their roster swaps have been to mostly Eastern European players, bringing in No One, bringing in DM, and they've looked really good in the circuit. They've been sort of going toe-to-toe with the big Western Europe giants. They've been taking a couple of dubs, and altogether, I think they're in a really good position to come out of this group as the Swiss stage swinging.
Yeah, I mean they definitely feel more like a EU team right now. You know, I'm sure they are speaking in their own language, and it's just easier to play as a team. You know, when everyone's comfortable, and seems like they have found the right mix of players, the right synergy. And so does this make this game like a derby, like a EU derby?
I guess so. I mean, technically speaking, if you only look at the players and their nationalities, yeah. And I think important point to note as well that if you only follow these major Dota 2 events from time to time and you haven't really been keeping up in the off season, this 9 Pandas lineup is very different from the one we saw at majors and at TIs, right? There's no more Ramses. There's Solo still there, but Antares, you know, all these other Miero, they're all gone now. So the only remaining member is Solo and Kiyotaka, and everybody else has switched. They brought in Alberca and Dark Lord, previously from Cybercats, a bit of a smaller organization, and Antares was in the roster, but I believe this tournament he's being swapped in by Eki. So Eki just came out from Team Secret, got moved to inactive. That's what's listed from my end at least, so that's what the information that I have is. We'll see who exactly shows up in the fray. But either way, 9 Pandas, very clearly a different lineup, but it hasn't really stopped them from showing up in Eastern Europe.
No pressure, you know, when you have like last minute roster changes, so there's no pressure. It takes away a lot of it.
Yeah.
Everybody's just trying to play good Dota, just play their best. And as long as the team has the right motivations, I feel like whenever this type of swap outs happen last minute, it kind of has a chance to make the teams play a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Elite League is a great event because we're having one of these situations where we're seeing a lot more representation across the regions. Of course, we'll talk a bit more about the other team, 9 Pandas, for a bit, but Entity, in case you missed it, it's none other than Watson, No One, who was previously on SMG, DM, who was previously on OG, and of course, none other than the 2 stable supports that have been there for what feels like forever now, Katomi, as well as Fishman.
They recruited all the EU players from around the world.
From different, they bring them all back. Bring them all back to Eastern Europe, Western Europe. That's like, okay, your outfield, your worldwide excursion has ended. Please rejoin our region. And that's what we have here. Of course, we are into the draft already. The game started early on because we like to keep things rolling here. We like to keep the Dota action moving. So let's just go through them real quick. The Lesh gets picked up by Entity, which is such a huge contested pick, as well as the Disruptor. And they traded out for 9 Pandas for a Tiny, Venge, and Lina. So I'm not really sure how you feel about it, Winter, but I'm already thinking that Entity have a bit of an upper hand.
Entities turn to
Yeah, I mean, the Lash is definitely something that you don't easily give up without understanding how to deal with the hero. I think repositioning is the way to do against this hero, Tiny and Venge. So you kind of just swap the Lash out of position. And the
Send it flying.
The enemy team is not really trying to draft a save. I guess right now, I mean, they still have 2 picks. So, I mean, ideally with Lash, you want a hero that can actually keep him alive in the team fights, either with giving him mana or giving him Lifestealer or Terrorblade, Sunder, Infest to keep him alive.
Yeah. I think outside of the hero picks, I do want to talk a bit about 9 Pandas because they narrowly made it here. It was quite convincing, but they 3-1'd Yellow Submarine to qualify for Elite League, which is great and all, but similarly to Rest Farmers that we saw in our previous series, they aren't really lined up for any major international tournaments, and we already talked about how important it is. And that's why, you know, this Swiss stage coming out from Fissure and ESB on the Elite League, it's great because we get to feature so many more regional teams that rarely see international play and see what they can bring to the big leagues here. Now, 9 Pandas, they're no strangers to the spotlight. A lot of them have already played at this level and at this stage previously. So it's just about whether they can regroup with these newer members and bring that strategy forward. Of course, Solo, a very veteran captain. But at this point, I think you can consider Fishman at that level as well, right?
I mean, Fishman is not on the same level as like
Okay,
in terms
that's
of
true.
years, right? In
That's
terms of
true. Just the
but-
years alone, solo.
But
is
if you're
insane.
talking about like the level of play, sure. I mean, they are up there. You know, they are the best support players you can ask for out there. And
True.
right now, you see like this type of lineup that so likes to build his draft around, like having a lot of synergy within each other. Your heroes. So you have the aura from Beast, you have the aura from Venge. So his drafts are always usually very, very
Entities
team
turn
based,
to
very, very
ban.
focused on the 5 heroes working well together. And it's already very, very obvious that they're going to have a very fast paced line, right? With this Lina, Beastmaster, Venge.
It seems that way, and I think for me at least, with this
9
Lina pickup
pandas
and the
turn
Venge,
to
it
ban.
almost says to me that they're looking at this Lina play in the position 1, because that's kind of a very nice combo that we have. For Lina, she's a bit of a glass cannon, regardless of how well she builds, right? So
Probably don't want to deal with the Centaur as a post one. I mean,
that's
as
true.
a Lina post one, I feel.
10
That's true,
seconds
that's true.
remaining.
The Rubik Centaur lane is pretty lethal.
Yeah.
I do wonder though, I mean, it gives them that
5
degree of
seconds.
flexibility.
Drow,
For
I
now,
think Drow Ranger seems more reasonable with their lineup. Drow, Venge, Beastmaster. It sounds natural. Drow is
That's
like a really strong carry right now.
Mhm.
With the recent buffs to, what is it called? Multi-shot?
Multi-shot?
Yeah. The cooldown is insane, you know, the 3 seconds cooldown on the level 4.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, all these small changes, they're enough to sort of propel heroes. Maybe you ask, maybe 1 or 2 letter patches ago, whether Drow is picked, you just kind of laugh at the team and you're like, okay, well, congrats on your free loss. But this time around, still a
It's kind of
viable
decent
option.
against Leshrac with the
9
hypothermia.
pandas turn to ban.
Are you scared at all about the glimpse and, like, you know, maybe
The
just
Centaur?
Entity getting a hit?
Yeah, but I just feel like their draft is already tailored for something, you know, something like it's
That's
either
true.
going to be like a Luna or a Drow Ranger. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're gonna struggle against the Centaur, but it's what makes the whole draft work, right? They are already
10
drafting in a way
seconds
where
remaining.
I think they care more about what they want to pick as a unit, as a team, how they want to play as a
5
team, rather than
seconds
countering what the
remaining.
opponent's doing.
This is an interesting Pudge ban. Now, everyone who's watched Entity knows that Watson loves this hero on position 1, but it doesn't really scream to me as a good pick this game. It could just get worked down because there's so much...
He likes to do it against like illusion carries, like punch against like Terrorblade or
Yeah,
Tandem
like
Lancer.
PL, Naga. Doesn't really seem to me like a good Pudge game, but maybe they know
mean,
something we don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Entities
Naga doesn't
turn
feel
to
like
ban.
a good hero to go into Lash as well.
I do want to sort of...
I mean, Naga's good on their team, I guess, on Entity's
Yeah.
team. Naga, Disruptor, some
Perhaps.
classic Eastern European combo.
That's true, that's true. Disgusting stuff, perfect team fight. You steal some additional LSAs,
Yeah, I mean,
Avalanche.
you have a save. You have a save for your Leshrac in a way.
5
You have set up
seconds
for the
remaining.
Static Storm, I think, and it's good in the lane against Beast. I mean,
Mhm.
obviously the Beast has the option to go for the Drums or Slum to deal with the Illusion hero.
Sure. Ends up being a slot ban. So, Entity, they still have quite a few options here, like you already highlighted. Just depends on what they want to pick up for themselves. One final
Naga-
ban to consider though.
Naga definitely feels really good, yeah, with their lineup.
What do you ban out though
Entities
if you're trying to
turn
pick
to
the
pick.
Nagas? I get, yeah, okay, that makes sense. The Sven, right? Seems like a
Sven,
Naga
like
pick.
Stealer.
Pandas turn to pick.
Okay, that's a bit of a different direction. Meepo comes out in the last pick
I
for
feel like
Watson.
they have a lot of like polarizing heroes. Like Meepo and Lash kind of have you want the whole team to divert resources to those heroes, you know, and I don't like
Yeah.
having more than one in one
10
team.
seconds
Like this type
remaining.
of polarizing heroes.
I get what you mean. It feels like
5
Centaur
seconds
is gonna have to
remaining.
make so much happen.
Yeah,
around
he's
the
gonna
back.
do overtime.
Yeah, someone needs to make sure his employment contract is set nicely so he gets that juicy overtime pay. I mean, DM is not... I think DM as a player in the offlane, for the longest time, he's really taken up some more of these captaincy positions. Hell, he even coached 9 Panda for a short period of time after leaving OG, right? So
You may
maybe,
now select
you know,
your
some...
heroes.
Okay.
Okay, this is interesting because we have seen Entity play this. No one has played this Earth Spirit mid, so it's pretty surprising to see it's Kiyotaka
But yeah,
who might be
came
pulling it out.
across this hero a couple of days ago. He felt strong with the buffs.
Yeah.
30 damage buff on rolling. Sorry, what's the-
Boulder.
Boulder, rolling
Yeah.
boulder. Yeah, is that the only buff? What else did he go?
That's the
across?
only buff. That's the only buff.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, and the funniest thing is perhaps one of the most prolific Earth Spirit players ever crit. He was tweeting about it. He's like, haha, 30 damage to 60. Very cool, Valve. So there's this sentiment that it's not really enough, but now we're seeing out in the mid lane. Turns out it is enough for some of these players.
How can you say it's not enough when the Disruptor buff mid lane?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We'll have to see. Kiyotaka starting us off in style here with this Earth Spirit mid pickup to go up against no one. It's an excellent response into the Watson Meepo, right? Just being able to magnetize everybody. A great Spirit Vessel builder as well. And you talked about 9 Pandas wanting to keep up the tempo. They're going to move fast, all right, with this Lina.
Lina, Beastmaster, and Earth Spirit Core. I think it's
Yikes.
it's gonna be very fast. But at the same time, Meepo is not a slow hero, but he does have his timings to hit the Aghanim's shard and everything else. The diffusal. I mean, I feel like it's not going to be that straightforward. I think it's easier for 9 Pandas heroes to kind of come together, even though they're playing against like Disruptor and Lash. You probably don't want to give those two heroes away together on the same team in the current meta. But we'll see, you know. I feel like Entity's heroes all function with their own timing. I think the first 4 heroes are fine, but the Meepo pick kind of made it weird for their draft to function. And I feel like 9 Pandas draft is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
They're going to play around the Beastmaster Aura with the Lina, with the bench. They group together. They have Toss to throw the Lash out of position and you kill him. And that's it, you know. It's a very simple plan.
Yeah, I do want to highlight 9 Pandas. Of course, they have Eki on their team instead of Antares. In fact, Antares literally left the team 4 days ago. So not sure whether it's some disagreements there or whether, you know, they just weren't feeling like they were going to play together well anymore. But of course, Eki stepping in after a stint on Team Secret didn't really look too good while he was there. And prior to that, he was just kind of the shadow coach of TSM or Undying or whatever you want to call them back when they were ESL 1KL. I guess at that point they were Tundra. But you know, he hasn't really had his time to shine just yet. So I'm interested to see what he can do on this Tiny. I thought the setup is going to fall into his hands.
First blood incoming. They're going to gate. And this is a move I haven't seen in a while. Usually you see this move on Radiant where the Radiant team, they move towards the bottom gate and they go top and they try to swing behind the tower and try to first blood in the Dire jungle around the Watcher area. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing the Dire team doing the reverse move.
Yeah. He's, I mean, Eki might be 40 years old, but he loves to get active on the map. And
is he actually? You serious?
No, he's not. I think it's a meme. I don't even know how it came about, but everyone keeps saying that Eki is old as shit. So I'm just going with it.
Pretty sure he's like 25.
Yeah, he's like my age or something. But I feel like everywhere on Reddit or social media, people are always saying, of course, Eki is 40. He needs health support or something like that. I don't know why. I don't know how it originated. It's probably some super deep fried meme or something like that.
Okay, so this is probably just they were anticipating that Entity would actually do the gate move. That's why they went up and they placed the ward and then they waited for the gate to move. Oh, now they're gonna see it.
Okay.
Now they're gonna. I think they somehow know they always do this.
30 seconds to battle.
When the research, the pings come out.
First blood incoming.
Oh, this is scary now. They're bringing 4 heroes over. You gotta try and wrap around. Maybe.
Who's gonna die? Let's make a wager. Who's gonna die?
Make a wager. Oh.
I mean, they're all gonna die. I think.
Like 2 heroes are gonna die. Just 2. What? Oh, Fishman. Okay, well, Fishman's dead.
Lina, the first blood? Oh no, Kiyotaka. Okay.
A fool's first
That's
lesson
fine.
is his
Yeah,
Take
ES is the
that.
main. I forgot that ES is main.
Yeah, you're like, give it to Lina. She needs a bot. Wait, hang on.
Wanna play with fire?
I don't mind this. This is a very cool way to start things out. And I think, especially for Dark Lord, who, along with Alberca, have just come over from Cybercats, a good chance for them to show their stuff, right? What they can do on these core positions. With some unique picks, Beastmaster, not necessarily a crazy hero to bring into the offlane, but just not one that we're seeing, especially with so many meta selections, right? Between the Mars, the Doom, the Timbers, all these good selections.
Specialty hero, you know, you need to spam this hero a lot to play this hero.
Yeah.
And Fishman already trying to be annoying, just glimpsing Alberca back. He's making sure he arrives to lane late, so he's gonna miss like a creep. Just one. Not sure if it's worth it, you know, because when you take glimpse at level 1, then you don't have much of a laning presence because you don't have Thunder Strike.
Yeah, I guess they got the glimpse early on because they were trying for that Twin Gates move to set something up, but you know, it doesn't pan out for them, and you just get that Thunderstrike at level 2 anyway, so you start putting in that harass.
Has been killed.
You already saw Pablo and rest farmers really put that to work and screw over some of the Talon lanes entirely, so who knows, maybe it'll be good enough to push the Beastmaster out. I mean, I imagine that Alberca, he's just going to make a beeline straight for the Helm of Iron Will, and as soon as he gets that, it's going to be a lot harder to push him out.
Yeah, it's gonna be very scary. The Helm plus the Venge and the repositioning of ES and Tiny, you have a lot of physical / magical damage. So your heroes are just gonna be really strong when you ball together to hit your timings.
Yeah. Here we go
Alright,
though, already
Fishman.
action in the bot side. Fishman just gets melted apart. Way too much damage to that level 2 power spike.
Yeah, he was just trying too hard to make use of the glimpse, you know, just putting himself in a bad position.
Yeah.
Just dying
Watson's not at that level 3 yet, so he can't really help you out. So,
there.
either way,
Even at
very
level-
awkward.
Even at level 3, I don't really feel like it's still
enough?
gonna be that strong. Yeah, you need to
That's true.
just try to. I think this is the lane where you play defensively. You just make sure that the meeple can farm and you don't try to be overzealous and try to go for too many moves that can kill.
That's fair. I think, yeah, I'll be honest, as a position 5, I'm always so concerned when I'm laning up against a Beastmaster, because if I feel like I play defensive, eventually he's going to hit that level 6, get the Helm, and then he's just going to run me down. I think
Yeah,
he might
but
be
you
onto
also have
something.
to consider your laning partner. What type of hero is he? Is he strong right now? Is he weak right now?
For sure. I think that's a mistake that a lot of lower rank like support players like myself can make. It's like you feel the need to do something, but that might not always be the right move, right? We might end up sort of harming the lane.
Sometimes not doing anything is already doing something. You know.
That's true. Yeah, keeping things at an equilibrium. Well, in terms of parity, it looks like Kiyotaka is suffering big time up against No One. No One, many years his senior in the competitive circuit of Dota 2. There's some up-and-coming young talent trying to dethrone him.
Trying to kick a lash out of the lane. Try again. Try harder.
Yeah. Even with your boulder smash, it's not gonna happen. No One. I think there were multiple accounts amongst pro players saying that No One was one of the most difficult people to lane against in terms of all the mid lane opponents. I think these days it's quite shifted around. People talk about Mikoto being at some point being one of the best, you know. But No One, he's definitely up there in terms of just the raw mechanics and how much pressure he puts on his individual lane
Radiant
opponents.
Yeah, I
structures
think
are
raw
fortified.
mechanics is the right way to describe him. You know, I've been watching some of his streams as of late. Or Kiyotaka.
Radiant's
Oh my god,
is under attack.
really playing with fire there.
He needs to say thank you to those creeps, man. They bought in so many edicts for him, he would have been dead.
I mean, sure he had fairy fire, but
Yeah. He
that
didn't
was a
play it so
crazy.
close.
That was a crazy move. Only the mid players know their limits like
Yeah.
this.
That's true. Kiyotaka just has to roll away, yeah. Too much damage coming out.
He probably knows that he has no stun on that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why
fair.
he can play so aggressive.
I mean, you rarely get stun levels this early on anymore. Maybe you stop for a value point at level 4 or level 5. but the
Sometimes
edict
you
is just
see
so
a
strong.
value point depending on the lane matchup, but
Yeah.
most of the time you won't see it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, things going pretty passive so far. Do you expect any action to pop out? I mean, for now, no one's just... Okay, yeah, I mean, you just have to roll away again. Kiyotaka has no lane right now. He needs some sort of help, but I'm not sure what...
Nobody is free to help him. Eki gonna get glimpse.
Outside. Trying to set up on this Tiny here. Into tower though, we're watching the mid lane. No One being beat around a little bit here. But still able to return a lot of the damage. Watson TPing back to... Okay, I thought he was TPing to try and impact the lane, but no. So, Winter, I did a quick check. In this top side, okay, Dark Lord. Can you set up?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did a quick check. Kiyotaka has played 4 games of this Earth Spirit in his pubs recently, and Fishman is dying in the bot side. So, good setup again, easy access, easy kill. Watson's gonna try and turn it around with some poofs. But Alberca, he's pretty tanky right now, and one more access, you
Still has
gotta
a
watch
stick
yourself. Still has the meepo, in comes the Rubik. Nice little turnaround from Katomi. Trying to set up for the squad, but toss back, beautiful stuff. Eki has to give his life up for the cause, as Alberca able to salve away. Ooh, the axis. Cutting this meepo low, you gotta watch yourself. You can set up
Oh,
another one
he's
as
trying
well, but
to
yeah.
snipe him. One more
Yeah,
axe.
Alberca might just find it. Oh, it's just narrowly not enough. Just level 2. He went for that additional. I mean, he's not level 5 just yet. So, meanwhile, mid lane Kiyotaka being set up upon TPing in from Solo now. More than enough magic damage. No one's trying to turn it around. Solo, he doesn't have anything to give. Fairy Fire, the Edict, it's way too much. Eki's gonna TP in. Surely you gotta toss back in now, up into the sky, the rolling.
Shoot.
Oh,
Okay. My god, he almost got it.
Ooh.
Dude, if he got it, he
close.
would have killed both of them maybe.
Yeah, if he got the shield rune, there's no hope there, but narrowly surviving. Meanwhile, action breaking out all sides of the map. Looks like Dark Lord went down to DM Solo. Oh no, it's Fishman, I'm high. Fishman was there too. Sorry. Sorry for lying, everybody.
I mean, that's the danger of having like a side lane Lina against Centaur. You're always gonna have a chance of dying because Lina is just a squishy hero. Low HP, not much armor. And Centaur has a lot of kill potential with double H. And you don't really want to right click yeah, you don't really want to right click the Centaur even like, with the retarded. So it's just weird, you know, like they would do this. But the draft still has a very sharp timing to hit. So they're playing for that timing. Solo tries to poke the Centaur back, but DM shrugs it off. Hey, do you know who I am? I am Brad Warden. I do not fear a bench stun.
I think we're seeing more and more of these Centaurs go for the Blade Mail build, which has really come back into resurgence.
Yeah,
I think
this item is back, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Because everything else got nerfed. They nerfed the Shivas and the Veil. They nerf, what else do you get? Like everything got nerfed. I mean, the Shroud also got nerfed, so Blade Mail kind of feels good again.
Absolutely. Also, quite a bit of uncontrollable damage on the side of 9 Pandas that you can just easily reflect.
Yeah, especially against these squishy heroes.
Uh-oh, Alberca caged up. That's not really where a beast wants to be. But Watson seems to be more concerned about his creeps than really following up on that aggressive move. So Alberca will walk away.
Classic
carry move. Yeah.
Yeah. Creeps are more important. My supports are just there to die for me.
Yeah. Thanks for securing me 3 more creeps with that set of spells, my friends.
Alright. Fishman trying to set up. Eki is here.
Hey, he's ballsy, but a lot of damage bursted down. Alberca, I'm not really sure what he was doing, sticking around for so long. Maybe trying to set up for Kiyotaka, who is around the horizon with a Magnetize. Gets it out onto Watson. Stampede available though. Should be able to run away with the main meeple. The second fate while Katomi finds him. Now you'll try and get at least the kill on the Rubik, but beautiful sidestep. Solos join the fray though. With that magic missile and the boulder smash, it's more than enough damage. Entity trade 2 for 1, but very much in their favor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they force out the Magnetize as well. That's a very big spell in the early game. And now Disruptor is going to go back to base. He's going to have his level 6. Entity is going to have control over the next 2 minutes. I mean, they're going to be looking to get a kill with this Static Storm soon. He just needs to TP mid, get a creep or 2, and he's going to have time to move around. I mean, if they can kill the Earth Spirit, I think that would actually be great for them.
No one's doing such a good job of just occupying the space in the jungle. Like he's gonna try and aggress, but DM's right there with the stomp. Gotta watch himself now. Kiyotaka in with the double boulder smash, very nicely done. Yeah, the Blade Mail isn't really reflecting as much damage as he would like. Now the stun comes through as well. Huge static stop, Fishman! Find 3, no one trying to blitz them down, but the Pulse Nova, it's not enough damage. Everyone walks out alive. Are you kidding me? At least you find Kiyotaka. You get Eki with the remaining edicts as well. Oh my goodness, they fell for the classic trick. I mean, you kill the Lash, sure, but his edict is still going, and 9 Pandas stick around and die for it.
Yeah, that was the level 6 from Fishman, just instantly making a huge difference in the game, getting the 3 kills there. Very good play by Fishman. Without setup, you know, he just got the 3-man. Static Storm with the field.
That was insane. I think they must have not expected him to get those levels so early, but huge stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Disruptor right now, because he gets that better early game, a little bit boost from the Thunder Strike being stronger, and it allows him to actually get the levels a little bit faster because he's securing kills with glimpse, right? Then you get your level 6 at a better time, and then you get to make all this type of plays.
Yeah, this Earth Spirit mid from Kiyotaka hasn't really hit a rolling start just yet.
He has a Vessel soon, so the Vessel is going to be a big deal against the heroes, the Lash, the Centaur.
True. Yeah, the Meeple as well as the Mega Meeple somewhere down the line. Once you're getting that, it's already being queued up by Watson. It's the first item that he wants on his menu.
On his menu? You see his menu?
Yeah, I mean, it's in his quick buy. The quick buy is part of the menu. It's like UI, you know.
Is Dagon on the menu?
I hope not. That would be game ruining. That's a report right there if I've ever seen one. Nepo Dagon. Has that ever even been meta?
No.
Oh, Alberca setting up here. Smoke move out, but the glimpse back. Oh, Alberca's just dead already. The swap, but straight to the static storm. It's perfect. Fishman, he finds 3 again. And 9 pandas, they show up and they just get exterminated here. You're gonna try and TP away with Eki. You need some sort of stop to it. No hoof stomp, no split up, and no lift.
Dude, I remember last year when he was the first one that was abusing Disruptor constantly when they buffed the glimpse damage at level 1.
Solo?
No, Fishman, like Fishman.
Oh, Fishman, yeah, Fishman. He's just always has his eye on the Bane and Disruptor, right? And then as soon as those heroes are back, he's like, hell yeah.
Yep, Solo is back.
Yeah, back to base. Bye bye. You know, it's nice power, brother. We're gonna take it for free. Eki and Kiyotaka, they keep posturing like they can go in, but I wonder how effective this Earth Spirit is. Whenever you roll in, you're just submitting yourself to so much magic damage, and the silence is easy to set up for Disruptor.
Yeah. And they are kind of like similar heroes, the Earth Spirit and the Time. They do the same thing, right? So you don't want too many heroes that do the same thing in that draft, and I feel like that's the problem right now. They can't go in, and when they go in, they both die to the Disruptor or the Diabolic Edict.
Yeah. The one upside, I guess, is that Alberca still has some stacks of farm, so him and Alina, they're not looking the best in terms of the net worth, but they have ways of catching up.
Another glimpse.
Glimpse back. Oh, good try. That was a good try. The rolling boulder gives you like half a second of immunity, and I think he was trying to get the timing there, but just chase forward, no one. The stolen avalanche. Oh, that is an awful one to give up, but no one. Take a look at him. He's smart. He knows that there's a bench around the area looking for a swap, and will chase forward. Forward, Fishman finds another entity. They are hungry today, and they'll eat up 3 members of 9 pandas quick and easy. This is just domination from them so far.
This hero is just insane when you're ahead like this, you know, the Disruptor.
Yeah.
Like, there's no running away. All this slow-moving heroes, Bench, Lina, Tiny. There's no chance, you know, for you.
Maybe that's kind of why they picked the Earth Spirit as well, because they're hoping that he's able to just create the distance and keep the tempo moving so that you're not in this position.
I just feel like it doesn't really work with the draft, you know?
Yeah,
like they already have the setup, the Avenge, Tiny, Beastmaster, and I just feel like they just needed something to make the whole draft work, you know? Instead of like DS where maybe they had the repositioning idea again, you know? But they already have Bench and Tiny. So, not sure. But now they have to try to make this smoke work. Very important.
Good try, run up into no one, straight into a stun.
Bring on different heroes.
Magic missile, yeah, they can't decide, and now Katomi, he's able to just stampede back to safety. This is a disaster. Static Storm on the 3.
Is too good.
Fishman
is too good.
Fishman is insane, dude. You're swimming in his little pool now. You got nowhere to run. No one's gonna find another pickoff onto Solo. They're still setting up onto Alberca. He might try and run around, kill the Disruptor, but he's laughing. He's just laughing at you. There's nowhere to run. That's essentially 4 heroes down.
Such a clinical Disruptor game for a very long time. Like, he's like literally redlining. He's being like, he's playing as well as he could. Like, he's doing everything he can be doing with the hero.
Fishman will not be denied, and that's crazy. That's crazy coming from us, given that we saw the Rest Farmers game and how well they did with this Disruptor.
This is on
another level. Yeah, these guys are insane. 10k gold lead up.
Dude, that game was a position for Disruptor. It was a richer Disruptor. So you can't even actually compare. You know,
he's doing it broke. He's doing it broke. I mean, he's not gonna be broke for long with how well he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, his team definitely needs to reward him.
Yes. Give him a little massage on the shoulders after this is done. But
massage on the shoulders, the shoulder, just the massage.
Okay.
I mean, you need to give the guy a piece of steak, you know.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you say that because you're saying what you would like to be rewarded with. I know you love your steak with.
No. Let's not go there.
Okay. Let's we'll avoid your diet then.
I just enjoy my salads, you know.
Okay, not a red meat enjoyer. I mean, right now, Entity, they're looking bloodthirsty with the way they're running all over the map. It feels like there's nowhere that 9 pandas can exist, and they're still keeping it going. I think ever since they started to hit this crazy timing, they've just been moving non-stop with this trio. They get spotted out by some wards here and there though, and 9 pandas are aware that they're on the way.
Yeah, this Sentry, unfortunately, just a little bit out of range, you know.
Yeah,
okay, the ward's gonna time out. That was kind of like the saving grace for them.
Well, Pink's coming out, but I think no one. I'm not sure whether he reads it or whether he's just farming safely, but they were trying to bank on the fact that he might push up into that lane, but he knows his limits perfectly. Already just one component away from that Bloodstone this early on, and he has a Yules. That's how far ahead he is right now.
Dire's middle tower is
You're
under
just,
attack.
I mean, I think I love the word that you use. It's clinical, right? They're
Radiant's
rotating
bottom
around these
tower is under
areas,
attack.
using the kinetic field, clearing out the vision, not allowing 9 Pandas any room to perch.
Radiant's bottom
If you
tower
dare to
has
show up and
fallen.
try and contest, you're just gonna die, it feels like, even with the Spirit Vessel.
I mean, they have to try to do something with the vessel. They have one charge. Probably he got it when he died.
Yeah.
Dire's top
I mean, they
tower
made that
is
change
under
so that
attack.
at least you wouldn't ever end up in a situation where just because you're behind Spirit Vessel is useless, but it still doesn't feel that redeeming at this point in the game, right? You're barely even the point where you have enough damage. Your Lina hasn't shown up, that's one caveat, and she is still farming. Dark Lord has yet to be touched in a hot minute.
Even if she has a BKB, right, I feel like she's gonna die to the Edict and the Meepo right clicking.
Yeah.
Dire's structures
There's
I
a
don't know, I feel like
Aghanim
she can't,
Diffusal already.
she can't stand and
Radiant's
fight, and then
middle tower is
if you
under
try to
attack.
run away, there's a stampede to run you down,
Dire's
so it's...
top tower is under
What is she
attack.
meant to do? You know, she needs to ball up together and hope that the Beast, the Earth Spirit, and the Tiny, all these AoE disables are gonna be able to protect her, and the Swap, obviously.
Yeah. I guess the idea is that those 3 heroes that you mentioned act as enough of a body or a bait that Entity use most of their spells on them, and then the Lina's just auto-attacking from range, and you hope that they don't just turn around and focus you down. And that feels like the only option now.
Hope is a strong word now.
Hope it is a strong word. Hope is what brought Talon back in that game number 2 and helped them reverse sweep, even though it was a bit of a sleepy morning for them. Now, we're well into the European afternoon, so I'm sure both these teams very wide awake, ready to play, but clearly Entity came cooking, came prepared, and 9 Pandas, they had this Earth Spirit mid in the crock pot, but it's not smelling too good. You ever tried to cook a piece of dirt, Winter? It's really not edible.
No, all I know is you add any MSG to any dish, it's gonna be
Radiant
fine.
are scanning. Roshan has
So what kind of
fallen to
MSG
the
do you think 9 Pandas can add to this current state of the game to put themselves in a better position? Because that's kind of what it feels like, right? They need to try and come up with some cheese. They keep showing on heroes here, they just get picked
Tiny
off,
toss.
rinse and repeat.
Pick here,
Okay.
toss.
Oh, no, he's the one getting picked off, run down with the Stampede, DM.
What a waste, he says.
Radiant's
It
middle
is, I
tower
mean,
is
you
under
sort of
attack.
come in replacing Antares, and clearly it's a bit of a last minute situation, so maybe they're not as practiced, but it's not really hitting the same. This tiny Earth Spirit Venge, even in those trios that you really like to talk about, it sounds straightforward in theory because they all 3 have stuns, but it just doesn't pan out when your lanes go this poorly. No one completely gets Kiyotaka in the mid lane.
I also feel like it's the moves, you know, they made a couple of really bad moves and they got caught by, I think, Disruptor ulted like 3 heroes like 2 or 3 times in a row. That was like kind of what sealed their fate, you know, in those fights. I mean, their lineup is actually not that weak during those portions of the game. It's just that the enemy kind of outplayed them. And now they're in a situation where their lineup has kind of ran out of options and they're just banking on this Lina with a BKB, trying to hope that she can actually kill everyone.
Yeah. I feel like Entity is a team that very much dies or lives by Fishman's Sword. And what I mean by that is he's a very polarizing position 5 player. Sometimes he can look like, you look at him, you're like, man, what are you doing, brother? Like, why did you pick this hero? You have like 12 deaths, your team can't do anything because you're in a bad spot. And then sometimes he just comes out with these absolute master classes of how to play his signatures, and it just looks scary. Now, 9 Pandas setting up on the high ground, trying to bait in no one. Never responds with the LSA setup, rolling into the back.
Lines,
Okay,
they got the back lines.
they're trying to focus them down. The Lash is in trouble. Yule's up now. Dark Lord, that's a BKB reveal. But another nice Static Storm set up from Fishman. They might just lose no one though. That's just the first life. They've already cleaned up Kiyotaka and Eki, and now Solo. Nowhere to run. Has a swap, but just is gonna get swiped down. Triple kill for Watson. Dark Lord just has to turn tail and run. That's about as best of a situation as they could ask for, but here comes no one with another Yule setup. Stomp in with DM, and this Lina doesn't stand a chance. Auto attack down by Amiibo. It is an ultra kill. Give him the damn rampage. This man deserves it. Watson, 1 for every single panda that exists. And they don't stand a chance. This is devastating at this point.
Yeah, that is just again, a very well executed fight, surgical precision from Entity. Yeah, just making sure that there's no chance 9 Pandas have to come back in this game. Just taking the fight, destroying the fight, just single-handedly. Like Lash knew he couldn't die, so he ran up the ramp there.
Yeah,
it kind of felt like it was a good move, for them to initiate to the back lines, but somehow they didn't kill. Or they didn't land their stuns on Disruptor properly, and he got his Static Storm and Tank killed off on 2 heroes with the glimpse, and that was it. The fight was over again. It was the right. I think it was the right play for them to go and try to deal with the back lines.
Yeah. I think so too, and it's just unfortunate because I think Kiyotaka at that point, solo, in control by the LSA. In comes no one though. Your fight's over. In comes DM, double stomp, pull back on the Lina. You try and swap her out. It's a bit too early, my friend. And Dark Lord just goes down. In comes no one. Another blink, another setup. This Lash just can't stop killing people. It's doubled up for Watson again. I can't help but feel like, I don't like to call these. Yeah, GG, they're done.
I mean, this is just a very, very clean game, from Entity. Don't think they made any particular mistakes throughout. They played the lane. They played the laning phase well. They made good moves to rotate around the Centaur and the Lash, especially the two supports, the Disruptor and Rubik. And like DM, early on, he got a solo kill on the Lina as well. So everybody did their job, and obviously the Disruptor, he's more of like the shining star on this game. But overall, I felt like everybody kind of did what they needed to do, and they just won the game as a unit.
Yeah, that looked honestly disgusting. I think we already mentioned that Entity, they're coming in, I won't say as the favorites, but definitely as the team that feels like more recently they've done well, right? They've had good showings at international level stuff. They've beaten back a lot of what many would consider larger, stronger Western European teams, and they show that they ain't messing around here. Swiss stage is gonna be a slice of cake for them, it seems like, if they keep playing like this. This is one of those situations where I wonder if we're reaching the stage where just across many different teams, you need to just ban that Disruptor in the first phase. It's looking to be too scary of a hero that people just don't have the response to at the moment.
It's not even just the Disruptor. I felt like they just didn't really play well. I felt like, even on their own drafts, the last pick, Earth Spirit, I felt like that didn't really work out. Maybe they have their own plans on how to snowball with their lineup. Mm-hmm. But overall, I don't think it's just like, you can just pinpoint, they should have just banned Disruptor. There's like a lot of things that went wrong in the game for 9 Pandas, and they need to find out the root cause and not just deal with the symptoms of the problem. They need to deal with the actual problem. Okay,
so I don't know whether this is confirmed because none of it was mentioned, but I did notice that RMN, as in RMN from Nigma Galaxy, put his name under 9 Pandas in our little sort of administration stuff. So maybe RMN is in the coaching staff for 9 Pandas. Now I do have to ask you, if you are RMN or if you're the 9 Pandas coach, what would you target first to try and get them back on board in game number 2?
I probably would be definitely considering like banning Disruptor if not opening, but I also have to deal with like the Lash, right? Maybe they had the idea of like this bench Tiny dealing with the Lash, but just didn't really work out for them, Like if they want to do the same thing again, the final pick has to be different, They cannot finish the draft up with a yes, and they have to find something else.
It's just so weird as well because it feels like they had the entire draft to think about how they were going to deal with that Lash, and then in last picking that ES, they essentially threw away the lane and threw away the early start that they could have had with any other pick. I think you were mentioning quite a lot of potential counters in the mid lane.
I felt like Lina would have been right. Lina would have been okay mid, and they just have to pick another carry. Yeah, they can work with the draft,
That's why it was kind of weird, because when I saw the Venge, I'm like, okay, this screams to me like they're putting it pause 1, but wouldn't it be better against Lash? And just a little bit of a jumble, even though all those heroes, like you mentioned, it's a solo draft through and through, right? They all work nicely together. Yeah. They can't even get to the stage where they work nicely together.
There's still like a Drow or Luna, which could work with their draft, or even a Medusa. So I felt like there were definitely options, They just didn't want to go with it. They felt like ES was the hero to provide the answers and fix what they need with the draft, But unfortunately, it didn't work out. So hopefully they have a better answer the next game.
Yeah, Entity looking strong, looking ready to just take this easy 2-0. We'll see whether 9 Pandas have anything to say about that. We'll be back for game 2 after a short break. Well, that was a bit of a fast affair between both the sides of Nine Panda as well as Entity. I don't think anyone really expected it to go so quick, but when Fishman gets Fishman Hero and he's swimming, I think it's clear that Nine Pandas didn't stand a chance. Winter, the word that you used was it was absolutely clinical.
Surgical precision.
Yeah.
Redlining his disruptor game. You name it.
Yeah, this guy got the gloves on. He's ready to step into the operation room and put Nine Pandas out of commission, stitch them up real good. That's kind of what the situation we have here is. And this Nine Pandas lineup, for those of you not familiar, not exactly the Nine Pandas lineup that we saw throughout the past year, right? There's no Ramses, there's no Antares, no Miero. It's just Kiyotaka and Solo. And sort of a mishmash, some Cybercats players here and there between Alberca and Dark Lord on the position 3 and position 1. And of course, Eki coming in after his stint on Team Secret that didn't really go so hot. And I think that's a good summary of that first game, right? It feels like Eki on that tiny probably could have done a lot of work, but he does the same thing as the last pick of Spirit mid for Kiyotaka that really didn't pan out well.
They needed a hero that can do damage and kill off the Lash. I mean, once again, you know, they gave away the Lash, so they must think that Tiny is the answer. Yeah. Which I kind of see the logic there. You reposition the Lash and you stop the enemy team from being able to save the Lash. I mean, if you can put the Lash in a bad position, the hero is not that hard to kill. And you definitely want to kill Lash first all the time in the team fights.
A lot of bans from them are pretty interesting though. The Monkey King, Brewmaster, as well as the Kanka.
The Brew is like DM's best hero, I guess, now.
Yeah, without doubt. But the Monkey King is interesting. Maybe they're just early banning out Watson. Or they're worried Kataomi is going to pick it up in the +4. I'm not too sure.
Don't want to do it. Someone sniping your careers left and right.
Yeah. Definitely feels like something Entity could get down
It
with.
has to be the most annoying thing now
Yeah.
to deal with as a player or as a team.
I
can't really figure out another thing that's more annoying than this. I mean, there used to be like some roaming bounty hunters, you know, but this is worse than the roaming bounty hunter.
It's worse because you can't just catch him with a dust and he's dead. Like if you misplay just a little bit against the Monkey King, poop, off he goes. Mischief, jump away, Primal Spring, it's impossible.
Disruptor.
And the fact that he kind of also does scouting, unlike bounty hunter.
Yeah,
he can place wards in better positions, and obviously you have a stun. You can initiate. You can, and the biggest thing about Monkey King is he has wave clear.
Yeah.
Wave clear is like a huge deal. It's a very important mechanic for a hero to have in high level though. If you can't push out waves, then your hero gets redundant very easily.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny can definitely do that. We see some tree grab action, but again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Entity, they speed ran that first game, and they're looking to do it again with this Lash and Disruptor combo. Again, Winter, you mentioned they think that the Tiny is the solution, but judging from the previous game, it didn't feel that way.
Nope, not at all. But they kind of played really bad, so let's see. You know, it's not
a strategy thing. You guys were just absolute shit. Like
it's not fair to judge when they played bad. You know, like this strat is trash because it didn't work. You know, but because you need to look at it from a very objective point of view. What happened in the game, blah blah blah, and you talk about Fishman Disruptor. I think Solo Undying as well. It's another classic one. Undying Tiny, and Undying with Tiny feels like a better duo, a better combo.
Yeah.
You have team fight because Tiny is a pick-off hero that doesn't provide you with team fight. Undying is a team fight hero that provides you with no catch. So Tiny and Undying kind of play around well with each other.
Yeah,
and
I think
it's pretty decent against Lash in a team fight with the slow from your Flash Golem. The damage jam.
I think the whole thing I think about when it comes to Undying is that, you know, you're trying to run into him, he just pops the tombstone up, right? And suddenly you need someone who can hit it. So it feels like that's their response, right? They're saying, okay, we're gonna toss the Lash in, and the rest of you are gonna come piling in trying to save your Lash, and you're fighting into Tombstone. And by the time you've killed us, there are like 20 zombies on your head. So I like this a lot more. They look to be going back for this Lina though. We're not sure whether they're still going to give it to Dark Lord and let him run it back one time, or whether this time it's Kiyotaka's hero.
It's almost the same draft, right? They
Feels
had
like it, yeah.
what was the third pick? It was not DK. It was what's the third pick? Am I crazy?
For Entity,
Yeah.
Centaur.
10
Oh yeah, they picked
seconds
Sando instead of
remaining.
DK.
Yeah.
So I guess why they made an adjustment here. I
5
guess
seconds
mainly because of the lane. Centaur
Mhm.
does very poorly against Undying in the lane.
Oh, Centaur just gets it gets destroyed. Like it actually no chance of
Yeah,
playing against
DK
Undying.
at least you can survive even though you're a strength hero as well. You have armor. Centaur has no armor, so you die to the zombie punch, if you want to call it that.
True.
The sucker punch, the zombie punch.
This sounds gross, Winter. I wouldn't want to get punched by a zombie. That's icky. That'll probably give me an
Don't
infection.
play off lane, then you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's true. I'm the zombie doing the punching. But okay, correct me if I'm wrong, as we see a Visage pick. Okay.
It's the same draft. Visage is the
Yeah,
same
it's the
hero with
Beastmaster equivalent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what do you think the Visage brings that the Beastmaster doesn't, which is why
He's
they're
better in
considering
the lane with Tiny. Visage
Okay.
Tiny has a lot more kill potential. Like the
10
Beastmaster with
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
just didn't work the same.
I mean, to be fair, Alberca did get some pretty
5
nice early
seconds
kills
remaining.
alongside Eki, right? But it just clearly wasn't enough.
Entities turn to ban.
Yeah, you see them like balling up together again. Tombstone, the familiars, then you have the Tiny to initiate. Lina is like the machine gun in the back line.
Oh, Vlads would go crazy on this lineup right now for 9 Pandas. Huh?
Blats, drums,
Yeah,
pipe, you're playing his
10
Lash.
seconds
get all the
remaining.
auras, just run it
Yep.
down. Boots of Bearing.
5
lit.
seconds remaining.
Get the auras.
And last pick, Watson hero again. I don't think we've really been seeing a lot of Dragon Knight position ones anymore, so I doubt that's gonna be a selection. I had a
It's not his type of hero, you know.
yeah, it really isn't. Doesn't really
You,
scream
you,
to me
you
like
need to
Watson
have
hero.
you need to be able to play in a specific way to be able to play Dragon Knight carry.
That's true. I was kind of thinking maybe they might flex the Lash because that's what we've been seeing from some Western European teams or Eastern European teams.
9
But I guess with the
pandas
Rubik,
turn
there's
to
no
ban.
option of that. They ban out the Life Stealer. I guess they wouldn't have wanted to pick it up anyway because it's so weird into the Lina and the Visage.
In Lifestealer, it's just a very contested hero. You don't want to give the hero if you don't have a good solution
10
to it.
seconds remaining.
I feel like right now, 9 Pandas is again like
5
stuck in the
seconds
same
remaining.
position as the last game in the draft. What are they gonna do with the Lina? I feel like seems like they are quite content with the Lina being like a carry, and they're just gonna last pick a mid hero. Which
Yeah,
I
and
feel like with this
again-
time of lineup, like you just want another carry, like a sniper here.
Yeah, but then that kind of puts your draft into such an awkward position where if they get rolling and get ahead, then suddenly you're in the very same position. But I guess you just need to play for
Undying.
this.
You have Undying to hold that portion of the game for you. That's the difference. Like
I
Undying
guess.
is much better at holding the game compared to Venge is like better. Maybe if you're
9
winning your hit, you're
pandas
snowballing
turn
with the
to
aura, you minus armor, you get Roshan, everything is faster for you. But
Yeah, that's
Undying
fair.
keeps the game honest, you know. Keeps the game in a good state for your team to do that, for the rest of the heroes to kind of get to the position where they can do something in the game.
Sure. I mean, zombie punch. That's the
10
most honest you
seconds
can get.
remaining.
There's a zombie punching you in lane, stealing all your strength. Very
5
disgusting.
seconds remaining.
Naga Siren and Faceless Void banned out here for 9 Pandas, taking that out of the equation. Entity, what is the Watson hero for today?
Entities
Is it
turn to
going to be a Meepo again, perhaps? Oh, they picked a Earth Spirit again. So they're going to run it back.
I mean, this draft is better with the Earth
Yeah,
Spirit.
you think so?
Yeah, it's way better with Visage and
Okay.
Undying. Way better.
10 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
By a
What
lot.
exactly does it have that makes it better,
5
you think?
It
seconds
just feels
remaining.
good when you look at that draft. Just kidding. I mean, Venge and Undying is already the main difference.
Sure.
The Venge you need the whole game to go so smooth for the Venge to be useful, and Venge is like a very nerf hero too. And I feel like Undying is a hero that fits this whole composition a lot better. And the Visage over the
Mhm.
Beastmaster The main thing is the lane. I think the Tiny and the Visage lane is a lot stronger than Tiny Beastmaster. They
Sure.
both kind of function very similarly in the game.
You're trying to figure out something that can actually stand up in that lane, because we know that, you know, Disruptor, as much as his laning did get buffed a bit, I don't really know if it can compare to the Visage Tiny. So suddenly you need someone who can take that position and not be too scared. The Luna is still in the pool if they want to play up tempo, although I'm not really sure whether the lineup really functions that way. There's always Slack available as well, but it's gotta be the TA for Watson.
Okay. He's a very long forgotten hero. It's good this game because of the Lina and the Visage. It's good at killing the birds, and it's very good against Lina minus armor. Lina has no armor. And it's kind of a hero that plays with the same pace as the DK and the Lash, where they get one item. Because TA, you don't need much, right? You Dagger, Dragonlance, that's all very cheap items, and you're playing the game with your Lash and DK. And not to mention the Disruptor. I think TA Disruptor is very, very nice together. The traps give you vision, you get glimpse, and in the lane, Disruptor always needs a carry or a core that's more self-sufficient, so you don't have to babysit too much, because Disruptor itself is not a very strong laner. He's kind of decent now, but you kind of want the core to be self-sufficient and the core to be a stronger laning presence. That's the type of game where Disruptor gets to shine the most.
Yeah, we saw it in game number 1 as well, right? Fishman, he was able to leave the Watson Meepo all alone by himself. He was still very much fine, while the Disruptors was running around the map making plays. So, you know, you mentioned you like this 9 Pandas draft a lot more than they had in game number 1, but is it enough? Do you think what they have is sufficient to take this win over this Disruptor lineup?
Yeah, I mean, if they do what they're supposed to do, they ball together with the Blades, like you said, the Blades, the pipe, all these team items, the drums, the boots of bearing, with the BKB Lina, I feel like there's a lot of potential. And Kyotaka's definitely going to build a vessel to deal with the Lash and the DK. You know, I think they have a lot of answers against what Entity have, and their lineup is less greedy, right? Everything is more economically well spread across their 5 heroes, whereas Entity, you see like the economy being very focused on their cores, and the supports are not going to have much to work around with. So if the game is like a bad start, you start off the game badly as Disruptor and Rubik, you're going to run into a lot of problems with the ES and Tiny pressuring you, and you have no way back into the game until your cores hit their timing. That's what I feel about Entity's lineup.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning, because a large bulk of why the Disruptor and Rubik were able to get off to such great item timings and level timings is because they had a great start, right? They had all that assist gold, running around the map, getting kills started. But this game, even if the game is even, I doubt there's going to be any room for the Rubik to be running around, clearing waves, because you have 3 very greedy cores who all want as much resources as possible. So we'll see how that pans out. Game number 2 here, Entity versus 9 Pandas. Of course, you're watching the Swiss stage of the Elite League, which comes before the group stage. 16 teams today facing it off against each other to decide where they're going in round number 2. Is very different from your typical group stage where it's like round robins across 2 different groups. That's later on. For now, it's best of 3s all the way through, and the 8 teams with the highest scores survive. So you want to start your tournament out strong here. Already saw Rest Farmers, unfortunately, take a 0-1 score starting their tournament out, but Talon, big showing from the Southeast Asian fellas there, especially plus V-Tune. A very good start for them, integrating that stand-in. Speaking of integrating stand-ins, Eki didn't really look the most comfortable in that game number 1. Hopefully things can get a bit better for him on his Tiny.
That was an icebreaker, the last game for him.
Yeah, they were just getting to know each other. Hey, what's your favorite color?
Fishman!
Oh
hello.
no, Fishman, hello! Oh my goodness. Okay, if this is a sign of anything, Fishman also died. First blood, game 1. Right, so
The battle begins.
maybe that's a sign that they're gonna do well. I don't know.
You're a very positive person.
Yeah, I have to be, man. You're not really helping me on that department. I feel like I'm like, oh, they can come back. You're like, absolutely not. I'm like, okay, Winter, sorry.
Just trying to keep it real,
No, that's fair. That's fair. I respect it. You did mention the TA is pretty good this game because of low armor heroes. I am a bit concerned for her refraction though, because I feel like there's so many nice tools to just cut through that. You got the Spirit Vessel, the zombies, all these little
definitely,
birds.
it's definitely something to worry about if you're playing TA. But I think it's not just the main thing you should be thinking about. I think enabling your team, just trying to help each other. Because Dota has changed so much nowadays, where you can't really rely on one person to do all the heavy lifting. You kind of need everybody to come together to do the same thing that you're supposed to be doing every game, and everybody has to understand their role. You have to have the same vision. The 5 minds thinking like one mind.
Yeah, it has to be like a greater game plan, right? And I think you mentioned already, it's clear what Entity's greater game plan is. They have a pretty quick TA timing. They want to get their first 2 items and get rolling. But I kind of feel like 9 Pandas, they're at a similar pace as well, right? The Lina just needs that maybe Gleipnir BKB, and then she can start running around. I mean, the Visage and the Earth Spirit can get rolling a lot earlier than that.
Yep, and that's precisely what they want. And just hopefully they get a better execution this time, so we get to see a game. And for now, everything looks better, you know, in terms of the lanes.
Kiyotaka's actually getting last hits this time. Nicely done. You know, he's not losing all his HP early on. And a bit of a switch up in the build. No one decides not to go for the Edict max this time round. Instead, 2 points in the Lightning Storm and an early level in the Split Earth.
Yeah, Split Up is always nice against melee. You know, stun them when they're getting the last hit on the creeps, just like that.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
it just does a lot more damage in terms of mana to damage ratio, because it's 80 mana for level 1 Spear and Edict is 90, right?
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about the value, I think the 1 point in value in the stun is always going to be very good for you.
Yeah, no one is workshopping this matchup live in front of our eyes. Last game he tried the Edict build, he's like, you know, it doesn't feel too good. Let's see how the Split Earth build works out. He's limit testing, you know what I mean? There's no better opponent to do it on than Kiyotaka.
Pressure test, you know? Like,
yeah, pressure test, you just see whether it works out. It's still doing, I mean, Kiyotaka's doing very well for himself, all things considered. Still able to clear the creeps
I mean,
with his
it's more
spells.
about like the Earth Spirit not doing crazy things. I remember last game he like did some very questionable rolls to secure creeps, and he ran into the Diabolic and he ran out of resource in the lane and he couldn't play the lane. I think this game he's a lot more conservative with how he's using his spells to last hit.
Yeah. He's only really throwing them out once he's under the safety of his own tower. And
Yeah,
no one can run down.
you know they always say there are always 2 different types of mid laners when they are faced against adversity, when they are faced in a matchup where they don't do so well, and some players would actually push the limits too much and they result in losing the lane harder. Some will be more patient and they get what they need to and they are able to function in the game.
Yeah. Well, in a way, Kiyotaka's also pressure testing, right? He tried the first method just now, didn't work out, so now he's just playing it chill. Maybe waiting for a level 6 rotation, some early
right.
Yeah, right. They're both just kind of feeling each other out, and I think that's quite a good summary of the Swiss stage. There's a whole lot of opponents, and you don't really know how things are gonna pan out. So, for the most part, most of the preparation that you can do is just meta related, or just whatever team strategy you want to come up with. It's kind of useless preparing for all potential 15 other opponents, right? There's Eki and Fishman dueling out here in the bot side. Again, Alberca, many soul assumption charges. Scary business here for the TA to run up into, and Watson still trying to do damage. As they're noticing that Alberca doesn't have mana, and they're gonna try and put on as much pressure as possible. Keeps him back, still had the little bit of juice though. Turns around quite a bit of damage on the Fishman, and now Watson just has to back up as well. This is not very hospitable for this TA.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like the Tiny not having toss there was also quite a problem there. They couldn't secure the kill without the toss.
Yeah.
Like he had
starting to go 2 levels in the Avalanche.
2-0. I mean, it's more, I guess, mana efficient to damage, but not being able to reposition the disruptor there cost them the kill.
Now, speaking of repositioning, pulling Alberca back in, but Alberca's just gonna slam you straight in the gut with a soul assumption. Now, Watson's in a good position to get 2 kills, but Brave Chill, oh, beautiful! Watson with that side blade finds a sneaky one, slices that Tiny apart. Very nicely done.
Very nicely done. Watson's happy. Kill into his coffers and Fishman dying, so he gets the solar XP too.
Yeah. Classic. He's like, oh, you know, it's real tough.
Well, too bad you died. But
yeah, it's alright, bro. Oh, glimpse back. Fishman back in the lane, definitely something the Disruptor can threaten, and now Burka's gonna go down as well. Great set of kills for the safe lane of Entity as they get off to a great start on their TA.
Yep, and the mid lane party begins. Eki is here.
Hey, kick back into the tower. No one's taking quite a bit of damage, but he already has that level 6, so not really scared. You know, you want a party, he's got Pulse Nova. He's ready to turn things up. Need to commit the avalanche just to try and reward, but now getting slowed up. With a glimpse as well. Fishman coming from the bot side. Nice little move from Eki to just change directions and walk the other way. Very smart play there. And that gets him out of trouble.
Yeah, but that gives Lash the regen rune. This is pretty bad news for them. And it's one of the better runes for Lash.
Oh, Fishman finds himself Eki and Kiyotaka, two rocks. Stuck in between a rock and a rock. In this situation, the Magnetize coming down. Fishman taking quite a lot of damage. He's got to take out, it seems like. Kick back into Katomi as well. He needs to watch himself. And Earn Charge. He's dropping very low. One more stone and he's toast. Yeah. I think Katomi's dead. Okay. I mean, Kiyotaka's just gonna get himself a double. Rolling forward, trying to set up onto no one now, but his Magnetize is run out. One last boulder. Ooh, Eki. Trying to find a little avalanche. Very fine, no one will be fine. That was very close, but Watson again comes back down, cleans up Kiyotaka. This TA is just everywhere right now.
Yeah, that regen rune definitely was the best regen rune ever for the
Disgusting. Yeah, this is just gross.
Value for money, you know?
True. Yeah, I mean, ever since they changed it, it feels like such a fighting rune instead of just use it to farm and then stack up and then you regen afterwards. It's arguably even more broken now, in my opinion.
Better than Haste?
Oh, Haste is still the best. I mean, it also depends on the hero. I feel like some heroes can't really use Haste that well.
Okay. Rolling.
Rolling. In the mid lane. Time for the setup on the stun. Kiyotaka in a lot of trouble. Tombstone on the high ground. Ooh, solo. Big decay. Kills off the Lash. And good setup there from 9 Pandas. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where that Undying came from, to be honest with you. He just kind of appeared out of nowhere, glimpse back. The TP in, Eki can't join the fray, but Solo, he's into the mix. Fishman is dead, but now Watson's free to clean up. Solo is in big trouble, and this man's dead. Maybe not. Okay, he is mega tanky, 20 stolen strength. I thought it was toast there, but no melt, only at level 1, so not doing quite as much damage I would have thought, but still, they aren't able to stop Watson, who's 4-0 right now. Already more than halfway towards his Dragonlance.
Yeah, this TA is gonna be a huge problem later in the fights, but without BKB still, you know, there's a lot of lockdown. Another glimpse, but just to just annoy him, push him back.
Solo showed up here now in the bot side, and suddenly this fight is not as feasible for the TA. You gotta play a bit more conservative. Looks like Kiyotaka's roaming down here as well. Time to just escape, it seems like. They have a nice ward in the river spotting that move out. They'll be able to dodge out of trouble.
And the ball up commences with the Visage level 6.
Indeed.
And Entity has to kind of like play cat and mouse for a bit, try to dodge around, try to wait for their timings on the Lash, the DK.
Yeah, they have to respect it, because fighting into this is just a death wish at this
no
point.
BKB is like, how are you gonna go in? So many stuns.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Solo is here. My man Solo trying to go for the
Fishman will die, I think. Okay, down low will come through. Yeah, kill him off. Okay.
You just
Is that what they
casually
came for?
use Laguna play on the DK. Get the charge, you know, and run in.
Yeah, start moving quicker, start auto-attacking quicker, it's vibes. But,
Oh,
yeah, I mean, they still
Undying,
get the tower.
slowing
No one
the
with the
Lash.
setup in the mid lane. Okay, no one. Eki closing the distance with the tombstone. It's so much magic damage. He needs to get these zombies off him, but the familiars from downtown just get that kill and no one gets picked off. Kiyotaka starting to get things moving here as Katomi will go down as well. Eki, a great start for him compared to last game.
This is also the Undying, you know, getting into play there. Setting up the the gank for his team, slowing the Lash down. Lash was kind of a little bit too far up there. Just overestimating how strong he was. Just got slowed by the Undying, plus 2 stun, and that's it, you know, you can't get up.
Yeah, kind of flip of the script here, where last game it was Fishman catching them by surprise with level 6. This time round it's Solo who is. You already mentioned this is a very classic pick for him. and he is bringing the heat here, appearing almost everywhere on this Undying. Right place, right time.
Arcane Boots, Max DK. Can't ask for
Hell
a
yeah.
start on this hero.
True. Yeah. The Flash Golem. I can't count out that damage amp. It's an overall percentage damage amp. It's crazy
And the
if you
slow,
start
you know,
punching.
you're not getting away from it.
Radiant are
40%
scanning.
slow.
You have 4 legs, but you ain't moving quick. Now Katomi, set up again. Eki with the kick in. Just narrowly survives. And won't be able to walk that one off. Oh, we see Fishman. Fishman's dead, man.
I mean, the last game he was level 6 at 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. This game he's struggling for sure.
Not as good of a start. Really just being pinned down. Yodaka and the gang. Nice TP out though. Buys his team quite a bit of space with that move. And Solo's immediately thinking, okay, where is the vision that Fishman saw us from? Because there's no way he would have guessed that we were making that move. I guess the one upside is that the entity cores are still farming for the most part. Although, even though DM has been up here and we barely even talked about the DK, he's not really doing as well as I would have expected. I thought he would be completely fine against Lina. And he is. I guess 200 gold off the Blink Dagger, and maybe that's where we see entities start to make moves.
Most likely. Without the dagger, it's just hard, you know. Sure, you have Disruptor Glimpse, but he's not having a very good game, right? It's 0 and 5 this time. Pretty sure last game he was like level 7 at this point.
Yeah, it's not.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
a very different story this time round, and it's good news for us and Dota fans, right? Because I think as much as there are entity fans and you know they played really well in game number 1, if that's kind of how the series went, it'd be a bit of a disappointing start from 9 Pandas. I think they probably have a bit higher hopes for themselves. Despite some middling results, I dare say even slightly mediocre in the recent qualifiers, the smoke up, they will know someone's in the area, so immediate retreat from Fishman and gang. No one in Fishman, they'll just play it safe.
Yeah, very annoying. Invis Rune.
Still angling for a pick off though, doesn't have a Spirit Vessel charge and wants to change that, runs straight into no one. The Edict's gonna give away that there's a hero there, but right into Solo, kick him into the mix. And glimpse back, Static Storm,
Wow.
it's a nice one, but the roll out Kiyotaka, that's perfect. Gets out of trouble, Solo might have to give up his life, but a beautiful LSA. Onto 2, Fishman's getting melted, and DM is next to follow. There's a stolen Laguna onto Dark Lord, but they roll back around, and now Watson and Katomi are in trouble. They need to run, but there's no escaping this Undying. The zombies, they're on your heel, and they have all the vision they need. 4 members of Entity go down in between their own tier 2, and tips start to come out, voice lines come out as well. They are feeling good.
Is under attack.
Yeah, this is the 9 Pandas ball. When I watched their first game, I was kind of expecting this to happen, but it didn't. But this time around, it's happening. You know, the Undying with the Visage, with the Lina, the Earth Spirit, the Tiny running at you. You don't have BKB, you're just gonna die. You know, your cores are not ready to
Radiant's
fight.
middle
TA
tower is under attack.
kind of needs to finish Deso, and even with the Deso dagger, I feel like she's not gonna be able to enter the fights easily. You're gonna need BKBs at this point.
It's kind of tricky. We saw as much
None
damage
of
as she
them-
can
dude,
do as
none
soon
of
as...
none of them have BKB on their menu.
Yeah, they I don't know whether they can afford to, because if you rush the BKB, what damage are you doing in the fight? It's a very tricky situation now. Entity,
So they're
they are
deciding
just...
to just ditch like the next 10 minutes to just avoid.
I guess, I mean, this Lash, all he has is a Yules, and I mean, he's gone for the setup build, but now he can't run into 9 Pandas. Solo's done a good job in terms of preparing a draft that really answers this Lash very well, I think. He did say it was just a play, and now they break a smoke onto Eki.
Radiant's
DM
middle tower is
right
under
around the
attack.
corner. Blink forward, that's a reveal. Trying to control up Static Storm as well. This is how they shut down Kiyotaka early on, but they need just a bit more damage. With the healing and the glimpse, the additional silence, they'll kill him off. But there's already so many zombies on this poor Leshrek's head. They'll kill off Fishman, and looks like the Lash is next to fall. Solo gets himself a kill. Not a great trade. Turn around for the Avalanche, holding Alberca in place. So Entity are able to get out for the most part unscathed, but again, no one to suffer as a result.
And they are really, really strong right now with this Blad's plus he already has Boots of Bearing. Blad's Boots of Bearing plus Mac almost completed on Solo. I mean, you're not running into them right now. It's way too strong.
Yeah. Looks like this DK pick hasn't really achieved the same effect as the Centaur. Last game we saw the 3 heroes, the 2 supports and the offlaner running around making things happen. And this time around, DM just feels like he's parked up here. Nice blink away from Eki. Just dodging out that gank a little bit too slow on the reactions, Eki. Couldn't get that auto attack off in time or even the avalanche. Clean escape. But yeah, DM's just been parked up here, taking space, and you know, he's getting some goal, but it's nothing compared to what the rest of 9 Pandas are grabbing all around the map.
Yeah, that's true. But you have to make do with what you can get. They are not strong enough to go for more areas in the map. Like to snatch back the area, you have to be able to fight them off, right? And right now, without BKBs, you're definitely not gonna be able to do that.
This is disgusting. Look at the Visage items right now. He already has Boots of Bearing and Blades, and now he's queuing up the AC. I mean, when he gets that complete, where's the damage gonna be from Entity?
It's gonna be hard. I mean, they don't even have a solar. I feel like if they have a solar, like, nobody's gonna die. Because a lot of the entity damage is physical.
Yeah. I mean, Solo's having a great game, so maybe he's thinking, okay, I can get myself a bigger ticket item, opting for the Greaves.
That's a very, very, very big item.
Yeah, it's huge. It's just a recipe off. Now, to be fair, that recipe does cost 2k, but that's not gonna stop them from going to Roche. They feel their power spike right now. This is the Blades timing you talked about. Now with the Tombstone, very easy pickup. Just keep it rolling here.
Yeah, not much I think you can do, but just look for trades right now. Try to get to their BKB Bloodstone timings. It's gonna be a very long time at this rate, because nobody's gonna kill BKB. They are gonna be happy playing the map and just trying to go for pickoffs with a Disruptor Glimpse, just trying to force the enemy to split up. Because 9 Pandas, they are very strong when they're together in this lineup. But if you split their heroes out on the map, then it doesn't feel the same anymore. The Lina is easy to get picked off. So you can say the same for the other heroes, like the Visage and everyone else. I mean, the Visage is probably the tankiest hero right now.
Yeah, especially if, you know, later on in the fight when you're starting out on the Visage, Solo comes in with a Soul Rip or some healing from the mech, it's gonna be disastrous. You really need to sequence your spells and take your opportunities very carefully. Entity, 4k gold behind at this stage in the game. 9 Pandas, a very comfortable position. They don't really need to put on any sort of additional pressure. The game state works out for them just fine, but they want to keep the ball rolling. Find somebody to just stone to death here.
I mean, Entity is very, very safe right now. They're just trying to play the map and maximizing the waves that you can get. Somebody's gonna die usually, and hopefully you're trying to throw your support's life away.
They don't see anyone on the traps all across the map, so they've got to be feeling a bit wary. Not a single 9 Pandas.
Yeah, Rubik's probably gonna die for this.
Yeah, that's fine. You know,
yeah, that's fine.
He turns around, sees 4 heroes. He's like, yeah, okay, well, smoke gang. Dodge. There's a glimpse onto. Yeah, I mean, it's just the. Okay, yeah, it's a Disruptor trying to glimpse Eki. Just off the mark on the glide here, though, unfortunate. No one will be able to get himself out to safety.
That was actually fine for Entity, because they were pushing mid and bot all the way. But that was happening. Losing the 2 supports was like a reasonable price to pay.
Especially for the position you are in the game. But DM gets caught, but who's catching who? He'll duck up to the high ground, falls for the trap. Trying to look for a bit more, just gets stunned in the face and eaten up. Entity. A good move here. I mean,
too risky though. It's more like the Earth Spirit being just too cocky, you know. Just he's like a player where whenever he sees blood, he's just like on this madden rage, and he doesn't stop until he gets the hero, you know. And when you have this type of player in this type of situation, there's always a risk of him going too far.
That's exactly what happens there.
He's here.
DM running up to Solo, stuns up. They had that vision there, but he's taking a lot of damage. He just gets obliterated. DM dies to start, and no one will be nicked to follow. You can't run into the ball like that. 9 Pandas. He did mention that when they're spread apart, they're kind of easy to pick off, but you got all these auras, all this physical damage, you're gonna get blown up.
Yeah. I thought they actually saw them in the ward. Maybe they didn't see every single hero that got there. They thought that it would be like 2 to 3, 2 people maybe.
All the Lash has is a
with the Visage around, I just feel like he's like the Huskar here. You want to play away from him. You want to avoid him.
Yeah. Burkas is such a great spot.
Way too strong right now with all the aura items, and he does so much damage with the Blades, with the birds and everything. And the amp with the Undying, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
I kind of felt a bit overzealous there coming out from Entity, thinking they could just run up because they had vision and take that fight. And he tries to
Tiny's
get a
gonna
setup.
get glimpse.
A little bit of an awkward situation. Yeah, Fishman catches out onto Eki. Not sure what he's doing there.
Good
Beautiful
storm.
static storm onto 4. Holding it in place, but Kiyotaka rolls through and melts down Fishman. DM needs to follow. And now no one. He's trying his best to get some kills. He'll only find the supports before going down. The 9 Pandas call stay intact.
Yeah,
and
they
even
managed-
though it was a bit
They
of a
managed to kill
slip
2
up,
cores.
yeah, again, Entity, they're just reeling here. Kiyotaka, that was an excellent team fight from him. And this is one of the situations where him rolling in actually pays off.
That was actually insane, you know. It looked like a pretty bad fight with the Static Storm behind on 3 heroes, and then he just, I DC, I'm going in, I see a good angle here with my Magnetize and Silence, and he's gonna win the fight alone. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a really crazy move, but it worked out.
It actually smashes all of them, right? I think it takes advantage of the fact that Rolling Boulder has that invulnerability frame, so he just rolls straight through the Static Storm like it's nothing, just a little bit of a light breeze.
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy move right there.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, I think for a period of time, everyone was hallowing his name as this next up-and-coming CIS mid lane star. I think some people might recognize him as Depressed Kid, but he did a little bit of a title change. Even on 9 Pandas, it always felt like he was one of the shining little stars and gems that could take the team far, but in this Earth Spirit, it's been hit or miss. He seems to be
Radiant's
extremely
middle
confident
tower
in it,
is
and
under attack.
we're seeing why in some cases, although he does have to be careful now that they might be breaching up onto high ground.
Sometimes I feel like he just needs to tone it down a bit. I think he can be a really, really good player if he instills or has some stability. Like,
Yeah.
try to be risky when you have to be risky, but when you don't have to be risky, just try to be a little bit more conservative. You know, I think if he can actually develop
Radiant's
that
top tower is
in the
under
next
attack.
maybe a year or so, he might be a very, very good player.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Captain Solo to kind of
Radiant's
steer him in the
top
right
tower
direction,
has
because even though 9 Pandas, of course, their lineup doesn't look anything like it used to, it's clear that Kiyotaka values the leadership that Solo provides, which is why they've stuck together for so long.
Yeah.
Or at least I like to think that maybe Solo believes that, okay, this is a promising young
This
talent
is
that I can...
a gem that I can actually mold,
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. I can polish it, you know, it's gonna be great. He can take us the distance.
Radiant are
Because I think when you reach that point of veterancy
Radiant's
and
top
you're
tower
just an
is
old
under
school
attack.
captain and you've been around the block, you've seen all these players, in a way you know what it's gonna take for a team to be successful. You know what it's gonna take for a player to be
You need one of
worth your
those
time.
crazy guys
Yeah.
in the team. The person that is ready to make the unthinkable move happen when
Yeah.
it comes down to crunch time.
Exactly. Kiyotaka seems to be fitting that bill for 9 Pandas, going doubly back for that Earth Spirit despite getting manhandled in lane by no one.
Radiant's
Coming up
middle
big,
tower
8 to
is under
23
attack.
as the 10k gold lead continues to rise further up. The map
Radiant's middle
continues to
tower
shrink
has
for Entity.
fallen.
I think it's more and more likely that we're potentially going to a game 3. I feel like all these games have followed a very similar tempo, and we didn't even talk about this Lina at any stage, which should tell you how scary this situation
Radiant's
is.
middle
Grove
tower
Bow, of
is
course
under
she has
attack.
it. Gleipnir, Falcon Blade, BKB, and Boots of Travels. Jeez.
Which just feels very invincible right now. But things could change very easily if they just lose one team fight off the BKB timing on TA.
Dire's top
You think
tower
so?
is under attack.
I feel like one fight, Lina is always this hero, like Queen of Pain. You're owning so hard, and then one fight you die. It just feels like the whole game just came down catching on you.
Yeah, high ground is where it can all go wrong. We saw Eki make a little bit of a fumble into the tree line, get glimpsed back, and pay the price for it earlier on.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think
gonna
they,
be-
they just need to sit and watch the Lina hit the Rex and wait for
Yeah.
them to come in. Because every time they move in and they try to reposition someone, there's gonna be a static storm behind.
Yeah. A Roach could be respawning in 30 seconds. That could be something 9 Pandas decide to wait around for, but Entity don't want to give them that chance. Trying to run out with a pick off, DM leading the charge. Have that Yule set up potentially, but no one showing on the ward inside the base. This should be a very telltale sign. 9 Pandas have to know this is coming, and they're grouping around the high ground, prepared for this move. It's only Alberca showing with the familiars for now. Playing very carefully.
ES is very strong this fight with the BKB. He has his own
Dire's
BKB.
top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Blade Mail BKB, he's
He
nasty.
just needs to make sure he gets the vessel on Lash. I think that's the main hero he has to target.
9 Pandas
As long as Lash can't abuse the Bloodstone regen to take the team fight, it's going to be hard for Entity to win.
The Entity tried to make this sweeping move and catch somebody, but 9 Pandas very smartly positioned in the lower part of the jungle. Now they've completely dodged each other, but the problem is 9 Pandas, they're on your high ground, and they got familiars, auras, and so much building damage. This is melting. Entity, you need to put up some sort of response.
Lina's going to be here with the AD.
Yeah. This is looking like the Rax if they don't do
that's
anything.
That's not a response that's going to stop the enemy with a glimpse.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're just starting to throw out these splitters. Tombstone on the high ground though, giving them all the vision and control they might need. Suddenly a lot harder for Entity to commit. Gotta imagine that it's a DK who's gonna blink in first, but who's your target? All you see is this Lina. You start off on her, but Eki, immediate response, tossing up DM to the sky. Gliding control, so much damage, Laguna, the DM is just dead! Use him into the sky, but no one, he doesn't have the HP, he needs to run that static storm covering their base, but Kiyotaka, with that BKB and so much magnetized damage, forces them all back into the fountain, and 9 Pandas get what they came for, grab one lane of Rax.
They are not done. Eki is still
going.
around.
Yeah. Although I don't really know if they want to stay, given that the 9, I guess the carry just TP'd top and showed his face. So I'm just gonna make the full retreat, show some respect there to Entity.
Yeah, that was the right play. They just waited. They waited for Entity to jump them with the DK and then react to that initiation.
That's kind of the problem, right? I mean, it's just DK. It's only DK who can make this jump. The Lesh... Oh, the Familiars. Okay. That's a bit of gold. But yeah, the Familiars... they can just scout everything out without any risk. And your Lesh can't run past them, it feels like. He's not strong enough by any stretch. He's only now completed this Bloodstone and Veil.
Physical damage is a problem. He doesn't have enough armor.
Yeah. He's gonna have the plate mail coming out for his Shivas now, but it's still a long way before that main item gets completed. It's 12k gold lead, 9 Pandas. Playing it slow and steady, and Roche is up, so you can walk back into it for that second Aegis, but you can imagine that Entity, they can't let this go without a fight.
Nope, they have to try to take the fight. I think there's still like a pretty good chance they can win the fight if they get the right initiation with the DK. I think they have to try to blow like one of the squishier heroes. I think Lina is a good target if they can get on Lina.
Yeah, it's been a problem so far though. Holy Locket being eyed up by Solo. He's going pretty greedy on this Undying, and they're just straight into the Roche. So talk about a fight. Yeah, we're not gonna get one.
Seen this item in ages. I think the only hero that buys this is like either Chen or Idol.
Right? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, Undying's okay with the Soul Reap, I guess.
It's alright. And especially since he has the Greaves, right? So you amp that up as well.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like if you're trying to end the game now, you get Solar and you buff your Lina and you Visage.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, your only real concern is being burst down by the physical damage of Watson, right? He has a Nemesis Curse. Not a lot of the charges to his Desolator, but still, if there's one hero who can do it, it might just be him. For now, smoked up, eyeing up this top side. They're in great position, but Entity, they aren't. Now again, the building's just taking so much damage. The auras, the familiars. You gotta come back and put up some sort of a response. Entity. Oh, they've caught the tiny static storm, pulling him back in. They need to try and work him down. Watson trying his best. With the last melt strike, they'll find him immediate buyback. 9 Pandas, they want to stand their ground. This is a risky fight. Laguna Blade onto no one. He still has the use available. Buy himself a time. Kiyotaka on the backline. Now Watson versus Dark Lord, but you can't win this fight against the Lina, especially with the help of the Visage. Starting to chase down on this TA. Needs the help. Needs some allies. Hides in the melt, and we'll be fine. Turn around for Dark Lord. That's the first life. The TA desperately has to try and go away, but 9 Pandas, they can't connect. Alberca now in some trouble. No one doing all the damage that he can, but he's dropping low. He doesn't have enough HP. Lina's not caught. Lina's killing. There is the Leshrac, and DM can't do anything about it. Turn around, and Alberca, he's still pumping out so much damage on this Visage, and the supports, they can do nothing but watch. Now Kiyotaka has to roll away, but nice block, nice use. Hold him up into the sky and try and melt him down, but no, Watson just dies off. So many buybacks committed now for Entity. The tossbacks, they need to resort to the cheese, and Alberca, finally can he go down? It's the cheese that he pops, and he'll try and survive, but with the stun and the glimpse, looks like Entity, even though it was costly, they managed to hold. They punch back onto 9 Pandas, and they keep their racks intact.
That was like, what, 4 buybacks on them?
Yeah.
The TA, the Lash.
And somehow it's still worth it. They still get a net gain of close to almost 5k gold.
And the levels, like, they got so much out of it. Lash is going to be level 20. He's actually going to finish his Shivas, all of this too. I think that's a pretty big deal. They have to use all the buybacks, but at the same time, I think they got what they wanted.
Yeah,
I mean, this 9 Pandas lineup has an expiration date.
Are scanning.
So
yeah, it feels
if
that
they
way.
actually do this one more time, I think the Lash, DK, and TA trio is gonna be much stronger than them soon.
This is starting to be a bit awkward as well, right? Because we are already seeing that. Okay, for what it's worth, that fight only goes that direction because they take so long to kill the TA.
Yeah,
right?
but it's also the fact that the Earth Spirit, right? He didn't follow his team into the initial fight. He rolled to the side and he didn't get a good magnetize off the. There was a illusion rune that removed the magnetize and couldn't spirit it across the other heroes, and that was his contribution in the fight.
It was so weird because Dark Lord and Alberca were very clearly trying to focus on TA, and you think
feel like he just needs to go with his team, and they can actually win the fight there with the Lina.
Literally one boulder smash on the TA and she's dead, but instead she's able to refract up, blink away, rejoin the fight, and by the time she dies, she gets buyback because she's raked up so much more gold from the kills that she's a part of. And yeah, 9 Pandas completely agree with you here. This timing is insane for them, but it is what you just said. It's a timing. It's going to pass, and if Entity can tide this through, they might just be able to still take this series 2-0. Not as quick as they would have wanted with this Disruptor lineup, but it's giving them a lot of good options, and the fact they killed Eki allows them to reclaim that gem. Suddenly, all these traps are a lot more lethal.
Yep, one more fight. It's all it takes, Mike.
Yeah.
They
Watson.
have BKB TA plus Dragonite with Aghanim soon. Oh boy, they have no time to finish the Aghanims.
Yeah,
Lash
Watson
is
has,
gonna finish the Shivas. I think they are still in a pretty good position, 9 Pandas, to close out this game.
Yeah, 200 more gold for the Daedalus on the TA as well. The Kaya-san's just picked up for Earth Spirit. That is a huge item for him to grab. Status resist, amplifying the damage, some of the healing that comes out as well. Not that he has a lot of it, but you get my point. He just gets beefier. 9 Pandas, you can kind of see the hesitation from them because they know they're on a little bit of a timer here. The clock's ticking. That fight on high ground, they had to use a lot of buybacks, but that was your Aegis fight. Now you pass the cheese over to the Lina, but you don't have that insurance of the second life.
Not the best cheese carrier, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no. Because once you get burst down, you're screwed anyway.
If the enemy is next to you,
yeah, you're done.
What you have.
That's true. Well, she does have a Lincoln's, which will help her against the Glimpse, the Lift, as well as the Stun. So that's something. That's pretty significant.
But what's going to help her with the armor? The armor reduction, apart from the Visage Aura.
I guess so. I mean, that also depends if Watson can get on top of her, right? I think Watson, even though he has that BKB, if he blinks in right on top of Lina, that has to be something 9 Pandas are completely prepared for. And could just get punished for it. If this TA dies, it feels like that's the last shred of hope for Entity gone. It doesn't really matter if Lash or DK die. As long as Watson has space to punch away, it feels like it's still winnable. But if the TA is out, I don't know. It kind of feels like 9 Pandas can just steamroll through.
Yeah, very, very tense moments here. I got a feeling that we might actually see like the game drag out to the next rush, as both teams are going to be very, very cautious.
Yeah, you want to be safe with it as much as possible, right? And 9 Pandas, they know they have one more fight, so why not ensure yourself as much as you can? Just pick up these key items. Aghanims on the Visage. Pretty useful tool to get these cross-map pickoffs, potentially. Trying to breach up onto this high ground.
They're actually going to just go...
Oh, they're going to try. They're going to try and get a jump. Make use of this smoke. They've lost the gem, so this is their only option. They could get a touch on the Fishman. There's the setup. Toss back into the rest of the team. Fishman's gonna go down. No buyback. No static storm, but Eki has to pay with his life for it. Not sure whether that was a worthwhile trade, but the Glyph Arc. And now Alberca on the front lines. He's so deep. He's just gonna die. He stone forms. But they can just set up on him again once he comes back up. Shiva's up. And now 9 Pandas, they're almost forced into the fight. Alberca just goes down. That is a very weird chain of events. Now Dalor will have to TP out, but that means Solo is left for dead. 9 Pandas, that was a very strange attempt up to the high ground. They get Fishman to start, but they commit so deep that they lose more value, and now Entity...
They're gonna lose Roche too?
Yeah, it's 53 seconds. If it's a short spawn, they're screwed, because they don't have buyback on the Visage. I'm not really sure what that was about.
just being too aggressive, you know. They could have just waited for Roche or just, you know, siege the base. Like, I think if they wanted to siege, they just needed to do it like last time. They put the tombstone down, Lina hits the towers, and everybody's just standing by and waiting for the enemy team to jump and they react.
Yeah, I mean,
But instead they try to instead they try to go for like a crazy dive play. Like, yeah, sure, you know, they don't have buyback, but still you're putting yourself in a very deep position where the TA, the left, they can all abuse you with their spells, you know, because they have vision. It's nighttime. It's very difficult for you to go there.
No, this nighttime Roche.
This is crazy. Right now, it feels like 9 pandas, 9k lead doesn't mean anything anymore.
It does not. It really doesn't. It feels like at this point, Entity, if they just continue to play their cards right and they don't get caught out by a stray toss back, as long as they respond accordingly, they'll be just fine here. That initial hump that they faced with the buybacks, they're all coming off cooldown now. Now, the heroes don't really have the gold for it, but Roche is not a long spawn, but it's long enough that it's inconvenient. 1.5 minutes left until that comes up. You just want to control this area for as long as possible.
Oh,
Gets caught out, lifted up. There's DM with the stun, gets the connection, and the rest of the team can't connect in time. Static Storm on top of his head, and he has no way out of here. All the kills in the world, and Solo can't help him. Solo's gonna die as well. Sliced down by Watson, now no one further with the chase. There's the glimpse back onto Eki. Jatomi steals the toss and brings the Tiny back in. Stylish plays from this Rubik. As they get 3. 9 pandas, they've just let this game fall out of their grasp already.
Yep, they basically spoon-fed or just held the food in the platter and just gave it to Entity. Okay, here you go. This is your supper. And things are just... I feel like they just totally lost control of the game. They lost the plot, for sure.
Oh, for sure. Like, it looked so good for them. They were coming out of the gate swinging. They were like, okay, we're gonna rerun it. We know how to beat this Lash Disruptor. We're gonna get off to a good start, and they did. But then they kind of fumbled the bag a little bit. A couple of key fights where Kiyotaka didn't really feel like he was on the same page as the rest of the 9 pandas lineup, and it cost them big time. Entity, you gotta admire the grit, right? For them to buy back en masse like that in the fight, to realize that that was supposed to be their last stand and they had to do it. But to claw their way back from that rough situation, it's really admirable stuff. And now with the Roche available, you just head in there and would you look at that? It's a free Aghanims.
For Disruptor? Holy shit.
I don't know if the Disruptor's gonna take it.
Wait, who's getting the axe? I mean, it's either... No, it can't be the Lash.
You ever get it on the Lash, so you can Nihilism and turn everyone to ethereal form?
But I feel like the highest value one is the Disruptor. Or maybe the Rubik.
Fishman be dying though, but I'm sure he's gonna grab that for himself.
And he's so near to the Roche, he's getting it.
He's gonna snatch that.
No, who got it?
I'm not sure. Right now what I'm seeing is 9 pandas streaming in, looking for kills. No one. He's still in the pit and he's gonna get found. Okay, I mean the Lash dying for the Roche. It's not... Oh, he TP's out.
Oh, they gave it to the Lash.
Yeah, Nihilism is pretty strong here. I thought he was screwed for sure. I think there was so much glowing that I didn't realize he had BK beat, but yeah, nothing for 9 pandas to interrupt that, and he just gets out for free. Nicely done. Keep themselves intact.
This is where you wish you had Beast Marks instead of Usage.
Okay, to be fair, Alberca did win them the early game. Kiyotaka rolling to the high ground. What's going on? Kiyotaka, get out of here! Static Storm! Just the control. Pops the BKB and they pop Fishman to boot, but Solo goes down as well. Watson facing off against Dark Lord. Lina, you can't win this fight, but you're beating down into the first life of the TA. She's trying to respawn now, no one into the fray with the Nihilism, turning everyone ethereal and turning everyone dead. The Stolen Laguna zaps down Dark Lord, and now Alberca, he's putting out quite a bit of damage along with Kiyotaka, but alongside Watson, he can't stand up. Alberca has to try and TP out, but the glimpse, Fishman buys back and screws over that Visage. Godlike for Watson now. It's 9 pandas. They have not only just lost the plot, they might have just lost this series. 4 members out without buyback available. And again, you have to wonder, Kiyotaka, what were you doing up on that high ground? It was just such an easy fight for Entity to take.
He was trying to kill the ward, but Solo was already kind of doing it, you know, so he kind of didn't need to go up there. And that was crazy, you know, the Lash with Timeless Relic and all his spells with the Nihilism. Just destroyed everybody.
It looked a bit scary because DM was getting melted, Watson lost his first life, but then at that point they already used all their BKBs, and that paves the way for no one to come in and clean up shop. Just chews them up like bubblegum. And Entity, they've just put a complete reversal on this situation. They tried to come in for the choke slam, they hit you with the suplex, and now you're
Dire's
head over heels
middle
and
tower
confuse the
has
shit.
fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, hoping for a miracle right now.
Dire's middle
It feels that way.
barracks
I
are
mean,
under
they still have the tiny toss back on the high ground, which, like you enjoy saying, it's a bit of cheese that can get you out of these
Cheese?
sticky situations.
Okay.
Dire's middle barracks.
Tiny tossback is not a cheese.
Dire's middle barracks.
Okay. Is it honest? Are you gonna say it's honest?
It is honest. It's been in the game since 1991.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that one. wasn't around in 1991, unfortunately. So even if you were lying to me, I wouldn't be able to verify this until end of the game. Yeah, 11k gold lead now for Entity as first game was a clinical affair. Second game, 9 Pandas taking the lead in a very convincing fashion and then throwing the lead in a very confusing fashion. Not really sure what they have left in the tank here. Like you mentioned, this draft is on a bit of a timer and feels like they're long gone. They're a bit late to the party. They'll still try and show up fashionably late though.
It's already 1 month post expiration date, you know.
Exactly. You can't eat that food anymore. Even if you drop it on the ground, even if it's a fish, it's not gonna taste good. You're gonna try for the same move again. Maybe try and knock down these ranks, get megas. No one would be a great start. Toss him up into the sky, but Static Storm covering his bases. And again, Eki just gets killed off. Now he does have a
needed to
buyback.
toss him out. He needed to toss him out.
Yeah, he tossed him up instead. I don't know what that was about. Now, Nihilism means that you can't get any follow-up. Here comes Kiyotaka rolling into the mix. It's a lot of damage on the Fishman. They kill him off thanks to the help of Alberca. No one forced to turn around, pop the BKB. There's DM with a stun onto the Visage. He's able to Stoneform. He's taking a lot of damage, DM. He's gonna get worked down. Good set of plays here from 9 Panda.
Working out. How?
I have no idea, but it is. And 9 Panda now, they're back on the high ground with Dark Lord in the front lines. Entity, they're still trying to put up a fight. Yeah, DM TPing in with the stun, but the BKB and the Lincoln's keeping Dark Lord safe now. Oh, in some trouble. They try and toss the rocks over, but DM, he's such a stable front line. And they're gonna kill off Kiyotaka, block off the roll. And 9 Pandas kind of getting a bit too greedy there. They stick around even in the face of the DM buyback, and they pay the price for it.
2 heroes dead, no buyback. They're gonna lose another. Eki has no buyback as well.
This is nasty. I mean, this is gonna be a dieback if Eki goes down here. Suddenly, all your honest 1991 plays can't come out anymore. Unfortunately, will be expired just like this Tiny. And it feels like 2 games in a row where we've seen Eki try and fail and try and do decently well in this game. But in these late games where he's trying to set up on the high ground, find little avenues, Entity are completely wise to it and they route him out every single time. The Tiny tries to initiate, he gets punished, and suddenly 9 Pandas are in such a bad spot, and now it's 75 seconds without him, 30 without your Earth Spirit and solo. A 3v2 situation, sorry. Not even 3v2 at this point. There's 4 heroes and Disruptor should be joining them very shortly.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has
What a sad way to finish the game.
This is sad. I mean, it's not over just yet. They still have 1 tier 2 tower, so they can't go for the game ender unless they really want to try and push the issue. Watson's on to tier 4s. They'll think better of it though. It seems like they want to try and push. They know that there's no buyback on the Tiny. At best, it's going to be a 4v4. Their Disruptor trying to join the fight again. A very awkward roll in from Kiyotaka. Doesn't connect onto anyone now. No one trying to escape. There's the lift up, toss back. Dark Lord in some trouble. They're trying to focus down the lean up. Turns around with the Laguna. But the Nihilism gets them out of there. No one able to Bloodstone up. This fight is a complete mess. They need to focus down Dark Lord. Laguna back into her. Watson's on top of her. And this Lina has nowhere to run. The last few Sideblade auto attacks. 9 Pandas still able to escape with their carry. Dark Lord weaseling all the way back, but another blink forward. Dark Lord desperately trying to squeeze out a life, squeeze out a hope. But 100 seconds. 9 Pandas backs against the rope here. Solo and Kiyotaka, they try their damn best. But it's just not enough. As he'll just get mopped up one by one. Eki finally rejoins the fray for a toss avalanche that kills off Kataomi. But it's easy cleaning up from here. DM standing in the midst of it all with his illusions. You buy on Dark Lord now. Maybe it's not over just yet. Watson, he needs to watch himself. The Dark Lord can do a lot of damage his way, yeah. With the buybacks on Alberca as well. Turns out it's not over just yet. Entity, they need to watch themselves. Regrouping now in a 4-man unit. 3v4 situation of 5. The Rubik can get back in, and there he is. Trying to finish off this game. But you gotta watch yourself for the familiars. You gotta watch for this toss setup. One nice avalanche could ruin this entire attempt. In they come, but instant hex, no one. He's way too quick. Stun up onto Eki, silence onto everybody. And Alberca, he's gonna get slowly but surely work down Watson, beating into the Visage and kills him off now. You will kill no one, but he buys back. And I mean, Dark Lord, you can't do this by yourself. Trying to beat into Watson, but DM is there with the stun. You'll kill off the TA, but you'll die as a result. And the voice lines, oh, the voice lines, that's just insult to injury. As 9 Pandas, they're gonna need to take a moment to let that seep in. How they let this game slip out of their hands. Entity starting the series off and starting the tournament off with a 2-0.
Yeah, just very unfortunate game for 9 Pandas. You know, if they had a little bit more discipline, they would have had a really, really good shot at closing out the game. They put themselves in a very good position with the draft. They were playing well in the initial stages of the game. They took control. They were leading, and you just have to be disciplined. You know, sometimes even though when you're ahead, you have to respect the fact that your opponent still has the ability to come back into the game. And they were kind of like playing like the opponents had no chance of winning. You know.
Yeah, it was such a weird affair to see Eki and Kiyotaka take turns to roll up to that high ground thinking that they were invulnerable and really paying the price and eating dirt as a result. Entity, it honestly felt like they didn't have an option, but I think you pointed out something very important, that as strong as 9 Pandas were looking, every time you pick this Lina, there's just such a strong expiration date. It's very clearly printed, especially when you're up against a TA. And Watson didn't let her have an inch in the fight. Every single time she thought she made just enough distance to start turning around and auto-attacking, bam, the TA right next to you again. Melt strike after Psyblade, after punch, and you just need to turn and run. That's all you could do in these fights. And just respect the Entity, right? Gritting it out there, coming back in that game number 2. And showcase some variance there, showcase some flexibility and versatility, and much deserved this 2-0.
Yeah, very much deserved, and congratulations to them. You know, holding the game together, just waiting and waiting for the right moment. You know, taking advantage of the slip-ups of your opponents. I think that's also something that you have to be particularly good at this level of play. Whenever your opponent slips up, you have to take advantage of it, and they took it. They were presented with a chance, and they came back into the game.
Yeah, I think, especially for me, MVP's got to be Kataomi, because I feel like as much as Watson did well, every single fight, it felt like there was so many spells being stolen and control, little tools, lift up, fate bolts in, so much damage done by this Rube. It felt like he spent a majority of those engagements out of sight, out of mind, but he was doing so much work. And I guess, of course, if you really want to crown the king, it has to be Watson. Watson's been such a standout for this team for so long, and even though they're on the back foot, he's keeping up in terms of farm, waiting for his timings. He's not doing anything risky, getting caught out on the map, just playing clean, safe, practiced, and ready to strike back at a moment's notice. And that's what gets them the win ultimately. At 2-0, you know, 9 Pandas solo, I don't know whether he's going to blame himself or be frustrated at his teammates, but that's gotta be a bit of a stinger. You've gotta be like kind of sulking a bit after that one.
What can you do? You know, sometimes games like this happen, and just have to move forward. You know, and just try to make improvements for the upcoming games, and try not to dwell with it. They have a lot of games, you know, still to play, you know, so they have to try to focus and try to, you know, play the next game.
Yeah, and that's all about they can do. They'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out who their opponents are. In case you missed it, the entire, you know, tournament right now is in a Swiss stage, not a group stage. So you might be unfamiliar. Let me walk you through it. Basically, at the end of today, Entity, tomorrow they're going to face off against another opponent who ended today with 1-0. And of course, with 9 Pandas taking a L here, they're going to face off against another team that lost. So, of course, this stream is not the only place that action is happening. We still have our main stream. If you're watching on Twitch, it'll be ESP_Dota2_EN. That's where Tundra Esports and Heroic are at their game 3 right now, so be sure to tune into that. But for us, we have an interview ready. I think it's okay, we have an interview ready with one of the team members. I think let's try and figure out who it is after a short break. So we'll be right back. Give us some time and we'll get you the inside scoop on what made Entity tick there. See you in a bit. Ah, what a series. We didn't really think it was going to end so quickly, especially with game 1 going the way that it did, but 9 Pandas really put up a good fight, unfortunately. Felt like it was a bit too frisky from Eki and Kiyotaka rolling up to the high ground, giving Entity a bit too many chances and ultimately giving them a 2-0 to boot. Winter, that series, that's gotta sting for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, it's not an easy way to lose. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it is what it is. You have to try to figure out how to get better, how to play the next game, and try not to dwell over that loss. You know, that's the life of a Dota 2 competitive gamer right now, in this type of environment.
True. Yeah, and on the flip side of that, of course, Entity able to take the 2-0. I'm sure they're very happy about that. Speaking of a Dota 2 competitive pro gamer, we're gonna get to hear from one right now. We have Fishman on the line for an interview. Fishman, are you there?
Hello, hello.
Hell yeah, nice to see you here, Fishman. Thank you for joining us and giving us a bit of your time. So, of course, I do have to ask you, after that game number 2 start, it was looking really difficult, especially playing Disruptor from behind. You must have been a bit frustrated. Can you tell us what steps you did or what you told the team to try and get that comeback?
I mean, yeah, we was not giving up. We was like, oh, we cannot fight them right now. We are supposed to split, farm some items. And then we took the first opportunity they gave us to come back. I guess we was waiting for the moment.
Game was. Would you tell us a little bit more? Yeah, would you tell us a little bit more about the Disruptor? When in the lane you opted to get Glimpse at level 1, both games, and we were wondering what were the reasons why you actually wanted to get Glimpse at level 1 instead of the Thunderstrike.
It's pretty usual for me. First game, I remember they kill me top lane, and I see Beastmaster Ryan to lane, and creeps already hitting each other. And I know if I glimpse him, he will lose 1 creep. or maybe even 2. And I took this opportunity to do. And second game, I again defeat First Blood, and I was like, maybe I survive if I glimpse. But overall, Thunder Strike also is like situational. I don't know. It's you don't want to spam the spell. This spell too much mana, costs too much mana, and if I spam Thunder Strike level 1, and I cannot attack level 2, so glimpse level 1 is okay. It's situational.
I mean, would you give like an example of when would you get Thunderstrike? Is there any situation you get a Thunderstrike?
Yeah, if I play versus melee hero, which I can kite, you know, like if I have some carry who can attack with me, who can say me, bro, go. But even if carry can do like this, even glimpse okay as well. Yeah.
Yeah, right, that's a good answer.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Everybody, Fishman advocates for Glimpse level 1. Okay, so all you Thunderstrike level 1ers, be gone. Okay, so we do have the, Entity looks very different from what it did maybe 3 months, 6 months ago, right? You guys welcoming in DM as well as No One in those core positions. How did you guys end up bringing them in, and what's the team like now with them on board?
Yeah, I told the story a few times already, but yeah, in some point we understood that DM is best offlaner for us, and then we already have 4 Russian picking players, and we just decided to take No One except of Stormer, of course. It was a sad story, and it was not easy to say goodbye to Daniel, because he very good player and very good teammate. But we committed to this decision and did full Russian speaking roster with No One on mid, of course.
Right. And I think, especially with this new roster recently, you guys did play up in some qualifiers. I think the games looked amazing from you guys, but maybe the results not exactly what you wanted, not qualifying for Valahia as well as Dream League Season 23. What are some of the mistakes that you think you guys made in those tournaments, and how are you changing that now?
I mean, yeah, mistakes happened, a lot of small mistakes, and Tundra was just, I don't know, better than us, let's say.
Okay.
But we are looking forward to play more matches with them. Who knows, maybe next time we win. Yeah. Toby just made this team too strong.
True. Okay. Winter, do you have anything else for Fishman here?
No, I just hope to see him at the airport again, and have another meal with him, because that was the last time I saw him here.
Yeah. Hopefully airport after they win a lot more, right? And not as an early exit. But thank you so much, Fishman, for your time. Congrats on your first win, and hope you guys keep performing as we move ahead in the Swiss stage.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day, and yeah, goodbye. See you tomorrow, maybe.
Yes, you too. See you tomorrow, perhaps. And that is
He's trying to
from
tell
Fishman, the captain of Entity.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to see if there's some. The worst part is he said that, but he didn't sound confident. He didn't need to say the perhaps. He could just say see you tomorrow, and that'll be the most Chad move ever. But he doesn't want to be too cocky, and I can respect that. The field is kind of stacked, right? We have so many strong teams coming in from all the different regions. It's hard to know what to expect. But for us at least, me and you, Winter, we're done for today. And we're going to pass over the reins to Math Magician as well as Ace for the upcoming match between PSG Quest and Boom Esports. Winter, any final things you want to say before we close out today for us?
Never give up.
Hell yeah.
There is always
Hell
hope.
yeah. I mean, that comeback. Yeah, Talon reverse sweep in game series number 1, and this game 2 it definitely proves it. Entity patient, and it pays off, and we'll send you off to the pleasant hands of Math and Ace. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Elite League action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Elite League. I am the Math Magician 10, and this is Ace, and this is our first time covering the Swiss stage for today.
Yep, first time, but this is not the first game of the day, right? This is the third game, so a lot of games already gone. Now it's our time.
Yes, it is our time. Man, what a big fight for the last series, man. 9 Pandas versus Entity. By the way, love seeing Perma and Winter on that game, but huge comeback there. They actually got to play the left track 2 times in a row, and we'll see. Ace, do you think there's any heroes that need to just be absolutely taken out here in the first phase of this current meta?
I would say the Lash Rack, but guess we'll see, because it's like 2 different regions fighting, so they might not know each other very well, so
okay,
it's gonna be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they've done at least some research, right? It is the Swiss stage. You do want to hit in that, I believe, top 8 to move on to the next phase. So I'm sure they've got some quick picks up their sleeve. I do know it feels the offlaners are still pretty good in this meta. Your DK, Timber, Centaur, that sort of stuff has been pretty valued, but people have even been really prioritizing the Primal Beast, even though it didn't feel he was as good as the others. Sometimes you see like 4 offlaners banned out in the first phase, and it's, well, you know, the PB still in there. You think he's still a pretty good hero?
It is. It is just a solid hero. Brings a lot of damage, some catch for your team. A tanky boy that can just buy blade mail and run around.
Yeah, no, I mean, the tank ability factor of it is very good. And Boom Esports, you can see the rosters here. We've gotten a lot of time covering this Boom Esports roster. I love seeing Pakaz and Slatums going back at it. I think these are 2 of maybe my favorite players to see in Boom Esports right now. They've seen a lot of success. I think when we picked them up, they were 7 wins in a row or something on Beast Coast, which had been top in the region. So they're doing very well for themselves right now.
Yeah, they won the qualifiers pretty convincingly as well in Esports. And Heroic, their nemesis, were invited. So I guess we're gonna see both these teams fighting on this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Boom 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. They didn't lose a single game in the whole qualifiers. It seems like everybody else was trying to battle out with it, but not Boom, man. They knew exactly what they needed to do. All of those wins at 30 minutes, by the way, it didn't feel like they really had a whole lot of trouble with it. So I don't know. I'm going to hope that we see some strong picks out of them. Looks like we do have a draft ahead of us. And Crystal Maiden as the first pick to that Primal Beast. I love seeing that hero as a counter to the PB.
Yep. And there's the Hoodwink Primal Beast lane on Boom side. We saw Fishman playing some Disruptor last game. He was even giving some tips at the end on the interview. And I took some notes here. And we see the DKCM. Oh, a lot of heroes already. Gyro and the Morph.
Whew. I love seeing that Gyro ban. I think that, the Gyro pick. I think this is something that we've seen a lot actually out of the SA region, a lot more. I wonder if that was slightly a denied pick, because that's been a hero that Pakaz has played pretty well. But the TA is still in pool. It doesn't seem like the worst pick in the world. Is there a reason that you don't just pick Pakaz TA right now?
I mean, this is TA 2000, right? He plays Pakaz heroes very well, like Morphs, the TAs. So it's 2 pretty similar carry players we're gonna see here today. So I'm pretty sure Pakaz knows what to pick for him.
I just think it's a TA, right? You see the Gyro and the Morphlane already picked up for yourself. I don't think that matchup is too crazy. I think it is slightly more favored, but Pakaz is maybe one of the best pro players on TA. I feel like this has got to be something you just go for him, but he goes for a hero that isn't even in the meta. He goes for the Slark. Oh my lord, what is the thought process here, Ace?
Hard hero to catch with what PSG has already, so...
Okay.
Yeah, this is just gonna be an in and out fight. Has the Primal Beast that can just go ham. Has a lot of burst damage on the support, on the Hoodwink, so guess he can just follow up on with the Primal Beast, then just go out, regen, come back.
I suppose.
And against the DK on the late game, might be pretty good also.
Yeah, I mean, I like the dives. I think you're looking at like very discrete timings for the other team. DK with the blink BKB, stun, Morphling with the shotgun. You have to try to like take that damage, kite out, and then go again. But it's not like those are like super low cooldowns. I'm not looking at like a Warlock Golem or a Black Hole or something like that. These are still pretty low CD. Slark loves these long fights and trying to like, again, kite away from this burst. So I think as long as right now PSG Quest, they kind of itemize to take these fights long, maybe some mechs, maybe some Solar Crest, stuff like that. I think they should still be able to deal with it. I don't have a lot of the faith in the Slark hero though, so maybe I'm just kind of biased in that way.
It's a hero that takes time to come online unless he wins the lane.
I see.
He's like trio on the lane, get early Diffusal Blade or at least early Echo Saber and starts roaming around using the night vision to get more kills for his team. It's a very good hero, but if he's playing from behind, it's not a great hero to fight against Death Balls, against 5 many on the other team, so they really need to focus on the lanes, on Boom here. And I already see that it's not that easy to defend towers with these heroes.
Also
they don't
true.
have a lot of wave clear.
Yeah. That's why, I mean, not to harp on about it, that's why I kind of expected a TA pick, because of someone who excels is using that TA to defend towers, using the traps and kind of giving himself that vision, allowing himself to clear the waves, and maybe setting up his team with those slows. But with the Slark instead, we have 2 heroes in the safe lane, both Disruptor and Slark, that hate, as you said, playing from behind. So not just the Slark, man. If you don't win this lane on the Disruptor as well, you have to really bank on your Primal Beast and Hoodwink winning so you can play with them. Thankfully, that is a pretty strong lane. I think even into the Morphling, that's still a pretty nice lane to play in. So they should do well, but you know, a great Morphling player, I think, will still make anything happen. We'll see what this last pick is, because I think this mid lane might be the last thing that rounds out what Boom are trying to do here. Do they want to go all in on the lanes, or maybe do they want to try for a like a 4+1? They have some mid farming, and they're just showing up to tower fights so they can get something done. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd like to see something like DP on Boom, because they don't really have siege damage. And if you're playing against this Morph and never takes his tower, because that's his plan. He's gonna stay bottom for like 8 to 10 minutes until he gets like his Lincolns, his Manta, then he starts joining fights. So you gotta have something to at least threaten that bottom tower to go with your DP. You know that PSG already banned the Lash, so they were really trying to out some of these siege heroes. And DP against the DK is also nice, so
that's true. You like something that can just kind of heal up. DK doesn't have a lot of burst damage. He does have the Mage Slayer, which I think will be slightly harmful for him to play against, but the Darkseer picked up, which means as Primal Beast mid, they're going all in. It is 3 melee cores, by the way. I don't know if they're going to be able to punish this one on PSG Quest, but I fear for them, because I don't think the Darkseer is, again, a huge meta hero at the moment. I would have liked to see something that kind of enables these long fights, but I suppose if we go back to an Aura Darkseer, that's what they're going to try to do. Maybe Greaves Pipe, really layer in those auras so the fights last forever.
Yeah, I think so. You gotta itemize for your team here, especially this Lark. You just need to enable your Lark to carry you through the game. They're all about fighting on Boom. You surge your Primal Beast, use the Ion Shell, and you hope you're winning most of these fights. But you can't really destroy the towers. But yeah, if you kill everyone, towers are gone. And Enigma, so are you going to cast some Black Holes here today?
I think we're going to see a lot of at least 3-man Black Holes. It is a 3 melee core lineup. I think once the BKB comes out, you only have the Primal Beast to stop him, and he has to be like behind the Enigma to make sure that he can actually cancel it. It is so hard. Oh my goodness.
Hope for the telescope. Catch the Enigma.
How many cast range items can I get?
You can also ask your Hoodwink to get Basher.
True. The Acorn Bash. That's what we're going to hope for. I mean, I don't mind this Darkseer last pick. I think the illusions are good versus the DK as well. That's how he wants to play the game. But I think this Enigma really rounds out what they needed here on the PSG Quest lineup. Something to make sure that the Slark doesn't get to lead this fight. Make him full commit. Even though the Depth Shroud is decently good into the Black Hole, it provides something. But it's not the save that you're looking for. You really are looking for a cancel on it. So a really nice 24 pick. Slark doesn't even lane well into that. You have to be really close and using Dark Pact to clear those illusions. So they're just going to take the melee matchup they won in the mid lane. Ace, I'm really liking how they rounded this one out for Quest.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I'm really curious to see how Boom are going to play these lanes, because I see a lot of potential on PSG Quest, especially on this Enigma lane. Enigma Gyro, very strong duo.
Yeah.
And Slark is a hero that you can pressure it out of the lane if you have the correct heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, he's gonna. I don't know if he survives this lane. I think you're gonna have to go pretty quick. We're definitely gonna see a Dark Pact max, even though that's usually what happens anyways. But I just don't see a world where you're able to lane into the Enigma. He's gonna get the Vlads to start as well, really bump up those Eidolons, and you're just gonna take so much harass. It is definitely up to your off lane here on the Primal Hoodwink to own in this lane and create some space for your Slark. Because thankfully, in the mid lane, the Primal Beast. It's Darkseer Hoodwink in the off lane. So the mid lane, Primal Beast, I think, still can win that matchup versus the DK. I think they should have a strong, 4-hero lineup. If they lose either the mid lane or the off lane too hard, I think it's going to be really hard for them.
Yeah, on the mid lane, I think they will tie on this lane. DK can always stun the Primal Beast and run away. Point here is DK rotating to get a tower kill, or is DK waiting for the Primal to rotate to get his tower?
Okay.
I think this is gonna be an interesting thing. We're gonna see here around like the 6 to 7 minutes mark. And I just love how they pick the CM with the morph from the lane. That means you can just use the adaptive strike on the Darkseer. A lot of times it's cheap on mana, especially if you have a CM on your team. And how they have this Enigma that is going to get Vlads, and you have the morph that doesn't have to get his Vlads, so you have all the lifesteal, the base damage on his side.
I didn't even think about that. That's a really good point.
Items. Yeah, he can just get Dragonlance and start fighting with the Vlads.
I mean, do you even... I don't know how pressured they feel in this one. I feel like we may also just see him go Manta and just like really farm it up. Like he can get everything that he wants. I think it's going to be a really nice Conda game though, because the more that you angle into that like magical burst, the harder it actually is for the the Darkseer to play into you, because obviously like Darkseer really wants to get like a butterfly, a Scotty, everything that has those passive features on your hero. But anytime you do something that, you're just doing that big nuke with your W, Darkseer can't replicate that. He's just working on whatever illusions that you have. So we'll see if there's maybe a bit of a creative build from TA2000, but I'm sure at this one, he's looking like, all I need to do is maybe I turn into a Slark, maybe I turn into a Darkseer. You can surge yourself, give yourself Ion Shell, turn back. Like, there's some decent morph targets for you this game.
Yeah, he can just be creative during the fights and use whatever he needs. Like the Glamps can be a good play for him. Even the kinetic field. So yeah, just get like Dragonlance Manta, go around with your team, try to get some kills. Then you have Kanda later, 2 squishy supports on Boom side, so they are food for you.
We love free food. I think both actually. The Gyrocopter, depending on what he does, might not get a tanky item for a bit. If his lane is rough, I could see him like maybe trying to fiddle around with a Glimmer Cape late. Disruptor and Hoodwink obviously aren't like crazy tanky, but the Hoodwink is a deceptively harder hero to kill. Now that your Scurry gives you cast range and evasion, that she can just be sitting in trees like miles away, and you have no idea where that bushwhack is coming from.
And they don't have that many catches on Boom side. They really rely on some good bushwhacks here and there.
Turn on webcam. Get him, admin. Get him. This is good. Game 1, guys, here of PSG Quest versus Boom Esports. Who will win? Is it going to be the team fighting PSG Quest or the dip and dive Boom Esports? We said the Boom have been dominant in their run through the qualifiers, but Hey, this is not an easy matchup. First up versus PSG Quest.
And we see that Quest already placing some vision on the mid area. Dota says that this is a sentry ward, right? On the mid lane, so they gotta see that Boom already has one ward in the lane.
I mean, this is a pretty common like smoke ward. It should be really good for noob, always being able to aggro, always knows if someone's TPing in to fill bottle or something. And these are the two teams playing, PSG Quest and Boom Esports.
Yeah, have some mid blocking.
Oh, this is beautiful. Thank you very much, my production. I asked for this. I asked to get game audio in, and now I have it. Thank you so much, buddy. And this is, I don't know if we talked directly about this mid lane matchup yet. We've seen a lot of the Primal Beast mid, especially in SA. There was a time where we rotated through. It was Primal Beast, Tusk, or Tiny. You get one of those, and you just, you hope that you win the lane after it. But it's been a little bit. This has been a traditional offlaner. Some people have been taking it into the mid lane. How do you think this fares versus the Dragon Knight?
Yeah, DK is slightly better at right-clicking creeps, and he also has a stun to stop Primal from trampling on the creeps. So this, I would not say this is not one-sided, but DK have like 55%.
Okay.
Primal 45, something like this.
Hey, we call that a skill-based matchup, all right? That's 55-45. That's not a clear advantage for anybody. We like to see the skill-based in the mid lane here.
But suddenly, Primal just goes to the jungle camp, press W and forms it. DK can't really do that, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh no, there's no shots! They get the kill early on the Enigma with the rotation in from Knight. I mean, what's the easiest way to lane versus an Enigma? Just drag another hero over there. Somebody else who can clear those Eidolons. What a play from Boom Esports.
Try laning him from level 1. You don't have Glimpse to send him back and destroy his game.
Oh, that's true. That would have been the real cherry on top.
Drink is still around.
Yeah, bot lane must be a disaster for the Darkseer. He's got 2 CS actually. That's not the worst thing in the world, huh? This is very bad though.
Now they know who Drink's not back.
Yeah.
They're trying to bully Darkseer out of the lane.
Yeah, you're gonna need a few more points in that Ion Shell if you want to keep solo laning, because the Crystal Maiden will continue to just frostbite you, and that is not a good place to be. Even though it was picked up versus the Primal Beast, it's still really good versus Darkseer. It
is, right? And they really need help here, Darkseer, because Morph is gonna deny every creep if the Darkseer is alone.
Yeah.
Lamar trying his best.
Huge block, and actually, yeah, you feel pretty good doing this versus a Disruptor. Disruptor can send you back, sure, but unless it's a really aggressive lane, it's actually kind of hard to kind of step up to the Gyrocopter. He's even gonna flack him to get even more harass.
And nothing Fakas can do about it. Even Panda. Sometimes as a 5, you just want to take some damage here and there and really suck up everything, but against the Gyro, he just hits both of you, you and your carry at the same time.
This has become really difficult right now for the Boom Esports team. Enigma has fully recovered in his lane, and Darkseer still has yet to get anything out of it. But you can see what Quest have done. PSG Quest just know if Illich has no HP, he will not be able to lane. He is too afraid of dying. So he's going to continue to lane on low HP, not actually stepping up to the wave. This is the perfect scenario. He's got 10 denies right now on the Morphling.
Yeah, Darkseer is going to hit 3, but this doesn't get any better for Illich.
No.
You got to start like cutting waves.
I think so. Which is also really hard to do because it takes one rotation down from the Crystal Maiden to get that frostbite on you, and it's really hard. He doesn't even have mana for his next Ion Shell. I mean, this is really hard for him right now. PSG Quest have taken a dominant lead in the laning phase. He's at least going to drag and find himself a bounty rune. That'll be a lot of gold for him, actually. No, he misses it. Oh, no. Okay, he went back for it. Very well done. That Knight, I think he is in danger here. Does throw out the bushwhack. A TA-2000 finds him with the adaptive strike. It will be a kill, but it looks like he'll just walk even further to the other low target in the lane, which is Illich.
Yeah, at least he bought some time for the Darks here to catch the creep wave. And he's gonna get it alone. All the XP.
He needs that. He needs that a lot. He did make it a double Ion Shell wave, so it is slightly difficult to actually CS in that lane. Because with level 1, you can see like Morphling is just having a free time with the dice.
See that DK here, winning the lane.
Mm-hmm.
Not really
hard.
impressed by that.
Yeah, winning the lane very hard.
Nice.
To get the bottle refill.
Yeah, asking for help already on Zlatan.
Yeah.
Level 4.
And this is a double bracer DK. 90 damage is a good bit, but Primal Beast doesn't he have... Oh, I see. He did not get a point in his passive, and he's still just rocking branches. So he is severely down the net worth compared to the DK. Noob is having a great time here.
Yeah, doesn't have enough stats on the Primal.
Literally double bracer versus 2 iron branches. That's about as lopsided as it gets.
Lose all HP just to get CS on the lane.
And they want to do something about this, but the frostbite is way too much. Illich could actually go down here, waveform forward, trying to surge himself away. Needs one more right click, but they won't have it. The adaptive strike just wasn't close enough. And they'll escape. But once again, can you really stay in this lane with 20 HP? You're just gonna have to watch the wave as it gets denied. You either go home, which is what he's gonna do.
Yeah, Boom, they gotta do something about it. I think Hoodwink should like rotate to other lanes just to make the college to do the same. So Darks here can just survive bottom by cutting waves. He can't really do that if CM's around. Oh, Boom. Can they defend this? I feel like Nubu wants to pop his dragon form.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the tower right away. No, a double damage as well. Oh boy, this is a huge rotation in. He's even going to tank some of the tower. Looks like they will try to take this opportunity to pressure the side lanes, but obviously he'll get away there. And in the mid lane, huge cart rotation. You got to bring a lot of heroes to deal with this, but you can tell PSG Quest, they know exactly what their lane lead is right now. Nobody's rotating in for this one. They're going to take this tower basically for free. And this is a pre-wisdom rune mid-tower.
Middle tower has fallen.
Just like that?
Oh boy.
Dire's structures are
Soddoms. Oh, there's already a missile on him. One more right click, Noob with the other kill. My goodness, the tower just wasn't enough.
Losing your tower there, okay, this is a DDDK, 2 supports, what can you do? But dying after that? Still a 5 on the Primal. You can even rotate.
Yeah, I mean, he goes into the mid lane to try to defend this, just instantly dies, and now, I mean, where do you go with your game? I feel like on the Primal Beast, you're gonna have to see a very fast, like, phase BKB? I don't know if you can even go Blink. I think it just has to be phase boots right into it.
Yeah, you gotta get early BKB here. Just make sure you can at least get the Enigma kill or CM kill during BKB, then you run. Yes, Lorik doesn't enjoy this type of games.
Not at all.
Have Black Hole already on Malik. So they can just bring DK top, has OT already up, so if he really wants to pressure the map,
Dire's
just
top
go
tower
stop.
is under attack.
Oh, Arcane Rune, that's nice.
Ooh. I mean, he's gonna step up a little bit. We'll see if he can actually get something working for his team. Uh-oh, I mean, this is just the freest kill. Omar is actually the one to get it. They don't even need somebody else to help out. Instant kill there on Slotums, and the tragedy of the Primal Beast continues to get worse. And it's not like this offlane has done any better. In fact, still at 2,400 net worth on Darkseer. I think Boom are slightly regretting this last pick.
Yeah, right. This is your last pick, getting trashed on the lanes. Still level 5. It's not like when he gets 6, they can fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're, I guess, happy that the DK has a lot of farm at least, because those are really cool illusions that you get to get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feeling miserable right now. And since DK popped the Dragon form with Arcane Rune, he was just farming with it. He will soon be able to go top with the Blink Dagger.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Yeah.
And one more Dragon form to use.
I mean, they're just gonna run through each tower, right? He's about to get a Blink Dagger, which will be pretty nice. They're allowed to take some stacks, which very good for Boom, but again, like, what items are we really working towards that is going to change the game state? I just don't feel Primal Beast will be a dominant hero here until we get the phase boots BKB. And we already talked about how, like, this Slark, this Disruptor, they want to play from ahead. With a 4K net disadvantage, you're using your spells just to disappear off the map. You have to glimpse people away from you when you're being chased. You have to try to pounce out of these big initiations. And this isn't even, like, getting to the black hole. As you said, he's already got it available. They could use it at any time, and it looks like they're just going to group together in the mid lane, see what they can get done.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Before we are able to talk about items, we need to talk about levels. They really need level 6 on both supports and Boom side. They got it on the Disruptor, right? They just got it. We see Knight doing his best to get the Sharpshooter, because they can't really fight against Quest without the Sharpshooter. They can try to go for a DK kill when Hodwink hits 6, but you might need to bring like 4 heroes. And Pakaz is in trouble.
Oh no. They could just get him right now. Stunned first. Does have the Dark Pack rolling, but already has to commit the Shadow Dance. He's gonna get stunned up by the Rocket. Now they see him. It's just the Rocket Barrage. Omar is getting so much damage done. They'll get another kill here on the Slark. No Black Hole committed. And a 5,000 net worth lead right now for PSG Quest.
Yeah, that was just a free kill for them. That's what happens when your team is not making plays on the map.
Dire are scanning.
Hodwink still doesn't have 6. She's really trying to get it on the mid lane. Now it's time to make a play. Just go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hey, this is such a free game for TA2000. Yeah, actually felt he could go for the Falcon Blade, so that's how free the game is. He doesn't feel like he has to go for any other item. Looks like they do have the Pulverize here, plus the Static Storm. I mean, you gotta throw everything to try to kill this Enigma. He's got the Vlad, so he's got plenty of armor versus this Primal Beast. Still a fantastic kill for Slotums, though. He needs all the gold that he can get, but that was a lot committed to get that down.
It's not a morph kill, but yeah, it's gonna help. Look at CA, man.
LHD waited a while to commit for that surge, and now TA2000 with the homing missile, they will get this kill one way or the other. It's just who gets it, and it looks like it will be TA2000 picking that one up on the Darkseer. Now they have a stun in the triangle killing Knight. You can feel they're just all over the Boom side of the map. They do not have to stay on their own half. They can go, encroach, and be aggressive.
If you're really relying on this BKB on Zlatims to make more plays on the map, you are screwed for Boom.
Yeah.
You don't have time to wait for this item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You gotta keep going. Guess you gotta wait for the CD on Disruptor OT.
Goodness. They just took the whole stack. Oh, they just took the ancient stack, man.
They're better at killing the stacks than the heroes.
Right.
At this point. Just go kill the dragons. It
might be more worth it. They're gonna just go ahead and keep farming the side. Even if there aren't any stacks, farming the aggressive side of the map is always gonna be the most efficient. Taking that farm away from Boom Esports. They are currently group farming the jungle, and they don't have any towers on the board just yet. So TA2000, they have a rising problem in the Morphling they haven't even tried to deal with.
And look how they are behaving on Quest.
Oh no, stun in, just playing right on this ward. Panda just gonna get taken down immediately, can't even use his ulti. And now they have the call down, well hit on Illich, even standing in the Midnight Pulse. Omar will be kind to his team, he won't actually take that last one with the Rocket Barrage, and he'll give one over to Talon instead. You know, supports, we still need that gold.
This was a very good play. You showed the Morph on the top lane, because Morph was just sitting bottom farming and holding the tower. Then you show the Morph top lane. You make Boom think that, okay, this might be a lane that we can make a play, because Morph is not here anymore. We can place a ward, we can bring some heroes, even getting the tower, but 4 heroes sitting there already with the ward.
Yeah. No, really well done. Just playing exactly where they need to. This bottom side of the map is the only place they really need to be aggressive right now. They got the Wisdom Rune, which is very nice for them. They're still trying to protect this triangle. And looks like they will try to TP in. The Slark here, gonna look at Omar first, have the Static Storm, and there's a run through with the Onslaught. With the Black Hole, it's on the view. A Vacuum will actually stop it here, able to dispel the root as well, but with the Malik Enigma, they'll actually get the kill. Ducalis is raining down the ice. They can't stay in it. The Cons has to run away. The Crystal Maiden is too much, and TA2000, you'll get to clean up here. Gets the Adaptive Strike onto the Slark. Maybe they can kill this Hoodwink as well. They're just running everybody down. It turns into a team wipe here for PSG Quest, and boom, Esports. Gotta rethink that fight.
Yeah, man. Team fight, 15 minutes in, level 12 on this orb. He's getting out of hand.
Where's my pension?
I don't think Boom will be able to fight for like 5 minutes without BKB on Primal Beast. It's just very hard. Even with BKB, if he gets Black Hold like that,
yeah,
he still dies.
Well, I honestly thought it was about to turn around because that Vacuum was so well done. He did a really good job of saving that for the Black Hole. But then they didn't have anything to cancel the Crystal Maiden Freezing Field, which did a lot more damage than I thought. I mean, she was pumping. They weren't able to stay in. They didn't have any other cancels. So honestly, I think Ducalis really kept that fight in their favor. Without that, I think they could just keep running down the rest of PSG Quest.
Yeah, the way he postured, just sitting behind the Black Hole. Very well done. We see that Pakaz kind of wants to use the nighttime power spike on the hero, but he doesn't really have Fusel Blade to fight now.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the Echo first, which is nice for farming, right? You have that extra mana regen already on it. Good farming speed, but it feels like he needs a lot. The Fusel Blade is really good, right? Aghanim Scepter, maybe even like a Scotty for the Morphling. You got a lot that you need in this game. Interesting attempt here. Don't onslaught him out. Oh, he onslaughted him out. They will pulverize him while he's still in the Static Storm, even throwing down the wall so they get those juicy Dragon Knight illusions. And they will get the kill. Again, 4 ultimate abilities committed for that one, but hey, kill the kill.
4 kill streak, so a lot of gold, a lot of XP for your team, much needed.
Yep.
And yeah, I think Quest kind of underestimating Boom there, because they can definitely get kills on this DK if he's alone.
Yeah, I mean, the break is very important. Anytime that you can get the Hoodwink involved with it. They may not have... I mean, the Static Storm was very nice just to keep him held in. I think even the Kinetic Field was all they truly needed. But, I mean, Primal Beast, the closer and closer he gets to that BKB, the better these fights will look for them. They don't have a cancel for it if he has the BKB up. Unless they go for the Black Hole, which would be a bold move. It's kind of hard though, right? At this point, even if you do get slightly behind on PSG Quest, which it looks like they're not because they're going right into Pakaz. They're blocking his pounce out. He gets one away, but Ducalis is able to root him up, and they'll get another kill here in the mid lane.
That's what good players do. They just block you. You can't really escape that.
No.
The Black Hole still available.
Anytime you go in for the Pulverize, you want to group up on it, you will get Black Hole, and you might not even get there. Panda, this is about as well as you can use your glimpse from behind like this one. He'll send the DK away after the stun, and he'll still take the rocket to the face. Is it going to be enough damage? No. Oh, but that is enough damage. Illich goes down. to the black hole. Malik probably had to. He was tired of that one burning a hole in his pocket. He wanted to get it used.
Yeah, at this point, black hole is just
Dire's
stunned.
middle tower is
Just
under
blink
attack.
star in the darks here. It get kill. Will make them feel
Dire's middle
miserable
tower has
and
fallen.
want to call GG.
I mean, now that you've gotten a lot of kills on the map, the more that you can just keep snowballing and keep those death timers out of sync, the better you feel on the map. Because boom, they have to go as 5. If one person is dead, they're not fighting you. So if you can keep that going, it's always going to be good for your team here. We do have the shard actually coming from Enigma, so not going for the BKB. What's up with this shard? Is that just to chase people down on a lower cooldown?
Yep, you have the Vlads. You play the Enigma as a tempo hero, as a face hero.
Radiant are
Just
scanning.
keep playing on their face without having to really count on rely on the BKB black hole. At least for now, you have that for late game. And look, boom, they have BKB on the Primal
Radiant's
Beast.
bottom
So
tower
they really
is
want to
under
play
attack.
Dota now.
They do, but TA2000 is so smart. They see all these waves and they have some decent vision moving through the mid lane on the
Radiant
triangle. So
structures
yeah,
are
they just have so many heroes around that they know maybe that bot side is a bit
Radiant's bottom
unsafe.
tower is under
So
attack.
Morph will keep farming towards top. And there's some boom. Sit holding hands together, not able to get a kill.
At least they got a very good
Radiant's
ward
bottom
there. Let's see
tower
if they
has
will
fallen.
be able to use it.
Yeah?
Radiant are
They're actually going to
scanning.
smoke up here on PSG Quest, so they sense the smoke, and will go with their own counter smoke. But this will be into the
Daytime.
board. Oh, he just used Dark Pact. Has to jump forward, gets stunned up, will have the Dark Pact now, still has the ulti to use, but here comes the Rain of Ice once more. The rocket hits him. The Khan's trying to get away, but he can't. Sukalis will slow him up and do all the damage that they need.
Yeah, this is why you pick a lot of AoE damage against Slark.
There it is. Even just able to get himself his own shard on TA2000. Picks it up for, looks like Omar. So the rocket does even more damage. And their layering of stuns has been very well done. I mean, they're able to just kind of stun first with the Dragon Tail and then send the rocket. You're either going to take both stuns or dispel one of them. You cannot dispel both with that interval.
Yeah, he needs the Aghanims.
Radiant's
A
middle tower
zap.
is under attack.
You know, he might actually have to disassemble his Echo for the rest of that Aggro Scepter, because it feels like at this point the 2 pounces to get away is going to be really valuable for him.
Radiant's middle
This
tower
is
is
what
under
really
attack.
makes the difference here. He has to get the 2 bounces. And I don't know, Aegis Morph. Ike has Manta already. Halfway to his Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's bottom tower.
I need to
is
cope
under
it up
attack.
here. Aghanim Scepter on DK. As a Dark Seer, that means I got an Aghanim Scepter on DK. I'm going to have those big illusions.
That's true.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
double-
top tower
Want to
is
go
under
high ground
attack.
on Quest. Or I think they...
They probably want to, but I think the smart thing to do is probably close out the map, right?
Yeah, wait for the Aghanims on the DK
Dire's
at
bottom
least.
tower is under attack.
You can try to force some fights on the map and see if Darkseer uses his wall.
Oh, charge through. Crystal Maiden has murdered so many of his friends. Can Slotums get revenge? Pick him up, buddy. Pulverize. It looks like they will, but Panda's going down on the other side. They will get the Static Storm down. The Pulverize didn't even
He's
kill
alive.
Crystal Maiden. Dukula, he lives.
Oh my God.
lives. And now Panda finally goes down. Omar's now on top of Slottum. He's trying to charge away, but it's not enough. Here comes the Ice Dukalis. Sit and hold it. They will get themselves a triple kill on Omar, and because he didn't even want a part of that one. He's farming somewhere else. He knows that fight is over.
Boom had no
Dire's middle
business
tower
trying
is
to
under
fight
attack.
there. They really need these Aghanims on Bakas. And now,
Dire's
this was
structures
pretty much
are
an invite
fortified.
for Quest to go high ground.
Oh, yeah. They, I don't know why. It seems like he just popped the BKB and swiftly walked towards the Crystal Maiden. And, they just pressed drums and walked away. You were not able to catch up. There's no Blink Dagger because, unfortunately, your gold is feeling pretty rough right now. So really well done for the Crystal Maiden, just like smoothly dive away from the Primal Beast pulverized. And even whenever she did get pulverized, it didn't do that much damage.
The Disruptor died to an illusion. right clicks damage.
Goodness.
That was not very fun to watch.
No, and now I mean we're fully coping for the Aghanim Scepter here from the Slark, and unfortunately, any time that this black hole is up, I don't know if he's allowed to stay on the waves, because everything else he can technically like get away from with the Aghanim Scepter, but black hole again is that like you are committing. I think that was why this pick is fantastic from PSG Quest, because the Slark, much like other heroes like PA, like Bloodseeker, love like kind of zipping in and out of fights, getting the kills where he wants, diving away whenever there's some hard committal, but Black Hole will force you to stay on in. And at this point, I think you have a Crystal Maiden issue, I'll be honest. I feel like they haven't killed her yet. She's just raining down her ults all over these fights, and Decalis, he's just gaming, man. This guy's owning these fights for them.
He's destroying every fight. Has 4 staff drums, good luck trying to catch the CM. And this is a smoke play inside
in the base. Oh my goodness. They're just waiting for someone to shell. They'll get the blink stun in, plus the fireball. You may not know, but that was a primal beast. That was the real hero, and they do get the kill. They're sitting in a static storm, but they don't have the damage to pull into it. It's a nice wall. They get themselves a DK illusion. The pulverize with the Morphling. Maybe they can actually turn this one around. He's trying to zip away. Looks like he'll get out for a little bit, but the rest of the team is still on in. They'll drag him on back with the cooldown, looking right on top of Ellis. He'll try to zoom himself away. He barely gets out, but his team is left to pay the consequences. They'll get 2 kills already. Panda gets dragged on back, and they will take themselves another 3 kills. They do lose the Dragon Knight, but they still get to stay on the high ground. Oh, and he wanted to use the Aegis. I think he just wanted to get that one done before. Yeah.
They have Aghanim on Slark.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
Against they defense.
I know this is a hard one. No pulverize, since he is dead on the Primal Beast. They found Panda. They're gonna jump on in. There's a full commit. Can Pecans make something happen with this one? He is forced to use the ulti quickly. Can he turn on anybody else here? Because the A2000 is way too much damage. Depth Shroud as well. Needs to get out of this one. 1 pounce up. The nuke from TA2000 as well. Too much to handle. GG is called game 1. Well enhanced for PSG Quest. I think a little bit of regret here from Boom Esports on that Darkseer.
Their draft victory.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of like the Darkseer with the Primal Beast, but if you're last picking the Darkseer here, you really need to make sure that you're enabling this hero.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, he's just Ion Shell hero. Doesn't do much. And you really need him to have early items just to keep pacing against this Enigma Vlad's draft. And PSG, they just outsmarted Boom, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, also, if you had the option to pick one Pause 5 versus a Darkseer, Crystal Maiden is at the top of that list. I think maybe Disruptor, maybe Oracle are up there, but Crystal Maiden is such a meta hero right now. No matter who came into that offlane, if it was Primal Beast, if it was Darkseer, Crystal Maiden was going to have a good time, and Decalis really made that gold worth it. So many fantastic freezing fields from him. I honestly think that he kept his team right in the lead. I don't think he won it for them because, you know, they were already so ahead. But there are times where these fights could have turned around. I think without his freezing fields, they may actually end up losing some of those fights and letting Boom back in.
This CM Morphling lane is just dishonest. It's very strong. You're playing against Dorks here. You just need to get like Morbid Mask.
Yeah.
You're invincible. You're even getting solo kills on the Darks here.
Yeah. No, I mean, with the tri lane, they really hunt him out to dry on the Darkseer. And all of a sudden, like, they bring the Hoodwink back, and it's like, no, he's actually still weak here. This doesn't change adding another hero in. So they gave a little bit of time to the Slark, sure. Not near enough for him to get off the ground. And PSG Quest, they're going to try to run this same, I think, archetype of draft going into this, making sure that Boom really feel pressured out of the laning stage and just don't have anywhere to play on the map.
Yeah, you just don't have. You can't get destroyed on Zlatams again for the second one, so just pick a good lane matchup for him this time.
Yeah. I wonder how they're going to think about that, because the DK early pick was really well done from PSG Quest. They had that flex going everywhere. They didn't really know where that DK was going to land. And then once he pulled out the Primal Beast and Darkseer, unfortunately, it is very obvious that it is going to be a Primal Beast mid, so they took the matchup that they wanted. I think for Boom, they probably imagined that going slightly better for Slotums.
Yeah. This is just the start. First game, so all the pressure now gone. Broke the ice. Now you go again.
That's true. We'll see. Can they get something going here for Boom Esports? Can they get themselves pulled back up? Or on this first series of the day for them, will they falter 2-0? We'll see. We're going to go for a about 5-minute break here, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of Boom versus PSG Quest. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League Swiss stage. We've got Mathematician 10 and Ace here, and we saw a pretty rough beatdown, actually, from PSG Quest, man. They took Boom to the dry cleaners, and I don't know how you recover mentally after that one sometimes.
That was a stomp, man. That was a stomp. But I do hope that they bring more action for the second game, that they can actually fight against PSG. And we're not here to see just 2-0s
That's
all
true.
around, right?
Yeah, we always want some close games.
Game series, yeah.
Yeah, we want those big ones. I hope that they do a little experimenting in the draft. I think from Boom Esports, we do have a draft available. I think we can get to it about now. But guys, I'm excited for this one. I think there's got to be a lot of learning done here from our team on Boom Esports. I'm sure they will not go down without a fight. They open up the Rubik, and then they pick up for PSG Quest the Primal Beast. I'd say that's a pretty favorable matchup for Rubik.
Yeah, I really like this first pick Rubik. I think it kind of stops the first pick CM on Quest side. And you see that they banned the CM. They don't really want to touch the hero against the Rubik.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but they do go for the
Enchantress, yep.
Holy moly. I mean, that's a very strong laning hero. It's something that we've seen in Western Europe a lot, actually. And I guess conversely in MENA. But I do think that this hero is just a lane dominator, hit people. You can go for the Mage Slayer now. It does a lot of things that the Hoodwink likes to do, except it's typically a safe laner, right?
Yeah. With this, the message here is I think LH is not going to play Dota. I think they just want to destroy Boom's offlane.
Let's see. I mean, you're definitely not picking Darkseer into this, so thankfully we won't see that again, because I don't think I want to see Boom pick it, right? Like, don't do this once again. Don't do it to yourselves.
They don't have last pick now. It's on Quest side, so.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you also, like, I think that the Darkseer was a Theorycraft counter to the DK. They did ban out the Dragon Knight, thankfully. But with the Crystal Maiden being banned out, it does mean that there's not a whole lot of safe laners that you really like playing versus the Primal Beast. You like those Roots, any stun lockdown, and Crystal Maiden just felt like the strongest one that you could fit in your safe lane. Otherwise, you're looking at, like, maybe Venge could do it. I don't think that would be, like, the worst pick in the world, but not a whole lot of stuff that has natural synergy with the meta carries right now.
Radiant team.
You can go first. Okay, Clockwork. I was gonna say something like Undying Luna lane, Undying Morph lane, something like this, but Clock, very good against the Primal Beast. This is the exact reason why we see Clock lately, just to counter the Primal Beast.
Yeah.
He can't hit the cogs when he's trampling because he's disarmed. You just cancel the ulti with the hook shot.
Yep. It's a very good hero. I mean, I like all the area control that we get from it. I think that you still don't do great into the Enchantress in my mind, just because Enchantress will already want to build Force Staff. Like, that matchup classically can be good if you do get a, like, Hook Cogs, Battery Assault. Yeah, Enchantress doesn't have a whole lot of protection against that, but it's in her natural build-up. Now you're just going to see, and maybe the earliest Hurricane Pike in the Wild Wild West. Maybe she doesn't even go for a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, Clock doesn't really do anything against this Enchantress.
Yeah.
She has the heals. She can have, like, Force Staff, the shard.
Turn to
But this hero brings something against Enchantress. You don't need to hit the Enchantress to kill her.
Yeah.
Just press some spells.
This is I like the pick overall. I think this hero is definitely one of the better meta mid laners at the moment. I haven't seen a ton that, like, directly counters it other than Sniper. Sniper has been really rough to play against, but I think right now for Boom Esports, they're hoping that we have a Clockwork. They wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare sniper us with a Clockwork.
We saw, I think it was Tundra playing like Morph, Sniper, both having Kanda.
Oh boy.
It was so entertaining to watch. Supports dying all over the place, out of the screen from assassinate kills.
Yeah.
That was something.
They definitely have some long range nuke potential. I just hope, I don't know. I almost want to see it because I want to see how a Sniper would play versus this obliterating backline catch. But the lane is very good versus a Leshrac. You can just stay completely out of his grasp. So that's always nice for you. It almost feels like now, if they win lanes pretty convincingly on PSG Quest, this Enchantress could have all the items she needs. Hurricane Pike Mage Slayer will just own this game, decreasing the output of spell damage from the Leshrac. And they go, okay, so Hoodwink. So they have a 1-on-1. One to buy a Force Staff, one to buy a Mage Slayer. That'll work out for you. And also the lanes, once again, will matter a lot because these supports will want tons and tons of gold.
Yep. And a lot of
10
damage on
seconds
both
remaining.
supports from Quest. They
know
need more,
what?
5
more catch
seconds
on Boom.
remaining.
They can't just rely on the hook shot play.
I'd agree.
They
I think
need
right-
like one blink stun hero like Centaur.
I think you got to get something that can also be initiated on, because this Primal Beast is actually like a mid offlane flex. I wonder if they go for a carry rate here. Just get something that lanes well. Yeah, lanes well with the Enchantress. I like that. It's kind of a weird hero in the meta right now. It did get slightly buffed, but people still haven't trusted it just yet. Do you think there's a carry they can pick right away to get a favorable matchup, or do you just want to get an
10
offlaner that lanes
seconds
well into
remaining.
Drow? Maybe even a Mars?
Radiant team
Yeah, I'd like to see for the
okay.
Centaur. Something
That's
like
good.
Centaur, Mars, both would be fine against the draw. Draw
Closes the
against the
gap.
Lash is amazing. You just hit from afar,
Yeah.
have the multiple shots. It's nice
10
to
seconds
defend
remaining.
towers, but
No,
it's kind of same concept against the
5
sniper
seconds
clock.
remaining.
You have
Sure.
the draw clock. Clock can always find you on the back line.
Mhm.
Sniper at least could buy something like the shard.
That's true. Drow
Draw
Ranger.
can't really do that.
She'll go for a Hurricane quite quickly, I think. Probably Dragonlance Yasha Hurricane.
Yeah,
Maybe a
can
Manta
get
if you really need
as
it.
the first item, like
Yeah.
Dragonlance, Yasha, Pike.
I think you can definitely like build for it, but the Centaur adds that other factor of like you're not just dealing with the clockwork anymore, which is why I like
Yeah.
doubling down on this like kind of run in. You also have a decent amount of magic damage. It's not easy to live through that as an Enchantress. You almost have to go in on the heal because Centaur is a lot of magic damage nuke, and you know Enchantresses do hate playing against that. I like what they've crafted up so far from Boom.
10
I like the
seconds
catch on the
remaining.
Drow Ranger. I think we need... Do we need some save, actually?
5
Now that I
seconds
think about it,
remaining.
maybe you just have the cancel on the pulverize. You don't need save. You just need to kill them faster.
Yeah, the only save is the hook shot. Really, they have the
Quest
telekinesis play
Esports turn to
on
Yeah.
the Primal Beast OT. This is kind of nice, but what you really need here is a way to get on top of the draw and killing her.
Yeah, and
We
killing
always-
her, I think, is the issue. They can get on
Yeah.
top of her. I don't know about the and killing her part.
Yeah, they gotta do both.
10 seconds
It's not only
remaining.
getting on top of the draw. We always think of something like Spectre,
5
but
seconds remaining.
there's the Hoodwink break.
There's a
Primal
lot.
Beast can get Aghanims. So you don't really want to play the Spectre here.
It's so weird. Like, Spectre comes in and out of meta at the weirdest times. It takes like, if Drow became popular, I do think we would see a lot more Spectre, but we just haven't. Whenever there are other heroes in the pool, like, you know,
Radiant
Sven,
team
Luna,
down.
Gyro, Lifestealer, like, Spectre is never on your list. Even if he does those things that you want, it always just feels like there's a better hero that you've been playing more of. They'll actually ban up the Medusa from Pakaz as well. I like these bans. I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten to play the TA yet, since they have made it so far
10
through the pool.
seconds remaining.
But right now, the only one left really is the Gyrocopter and
5
the Morphling,
seconds
but Drow
remaining.
does very well versus both of those heroes. PSG Quest have done a really good job of
Radiant
answering kind of what they want to do,
team
and I would even say it's good versus the Medusa as well, but no reason to give the free Medusa game over if he has a good lane.
Do they want to play like Faceless Void? This
Ooh.
Buck ban is interesting. I was
That was-
thinking of something like Life Stealer, just to have the strength
10
thinky
seconds
front line. They
remaining.
can use the Centaur to infest and go for the
5
draw
seconds
kill.
remaining.
And as soon as you hit the draw, it's very hard to escape against the Stampede. So the Buck ban, I don't
You
know.
already have two heroes that are like Centaur and the Leshrac that are going to be right in. I like
That
this.
makes
Something
sense.
that's a little bit more range. This hero did get technically buffed in the last letter patch. I just don't want anything that groups up again, because they had this issue last time where they had 3 melee cores. I'm going to be honest, guys. Leshrac is about as close to a melee core as you can get without actually being a melee core, because you want to be close
Yeah.
enough to use all those spells. So I like getting something that's kind of skating in and out of these fights, not playing exactly with the Centaur and the Leshrac. And you build items that are good enough to still fight up against a Drow.
So what's the play here? Do you throw your Primal Beast against the Lash on the mid lane and say good luck and pick an offlane hero?
You may
Yep,
not
you do that.
Whoa! I love this matchup. Every time I see a Rubik, I have a hankering for a Lycan because that Lycan just murders the Rubik every time. You almost have to have a really early Ghost Scepter just to survive. I will say, though, it's not the freest Lycan game. I actually do think that Weaver can match up decently well into it. Your Shard is very nice. You'll go Dragonlance Desto. Lycan will buy that armor item. He doesn't necessarily buy the auras, though, so his creeps will still be slightly vulnerable. We'll see, though. I mean, I like what they've done so far from PSG Quest to answer what they have on Boom Esports, but do they have enough synergy in their own lineup to get the job done?
I think so. This Weaver is going to buy like Gleipnir to stop the Lycan creeps. He can protect the Rubik doing this. They have the long stun duration on the stomp from the Centaur. Follow-up stuns they have a lot as well. So yeah, this is not a free Lycan game, but this is an okay Lycan game at least.
It's good for killing supports. We'll take those for sure.
A lot on the fights. And if they are really focusing on trying to find this draw, trying to not get ulted by the Primal Beast, that might just give a lot of space to the Lycan to team fight. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration if you're a Boom. So it's not easy to fight against what Quest has.
No, it's a difficult game here. And remember, PSG Quest, they did take game number 1 here. Very, very convincingly. I think in this game, I see less holes in the PSG or in the Boom Esports draft. They did get something that I wasn't a huge fan of. Remember that last pick Darkseer into the Crystal Maiden. This time, I think the last pick Weaver does a great job in this game. Still able to skate in and out of these fights. Has a great matchup into the Drow that we'll want to see. Because you do get on top of her, you do kind of make her wish she wasn't in these fights. And even the Bugs versus the Lycan, I'm liking this Weaver pick. I really want to see Picasso make this work.
Against the Primal is also nice. Just to remove the armor.
They have so much versus the Primal. I don't know if they were intending to do it, but like, you have the minus armor with your Weaver. You have the physical damage that'll just go right through any BKB that he gets. You're stealing Pulverize. You're gonna probably get hook shotted as soon as it starts anyways. I mean, this is going to be difficult, I think, for my Primal Beast player, Mr. Noob.
Yeah, and they have a lot to enable the Weaver on the game as well. So with this, I think Boom can fight against Quest. We're not going to see the stomp that was the last game, unless Quest just outplays Boom all the lanes.
Yeah. Are they just better? Are they gonna get that lane victory? Domination on the side lanes. Last time they even had to rotate in a third hero, and it looks like, well, they're just gonna grab some rooms up.
Okay, 2 for 2.
Looks like it.
So is Lycan playing carry Lycan or Overlord Lycan?
I think the Overlord is a pretty good one this game, just because that's another thing you can throw at the Rubik.
Yeah. My concern here is if Lash gets really strong, you might need to get damage items just to get on top of the Lash with the draw.
I mean, the damage items are going to be like pretty popping in this game, actually. I think everybody on Boom Esports is going to want to go like all in on the damage, just kill them through this heal, and even through some of the sustain with the aura creeps that you have on the Lycan. This lane should be interesting. I remember people would actually want to pick the Centaur up versus the Drow when Drow was pretty popular. Unfortunately, it was with like the Undying a lot, so it was kind of hard, I think, to pick the Centaur all the time. But that Retaliate can work pretty well. If you do have the lift back into the Stomp with Knight, that's also a lot of nuke damage. This is just a classic lane that we've seen pretty often in Dota 2. Oh, huge pool. Oh.
Yeah, only 2 creeps, but as long as Centaur is getting CS, it's completely fine for Boom.
Man, Noob is taking so much harass in the mid lane. He's gotten down to 40 HP. And he's just like staying behind this tower the whole time. Slotums is doing a great job there. But even in the bot lane, we did want to see a little bit of aggression, I think, from the Weaver. Lycan is not necessarily a great lane hero when there's somebody that can kill his wolves.
Yeah, he's trying to protect the wolves and only use them for CS. But Fakaz is also doing a great job at just focusing the wolves whenever he can.
Anytime you can. And it's only going to get better with time, of course, with more points in the Sakuchi.
Cool.
Oh, dude. He wanted to stack up this wave. Now Slaughter just has a huge wave he can play on. Actually ended up getting the stun. Now, what do you think about this? Because I feel like a lot of people have been playing this Leshrac solely to max out that Diabolic Edict. What is the kind of thought process here to max out a stun with that as well instead of the Edict?
Yeah, just to apply more pressure on the Primal Beast. It's a melee hero, it's easy to land the stuns. And this is kind of paying off. 7 denies already.
Ooh, yeah, man. Domination. Looks like they are trying to TP out on Knight. Just gets back to the tower. No reason to go back home. Well done from him.
Just TP out, LOL.
Is that worth it for a Lotus? You use the mana to
completely.
TP? Okay, wow, alright.
You're denying the Lotus from the enemy team as well.
See. Man, CSing is going like a dream for Pakaz right now. Absolutely one of the best carries here in the South American region. And we've seen so much of his other heroes. As he said, his Morphling, his TA. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Weaver just yet. And it seems so far it's working out pretty well. And as even a bold move there, just walking behind both of them.
My friend. Don't go too deep. They are winning the lane already. They don't want to feed First Blood to Quest, especially to this Lycan.
No, that would be disastrous. Letting him get off the ground would be way too hard. And I don't know if everybody knows this, but in the last letter patch as well, we saw a buff to the helm where you are able to get gold from a creep that you dominate. So it should be pretty nice for Malik to get a little bit more gold than what you're used to on the Lycan, but you know, it's still a slower item.
Having Midas, kinda.
Yeah, right. Because I don't think you get the XP, right? You just get the gold. So it's like it's almost there.
It's not a lot of gold, but at least it's not for free.
Speaking of for free, no clarities for free in my lane. Actually, just like crouching forward just so he can get the right click on the clarity cancel. Right now, I feel like we're seeing the opposite. Top CS going all over for Boom. This is kind of what we were seeing from Quest last time. But you know, we're getting a little bit of region, it seems, forced out on the Boom side.
I feel like this Lycan is getting way too much out of this lane.
Oh, you think? Oh, yeah. First Blood for TA2000. This is exactly the steroid that we need for this Drow because there's so much that can catch her in this game. The more gold she gets, the closer we are to a Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, this is like Quest outplaying Boom already.
And oh, Slaughter, this gets rotated in on the mid lane. He was having such a good time. They will end up getting the cogs with the battery assault, but Nouns gonna stand his ground. The battery assault does get a nice click on the pulverize. That's not actually something that was guaranteed. There was like, I think a cart plus the enchantress around, so very lucky actually they canceled it right away.
Yeah, I think they would lack damage to kill the clock, but it's not a big deal dying there as a primal beast.
I think the big one is that they got the last man. Yeah. And does have 2 points in the Diabolic Edict now. So this is kind of reminiscent of like the older Leshrac builds where you go 202 and then the Max Edict. Except he didn't even go for the second point in Lightning. Oh, Dragon back. Lifting up actually on New. He needs to get close, but he's already slowed up on Illich. They don't want to commit the pulverize and now actually getting ran on back from the tower.
Who was TP?
Right? Was there like a TP scare or something? Because right now Leshrac is chasing somebody deep in the mid lane. Okay, it was a hoodwink. He's getting chased on down. And now poor old Malik, he gets eaten up by the bugs here on the Weaver, trying to skate right on through the cogs of Panda. They'll get the kill on Malik, and this time it seems to be Boom who are outmaneuvering the quest side by the Wolves. The Wolves will take down Panda in the end. He won't get a free Wisdom rune.
I think what happened there was Zlatan was trying to TP top, then Hoodwink showed up to cancel Zlatan's. And
then he wanted revenge.
Hoodwink's life.
It definitely seems that way. Yeah, he wanted revenge, man. No one cancels my TP.
This is so sad.
Oh, Illich. He's just like urged up. He will get the 20 gold on the creep. Worth?
No. Draw is 6 now, by the way.
Oh, goodness. I mean, Centaur's been getting a lot of CS too. I mean, Drow has gotten first blood plus this kill, so she's definitely up in the net worth. Yeah, she's like top net worth in this game. Centaur, even though you get that CS, is still so hard for you to keep in this lane. Using so much regen. Very hard.
Very nice.
The body block! Whoa.
Yeah. Good Lycan players. They are the worst.
Mm-hmm. Hate those guys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Panda's level 5 already. 8 minutes in.
I mean, this is he's been roaming around. He got that kill on the Primal Beast that got him a lot of XP.
Yeah, he hit 6. No, he's 6. 8 minutes
He's already
in.
got it? Good lord.
This might be a
Let's see what he
record.
can do with it. I mean, come on, we got those offlane clockworks. They get some pretty early levels, but Ducalis here will go down, trying to get some pressure. And yeah, if Panda wants to, I think he just roams out and like really enables this offlane, because T2000 has had way too good of a time. I think it's about time that we put her in the dirt.
Yeah, the draw doesn't have Gush yet. Gust, right? Yeah, Gust.
I don't think so, yeah.
It doesn't have Gust.
Oh, buddy. In with the hook shot. Using the multi-shot first. They are TPing in the boys. We don't want to let TA2000 go for free, but the stuns are going to connect, and the double edge will get the kill on Drow. But who can we get away from this one? Because they have TP'd in Noob. He'll get the pulverize in first. No more lifts. Lotus will actually come in late to try to get a turnaround of this fight, but yeah, gotta walk away from this one. Under their tier 1, it's still a bit scary. You've already won the fight.
Yeah, it was too forced. Going on the tower with the creep wave coming.
Mm-hmm.
They could wait a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, all that matters really is that you force so many TPs and you still get the kill on the Drow. Yes, you did lose the life of the Centaur, but he got that kill first. And your Reaver is going to still have a great time knowing there's no support in his lane.
Like, the execution could be better. I'm pretty sure.
Such a perfectionist.
I don't think you should die there. You're 6 with your clock, 8 minutes in.
Oh, they get the kill, but the hookshot in. Can they protect him? I think they will. Sonops, he's not done it. He's actually walking forward. He doesn't care about his life. He only cares that they end the lives of PSG quests. Unfortunately, he will not get anything else other than the Enchantress. But Panda, you can see that early hookshot really coming into play.
I wonder why Panda stopped playing Clockwork. He was dominating with the hero during the SA DPC.
There's just been so many other like really meta pause 4s, like Venge, Shadow Demon, Enchantress, stuff like that. Undying, yeah. I mean, there's so many other heroes that have been like really prioritized in the pause 5 role. And you don't often see the Clockwork as a 5 as well. Like sometimes it was actually picked up as the pause 4. They did, of course, switch that one over because it's a good lane with the Weaver. And plus, since he somehow got level 6 so early, you know, you're not really feeling the effect of the pause 5 Clockwork. You know, he got his early levels. I think he's also, yeah, he's got a good amount of net worth as well. I wonder what his next item is actually on the Clockwork. Just force staff it?
Yeah, I think you can just force staff. You can go for the Solar Crest as well.
Yeah, okay. So he's going for the Medallion Solar. I like this. We said that the Rubik will be a hard one to try to protect versus this Lycan, and the Solar Crest is definitely a great way to do it, whoever he tries to go on.
Yeah, against Lycan draw. Very good item. I think they should connect. This is the play. I think they should go top with the Lash and the Clockwork together. Last time they were a little bit disconnected.
Yeah, they were. And now,
tower.
they're only going to find an Enchantress, it seems, if they make this full ramp. There is a ward, actually, that I think has seen somebody farm there. But they wanted the drow. They wanted the big kill. Unfortunately, TA2000, he's too smart. He got right on out of there.
You can't have everything.
No, but they will take this tower. They do finally have the maxed out Diabolic Edict here from Sodoms. And the creep! He's dragging away the wave!
It's buying so much time.
But, oh, Noob. Battery Assault once again going to cancel his Pulverize. He's going to try to charge on through. They will have the damage thanks to TA2000. And maybe they actually want to take this fight now. Noob. Encroaching in.
Stampede.
This is not the Primal Beast that we saw last game. This guy's actually got some gold. And look at the armor. Phase boots, helm, 2 Rops. I mean, he is sitting at 15 armors right now on the Centaur here, just so he makes sure that TA2000 can't murk him. Which is what you do, right? Versus Drow.
Yeah, of course. You gotta build a lot of armor against this hero. And look at Ducalis. He just stopped the push
Goodness.
by
And then
himself
turned it.
with the crypt.
Oh.
It turned into a kill on the clockwork, and now they are killing tower. Just because he sent the crypt.
That's insane. Just that small move, and now the creeps running in here from the Lycan as well. They have 2 heroes that are grabbing creeps off the map to send them right in at towers. And you can see PSG Quest, they're using this to perfection. Even though they do bring everybody over, this is definitely worth it to get that kill and just stop the game plan of Boom Esports. Don't let them be comfortable on this map. Don't let them get your objectives for free.
Yeah, the best part.
Ooh, Omar does go down, does break the Leshrac though, and I think Boom, they will lose their mid laner here, and Malik jumping in on the Rubik. As I said, this is a perfect target for you, but maybe the lockdown is too much. Maybe the damage is overwhelming. They're onto the Weaver though. No ulti out of there from Pakaz. He'll go down, and now TA2000 is going to continue to run down the rest of Boom Esports here. Illich, he'll stun up the one creep that was in front of him here, but the multi-shot will slow him around, and I'm sure he doesn't live through this. Oh my goodness, the enchant as well. They'll just let Noob do it all by himself.
2 punches, and the job is done. Quest
What
is
a
not
huge
playing
fight.
Boom on the map so bad.
I'm starting to feel like your items are too important. I don't think you can make moves like that without finishing at least some sort of lifesteal item on Sodoms, because this Blade Mail from Primal Beast is owning these fights right now.
He's going for the Kaya next, so it's gonna take some time for him to get the Bloodstone. And this was your Weaver dying, your safe lane Weaver dying. He was free farming, and he lost the tower. This is the Lycan draft. We are always scared to fight against.
Oh yeah. Always a terrifying day, but this is the kind of stuff that can get you right back into it here. They'll take a big old ancient stack, give some of that over to the Centaur as well, because damn it, Illich needs some help. And oh no,
Yeah,
they are
the
ancient
other
stacks on the
side.
other side. Oh god. It's as if nobody actually benefited from this. But I mean, obviously PSG Quest technically keeping this gold lead up. I think they actually had 1 more stack in there too. So they still get the better of this. Because is farming, he's going in for the Dragonlance. Lincoln Sphere actually after the Maelstrom, as you said. Probably not a Deso game because you are playing against the Lycan and the Enchantress. A lot of creeps in there. But the Lincoln Sphere doesn't want to get pulverized. Panda will take the gank. They do get the trade, it seems, support for support. Ducalis lived a little bit longer, and they get the hook shot out of Panda, actually. He's alive, and now they can turn this one back in. Omar getting jumped on next. They do have the pulverize from Noob. This Leshrac certainly endangered their silence up now. Weaver got to be careful here. He might want to turn this one through, actually getting on top of the Drow, but you can see the run through from Noob. He knows this is a vulnerable position for Pakaz. Malik will get locked up on the other side. Pakaz isn't done with the fight just yet, but again, he doesn't feel as safe just yet without these protective items, so he'll take Malik. Walking up that high ground is scary, though. You can see Noob. Noob wouldn't stay there unless he knew he could get a return kill if they went too far on Boom.
Yeah, big kills for Boom. Yeah, you lost your last short, but at least the Weaver got some kills. He got the Lycan kill on the Weaver. This is a very nice response for Boom.
Oh, yeah.
It was about time for Pakaz to join the fight and not just die.
I think this is definitely a Weaver game where once we have that Lincoln Sphere, it feels like all you really need is like one soft dispel, like a Manta or something, and you can just go all in on damage after that. You get a lot of protection for yourself. Maybe a BKB will be necessary. We'll see what he really cooks up on Pakaz, but this is a very good Weaver game. A lot of room to grow in your item build as the game goes on.
You can have the Satanic for the Dispel if he doesn't really want to go BKB here. Nice ward. Was it spotted by the wolves?
I don't know.
I am not sure.
I feel like you see instant pings. If somebody sees the ward, like the enemy team, they're like so happy. They're like, we got him! Free gold, guys! Which one of you supports want to pick this up? So I think with no pins, they probably missed out on it.
Okay, BKB on the Primal, so the Lycan draft, you really want to fight now.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's going to be all up to Hookshot now to stop that Pulverize. Looks like they are going to gate out on a few Boom heroes, so they will just evacuate. If they can get everybody out, that would be golden. But, oh, they want to smoke. Oh, is there a Roche hook going?
Yeah, they saw Quest coming through the ward, so they have the clockwork. This might be good for them, but this is BKB on the Primal.
You don't have vision here either. This is a bit dangerous for me. Too rich for my blood.
So, Quest knows.
They do. They don't get the D ward just yet. Clockwork getting gone on. Gonna get charged right on through, but a huge stun in from the center. They can eliminate TA2000 just yet. They get the lift backwards into everything. And this Storm Silence as well, but Illich, he's gonna be in danger. The Pulverize will take down another. So the Weaver has to evacuate. Malik is too strong here. Knight surely will fall. He has the Echo Saber. Can they get another stun here to run through? They have it. It's foregone for PSG Quest because not able to re-enter. And well done for Quest, even though they did have a really rough initiation to deal with on the start of that fight.
But at the same time, he was like bringing all the attention to him. That was a very nice response from Boom, going onto the draw with the double stomp.
Yeah.
But your Lash just died too early on the fight.
Is there... Okay, I feel like every time I see Clockwork, I'm like, man, you play up towards Roche, okay? Any fight that's one up there, I need you to try and hookshot in, but this is a really hard one, right? You have both an Enchantress and a Lycan. Surely, yeah, okay, if they're playing this game correctly, which they are, they're sending some wolves out, they're trying to find them, they're trying to block hooks. So this will be first Aegis pretty early going the way of PSG Quest here. They'll give it to TA2000, so it's even harder to all in that drow. And last fight, that was unfortunate because they did just start on the Clockwork here. Wasn't able to get that huge lockdown we were expecting. I think if that fight maybe starts on their terms, it goes a lot better for them.
Yeah, they felt like they had to with the Clockwork. Because they really needed some info for the Centaur.
Yeah. I like the build from Knight here. The Ghost Scepter is definitely what you need to survive in this game. Force Staff as well will keep you away. He's doing a good job, yeah.
He's 5-2 on the Rubik.
Still less than 1,000 net worth lead right now as well for PSG Quest. So this game is by no means all in their hands. They still got to play a little bit careful. Make sure you're taking these good team fights, getting good vision, which is sometimes hard to do versus the Clockwork, right?
Yes. Piegas, you just rent out towers if you can on Quest side. You kind of force Boom to defend these tier 2s. But are they in fighting shape now?
Dude, I love how much armor we're building on the Centaur. He's just like, give me more. 2 Rops in the backpack. I want more armor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Know the wolves there. Easy shard.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna let the bug eat down the armor on the Tormentor. Since it doesn't actually take damage, huh? Bug or feature, Ace?
Bug?
Bug because it's a bug? That's fair. I mean, I agree with you on that one.
Yep.
I like it. I feel like those sort of things shouldn't get patched out. It was really unfortunate to me whenever they patched out the backstab working on it, because I thought that was a... You know, Ricky is dead. Is not a hero. Just give him one thing. Let him take Tormentors.
I love when Enchantress get the Tormentor kills as well.
Yeah, that stuff was so fun. Or like techies would just drop down bombs at like 19 minutes, so as soon as the tormentor respawns, it just dies immediately.
Or when the Bristleback just goes in there with the
Oh
Aghanims.
yeah. That stuff is so nice. I wish we could see more of it. Unfortunately, we don't.
Radiant's
We only have
middle tower
one
is
Tormentor
under
cheese in this game, it seems, and it will go out in the favor of Boom Esports. They actually grab a net worth lead because of it, but they're losing objectives on the map. They finally did take these side lane tier 1s, but we're about to see at least one tier 2 go down here if they do not combat PSG Quest. But since we talked so much about the Weaver items, are they just going to wait until Weaver feels strong enough to 1v5?
I think you can fight before that.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
trying to
is
get
under
Manta on the
attack.
Weaver, just make sure he doesn't get silenced randomly.
Yeah.
Radiant structure.
But they
This
can
is really
definitely
nice.
fight as soon as the Aegis expires.
I got a minute 50 left on it, so I think PSG Quest, with all the summons that they have,
Radiant's
I don't know if they're going to get that. Oh, huge pulverized and trying to cut waves right now on Illich. Can he get the last one? No. The wave will survive. They get the kill on the Centaur, and I mean, he's just trying to make space for his team.
But Noob's not playing, he just BKB'd to kill the Centaur.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He doesn't want to
attack.
play.
And as we do this, I mean, we may also get a Bloodstone on the Leshrac. These are both items very important for the prosperity of Boom Esports.
Is under attack.
And I guess something else to note is that we do not have an Aghanim Scepter coming from PSG, from the Drow on TA 2000. So that hypothermia is actually really important, it feels, whenever you're talking about like the regen reduction from this Leshrac. So without an Aghanim Scepter in the match, this Bloodstone might actually be a pretty big pop-off from the Leshrac.
And before I get the Aghanims, Drow needs more items. She's getting BKB first. She had to go for the Pike against the Clockwork, against the Stampede. After BKB, he could go for the Aghanims.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to fight the Lash every fight. I think the problem is going to be the Weaver. So he might consider going Burfly, something like this.
I see. I think that's the one thing with the Drow. Like a reason that we haven't seen it is that Drow has a very like cookie cutter build that you have to go for. You have to go Hurricane Pike on Drow, like pretty much every game. Most games you're going for a Manta style. B is pretty prevalent now. Aghanim Scepter is going to be a lot of your damage. Like your slots are filling up like really quickly with items that you just need to play the game. Thankfully, she's ahead on the map, so she's getting a lot more farm than she would if she were behind. But still, like your item slots fill up real quick. You don't have a whole lot of time to like kind of switch around if something terrible happens on the other side.
He can't mess up. He can't mess up with this item progression.
Dire's
Because
middle tower is under attack.
you get like Aghanims before BKB, then you start getting run down by the Lash.
Ooh,
There's not much you can
jetpack.
do.
Holy. Panda is forcing some TPs. Where on earth did he go?
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, he just
You
he
went to the
TP'd.
Counter Strike too.
He just disappeared. I didn't even see the TP slot on the ground. It was just like completely gone from the map. Well done from Panda. Going into the back rooms.
Dire's middle tower.
So
is
without
under attack.
Aegis, we see that Quest is more shy now. They have two good visions on Boom's on Boom's map, but they're just taking the Tormentor. They're gonna take some farm on the bottom lane. I wonder if they're planning to go for a smoke play, or if they're just waiting for one more item. Let's see what Primal's buying.
I feel like both teams are waiting for that +1 item. Who has this? If we go late, all right, the hardest question it feels like in Dota 2 sometimes, who takes this into the late game?
Radiant are scanning.
I would say Boom.
Okay. They have a lot of
Lash
natural
Weaver
ground
with
clues.
enablers.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. I like it. Plus, you know, the supports are pretty greedy from Boom Esports. So as your team gets more gold, your supports get more powerful. Rubik, of course, has a lot of good stuff to steal this game. Clockwork, the tankier he gets, the better it feels actually initiating in fights. I think I can agree with you on that one.
The problem is going high ground against Quest. Lash can't really be there dealing damage on the towers against this draw.
Smoke Drop's still here. Because you gotta be careful, buddy. Yeah, they're jumping right up through. They know there's a Weaver here somewhere. He does have the Lincoln Sphere, so I don't believe Noob has any way to pop that himself. Yeah, so he won't for a while as well.
He was too afraid to just let Noob use the Pulverize on him. Because he doesn't have BKB. They somehow managed to pop the Lincolns, and Panda is not around. He would just be dead.
Yeah.
They need more map now on Boom because it's only 40 seconds for us to know when Roche is respawning.
I am astonished.
And they want to be able to fight.
I can't believe that they've gotten this much older, because you're so right. Like, they've been closed out on the map, it feels, this whole time. Like, diving into side lanes. I don't know how they're getting this gold, but they have managed to keep the lead actually on their side. Even though like, they don't have any tier 2 bottom, they don't have any tier 2 mid. They've been managing to like find the bits and pieces all around the map. This is crazy efficient farming from Boom right now. And yeah, the next important part is Roshan, so it's going to be potentially up in about 10 seconds. If this is a quick spawn, I think it will benefit PSG Quest, but if it's a bit of a longer one, maybe you can get a smoke in later on Boom, get some map control, and get yourself into the Roshan pit, because with the bugs, they'll take it quick.
This is a carry diff. We see 3k advantage on Bakas if you compare it to the draw.
Yeah.
The others are kind of the same, you know? The Primal, the Lash, even the Lycan.
Quick spawn, only 40 seconds from Roshan, but Boom Esports, they are the one that's up here. They've got 2 minutes, well, probably 1 minute actually by the time it spawns, to take Roche if they see it.
This should not
That's
be
gonna be very
free.
hard for them. No, not at all.
They got the Bloodstone, they got the Ghost Scepter on the Lash. I think this is G time.
G? I'd like to see it. I love the items for Slotoms as well. It feels like he's hit a decent power spike. I think this should be the time that you're willing to fight as Boom. I know you're probably feeling some pressure from last game. Your fights didn't go so well. You haven't taken a decisive one yet this time, but you got the items. They are going to pop a smoke here. Panda shows first on the Callus. He is going to get sniped to a tree, and with the power shot, he can hook shot away. Once again, we will start a fight losing Panda, and it feels so rough now for Boom Esports because Roshan, well, he's up.
And no buyback on the Clockwork. Do they want to fight now?
I don't think you should. You cannot force a fight 4v5, even in the Roche pit. I mean, I know you want this. You don't want to give the Roche away to TA2000 again. The opening into your fight is getting a kill on that carry, but you just cannot risk a team wipe going in there.
They want to go mid now on Quest. See Noob already TPing. Still has 7 seconds BKB on the Primal Beast.
Ooh! That wasn't a real one, but I'm glad for the blink. Oh, using this spell already. And Omar links the Weaver to a tree. Will pull through him as well. He is broken on the Weaver, but he is not dead yet. Oh, Malik. Yo, there's a charging beast coming on in here. Slotoms is going to start charging on forward. Pops the Ghost Scepter as well. They won't pulverize him. Clockwork is going on a completely different angle. Panda goes in, finally finds TA2. That will shift him away now with the silence. This fight does not seem like it is in the Boom Esports favor any longer. They have to back out of this one. They're just so disconnected.
Man, they can try to get more.
Oh, and they might.
Bushwhack?
Onslaught connects, Bushwhack as well. Can they break the Lincolns? They will. Trying to get away here, but he's slowed up using the jump away. But now the silence from Drow. And these, oh lord, the sharpshooters. They actually last hit on the Weaver. It is just so much pressure from Bakaz right now. They lose a decisive fight. First one of this game. And PSG Quest, they will certainly run down towers with this Aegis.
If we had the Roche fight, I was going to say that the only way the Lash dies is if the Primal Beast somehow manages to get a full duration pulverize. And he got a full duration pulverize now. Panda was not around and the Lash died. If your Lash is the first one dying, there's no way you're winning fights.
I don't know how they couldn't win that one. I'm not sure what they do in this one. There's a hook shot in, and they get the cogs, but once again, is this really the target that you want? This means there's no hook shot for the pulverize. Ducalis will get one kill, jumping forward, dude, he wants more. The impetus shots are bullying this Boom Esports team. Now 2 are gone. I don't know if that was the fight you wanted.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We can stay.
Oh,
have BKB on draw.
Huge jump away from Ducalis, missing the stun from the Centaur. And they still feel pressured. Illich trying to at least give some vision with the Shivas, but at least they do end up protecting their mid-racks.
Yeah, they want to fight on their own terms. Quests are just outclassing Boom now. They ran back. They still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Mm-hmm.
You can't afford to die your clock first.
Oh, jump stun, but this is still an Aegis for 2 minutes. Even if you do get this kill, what is the end goal here? They do get the hook shot in, but once again, just running away on the Drow Ranger. Because gets on top of them, they get the first life, congrats, but like, what are you doing for the next round of this fight? Pulverize on in, they have nothing to cancel it. Silence coming as well. He tries to get the jump away, and he barely will. Because just barely able to live for this one. But Slotums, he's leading the charge for his team, but they have to back out of this one. They still want more PSG quests. They're not done yet. It's a 4-staff away, and the Yule's up on the Primal Beast. They still do not feel like they have the upper hand right now on Boom Esports. Just barely TPing away. They did force out the buyback of the Leshrac, and I think that might actually, or the buyback of the Lycan. That should be the highlight of this fight right now for Boom Esports.
Yeah, they have AC on this Lycan, so they might stay around for the tier 2 at least. But this wasn't the fight Quest was looking at.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The buyback on the Lycan is not doing anything really.
The buyback definitely saved the fight here from Boom Esports. That, like, going all in on the drown was absolutely crazy. They lost a lot of good spells for it. They did end up getting the Aegis at least. But now if they take a fight like that, I am much more confident because there is no Aegis on Drow. In fact, they find the Primal Beast. This is a huge kill for them. Slotums will pick it up. A 9-kill streak going to him.
Yeah, this is the 95-second CD on the BKB.
Holy moly. Yeah,
Just
I mean,
smoke and go again.
That's the thing with Slotums. Like, this Bloodstone, I believe, is on a 35-second cooldown. BKBs are up at that, like, 90-second mark. So you will get, you know, 2, sometimes 3 Bloodstones in before you actually get a BKB in from the other team.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You can't really lose fights if you're close to your own towers, if you're Quest, because Lash is gonna melt them.
Talents are very important for the Leshrac as well, almost hitting the 20 talent for them.
So Draw got the Nullifier.
Oh, really?
Very nice pick up. Now they can try to kill the Lash.
Yeah, I mean, damn near need a Lincoln's now on the Leshrac, which I guess isn't the worst purchase in the world, but you can see Yule Scepter plus the Ghost Scepter here. Definitely a good nullifier game for somebody to pick up here, but does it leave her too vulnerable? You're gonna see Ducalis first stop here, stun on in, so much damage from Slotums. Another kill streak off the board. The pinatas are popping for Quest. They're getting onto the backline as well. Weaver all the way in. He's still silenced up. Can they all in on him? It looks like he just barely gets away, but the Cogs are sectioning off the rest of Quest. They'll get Malik. That is a dieback. The hookshot does cancel out the Pulverize. Panda putting his body on the line. Can his team make good use of it? It looks like because he will. He'll get one kill, blinking on, and the onslaught through TA2000. They're gonna buy back on the Hoodwink. This is a huge fight for Pekaz here. Gets the time lapse, still healthy for him. And what a win here from Boom Esports. Propel this net worth lead all the way up to 8,000, and there's still towers in front of them.
They really got Quest out of guard. I think they were just grouping to get the Tormentor kill, but then somehow they were jumping the Enchantress. They had to use buyback on both supports.
Yes.
Dire's bottom tower has
I mean, those buybacks are huge. This is another thing that kind of contributes to this net worth lead. And they've been down on the map for so long that these kill streaks are actually pretty valuable. The entire side here for Boom Esports. A lot of XP. You can see Because up to level 24 already. Getting close to his 25 talents as well. And I think that one is... I imagine the Geminate attack is pretty good for the burst. I wonder if the Sakuchi cooldown has some merit in this game as well.
Yeah, this definitely helps. But the +1 here, it's what gonna make the difference, I think.
I agree. And
you can't really just BKB fight the Weaver.
No.
She'll have a lot of physical damage soon. She's getting the Daedalus. So farmed on the Weaver.
He's crazy.
So high level.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a shard yet, actually. So I feel like all the illusions in there. Hook shot in. It's a bit of a fight maybe for PSG Quest, but they're just going to get away on the side of Boom Esports. They've already known so many resources have been popped for Quest. If you can kite this out somehow, this is definitely the fight for you. Trying to body block, actually lifting up a wolf. So they don't get the body blocks from it. They don't get even
oh my
the
god.
bushwhack. He's on out of here. It's Panda, the great escape. They did it.
He's up, but the Roche is alive.
Oh no. You gotta smoke up. You cannot give them the third Roche of this game. You just can't do it.
But guys, he might just try to hit this tier 3 tower.
Oh, they're TPing in.
He wants to fight.
But Roche, it's already probably so low. Already 50% HP. You gotta start in with Clockwork. They already saw it, but Roshan, it is gone. I don't think you lost much for it either. PSG Quest, this is their fight to take. If you run into this one, it could be disastrous for Boom. Jump in, gets the stun on the Enchantress first. They're seeing everything now with the Shivas, but now they can turn back in. The Lotus actually cancels the Pulverize, and now Weaver's on the backline because he could go down pretty early in this one. But they've already taken 2 Sodoms, getting the kills they need. Malik will fall. He's respawning on drop, but where is your team? Where is your help? Trying to TP away out of this damage? I don't think so. TA2000 will die, and Noob, the only one to survive the onslaught of Boom Esports.
Yeah, +1 Germinate attack. Now, I don't think Quest can fight against Boom anymore. If it's a fair fight, I don't see them winning.
I don't think so. They're definitely in the upper hand now. SA fans are eating well today. We've finally gotten ourselves a lead, and now they're running up high ground for the first time, it feels like, in this entire series.
Yeah, while they were outplaying Boom on the fights, that was okay for them. But now that Boom, they're just making the right moves, it's hard for Quest because you don't see this draw dishing a lot of damage. She's always trying to avoid this Weaver, but it's very hard.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Already 1 tower gone. As you said, man, Leshrac eats these towers. It does not take much time at all.
And this is Boom's lineup on the late game. So scary to fight against.
Absolutely. And the silence, dude, I can't believe he's kept Gus this whole time. I was thinking about what spells he wanted, but it didn't cross my mind that that silence has to be so valuable for them.
Instant cast.
Yeah.
Long duration.
This is turned around quite nicely for Boom here. Now for Quest, they still have the cheese, and they've been getting the objectives, it seems, first. So I wonder if they want to go for a smoke up, maybe try to catch Boom off guard, or if they continue to play the map well, and maybe go in for another Roshan here. God forbid, because it would be another 8 minutes into this game, but I think that might be the move, is just try to split push the map, make sure you secure next Aegis, and then try again.
The smoke's on cooldown.
Oh,
10 seconds
whoa.
more for them.
Drow actually took a decent amount of damage to that Tormentor, and the hook shot
What?
in! They got next on 2, plus they get the battery cog, but I think with this silence, because instantly takes out Omar, running back in for more here, popping the BKB on Leshrac as well. They're just able to stand their ground. Illich will finally get pulverized, but Noob, I don't think that's what you want. He's going to take a lot of dominated attacks here. They finally catch up. He actually lives through it. And Ducalis, it seems they're turning this fight back around. They had to TP out. Knight will escape just barely. And the rest of the team, are they out? Seems that they are out.
It's gotta feel so bad that they let the Lash through the draft.
Yeah.
It's doing so much work.
No, I mean, they've taken so many objectives out of the map in that short time period. They did get a good fight. I think PSG Quest, they definitely battled back. Really well done to not hemorrhage too much net worth as they were making that defense happen. And they still have a base to work with, so they have enough creeps that pushing up this top wave shouldn't be too bad for them without sacrificing the rest of the map. They definitely can still get some map control and play for next Roche.
Yeah, they fought with -2 buybacks on Quest. And they were still able to defend the tower, the base. Well done, well done.
Oh, of course, well done from all teams. Once again, I think this is the third Tormentor that they've taken just by using this bug trick. Fantastically, and there it is. This is why they wanted so many of them. I don't think it was actually for the support shards. I think because it was like one of these times, I will win the role, and I'll finally get a beautiful shard.
Can't believe Knight doesn't have his shard from the Tormy.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. That is a really important shard. I can't believe. I mean, he is also like farmed as hell. He has had every chance to get this shard. All right, he has Lotus, Force Staff, and now a full Yule Scepter being shipped out to the inventory. He could have gotten it if he wants it. At this point, he just doesn't care.
This game has been a dream game for the Rubik. 5, 2, and 10. Having a lot of impact on these fights. Not feeding. Has a lot of items.
Yeah. Peter, what do we have on the Weaver right now? What's he rocking? I'm interested to see if he feels he's like capped out on anything. Okay, so he's going to Satanic next. I like that. I think that's fine. I'm not sure where he's putting it. I guess he's like swapping that out for the BKB or something. But yeah, no, I think I'm okay with that.
Even with the bike. But yeah, swapping the BKB might be the best play.
He's got to be a little bit careful though. If they don't get a quick end of this game, Drow will have a butterfly, and you don't really have room to get some sort of evasion pierce. You'll have to give an item up. So we'll see if he commits fully to that Satanic. If they win a fight on PSG Quest, they commit on the Satanic on Weaver. He could actually get a nice turn here, but oh, TA2000 immediately trying to get out of here. Jump through. They find 2, even with Ducalis. He's got to run away. You can look at that big damage with the Diabolic Edict. Malik did pop the BKB and his ulti. You can cut this one out if you really want to, but because he's not interested, he wants the base. He wants it now.
He was just playing safe on the Weaver. He didn't really want to follow up on the Lash there.
They're just taking the base. Finally, the impetus is coming in. Ducalis stepping on forward. He doesn't mind if he's the one initiated on if it does somehow protect his Drow.
They want to force Quest to go for a bad fight.
I mean, the ulti from the Lycan is down. The BKB is down. I think a few others were popped as well. Yeah, right now, boom. You have all the items you need. Yeah, just wait it out. Running up here, onslaught through, no Aegis on the Weaver. If they do manage to commit onto it, they get a hookshot on the backside, able to find this Lycan as well. So because he's fighting on his lonesome here, and he doesn't need much help. Noob will go down here. One more hit with the Gemini. No! He has enough armor. He'll be fine for now. But they maybe latch in on Leshrac here. Using himself after the Nullifier was down. Illich with not much HP goes in to help his team. He'll start anything for his team if they can finish it off with the Weaver, with the Leshrac here. Jumping on forward, just creating chaos on Panda. He finds the Drow, pointing him out, letting his team know they got the hookshot in.
The Weaver.
Maybe he wants to stay. No, but they actually get the silence away. No, they both trade lives. Illich and the Drow will both go down. Ducalis is going to get burned down by the Leshrac. It's a double for the Weaver. And all they need to do is commit to these racks.
They're buying back, but I don't think that matters. Without your draw, how you fight?
Oh no. Stun connected onto Ducalis. He is going to get latched up by the Bushwhack once again, but Weaver, he's not done. He did commit his time lapse. That's a bit dangerous without Aegis. Oh, the intent. Okay. Okay, guys, I think it's time to back. They're feeling the pressure now. BKB from Slaughter's. They're running on forward. They may connect on the Rubik. They will. Now turning back onto Slaughter's. He has the TP. Bushwhack doesn't connect.
Are scanning.
They see him with the acorn. Not a lot of magic damage being output. He'll drop down the stun. He has to use up the impetus shots, but I think he's the blink. Slotums.
Yeah, nice play, nice play. Grits.
Hurricane play forward. Noob.
Broken.
Has the blink dagger. He's good.
They didn't get megas, right?
No, there's one lone Rax hanging in there in the mid lane doing a pretty good job. Spider-Man holding in the train. He's just a poor little guy there by himself.
So he has the Satanic, yeah, that he's swapping with the BKB. And Zlatims has Vice now. I think Quest should all in on this Roche fight. It's only 40 seconds. They just need to push out waves and go.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have like an Enchantress creep on one side, Lycan Wolves plus his stuff on another, and just try to take it. It will be Roshan spawning top once more. So whoever has that top side control will be favored for them. And of course for Boom, I mean, they've got both side lanes pushing in with the Rax already taken on those sides.
They are really playing this fight so well on Boom.
Absolutely. But there is a butterfly completed right now on this Drow Ranger. So not only a lot of survivability versus the Weaver, but also a huge amount of damage. I think I'm still waiting for an Aghanim Scepter. Okay, so she did eat the Ags.
Yeah.
So she's pumping. Definitely got the damage pumping, but is it enough?
Radiant are scanning.
He's trying his best to deal damage on the fights, but there's always heroes trying to get on top of him.
First Roche of the series here from Boom. It doesn't look like there's much of a contest from Quest. They will pick up Aegis. Plus, they will get an Aghanim Scepter on Slotums here, so he'll get the Nihilism, turning everybody else into a Ghost Scepter unit as well.
Yeah, he sold his Ghost Scepter.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a very nice buy.
I mean, he's got Hex now. And it looks like he's actually... Okay, so he's just going to go the whole way back. He'll push in mid. They really do want to sweep the lanes. They want everything to be in by the time they go up for this high ground push, and they've got plenty of time. 30,000 net worth lead right now for Boom Esports. They were embarrassed in game number 1, and they're coming back with vengeance in game number 2 here, because a much better showing from him here. A lot more time to work with, a lot more time to cook. And he's doing well, but Panda does get initiated on once more. Pulverize trying to save the haste rune for his friends. He'll pop the Lotus Orb on himself, but the big shots in with the Sharpshooter. It's too much for him to deal with. Weaver is in on the back line here. He wants to get some free kills, does have the Aegis, but it doesn't mean he had to backpack his BKB, so it could still be in danger. Only the Satanic for his Dispel. He'll turn around, try to get some extra heal. The Lotus still on top of him. They'll lose the first life here. They had to buy back on the Clockwork because they committed so much for this one. Now, Boom, they don't want to lose anything too easily. Slotums, he's getting taken down. A few hits left, but the Seal Scepter, I don't think it's a save. It is just a delay. They'll take down Slotums for a huge kill streak on TA2000. Now they're charging forward for just a little more. No, Noob, you'll kite that one out to the right. They did buy on the Clockwork here, but now they're missing Leshrac for 90 seconds. This is not the fight you want to take for Boom, especially without Aegis.
Yeah, they were so confident that they thought they could just take the fight, even if it's not on their terms. But they lost pen so fast. Weaver went deep. Lash couldn't really get inside the fight.
And they had so much vision around it, so I'm assuming that's why they were confident. They had like 2-3 wards right on top of everything, so... Or no, that was... Oh, those are all PSG wards. They were the ones that are complete control on that one. My lord. Yeah, that's a rough fight for Boom to take.
Yeah, that was a nice read, knowing that if they go first, they can just kill one hero and see how it goes.
Nah. This Weaver is feeling a little bit locked. Like, whenever he has the Aegis, he has to drop the BKB, which is so important for his game. Now he's even dropping the Lincoln, so he's saying, okay, look. I need these. I need these Dispels so badly. So he's even keeping the Lincolns in the backpack now.
Look at these Enchanters with the Moon Shard. He's dealing some serious damage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had talked about the scaling from Boom supports, but man, Enchantress is a huge damage output hero. Pure damage, of course, on the Impetus, which never feels good to play against. But it doesn't pierce debuff immunity, so I think that's why the BKB is so important for Kaz here. Once again, jumping with the stun in, but the BKB pop from Boom. He actually turn around on the Power Beast. I don't know if this is still your fight here. Standing in the stuns of the Electrak, but because he's actually able to take down Malik right away. He doesn't have a buyback on this Lycan. Now the cogs are bouncing Noob around. Because is on the high ground, hitting with that Moonshard, and so is TA2000. Can you break the high ground? This siege is insane from this PSG Quest course. But here comes Panda finally dissuading them all, trying to get on top of this child. They will find her, kill her for Illich, and they'll try to TP out on everybody else. They will find Omar in the trees. Is no longer safe for the Hoodwink. Because is godlike. And they will even take down Dakalis at the end here. Only the TA2000 Drow and the Primal Beast are left. He's actually going to try to stand on the high ground, but Kaz wants to go forward for a little bit more. There's another Rex you can take, boys. I don't know if you want to dive too far, but Noob, he could go down quickly. He gets bounced around on the cogs again.
Telekinesis.
He'll fall, and now GG is called. Game number 2 goes to Boom Esports, and they will crawl back from a horrifying Game 1 defeat to tie up this series and take them into game number 3.
Yeah, this is for everyone to know that SA is not here just to have fun. They're here as gamers. They played so well in these fights. Especially Panda on this last one, just zoning the enemy supports on the side, zoning the draw. Just very good decision making on Boom. But it took some time for them to catch up because the start was slow.
Yep.
But in the end, they were just crushing.
Yeah, I mean, not TA2000, I guess himself, but the entirety of PSG Quest, they did a really good job of taking some of these fights from behind as well. We could see there from the fight that was taken on the Haste Rune. I mean, they know what they need to do. They will try to take down take down the Clockwork, get a good fight going for themselves. And I think this is something where, I don't know, I definitely believe in their fight-taking potential when they're in that kind of setting. The draft really solidified this for me. Boom Esports, I think without this beautiful draft coming in with this Weaver last pick, something to get on top of the Drow, I think they still could have come back in this one because they're still looking tight from PSG Quest.
Yeah, with this draw pick, you really need to be ahead. You really need to be hitting towers. If possible, you go high ground, you have the Lycan, but somehow Boom finding the perfect angles to fight, finding the good fights, really slowing down PSG, and they really can't outfight Boom on the late game.
Yeah, no, I mean, their supports are scaling so well. You said it a lot, like this Rubik was having such a fun time. Knight, so many evasive items for himself. The Lotus Orb even saved, I think, his team a few times from the Pulverizes, because it would just get instantly canceled out, so... incredibly well done from him. I think he was really creative with what he was using, always taking out like this silences from the Drow. It's really tempting to like try to go for Pulverize, Sharpshooter, even like the transformation Lycan gives you a lot of HP, so some people will try for that, but he was very disciplined, went for the silence, and just continued to open up these fights for his team. I was just very, very, very happy with the play from Knight in this one, and I almost wonder, will that get banned out in game number 2?
The Rubik?
Or game number 3, yeah.
Yeah, I would go with the Lash ban. They can try to steal the Rubik. But yeah, if you allow Knight to play the Rubik again, I think we would be glad just to watch it.
Amen. And we'll be glad to watch game number 3 here, and we'll have that coming up very shortly here. We're going to a quick break. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League Swish stage. I am Math Magician, and that is Ace. And Ace, we got a Game 3 so early in this. Usually we have to wait a few series to get it, but hey, we got one right away. So what are you expecting here in this Game 3? Are you expecting a lot of draft changes, or maybe just a lot of like different ways to play the map?
I would say that Quest, I think they underestimated Boom after first game. So now this is for real. Now you're going to see a big battle.
No, I imagine so. And we thankfully already have a draft underway, so I'm sure that we'll get that up for you soon. I think for Boom Esports, they're going to hammer in on that Dragon Knight. That was something that was a really big flex for them. And I think that without that, PSG quests are a little bit easier to read on the Boom side. On the other one, I'm going to be excited to see, do we actually see a Rubik ban or not? Because that is something that really opened up the game, I feel, for Boom Esports. It is first pick for them as well, so we could see a full run back of last draft if you're not careful on PSG Quest.
Yeah, the first pick Rubik is so valuable for them because it kind of blocks the CM first pick on Quest side. So if you're not banning the Rubik, you might need to have a plan against the hero. Not saying that the hero has a lot of counters on the game, but you kind of know the lane, right? It's Rubik plus something like Mars, Centaur, even Primal. So yeah, you need to prep against this.
Honestly, I think that the Lycan was a pretty good counter to it. It was working early. It's just that Weaver pick, man. That Weaver pick was so good there. And they will do it again. Primal Beast is still in pool. I wonder if PSG Quest, again, will they run it back? Because I'm sure without the Leshrac in pool, they feel a little bit better about having the Primal Beast in.
Yeah. On the lane with Enchantress, they were kind of fine against the Rubik. They were just forcing the Rubik to buy a lot of regen just to stay on the lane. Big problem was not the lanes, though.
Ooh. Yeah, and the Hoodwink coming out here. So both teams are going to start out with their pause 4s, it looks like. I don't think in SA it's very uncommon actually for the Rubik to get played pause 5, so I imagine we just have both 4s here. Well, this is a very strong laner, right? Very punishing, a lot of good combos. Centaur, Mars, Primal pretty much plays with all the real meta offlaners.
Is it time for Boom to run the CM Morph lane?
You know, we haven't gotten to see a real like Bakaz staple yet.
Yeah.
We've gotten to see the Weaver, which obviously worked very well. And then, unfortunately, the hero that he played in game number 1, which I'm having a hard time remembering. Because it obviously
didn't. Zlark.
Yes, that's why. A very forgettable performance on a very forgettable hero. Did not go well for him. I'd like to see something a little bit more comfy. Gyrocopter, Morphling, TA, all very good. All don't love playing against stuff that has multiple instances, such as the Bushwhack. And yeah, the ET kind of denies yourself out the Medusa pick, actually, because if you get slept by Medusa, until you start taking damage on your HP, you will not wake up. So I like that as kind of a deny pick to the Bakaz hero pool.
Even the Morph, right?
Yes.
Such a nice hero to play against these AG cores. We saw on the Heroic versus Tundra match, Heroic picking the Titan off lane for the Vailama against the Meeple, and they destroyed the game.
It's probably one of the best matchups, though. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
Elder Titan is almost never meta, but anytime that a Meepo gets picked up, there's an instant Elder Titan, usually, if you can fit it in.
So Primal now on Boom side. We saw this on the first game. Didn't work very well for them. And the CM.
Okay. This is a tightly contested hero. You have the Primal Beast. You kind of have to go through a Crystal Maiden or else it will get picked up against you. I like this 1-2 pickup from Boom Esports. And now there's not a whole lot in the safe lane for a pause 5 that really plays well against Primal. In fact, we're probably just going to see the Elder Titan as the 5. I don't think this hero really gets flexed anywhere else. This is looking like a really good offlane potential from Boom Esports, depending on what they can get on, I guess, 16, 17 here from PSG Quest, because Rubik Primal that's strong.
Okay, so CM very strong on the lane. We saw them play in the Weaver last game. I would say CM pairs very well with the Weaver. if they want to go with the hero again. Because if you look at this support duo on Quest, they don't do anything against Weaver, but
Morphin Mars, huh?
Yeah, might make you pick something else. We actually saw K1 play in PL.
I was just about to say, is it a bad PL game? Because I feel like you can dodge out the stomps pretty easily from the Elder Titan. You get out of the arena, but this Mars hero is so oppressive, that lane cannot be fun.
Yeah, at least you'll have a CM with you to feed you some tangos, give you some mana so you can keep CSing with the lance.
It feels like you just want a bot. You want somebody who will give you, like, who will buy 9 tangos and feed you them. You can get that out of any hero. That's why I don't know if I love it too much. Troll Warlord. He's a melee punisher. I think you have to have BKB in this game because of the Elder Titan, but this is acceptable.
Yeah, I don't hate it. There's a lot of heroes to enable him on the fights.
I just think they didn't directly answer the Mars as well as I wanted them to. I think this lane should be fine enough. The axes make it so that the Mars can't like directly pressure you.
I don't know. I think Troll CM can beat the Mars. This is such a strong lane. Even the Hoodwink, if she messes up with the positioning, Frostbite, and you're dead. Just gotta rush like phase boots on the Troll just to be able to avoid some spears here and there.
Ooh, here's a base take. So Crystal Maiden Mars or Crystal Maiden Troll, you probably win this lane. Then you're playing against a Hoodwink. Do you go Troll Battle Fury because you want something that can always cut through the trees in the middle of fights? Plus, you want that like you'll actually win the lane to get the Battle Fury. That's like the only time we ever see it. Monkey Kings, they'll buy Battle Fury sometimes to win. Troll, feel like he could do the same.
I think he can just get Battle Fury here and outfarm Quest.
The other answer would probably be the Maelstrom, which is also very good versus it. I don't know if that's technically better versus the Morphling or not. Unsure.
Yeah, some magic damage procs are always nice against the Morph.
We'll see. We'll see what he wants to go for because we still have another hero to pick up here. Looks like we are looking for a mid laner for PSG Quest, and they do ban out the Razor. You don't want to walk the dog, right? You don't want to have your Troll Warlord, poor guy, being all the damage taken away. It's even a good lane versus the Primal Beast if they do commit to that in the mid lane here. We do have a ban into pick for Boom Esports, so they should be able to protect Slotos pretty well with this last one. Overall, I'd say that the team fight is a little bit lacking from Boom Esports, but do you want to go all in on that team fight, or would you rather go for something a little more, you know, elimination style, big burst damage?
I'd like to see something like OD here.
Ooh, that's elimination.
Saves. Very good against the Morph.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, OD is one of the natural counters to Morphling all the time. Something that builds a Hex, instant disable. Your orb is always going to do great. Either pure damage into raw HP or pure damage into high armor. Either one, you like it.
Quest Esports turn to Puck.
They go Puck. Okay, I mean, I like it. There's not a whole lot of instant disables here at all. In fact, none. They don't have any hexes whatsoever on this team. So it's going to be up to basically the Mars to pick that one up for you. The lane can still go well. I mean, there's Sniper in pool. Once again, we said that hero can dominate a Puck. TA also in, but that might be a bit too farm heavy. Ember would win the lane, but you're playing into a Primal Beast and an Enchantress. It might not, and a Crystal Main might not be the best move for you.
Very good Puck pick. No Tiny, no DK. So kind of an easy game for you.
I suppose. I still feel like you could Sniper here, and it's slightly hard to get on type of the Sniper, and that lane is abysmal for a Puck.
This is true. That would be like a greedy pick for them, but it can definitely work because you have this Mars. You just get Blink Dagger, BKB, and jump.
Right.
Be in front for your team. You have good follow up on the arena with the Titan spells. Yeah, that would be a good pick.
I think it does everything that you want it to do without being greedy, because TA technically would do the same thing. Yo, the Earthshaker pickup. Whoa. Into Rubik?
Yeah, right? into the Rubik?
I don't know
Are
if
you
I like
sure?
that. I don't like that at all. I feel like there were a lot of great options here in the mid lane that were a direct counter. No, I don't think this one is as fun still for the puck. You will take a lot of damage. You'll get a lot of deny. So I still think they're going to get the lane victory. I feel like their thought process was that they were just going to section off the Troll Warlord in these fights. But now Rubik gets to do that to you. He gets to section off your team in these fights with the Fissures. I don't really like that last pickup here. I actually think, given the game that we saw on Rubik last time, he's going to own. I think he's got a great setup for himself this game as well.
Even before it comes to 5v5s, we can see that Panda securing Paka's lane, then rotating mid with Rubik just to mess with Noob.
No, I think the rotation is going to matter a lot in this one.
Yeah.
Because this mid lane, if you get off the ground on either side, it's going to be pretty important. These rotations into side lanes are also huge. Of course, Earthshaker, again, he can section off your carry if he does rotate into a safe lane. Puck can coil and silence the morph lane, sometimes even before he can get the morph off. So both sides, this mid lane matchup will be very important to who actually takes this one into the mid game here. It is a tied matchup here, 1-1, Boom Esports. They got dominated in game 1. There was a pretty tight matchup in game 2, but they ended up rolling away with it pretty late there for Boom Esports. So they're technically riding the momentum wave into this game number 3.
I didn't like this last big shaker, but every time you hit on a shaker, it destroys the game. So
that's true. We haven't
had
a lot of them.
To wait and see.
It's astonishing how many times we've actually been in these games together. But usually it's because of SA teams. Like SA teams like picking it up. PSG Quest, this is going to be one of the first times that we see it here. Of course, in the cross-regional matchup. But again, I feel like this is still a good lane for Noob. By no means do I think this was a bad pick in the laning stage. I just think it was really rough into the Rubik.
Yeah, if he destroys the lane, it's okay. You can always try to get on top of the Rubik. And just...
Which, that's going to be a huge part of the game, right? If they can find the Rubik and kill before these fights really get going, then it should be a free fight for PSG Quest. But you don't have the greatest heroes at doing that, right? It feels like it would be all up to the Mars to jump in, get some sort of stun going while your Morphling shotguns in. So I think that's a lot of why we're talking about this laning stage, because the momentum is totally dictated right now on this mid lane matchup. My side lanes feel pretty strong, right? We've got Primal Rubik versus a Morphling, which isn't the best burst damage versus Morphling in these games. Oh, but
that's a lot of damage.
He's taking a lot of damage, yeah. I mean, he doesn't actually have any tangles on him, so he's going to have to get some shared once he finally catches up. And Illich, is he going to do the thing? He's got Uproar. Oh, okay, never mind. He's backing off.
He wants to get, like, double bracers on this lane. So he's not risking to take a lot of damage and be forced to buy more tangles. Not now.
Do you think that you should block camps when you're playing versus the Water Titan, so he doesn't get those free stacks?
I mean, you need to block the small camp. Not sure about the large camp.
Yeah, it's weird. That's what I'm thinking of. You definitely block small, I feel. They also, I don't know why, there was a Fade Bolt available, but they didn't actually get the range creep there. Just ended up hitting the wave with it. And now I feel like this is TA2000. He might actually get a huge advantage on this wave. Look at that. Another deny. Oh my goodness. What a disastrous first wave for Boom.
Yeah, this 2 denies are gonna matter. They're gonna hit 2 first.
There we go. I got that one. Plus a deny. Okay, I think we've turned it around. All right. I was being critical, but it's okay. It just seems one of those, it's a normal thing to do. You aggro creeps back, my Rubik picks Fade Bolts, and we get range creep. That's it.
If you hit 2 first on Boom, you are able to go for a kill on this Titan.
That's true. And the damage Kaz is taking in this bot lane. Malik is having a definitely great time. It is a really good stick game, I guess, for either side. Now Panda, could go down here. I think he will. Not enough to protect himself from this one. Will fall because not able to get any revenge for his pause 5 here. At least he'll get a free courier walk back with some of his items.
It was weird that he was like crossing the lane
Yeah.
Taking a lot of damage from the Hoodwink. And not even getting the ranged creep CS.
Yeah, right? You lost a lot more than just that kill, but the first blood, of course, is even more impactful. This Mars is another hero that getting off the ground is going to be huge for the PSG quest sides to need. Find that Rubik in these fights.
And look at Ducalis already taking a lot of damage. This level 2 is a big power spike for Boom.
Absolutely. They have a lot of creeps coming in too, so you have to weather this timing. They're trying to aggro the creeps back just so they can get some free CS before it all comes into the tower. If not, you could get dove maybe, but looks like they'll be fine for now.
They did a good job at killing these last 2 creeps and holding the wave. Now he's gonna just farm. And on the mid lane, what can you do, right?
Oh yeah.
4 denies on the Shaker. At least it's not 10.
That's true. It could always be worse. But Sonos, of course, you can see, just needs to keep doing a good job of getting those illusory orbs. Yes, the noob can't deny everything all at once. Oh, and he's even, wow. He is so terrified of taking an enchant totem. He's like, please, don't do it.
A 2 armor hero.
Right.
Hit.
Right.
Denied.
And now, oh, he could get the 2-for-1 if he aggroes these back.
And that kill on the bottom side is gonna slow down Boom because you're really looking to win this troll lane just so you can rotate mid with your CM because Shaker really relies on these early runes. Hero needs mana to keep spamming spells to farm,
right?
To harass, to deny.
I love these rotations. They're looking at it. He's got to get a pretty nice lift up, it seems. Looks like he'll get 1, and he gets the water rune. Now, he may die for this. No, he's actually fine. Because he stole the water rune, they do not have the mana to punish it. So, well done there. Now, Slottum still has to go and collect this bottom water rune. But still, overall net positive there for Boom Esports.
Yeah, nice rotation from the Rubik. Was an early one for the 4 minutes water rune. But it's much needed. See now, Shaker has... Oh, is this a kill?
I don't know, man. Oh, already used Spear, actually. It could be a kill. Maybe that's the one thing about the Mars lane is that so many times when you have these melee punishers, you just spear them away. It doesn't actually feel so bad, but Omar certainly doesn't have enough mana. He's a bushwhack.
The Troll has Berserker's Rage, so let's see if he's lucky. It's only 14%. Is there a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, first hit.
Oh, the first one! Caster Curse, all right, go next.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Malik.
Literally worse than a Spirit Breaker Bash and still got it on the first hit. That's crazy. This is a huge kill for him, of course. I want to see the Battle Fury, but you have to have a really nice lane to justify the Battle Fury. If not, it will just be a Maelstrom game for Bakaz. He may want it anyways, just to accelerate the farm even faster. It looks like in the mid lane, now that feels illegal to get the kill here, but Noob, well done jaunting in and out through the trees, and Sonos couldn't jaunt the right way to get the kill.
That's
but he is
only
forcing him completely out
because
the wave.
Shaker doesn't have runes.
Ah, yeah. No, I agreed.
That's the Rubik rotation right there.
And he has to go back now. If he tries to stay any longer, he'll actually risk having to go back as the runes are spawning.
Yeah, you want to go back now. You want to coordinate with your supports for the 6 minutes rune. Let's see if they will show up.
I really want it. I mean, Illich is not having, like, the best time up here, but he's, yeah, really, look at this. He's getting enough to get farm.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
Care.
Bot side, they just got the kill on the Mars. I'm down to take all supports in and just, let's start really running this game.
Yeah, you really need to enable your Shaker.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are they really gonna wrap around? Okay. Noob. Oh no, it was a haste rune top. The 50-50, very skill based there from Slotters. Now they'll still lose a Crystal Maiden. Boom giveth and boom taketh away.
Some lift back, some cheap damage on the Shaker. You can't really rotate now with the puck because it's too obvious. You need to like wait for a TP but you don't have one. You need to get one, wait for the courier, then you rotate.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it feels bad because this is the exact rune that you want. Like, this is kind of the dream scenario. You get a rune usually before the side lanes are level 6 and just like haste down, coil up, and then you really enable one of your side lanes. But as you said, it's too obvious of a move to make. All the supports are just in this lane. So it seems like this will just be more of a escape haste in case something happens. Oh,
He went missing on the map, and we saw that Mars was already hugging the tower.
holy moly, yeah,
That
he's
puck
all the way
shows mid,
back.
he's back.
He's actually just like diving so far out. I mean, this is a pretty good laning stage still for Boom right now. Of course, the Earthshaker is going to be looking for maybe an early Blink Dagger. Yeah, okay. So he's going to have a little bit of time where he's kind of farming on the map. Morphling as well. Boom Esports, they have an opportunity maybe to get some aggressive moves before these items are completely out, especially if there's some stacks to be taken, right? You get a good ward on where their stacks are. Oh no, they're actually looking for it right now on Puck. He's gonna rock the whole way down into the tier 1 tower. He's there, drops, I think, a coil or two, and it looks like they will get the kill on the Hoodwink.
Broken instantly.
And what I think,
Tower kill?
I don't know, I think they originally just wanted to check for stacks, but then they were like, oh, like the entire team is just sitting at this tower. Hoodwink is like half HP, so sure.
Of
We'll
course,
just take
he's
it.
denying the catapult. Doesn't want to give away anything.
Uh-oh. Arena used, does have the battle trance. They have the stun with Echo, they will. They take down Pakaz, maybe a bit too far forward for his good health. And they will take themselves a kill.
That's on him. That's on him trying to deny the catapult. Went too close to the tower.
Too
Was a
close to the
no-brainer
sun.
decision
Yeah.
for the arena play.
I mean, I know what he was thinking. You know, he has a 20 stick and 2 lotuses, so surely, what are they gonna do? Kill me?
Yeah, in the end, that was the answer. Just
Yes.
throw everything.
It does look like, of course, this net worth is pretty good. The offlaners are both suffering, poor guys. I love that we've gotten to this stage in the meta where offlaners are so strong that people are like, how about we just abuse them even more? All right? It used to be that they would hurt my safe laner, but now I'm just going to rotate a bunch of people in, and then they won't hurt as much. So I like this. Offlaners, they need to be hurt a little bit more. They've gotten too comfortable in this meta.
Last game we saw Panda hitting 6 at 8 minutes. Now we see Rubik with level 6 at 9 minutes.
Oh, coil down again here. A decent amount of damage first off, but I don't know. They're going to have to pop the battle trance. Poor old Mars will get taken down. Panda gets the last hit. Oh, solo kill for the Crystal Maid. I can't believe she took that last hit.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. They'll have to get another pause 5 for the rest of the game. Can't have pause 5s like that, shame. Yo, these stacks are getting big. What, did we end up committing to an item build? Okay, so he is going Maelstrom on Kaz. We'll end up getting the tower kill, well done for him. And you'll still be able to take those stacks, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Maelstrom against the Morph is always great.
Yeah, those extra procs whenever he's high agi, always something nice. You get the raw attack speed as well if you do want to go in for the Mjolnir, which I feel on Troll Warlord is more typical than the Gleipnir.
You're going for a smoke play on Quest.
Looks like they're... Oh, okay, so they will get a puck somehow. What?
That was fast.
I see.
That was the reveal.
Blink reveal complete. Easy kill. Well done in the mid lane here. It looked like they were going to try to go on the Morphling, but instead, it was just a big bait. Morphling was just pretending to be killable.
That was the best Blink reveal.
Dude,
Just
this scurry is actually really good on the Rubik, man. You get that extra cast range. Oh, pulverize. Do they have the chain damage? I don't know if that's true. They have the Panda ulti still getting the jump away, and he is full strength right now on TA2000, so it was a good attempt, but not enough. And now Boom is going to section off this Primal Beast. The sleep will connect, and they have the damage on Illich for another kill here. Slaloms will show up, but it's well too late. his team is just already bleeding too many people. They got to back out of this one and just take the farm on the map where they can find it.
That was too forced for them.
Mm-hmm.
TA was already.
He was so strength more.
Strength, so.
I think he was like 70% strength or something whenever the pulverize finally hit. Like that's just not gonna work out.
Does have the Maelstrom. I think it's coming on the courier, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very deceptive actually how well you can take ancient stacks like this on Pakaz, because you have the mischance, so the more melee creeps in that, the better actually. Plus the fact that you have your battle trance. It's so common for trolls to use battle trance on these like early stacks.
I'll get over it.
He's definitely using this, unless he wants to pop the Lotus.
Nah, maybe he's got a 26.
I mean,
he doesn't have to throw it right away.
They're helping. Still getting pretty low. There he goes. Nice that they are
so
blocking
nice.
ganks.
Yeah. I feel like I'm crazy for this, but I actually love watching these stack takes. It's like how they kite it around, what resources they'll use to take them. It's actually a fun little mini game for me. But it does mean that still, we are farming up on the rest of PSG quests as well. They're getting their own items. Blink Dagger completed for Noob already. Callus looking like he's going in for some bongo boots maybe. Early, oh, Atos actually from Omar, so not going in for the Maelstrom?
Huh. Yeah. They want to defend the tower.
They do. I mean, Pakaz is taking another set of stacks, so he's getting farmed. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is trying to get a fight going without him. Now, he will have TP maybe, but he's got no resources. He's got no ult. You know he doesn't want a TP to defend this tower.
Primal should be the one TPing to defend it.
Looks like they do use the coil. Broken already. They'll use the arena to try to section everybody off from this one, but the frostbite, it might be enough. Plus the blood grenade, Knight will get the kill. They're
Short
turning for
arms.
some more, but yeah, though. They had all they needed. They will stop the pulverized sleep as well, but Slotums, he'll continue on the chase. They get the kill, and now they may actually get themselves a wisdom rune for their troubles.
Please, Ice Frog, don't nerf CM.
I don't think CM is like crazy busted. We used to see a lot more CM first picks. This one is just, you know, it's Primal Beast. It's the Primal Beast experience. If he's in the game, Crystal Maiden is too, and the Callus, he's out of there. They get the Echo though on the puck here. A lot of lockdown. He doesn't have enough protection at all. They'll get the kill now. Onslaughting in as TA2000. Rubik will steal Onslaught. But unfortunately, he's not able to get away still. They're going to lose so many here. A huge ulti from Panda, though. He actually locked down Malik. He's still holding his ground. But they didn't get enough damage, it seems, on the Earthshaker. They'll still turn this one through on PSG Quest. Illich would rather die to a tower than let an Earthshaker kill him, so they will die. Knight is hanging around to see if there's a low shift from TA2000. It won't happen. Overall, Pakaz gets a lot of net worth. You got the Wisdom Rune as well, but maybe you hunt around for a bit too long.
Yeah, that was expensive. A Knight survived the last fight and just cutting the wave, using the ward vision. But yeah, they need to be careful on Boom if we are looking to go on these dives, because Morph can always join them if Puck doesn't have spells.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I feel like, you know, you got echoed, fissured. There was no really save around because you were so far away from your team. And Puck with that, or not Puck, Morphling with that last adaptive strike in to finish it off. Really well done from Quest to kind of get some of that back. You're still getting gold on your Morphling, which is definitely like, that helps out, even though you did lose the Wisdom Rune.
Troll is at the top of the net worth, followed by the Morph, but he's not, the lead is not a lot. It's only like 300, the difference between these two.
I do think we still have some very like imperative items from Boom Esports because you're playing into an Elder Titan. I feel like both the Primal Beast and the Troll Warlord really need BKBs before you can truly get into these fights. Puck can probably get away with it, right? Like you're able to like jaunt away through these things. But Pakaz, he's actually going to go in for this Sange and Yasha first, and then he'll go in for the BKB. So we have a little bit of time on the map where even though you do have a net worth lead, I think PSG quests are still going to be favored in these fights, especially with the Earthshaker. Oh boy, Slotums. Yeah, they're gonna find one. Now Elder Titan going down as well. Pulverize to connect. And they'll get themselves 2 kills. This is exactly what you need to do. Get these quick picks. Don't let Quest 5v5 you.
Yep, 2 free kills. You just use the pulverize if you have the coil.
Ooh, yeah, and it's down. They do have the vision on the Earthshaker here. Once again, using an arena to try to section everything off at night.
God.
I can do that too. They throw the arena down immediately, trying to Yule's up and run through the onslaught and the stamp all around Illich. Well done from the Primal Beast. They'll get themselves almost everybody from PSG Quest.
Well done, Rubik.
What? Slotums? That's their base. That's not yours.
Sniping the sniper. Now has Blink Dagger. Protect our arena. Stolen.
Oh, that was really well done.
Huge.
Yeah. I mean, they had such a nice, maybe escape, but with that arena could be good. I sure hope that Primal Beast doesn't die in a safe... Okay, yeah. You... After a really good fight, the worst thing that you can ever do is like farm completely by yourself, step up too far, and just immediately give that gold back through the kill streak. But looks like he'll survive for now. PSG Quest, again, I feel like their 5v5 is really good, but they keep getting initiated on. This time, Panda, he'll give them something, you know, just a little bit to keep them off, but unfortunately, Sonoms will take with the DD. Gets to Callus on the other side. Still a 5,000 net worth lead for them, and Quest, they just cannot get together to take a fight on their own terms. And another coil, another one will go down, but the Echo in. Do they have the damage? It seems with a jump away. Slotums will even get the nuke on Omar, able to dodge the adaptive strike as well, and blink away from the fissure.
Player.
Woo!
Player alert. God gamer alert.
God gamer alert. Whoop whoop.
And Illich, he was just chilling bottom, farming his Shivas. You have this item very good against the Morph.
Yeah, I mean, it is astounding that they've...
Right?
No, they used Echo already on the puck. Now they're going to turn this one back through. I can't believe that they have been allowed to go for these, like, really, really high-ticket +1 items before the BKBs on Boom Esports. They feel so confident right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do they have arena? They still have arena.
They do.
My God. Suddenly you have Mars and the Primal on your team.
Radiant are scanning.
That's true. We have all the greatest offlaners all with us now, thanks to this Rubik. Looks like the smoke will wear out. But a smoke in from Quest. This is what I want to see. Get this fight on your terms. You're consistently losing players, but they don't have Echo up. Illich could get gone on here. He'll take one adaptive strike, but not enough to really keep him going. Because, meanwhile, is taking Roche here. This is a pretty nice sneak. Anything before the 20-minute mark is a pretty fast Roche. And it looks like Request, they will not be able to defend this one. So it's going to be an Aegis likely on Pekaz. And the fun thing about this Troll Warlord hero, you can lose towers pretty fast with it. There's not a whole lot of relocation on PSG Quest to like kind of drag him further in. Oh no, they're going to give it to Puck.
Yeah, Pekaz is gonna have BKB soon.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
Quest,
under
they
attack.
don't really want to fight now because Shaker is close to his BKB. So they really want to wait for this item. It's only 400 gold away.
Yeah. Pretty big power spike for them. I wonder... I assumed that was happening. I didn't know for sure. But that Earthshaker was really testing the waters there. So we're gonna get back into the game here just as soon as we can for you. Thankfully, I can tell you guys, you're not missing much, all right? We're just circling the map. We're getting some farm on our heroes. I think we are getting back into the game, so bear with us.
Yeah, they're AFKing a little bit.
Yeah,
but
the players must know. They knew the observers disconnected, so they just didn't do anything for a few seconds. Thank you very much, Boom and Quest. And thank you, Mr. Producer, for getting us back into this Game 3 here as they jump in Yule Scepter and Spear back onto this Primal Beast. He certainly will fall here. On the other side, they were just taking a Tormentor, so they really left Illich out on an island here.
That was a 5-man gank, by the way. There's no way he would survive through that.
Damn.
Shaker now has the BKB.
Yeah, these guys are also going to get a shard. They might lose a Hoodwink. We'll see. No, okay. Omar does get it there.
Yeah, so instead of trying to find more kills with this pickoff, they're just getting the Tormy. Their position.
Oh, coil down onto the Morphling here, but again, like fully strength morph. This is not really a great fight for you to take right now.
I feel like they were trying to make some coil spear play. It didn't work out in the end. Even without coil, they're still smoked on the sports, but Quest, they see that as an opening.
Mm-hmm. Oh, another opening, but Puck able to jaunt away from this one. Won't get swept up. It's the Echo on the backside, but it's only on the Panda. Panda will gladly take that for the rest of his team. It allows the Puck to move even more freely through these fights, but where is the rest of them? For Boom Esports, they weren't really gathered around this just yet. Slotums, he ain't done, man. Still has the Aegis, willing to take this fight. They will end up getting the kill on the Mars. Now pulverize down on the Earthshaker. BKB won't protect you from that one. They will sleep up this Troll Warlord, and I think that is exactly what they need to disengage from this fight on PSG Quest.
Zlatan is a Chad.
I know. He was all up in their faces that whole fight, and his team was not close at all.
Really forced the fight. Aegis, it doesn't matter that he lost it.
No, I would say
They're
no.
still taking the tower. They're still getting good advantage. The lead is start to build.
It's starting to grow for sure. Because looks like he's going to stay up top here with the rest of his team. They do have all ultis up. But PSG Quest, I'm sure that they're not too far away from their Echo being available as well. So, got to be a little bit careful, yeah, because as the Mars respawns, he'll get out of here. Keep on farming. He's going to go for the Mjolnir. He's got the BKB already. This is becoming to be a very troublesome Troll Warlord. What are PSG Quest going to have to do to kind of deal with him? Because I don't know if you can burst him 100-0.
Right? Especially with this Sunjin Yasha that has... This
Actually,
Rubik
Samus
has
is
shard. He doesn't have shard on Rubik.
Well,
yeah, there might be a chance that you can get a kill on the troll if you throw away everything.
Yeah.
But the execution, it has to be perfect.
Right? You have to have, like, I don't know, like Echo, Spear, and then hopefully
Echo
the
into
Bushwhack.
Echo into Echo.
Right? Like, where's the refresher? How many refresher we got? I just don't think they can 100-0. You may have to start dealing with supports first. I like how they killed the Crystal Maiden first, but using Echo for it was... that's a really rough way to start your fights. It does kind of free things up for the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think he's trying to get huge echoes. As a mid laner, you need to make the plays happen.
You know, for all the fights that have happened, I don't think I have seen a stolen fissure yet.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's being careful with the fissure usage.
Yeah.
He's making sure the Rubik is always on the fissure stun.
He's doing a really good job. And what does Rubik even have right now? I feel like we're mostly looking at spears that he's stolen.
Trying to get the Blink Dagger. With the Blink Dagger, he will be able to steal the fissure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Almost the Mjolnir completed on Pakaz, but he is farming under a ward. If they wanted to fight this, maybe they could. Okay, yeah, just finds it. And they've split the map completely, right? We've got everybody from PSG Quest going back down towards the top. And bottom side here, of course, for Boom Esports. With that Mjolnir flying out, we're set up pretty well for the next Roshan, which, of course, is not already up here. We're still waiting about 2 minutes before that could potentially spawn. Dota, for all the great things that it's done with its observer mode, has still not fixed that if you reconnect to a game, it'll show that Roshan is always up.
It's okay. We are here for you.
Amen, yes. We are here to help our observers. They help us through all these games. And for the low cost of me tabbing out to read a timer, I'll definitely do it. Easiest help. Looks like we do almost have the BKB in from Final Beast again. Like, such a huge timing on this team versus the Elder Titan and the Mars. I mean, so much of this is completely... And the Earthshaker. All of it is completely BKB and... Ooh, on who?
For what?
When?
Dire's courier
Was it
has been
a
killed.
misclick?
Oh, you're supposed to say why. That would have been all 4 of them. Yeah, I mean, it was probably a misclick. I doubt that he really wanted to. It looks like they're on TA2000. They even have the leash here, but he has to BKB get on away, and now he's even rooted up on Noob. Yeah, this is not the fight that you want anymore. Arena will completely whiff. He is broken now on Pakaz, but he even gets himself a nice sound from his friends. I don't think he's bothered too much by this fight. This just sets them up completely. If they want to go high ground, I think it would be a bit dangerous, but Roshan potentially spawns here in about 45 seconds, so as long as they keep this control towards top side, I'd like to see them just sweep the map.
Yeah, going high ground here is not really the plan. I'm not sure if Boom knows that they don't have Echo. So they gotta just play here, force the fight.
And they already see this ward, so ambitious.
Going there.
This is dangerous to me. No
They need to be on
ages.
point with the saves.
Yeah, now figured in. Your team is locked on in. Everybody else is not getting here. They spear back and murder because, what do you know, it was a bit too deep. They will still kill Malik, thankfully, but for PSG Quest, you've defended the high ground for now. Can they keep it going? Leashed up, it's an amp damage rune on Sonos. He's pumping, but can the rest of his team help him out here? They'll get a kill on the Callus as well. 2 down for the price of your Troll Warlord, and now Panda going as well. They'll commit in even further on Illich as the BKB pop from Noom. They will finally kite out slightly. T2000 will throw out the illusory orb for some extra vision.
Sometimes you gotta listen to your casters, man.
Why aren't they listening to us? Tab in.
Going high ground. You don't have any saves. You don't have BKB.
And you can see just how clinical it was for PSG
you
Quest,
just
right?
die.
Right?
You need at least Shard on Rubik if you want to go and do that.
Yeah, like as you said, like if they do it correctly, which they absolutely did, you can see the first fissure, like he just sends out on the Earthshaker, and then they were like, oh, he cannot leave. They just instantly killed him. Oh man, super well done from PSG Quest. They definitely bought themselves some time. And Roshan here, no longer an error. That was the quickest spawn in the Wild Wild West, and Roshan is up right now, sitting top side for whoever wants to get it.
They're around. Quest, they're definitely in position to try to contest this.
Oh yeah, I mean the tower is what sometimes matters here for the tier 2, but I don't think that's too crazy for them. They'll end up maybe rotating the whole way back, but their bottom wave is kind of in danger. Their mid wave is also not too hot, so I think for Boom, they know that somebody is around this top side.
Very good ward on the Boom triangle. They saw the puck coming.
They did.
They won't see the smoke though.
Oh, is it just out of range? Huh. Because is still showing on the wave. They have everything up right now for PSG Quest. Echo, BKB, they got it all.
And they have a jam. They are looking for wards on Illich.
Got one. Still stepping forward though. Not oh no. I think they know.
Yeah, the spirit connected.
Oh Lord, Illich. Woo, danger, danger. Gets hit by the fissure here, and he'll just tank some. Gets out before the sleep connects.
Yep, very hard for Quest to get there now. Very good wards on Boom side. One on the twin gate, one on the lane.
Looks like they are going for Roshan. He yells out in pain. PSG Quest, they know about it. They're gonna get a sleep up for now, but still committing for the Roach right now on Boom Esports. This is a hard one to
get hit by the smoke.
No, but he does get hit by the Shivas. He's getting just bounced right on out of the pit. They do get another sleep to connect here, but Panda, he'll be the first one in danger. They will fall, but still, Illich on the backside. A nice coil as well. They could get this one taken out. A huge fissure actually connects. And Malik, he's sectioned off from the Troll Warlord in the midst of his ulti. They'll buy back on both supports, but because he can't get killed, finally somebody else will get it. Illich will take him down, but it did cost him his life for it. Because will still try to chase on forward. They've used a few buybacks now on PSG Quest. Surely they want to continue this fight if Because keeps walking forward.
And this was Quest not fighting the Troll. Troll was for the whole fight just fighting the Mars inside the arena. And even then, they're not able to win a fight on Quest.
And now they're just trying to keep everybody off of the portal. They don't even have to stop them from getting into the pit. They just have to stop them from TPing to it. And they do a great job. Pecans gets the Aegis.
Smart.
Oh. Well done. Well done. From Boom Esports now. Unfortunately, fuck. I don't know. Okay, thank goodness. I really expected that shot. The way that Silence has been played, I really expected him to complete that one, but thankfully he doesn't.
If he had the blink ready, he would definitely go there just to mess up with them.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it
but
is
now-
Aegis.
Yeah,
I think they
Aegis
can go high
all
ground.
the draw.
Mm-hmm. Go right up, man. Right up that high ground. They're waiting for you.
And shard on the Rubik, so yeah, Pakas, now you can go.
Mm-hmm.
Just say the word, but don't
Like,
go.
also, like, having an Aegis on the troll, it's probably a lot better for that anyways, because if they do commit everything like they did on that first round, thankfully you have another life to work with. Probably says the cheese, so he can keep on gaming as well. Do they, it looks like they're kind of positioning towards the Tormentor. Okay, they will take it first. They're going to lose a good amount of health for this. And might stifle their high ground push.
Okay, he's ulting just to regen.
Yeah, that means that you'll be, you won't be taking that high ground anytime soon. Then you really want to wait the extra minute. They'll continue to sweep the map. Then maybe they go top actually and take that last tier 2 in the interim.
Pakas is sleeping top, so this might be the call. You see it? He's drawing on the map. They have some good vision on the top area.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta be careful because if a fight starts now, Pakas is kind of far.
Yeah. That's the one thing. Like you want to get so much of the map sometimes with these moves, and sometimes your team just like splits way too far apart. They really rubber band stretch, and some teams will have the vision to kind of take that down. You can see now PSG Quest, they're trying to just all be in one spot. That's all that matters. If you can catch one person out while you're all together, it's totally worth it. Unfortunately, they have given enough time. Boom Esports, they are back together. Cuties again, and looks like they are trying to go back onto the Troll Warlord. He's popping BKB, sitting on top of the Mars here, still has ulti to use, but he's already locked in. Look at Mars taking so much damage with his passive, but still, they'll get the kill on Malik and have to run away now on PSG Quest, unless... JK, unless... Can they get the coil? They will! Onto the Morphling here, they will get the Bushwhack to try to stifle things slightly, but I don't know, Pekka's going up onto the high ground. He feels confident they'll kill the Elder Titan on the backside. They'll finish the tower that they also wanted. And now, well, still having an ulti here on the Troll Warlord. They can walk up this high ground, especially without the Mars in play.
Yeah, Mars still, he still has Arena. Didn't got the chance to use anything there. They still have Glyph, so they might be able to fight here.
They certainly use it. They'll at least get the refresh. And now they may have forced the runaway. I feel like for Pekka, he might actually want to think about how on earth he does more damage to the Mars. He was locked in for a long time, but the Echo, he actually canceled it! He canceled the Blink Dagger, and now they're going back in onto the Morphling. He didn't match on up! What have you done, Illich? How did you just stop this entire fight from happening? He loses his life, sure, but it is a well-worthy cause here. Because in a little bit of danger with his own fissure, once again will keep Quest out of their own pace. Because keeping it going here, Arena out, it doesn't matter. I'm not trapped in here with you. You are trapped in here with me. Mars will fall. Morphling will get lifted back once more, but this time the sleep will connect onto the Troll Warlord. He will lose his first life.
What about the siege, guys?
Yeah, there is a base.
The barracks.
Go on back.
I can't believe TA died to one telekinesis.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
That's insane.
It was just one telekinesis. And
They just couldn't get the morph off. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now Rubik has the fissure. Finally.
Oh yeah. It's been a long time coming. This time there is a clear spell to get. And the fissure is certainly it. You can see Noob, after every single fissure, he has to use the enchant totem, which will do a number on your mana if the fights last too long.
That's my shard on the morph now.
Yeah.
It's getting too dangerous.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, pulverize. And on the Earthshaker, once again stopping a fight before it even happens. Illich! He is absolutely setting his team up for success here. Huge fissure connecting, plus they have the coil. It's a jump away to Kalos will throw down the split earth. Maybe he can create some space for his team. There's no Aegis on this Troll Warlord. I see some bleeding. Maybe they can get the kill.
And BKB and OT.
Oh, and there's one of them.
He's ready.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now only one tower stands in the way of them and their last racks here. PSG Quest. Try to get something going. But no, a jump forward again, Illich. And the huge fissure, he was downshifting on Morphling!
Bro.
They just run him right through! Oh no!
Get the shard, please.
He needs it, but in the meantime, they will pulverize Malik. Another fissure connecting from Knight. GG, well played. Boom, come back from the depths of game number 1. Absolutely style through a reverse sweep here in the first best of 3 for them. And Boom Esports, that is the showing that we've seen through these polls, through the time that we've covered the SA region.
And congratulations to Boom. This is a big one. Beating S like this after the first game, I think they just needed the warm up, right?
Just needed to wake up a little bit. Yeah.
You play a turbo game, just like the first game was, and then you'll be ready to play the series.
Yeah, no, I mean, what an insane game from this is the first day of our Swiss matches, and for Boom Esports, they start off strong with the 2-1 victory over PSG Quest. So that's exactly what you need getting into this next round. And of course, if you don't know what the Swiss stages look like, it means that whoever gets that 2-0 first, or I guess just the win first, you'll be playing against another team that got a win. And if you did lose, you'll be playing against another team that got a loss. So overall, you're just trying to keep yourself in that top 8, it looks like, of the Swiss stage. So for Boom Esports, one of the victories you need to seal yourself in the next phase.
All right, I would say for this series that it kind of reminded me of Aka's last year, beginning of last year when he was on fire. Yeah, I hope he stays like this.
Absolutely. Now, this is the team that we wanted to see. Game 1 was not the team that we expected, but games 2 and 3 definitely looked like the Boom Esports that we were accompanied with. And I believe we will have an interview coming in here very soon. I'm definitely interested in what on earth the mental had to be like after that first game, because that has to be a huge hill to overcome with that sort of loss.
Yeah, I want to ask them if they play turbo games before matches.
they play turbo games.
Throw game 1.
Let's see.
Just for the warm-ups.
We'll be getting that soon. And yeah, I mean, this was a huge game, again, for Illich. I think that so many of these fights with the Shiva's guard, just like getting the vision for his team, and even that top side, just like canceling out the Earthshaker blink so he couldn't get the blink echo in. It seems like they had a game plan for PSG Quest, but Illich just completely walked all over it.
Illich played it very well on the team fights. He was always charging in, following up on the puck, or just enabling the puck to find the better targets.
Yeah.
So yeah, really well played. It's just annoying to having to play against a morph on the lane. Then you want to revenge the whole game. Just want to keep finding the angles to go on the fights.
Yeah. And I guess I'm looking at what they have done so far. Now, obviously, they've matched up very well versus Beast Coast, so they did get themselves through the South American qualifier. But they also have had some trouble, it seems like, in others. I wonder if they're finally hitting their stride. They kind of got a little bit of team identity worked out because they did miss the qualification to Dream League 23. They missed the qualification to ESL 1. So it seems now like their recent performances have been very, very good. I almost wonder if something has changed in the last few months that they really have figured out their team. Oh, we're going to go to a break. Okay, so guys, we're going to go to a quick break here. Stick around. There's more Dota 2 and content on the way. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League Switch stage. I am Math Magician. This is Ace, and we are accompanied by Panda. Panda, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, how are you guys?
I'm doing great. How are you, man?
Mr. Panda.
Yeah, all good, all good. A little bit of jet lag. We just arrived last night to the UK.
Okay.
We're good.
So what did you do then for the? So you arrived last night, getting ready to get into this game. Did you just go in for a good night's sleep and like that's it, or did you do any extra preparation for the games today?
I not really. Like I went to bed like at 9. I woke up at 3, and I'm up since then.
Oh my goodness! Do you usually operate on no sleep?
No, not really. Usually just when we bootcamp the first few days. I'm gonna be good in a few days.
Okay.
I see.
Okay.
I see. We see you doing better after first game, for sure. Because first game, we had a feeling that you didn't warm up for that one. You started kind of slow. How did that loss affect you for the series?
I think it was just the draft. It was really hard to play the lanes. We talked a bit about the Enigma ban, and we were like, nah, there's no way they're gonna pick DK mid. They don't play it. So we didn't buy the Enigma, and we got wrecked in all lanes. So that's the only thing that happened. We just talked about getting strong lanes in the next games, and we did it.
There you go. Hey, it definitely worked out for you guys. You've been hitting a nice stride as well. I was looking over some of your past qualifiers, and you had some struggles as you got into these, but not only did you get this qualifier in for the Elite League, you've also managed to qualify for PGL, and now you've taken your first best of 3. Do you think your team has hit a nice stride in the last month? Has something changed? Because it feels like your team is much stronger than what you were before.
I think we got a really slow start. We still have a long way to go if we want to be able to defeat the better teams. But we're trying to improve every match. I think we learn a lot of our mistakes in the qualifiers, and we're gonna be improving in this tournament as well. We just want to play game by game, get better, keep learning, and have a good environment as a team.
Are you excited to meet Cafurtado here?
Yeah, I'm excited to. Yeah, I want to play heroic. Maybe we cannot beat him in qualifiers, but maybe we do in tournaments.
Yeah. All right. Well, a nice chip off the shoulder then to get for you guys. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Panda. I appreciate you coming in for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck in the rest of this tournament.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye. He's so nice. I love how well-spoken he is in interviews. It's so good to get out of the players sometimes.
And he was straight away with the answer, but just it was just an outdraft the first game. That's all. Got destroyed on lanes and game got hard. He's just on the face with the answers.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's the best thing you can get, right? If in a game 1 you get absolutely stomped, it is the best thing for your mental to say, okay, guys, we lost draft. We're still good. Go next. And clearly that's what they did. And yeah, thank you so much for that interview, Panda. We're going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll be back with our next series of the day, which I believe is Kev versus Nouns. So guys, stick around. We'll be back with more Dota just around the corner. everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League Swiss stage. This is Mathematician 10 and Ace Dota. We are here for your second series with us. It is going to be Kev versus Nouns and Ace. That's as entertaining as last series. We're going to have a great time.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. I mean, my boy Lelis is playing, so pardon if I am just, biased on this one.
I can't have you be biased too in this one. Thankfully, I'm not biased at all with my Nouns jersey that I'm currently wearing, but I'm still happy to see both teams in this one. I need you to be biased towards Kev, man. At least then we'll be balanced out. But of course, we got a lot of very popular faces here for the Kev team and for the Nouns side. Nouns, of course, as you said, Lelis is already pretty happy to see. Copy the new mid laner in here for Nouns. We're still rocking Gunner in the off lane. And this is a team that has seen a decent amount of success here as of late. Happy to see them qualify for this tournament. I think the Yuma carry pool is very good in this patch, so I'd like to see the kind of run off of the success of that safe lane if they could.
This is gonna be
fly butterfly effect. Oh,
versus fly.
That's true. Is it as simple as one of them is fly and one of them is fly? Two flies is better than one?
There's butterfly effect.
Oh my goodness, there's so many. I think this might be an easy win for Kev. It's got to be, it's 3-1. They win.
Yeah, 3-1. Let's see if Fly can single-handedly win this.
I know. He's outnumbered, but I'm sure he has the ability to do so. And we have the Old 11 Imitator and Undyne rounding it out here for them. We're seeing another cross-regional matchup here pretty early. It is China versus NA. And for Nouns, I expect a little bit more of like the laning focus, whereas in China, although we do see a lot of lane focus from them, we do also see a lot more of how to play the game, a lot more team fight, a lot more circles. So it is going to be a bit of a clash there in the play styles of the region.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it's been a long time since I've last seen the Old 11 Fly dual play in Dota. Especially Old 11 is like an old school player in China.
Oh yeah. And we are gonna go, I believe, soon into the draft series. We have that one coming up soon for you guys. I think we have a little bit of it on the way. Thank you all, of course, for watching. It's been a fantastic way to start the day. We got our first Game 3 series, and now into this one. We've got the Disruptor picked up first here, and his menial buff of a 0.1 second slow to a 0.4 second slow on his Q. Clearly the hero is broken now because we've seen it picked up so much. But I think people are starting to realize with all these nerfs to pause 5s and other heroes in the letter patch, Disruptor, he stayed the same, and his team fight potential is pretty good for you.
I mean, Fishman was given tips earlier today that the hero is very strong if he's playing against melee heroes. You can guide them a lot on the lane. And
which
I
is
look
a
at
lot.
This Tiny, yeah, I kind of enjoy the Disruptor 5 now. Against this Tiny, you can right-click him a lot if he tries to run away.
10
Thunderstrike, Glimpse. So yeah, just so annoying to play against if you're Tiny.
I didn't think about that. That's a really good point about the melee potential of all these heroes. So many of the safe laners there, seen Sven, Lifestealer, Luna, Gyro aren't they're ranged, but they're very short range.
Yeah.
So a lot of these heroes that we're seeing, especially in the off lane, right? Like every one of them is melee. So yeah, Disruptor has a lot of good play to it. Pangolier, somebody said that this hero was nerfed. I think that was technically true, but they gave him damage on his swashes, man. Why'd they do that? Why couldn't they just go put the hero in the ground? We've seen it so much. Copy is very good at the hero as well. And now we also round it out with the Rubik here that gets to steal the stun of the Leshrac, steal the stun of the Tiny. I like what we have going for Nouns so far, but it is a bit of a squishy lineup versus the Leshrac Tiny.
If you ask me, I would say that I'd be here all day watching Rubik games.
Oh, that's true.
I love some Rubik games.
He's so fun. And I think it's just like that no cast time and seeing those spells come out rapidly, especially if we ever get a chance to see an Aghanim Scepter Rubik where he just has 2 at the time. Oh, it is so much fun to watch. And this is already a great shard game. You get your shard, you steal the stun from the Leshrac. It's really hard to protect that actually as a Lesh. So I'm down to see some split earths really rocking the fights here from, I'm assuming, Lelis.
Yep, and suddenly you have a good team fight.
Now,
With the Pango. Oh, what?
Bloodseeker.
China coming in strong with their own meta. Oracle? What
This
is
is-
a hero?
This is a really good idea. I almost hope it works. Because False
10
Promise
seconds
plus the
remaining.
Leshrac has been a combo we've seen plenty of times before. And typically this is something
5
that
seconds
was
remaining.
countered by Venge. One of the many reasons we didn't see this Oracle hero. First off, his laning is terrible. But second off, if you did manage to False Promise someone, they just got swapped on the rest of your team, and they still died because you couldn't protect him. So now,
Now
knowing that you have
turn
both these
to
supports
battle.
already picked up here, I really like this Oracle pickup. Plus the heal amp that you get from the Bloodseeker if you have to use it on him. Both of your cores are fantastic pairings.
I'm still baffled.
I don't know, man. I want to
10
really
seconds
obliterate this
remaining.
Oracle pick. I think that it should probably stay in the
5
dirt because of how
seconds remaining.
untuned the hero is, but I want to believe in this one.
I mean,
Radiant
we have seen
team
some
battle.
Bloodseekers against Pangos. Okay, that's okay. But
Yeah.
this Oracle pick is gonna provide so much for not only the Lash but the Bloodseeker too. It doesn't have a great carry matchup against the TB,
10
but
seconds
with this
remaining.
Yeah.
Oracle, they can definitely do some work. But they
5
lack team
seconds
fight
remaining.
on Cav. They have a Rupture Toss play, the Lash
Yeah.
just going ham on the front line, but you still rely a lot on these tosses from the
Yeah,
Tiny.
They're a great pickoff lineup. They've got a lot of nuke damage. Even the Oracle with your Purifying Flames, you actually do a good amount of nuke if you do find somebody with the Tiny, but their team fight, yeah, I would agree, is lacking. You're playing into a Pangolier, Static Storm. If you can manage to get on top of this Terrorblade with the False Promise, both Leshrac and the Bloodseeker actually will do some pretty good damage to him. But you have to get on top of him, right? And Terrorblade always exceeds kind of staying away in these fights with the Metamorphosis. I almost want to see something... I don't know, maybe this is too much. I kind of want to see something that builds a Mage Slayer from the side of Nouns, because that damage output from the Leshrac is still unmitigated. If Pangolier is the one to do it, then sure. But he's usually going for, like, Diffusal into the Aghanim Scepter now, and then into, like, a Basher. So he's
Radiant
not often
team
going for the
back.
Mage Slayer right up anymore.
I think he has to get Lincolns here.
Oh, yeah,
At
versus the
some
Bloodseeker
point.
as well.
Yeah, so
Mm,
I think the plan is to get like Diffusal Blade into early eggs into the Lincolns.
I'd agree with that.
10
So there's not a whole lot of
seconds
room
remaining.
in his lineup for that extra Mage Slayer. We're probably
Yeah.
looking
5
for an
seconds
offlaner.
remaining.
Unfortunately, the offlane pool doesn't really build
Nouns
Mage Slayer that
turn
often
to
unless it's a
ban.
DK, which is already out of the pool. Unsure what they're looking for then on Nouns Esports. I mean, it's completely up to Gunner. He's had some great games on these offlaners. You can see so many of them already taken out here. DK, Centaur, Tide from the side of Kev, and then Kunkka, Omni, and
10
the Dark
seconds
Seer taken out.
remaining.
Omni has much more, I want to say,
5
respect
seconds remaining.
in China. People will play that hero a lot. We've been covering a lot of NASA. People do not believe in that hero unless you're Monkeys Forever. Everybody else, though, doesn't really want to play it.
We saw a mid Omni today.
Oh,
It was supposed
really?
to play and he lost.
Okay. I mean, I think the
Nouns
Omni hero is
turn to
definitely good. I'd like to see some more of it. They do end up banning out the
Radiant
Enigma,
team
actually. They don't want any more team fight coming out here.
Brewmaster.
And they'll take the Brewmaster. So they
Yeah.
do leave Doom in the pool. I wonder if they would be willing to pick that one up, because we are looking for an offlaner that somehow deals with the split. The Enigma pickup was fantastic. I think it does so well. Even though you have a Rubik, I'm surprised that they
10
were
seconds
okay,
remaining.
right? Like, don't you just leave the Enigma in and that's Black Hole for your Rubik now?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. That's too risky. Relying. I mean, you had the Pango to cancel the Black Hole with the Swash, but still, Enigma is not only a Black Hole these days with the Vlads and Eidolons running around, and the lane with the Tiny is very good. You don't want to
Mhm.
risk losing the TB lane for that.
That's true.
And very smart Brewmaster pick, because it's hard to burst this hero with what Cav has.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. I didn't even think about the laning potential with the Enigma. I usually just think about Big Black Hole, but there's so
Of
much more to
course,
that
you're-
hero now.
you're a caster.
Right?
You want to
Your
cast the
hero.
big black holes.
The curse of the play-by-play. All I think about is the team fight potential.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bristleback coming out here, we've seen actually a little bit of this during the last China quals. The hero has had some issues. He gets kind of torn apart by the meta offlaners, but in this game, I actually think he's looking pretty good. You'll lane fine enough versus the Terrorblade. You have plenty of protection for yourself, and you'll actually help clear out those Brewlings with all that physical damage from the Quill. So I'm actually down for this Bristleback pick.
Yeah, kind of good against the Brewmaster, and if you can't out-team fight the enemy, you can try to out-sustain them with the Brewmaster Lash. I mean, with the Bristleback Lash, I think you're... And you have the Oracle on top of that, so you might be good to go.
I think so. I mean, this is the first game of the series here for Team Kev versus Nouns. And I don't know. We have a lot of risky picks from Kev, right? This Oracle, Bloodseeker, Bristleback, like all three of these. I know that Bristleback has seen some play throughout China so far, but it seems like it's always picked in the perfect Bristleback scenario. Is this perfect? Is this a game that you want to play Bristleback in?
It's very hard to deal with the Bristol when he's just in your face. There's the Pango with the Diffusal burning some mana. It's annoying for the Bristol, but not the end of the world.
Well, it's a fantastic Eternal Shroud game then, right? Because Eternal Shroud will actually keep your mana usually versus the Pangolier, since it gives you mana back off spell damage.
And you just become immortal. And you have the Oracle on the back line, so yeah, I don't know how Nouns are gonna approach these team fights.
We'll see. Game number 1, everybody, of Team Cam versus Team Nouns here in the Swiss stage for Elite League. We just got done watching that 2-1 victory for Boom Esports. And for this one, we're going to have ourselves a fantastic cross-regional matchup. Nouns, they definitely have, I'd say, a more standard draft from what we've seen. Even the Brewmaster is a slight bit of a reach, but other than that, it feels like we're not near as risky maybe as we see on the Team Kev side. I'm going to be interested in this Oracle laning stage because this has been harped on as the huge weakness of this hero. Even if the game is good, how on earth do you get out of the lane with a strong offlaner?
That's a good question.
I mean, this one should be... you have some use, right? Like, you'll be purging off the Brewmaster, technically. You won't get that free brew damage. Because usually, like, Cinder Brew plus the Fade Bolt, like, everything procs. You take so much damage. However, you do get to basic dispel that with Fortune's End. So maybe this is the time.
I was taking a look at Kev run during the Chinese qualifiers just to see if I can find anything interesting to talk about, but I saw that the finals were like 5 intense games against Team Zero, and they did not pick this Bristleback.
I see. Okay, which is weird because usually when you see these weird picks, like a 5-game series is definitely when they come out because you're in your own meta. A 5-game, 7-game series has a completely different meta than what you're usually going to see.
If you're trying to prep against Kev based on those 5 games finals, you won't find the Bristol in there. So this is new.
Dude, this is a really nice first wave from Copy right now. He's been doing a really great job. I wonder if the LAN environment is going to be anything different for him because this is his first LAN with this team. He's slightly new to the Nouns roster. And this top side. The one thing, another one that has been kind of weird playing against the Bristleback is that he's such a good stick lane, always. And for something like a Terrorblade who has a high amount of physical protection, plus he gets all this extra mana regen off the stick, it's actually not going to be too bad for Yuma, I feel.
Yeah, he's going to be tanky here. Has a lot of armor just to tank through the Quill Sprays, the stick. As soon as he gets the power treads, he'll be fine.
He could farm up a Storm, and that would be pretty rough for the side of Team Kev, because a farmed Terrorblade definitely has nothing to fear in this game. Scotty, maybe a Hurricane Pike, maybe a Manta for some dispels. But Scotty is going to be huge for their team. If they can't dissuade the damage output. Oh boy, can they get a kill
Too
on the
early.
Tiny here? They're way too early on the glimpse there from Fly. He's just gonna get to walk away now on the Tiny for free, and Yuma, that's not the worst thing in the world. He'll get some free CS, it seems.
Yeah, as long as you can deny some creeps, you are good.
Oh, are they not done? This is gonna be first blood if they get it on Fly here using Blood Grenade, but Yuma will get the first blood, and he even may get the second! They turn around in near impossible Metamorphosis timing and get 2 kills. Well done from Team Nouns.
There was like a misunderstanding on this duo, because they really thought they could get a kill on the Disruptor, and since it's a first blood, you are down to risk dying to the TB after that, but they don't even got the kill on the Disruptor, and they fed 2 kills to the TB.
Yeah. And Glimpse is up. Do either of them? Okay, no, they both made it into the lane safely. Okay.
Yeah.
I've loved seeing that. Oh, one thing that is really nice about seeing Disruptor back, kind of in the meta right now, is that the Glimpse back home. Always so fun to watch. Looks like we're still seeing a little bit of pressure on Gunnar, though. His lane has not been going as well as everybody else's, and he's gonna have to come back on the CS department. Thankfully, even though he does get his Cinderbrew dispelled, Brewmaster is more of a stance hero in the laning stage now, so he'll still be able to smack a Bloodseeker up if he really wants to.
Yeah, it's funny how you see that the TB is not doing that well on the top lane, but he got 2 kills.
Oh boy, gonna get silenced up on Gunnar here. Blood Grenade turnaround. Undying, he's got level 3. This is a classical timing actually from the Oracle. If anytime you can get a Q into the immediate Purifying Flames, it's gonna be a pretty nice damage timing for you.
And they can't get low on other lanes.
Ah, that's true. Bloodseeker will start zooming.
Oh no.
Now they are taking the Tiny back. A lot of damage off the Glimpse. Tried to give it to Yuma, but Fly just couldn't help himself. The 2 points in the Thunderstrike, I believe now. Yeah, a lot of damage. It's wild that that spell has turned into the other one that you max. It used to be that you would go like 1-3-1 and just go all in on Glimpse, but people are actually leveling Thunderstrike now.
Yeah, you're playing against 2 melee heroes, so I guess it's okay to do that. And yeah, Fly deserves 1 kill as well.
Mm-hmm. He's, support needs to like gold too. I like it. Oh, what is... Bristle is getting absolutely beaten up in this lane so far. Oh my goodness. He's taking so much damage. And this is off the Metamorphosis timing once again, so Yuma is just continuing up. Now Gunnar, as we said, you don't want to give anything away for free, even though the Fly has had a lot of good times down in this bot lane. Gunnar still needs his gold. He needs to get up.
Yeah, he's getting some CS. It's not a complete disaster for now.
No, he's getting back up.
Unless
Losing
they
in the
die.
raw CS, but yeah, that would be disastrous, and that's something that's always hard versus the Bloodseeker. We'll see if they continue on this one. They will end up getting the stamp, the stomp again with the Brewmaster, as you can see. Just dispelling the Cinderbrew, you don't take near as much damage.
Yeah, you're not killing the Bloodseeker, so he's gonna be back.
Yeah.
Full health.
It does mean that Undying isn't able to use his combo offensively, because you can start channeling your Purifying Flames and then right there go right in for his E. However, the Butterfly effect gets taken down, and I wonder if this will have a Butterfly effect on the rest of the lanes, because there's about to be a room coming up here. Lelis gets the kill bot side. What on earth is happening? Kev!
This is the Butterfly effect. You die mid, you lose to heroes bottom.
Holy moly. I feel like that should be the opposite. I feel like you bring a support into the mid lane and then your other side lanes have a rough time. Instead, it goes even better for your side lanes. And a 2,000 net worth lead early on for Nouns here. This is exactly how you want to start off your international play.
And you are getting the rune, the Lash is going bottom and finding nothing.
No.
Same kind of
they did
loss
TP down
here
here.
on Kev.
Yeah, a really rough rotation in for them. Now, Old 11 is getting a little bit creative in the top side here. He's going to start just grabbing a bunch of creeps, getting himself the farm that he needs. He has no idea, though, where everybody else is on the map, so he's running deep into this jungle to make sure that nobody comes over and kills him.
He's so sure that they are chasing him.
I know. He actually TP's out. I mean, this is fine, though. He's going to get down here for the Wisdom Rune, plus it looks like some stacks, but if Copy sees it, which he does... Oh, what's the only thing better than taking some stacks? Maybe taking a Tiny as well. Does use the Avalanche here. Old 11 coming in, but it's swashed through from Copy. Now the roll. He knows that he's Old 11. He's not at the rune, so he can roll on through Copy. What a heads-up play. He'll TP away, and a huge tip from Fly. Well done there from the new mid laner here for Nouns Esports.
I'm pretty sure he just thought about this.
Oh, he lost his mana boots, though, on Courier.
Oh, no,
Terrible player.
Terrible player, yeah.
Can't believe it.
Who's this guy?
Who is this guy? It's a 2,000 net worth lead right now. 11 denies on the Terrorblade, 8 on the Brewmaster. We're missing some XP. They did bring down Yuma. Sure, he'll get silenced, but does he care? It doesn't look like it. They'll get the kill on Fly here. They'll give it over to Yuma as well so he can collect it. And they'll use the Metamorphosis to also get some tower damage down here because, well, why not?
It almost feels like there's Smurf on this game.
I
don't know. I don't see Cav doing anything on the map.
This was not what I expected. Nouns are coming out swinging in this one. Boys, they're doing well here, and Yuma is very, very farmed. 4K net at 8 minutes in, same with the Pangolier. Now, it's not all over, of course, for Kev so far. They have a very farmed Leshrac and Bristleback. A lot of damage dealing heroes. They can definitely make space for this Bloodseeker to get the gold that he needs. Unless getting gone onto the mid lane here, swashed through. Butterfly Effect doing a lot of damage with that Diabolic Edict, so Copy, even though he was in roll form, you'll still take all that damage. He's split. Huh. That doesn't seem, yeah.
Split wasted. At least the tower is still up on the middle. Didn't take any damage.
Yeah. Now, I think the important thing to know is that you do have a ward sitting on these stacks, and you know they're looking to take these soon. So yeah, Gunner and crew, they're going to try to go in and take these, but I don't know if this is really your fight to take.
Oh my god,
you don't have split anymore. Yeah, a huge load of damage coming in. Copy's going to take the kill on the Tiny first. Butterfly Effect is going to run on in. They do finally get level 6 now on Fly, so he'll get to run through, but the damage is already pumping out from the Leshrac here. Butterfly Effect, he may go down first here, and they get the crash in onto Fly, Undying, the only one left. And I don't think he's going to survive this one. Swash through plus the Cinder Brew. Old 11 will try to battle people off, but all he can do is build up stacks on Gunner. He'll continue for more. Big slap in, and yeah, with Tiny in, I think this should be a kill on Gunner. Unless? JK, unless?
Nope. Glimpse is there.
Okay. Now, they didn't get the stacks, but that was certainly a well-won fight for Nouns.
Yeah, they got a stack of heroes killed.
True. The most important stack in the game. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I don't know. This Bristleback last pick was kind of greedy, right?
It was. It definitely was. But so far, even though they have lost a bit of the map, it's really hurting the Bloodseeker, not necessarily the Bristleback. Like, Bristleback is still getting his gold. And if this hero is able to carry the game, I mean, surely they won't be too upset. He does have some lifesteal already with the Voodoo Mask and going right in for the Aghanim Scepter. So he's going to go for the big damage build versus this Brewmaster trying to kill the Broodlings and open up a game for his Bloodseeker.
It feels so disconnected from his team. He has like the Oracle to play with him, but that's all.
Oh boy, Static Storm again, stealing the Lightning as well. Copy doesn't want to pull the roll, actually. Feels that this may be too ambitious of a goal, so they'll back out.
Yeah, Oracle is behind him.
Mm-hmm. Which, another thing we didn't get to see, I believe there was no false promise in that castle fight, so this time it'll be slightly different for Kev if they get a fight on their side of the map.
It wasn't. You want to make a play bottom?
Yeah, maybe. They do have Glimpse, but they don't have the Thunder Strike, so Oracle TPing down cancels it.
I wonder if Pango knows.
I don't know.
He was mid. I wonder if he was watching the Oracle. Now they know Oracle doesn't have TP.
They're running up right to where he's playing. Kev, they're not weak. Again, this Bristleback, he does some damage. Butterfly effect
They
as
wanna
well.
fight so bad.
Gunner coming in here. He's gonna pop the Brewers pretty early, and they need to nuke this Leshrac. They will. Lifting up the Oracle, so there's no false promise. They'll try to turn this one back onto the Bristleback. They will get the kill. And now they can look forward to the Oracle, lifting him once more. Poor Undyne, he just didn't get to play that fight.
He didn't get to play Dota for 12 minutes.
Goodness.
He's
Yeah, I
just
don't think
trying
that's
to
gonna change.
sit back and watch his scores for him, just to be there and cover them in case it's needed. But against this Brewmaster, he's always throwing him in the air.
I mean, this is gonna be the life of an Oracle. And oh no, barely dodged that gank there on Gunner, but Fly, unfortunately, he'll still take the beating, it looks like, for his team. Can he?
TP?
Can he? I think his TP was on Courier.
Oh.
Radiant are scanning.
It did die. Nines still running through. Oh no, 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 no,
Windlace.
Windlace is pretty good. Gunner has tipped to Fly, thinking he's already out. Throwing the toss. No, it gets canceled out by the Glimpse. He's alive.
Nice. Slowing down the Aghanim timing on the Bristleback. Was not farming.
No, and
Tower
that's.
is dead, right?
I would say so.
Deny.
Oh, he's going for it. He doesn't have enough damage. All 40 damage from Oracle was not enough. And now Copy trying to get away, but oh, the Rupture Fly. Getting the kill, turning on to Lelis now. All he has is some lightning to use. It looks like that might actually be enough. So they get the deny on the tower. Eventually, Oracle is able to beat it down with like 5 last hits. And they will also get the kill on the Pangolier. So well done there from Team Kev. Get themselves a little bit of gold back in this one.
Yeah, he kind of baited Nouns into that play. And he didn't have to use False Promise.
Yeah, no, they're saving some spells. I'm kind of worried for this power spike. Once we get the Aghanim Scepter on the Bristleback, sure, it's 15-2. It's only a 3,000 net worth lead. Bloodseeker is farming up pretty well. I think the difference at this point is the support farm. I mean, surely they've got some more gold on both Lelis and Fly. But your cores are doing fine, so I do not think that this is the net worth lead to be scared of. Once we get this Bloodstone on this Bristleback, I think things will be slightly different for Team Kev.
Yeah, they're not really slowing down Kev. They're getting some fights here and there, but Bristleback still farming. He'll have Aghanims very soon.
Yeah. Again, that Ag's Bloodstone is very rough timing. You almost have to have the Scotty on Terrorblade plus a Mage Slayer
Oh, this is a
on
nice
Copy. Yeah, if they can do this. Static Storm down. Fly will die for it, surely, but now they're going to roll on through in the midst of the Static Storm. Fly somehow gets the last hit there with the Static Storm, so a little bit of payment for his troubles here. And we'll see who else they can get in this one. Looks like Fly will run away. You've already lost your Leshrac. He's a lot of your damage. I wouldn't want to continue that fight either.
And the only reason they lost Disruptor there is because Brewmaster was trying to chase Oracle, just to zone him out, to prevent the False Promise.
There it is.
Oh my god.
Aghanim's completed. Lot of damage, man. Lot of damage. Alt 11. I imagine that the lifesteal will be a bit much, but Mage Slayer is not too far from completion on Copy. They're not too down on the timing, but still got to be careful.
Okay, so he's getting Mage Slayer before Lincolns, before Aghanims.
Which means there's still kill potential.
What's the next item? Aghanims or Lincolns?
Oh, I mean, he's one of the logical fallacies, recency bias. He just got ruptured in his role. I'd be tilted. I'd be like, I'm queuing up the Lincolns after this. I don't want to deal with that anymore.
He was asking for it.
That's fair. He was under their tier 1. You could go for the more based play, and why get a Lincoln Sphere when you can get a Blade Mail and just kill him with the Rupture? I think the Lincolns would probably be the better move, though.
Just to try to play around the Rupture. Come late to the party. Wait for the Rupture.
It's unfortunate because, like, he is the only real target for Rupture right now. Everybody else can kind of stand their ground. Brewmaster can use the splits. you know, Terrorblade can just stand, use the Metamorphosis and hit. So it's one of those games where I think at least 2 of the cores from Nouns are very well tailored. But it makes games easier for Fly, right? Like, who am I rupturing? Brewmaster, yeah! There's literally no thought, or not the Brewmaster, Pangolier. Literally no thought for anybody else.
Oh, he's getting ganked. He was so precise.
It was. I didn't know exactly where he was rolling on through. Can he even get the rupture off? He can't even get the silence off. He's big dead. And no, he's neutral creep. Wait, what?
What?
How on earth did a neutral get this one?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know.
It was 141 damage from a thunderclap. The big old thighs from the red big boy gets the kill. Now they will go into the mid lane here, trying to take the butterfly effect. There goes this false promise, but is the damage too much? There's a burning fire above the head of the butterfly effect. He will go down, undying to fall as well.
I mean, of course it is too much. You're trying to take the tier 1 by yourself? You only have your Oracle on the back line? Why don't you just wait for the Bristleback to connect so you can make the play?
Yeah. Thankfully with the Bristol's items right now, they cannot go into the tier 2, so Yuma will just have to farm through the jungle here.
But do you have to feed these skills?
Yeah, I would say no. You're also feeding away the false promise, which, like, once this Oracle's back up, this Oracle is even less of a hero than he was in that fight. For another minute, he has no real save other than pressing the Fate's Edict on people, but I don't know. It's very good versus the Terrorblade. He actually didn't go for a Mantis Silence, so you can technically Fate's Edict him right now, and he will not get those right clicks off, but
and there
that's
goes
kind of it.
What is actually the plan here? Okay, they can take this tower because Nouns know that they don't have splits, so this might not be an easy defense. But it's not like Nouns are getting crushed because they lost the tier 1.
No. No, they still have plenty of the map to use. And looks like they will take some aggressive farms, so that's something. Old 11, is he any closer to that Bloodstone now? Looks like, no, he went for the Aghanim Shard actually on the Bristleback, so that's going to be a little bit more damage output, a little bit more control, but now it looks like he's going for the Bloodstone. There's another power spike for them. Unfortunately, Scotty is complete for Yuma, so the anti-heal is in play, the Mage Slayer is in play from Copy, so, and he's going for the Aghanim Scepter, wow, so he's not actually going to go for the Protective Lincolns, he wants to be even more aggressive.
Yeah. If you want to rupture me, just do it. I don't care. My team has my back.
Oh, roll up. This is with the amp damage, and Copy's just TPing away. He senses danger and does not want to be there anymore. Good TP away from the Pangolier.
At least he forced a reaction.
True.
But can't Cav just group and go for a play? No Rolling Thunder. There's gotta be an opening.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like they just want AFK far and hit their timings. Look.
Oh boy. Static Storm in the mid lane here. I don't know. I don't think they can actually... Well, I guess everything is fine. Just kill Leshrac. Doesn't matter. Easy kill.
They really look disconnected on Cav's side.
I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at this Tormentor, I'm like, why? I'm just so surprised by all this happening.
Feels like they got different ideas on how to approach this mid game.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodseeker wants his items, Bristleback wants his BKB.
And now
I don't know.
They have this Radiance on Gunner now, which means his power spike is also insane. They're going in for the Silver's Edge right now on Yuma, which something that I haven't seen very much of since they broke the crit part out of it. But man, this Aegis on Yuma is going to hit something hard for Nouns Esports right now.
Yeah, with this Silver Edge, it's just to make sure they will have enough to kill the Bristleback. Because Nouns, they have some... They have history against Bristleback players. I always remember that
Dire's
TI
top
team
tower
fight,
is under attack.
where they kept fighting a Bristol back for like 2 minutes, and he didn't die.
Are they smoking up?
I think they just want to go. How's the meta cooldown?
It feels like they did use it for the Roshan, right? So yeah, 40 seconds on it. I guess they're just gonna wait, make sure that they are at full strength when they go to try and take on Team Kev. But Firefly, I mean, he does have the BKB completed. Going for the SNY next. Do you think they can fight on tier 2 towers right now for Team Kev, or is it just let Nouns get whatever they want when they run down with meta?
If it's only for one, I think it's okay if you're not showing up for the fight. You can just, I don't know, send one here that should try to delay the push. Because I don't think they need to fight against these Aegis unless Nouns are going to wipe your towers, your tier 2s. Then you might be interested in trying to defend at least one of those.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you can't lose all your tier 2s on the map. That would be disastrous. And I think they're strong. Like, it's a 4,000 net worth lead. Surely you're able to take these sort of fights. But they're gonna actually smoke and then portal here on Nouns, trying to find Fly. He's out of there though. They're honestly like them missing these moves are gonna be pretty important for Nouns because they want to use this power spike now. They want to grow this net lead to maybe like one item up on the Terrorblade. Instead, I mean, if they continue to miss these, you're gonna have a chance to come back on Kev, and maybe this lineup will start to work when you have the outpouring of damage from the Bristleback and the Leshrac. Could be enough, but they may meet in the mid lane here. Firefly gonna show forward. Looks like they do get the jump in, and now Stack Storm.
Play.
They've already ultied up Copy, so Copy Rupture trying to hold his ground though. Use the false promise on Firefly, and he'll get the heal from the kill on Copy. So that'll be a lot of damage actually mitigated from the Bloodseeker, but now just glimpsed right back into the Terrorblade. Another kill here. A lot of Fate's eating damage, plus all of the Bristleback damage. The Brewlings, they just disappear. Gunnar only has one Strength Brewling left, and I mean, Butterfly Effect, I think he still will fall here. Old 11 with this BKB timing could still kill Gunnar. Looks like he will. They don't have much to deal with Old 11 right now, and the glimpse just in time, right back into the welcoming arms of Yuna, trying to get in front of him, but it doesn't matter. They'll take the kill. A godlike streak for Yuma off the ultra kill, and they'll potentially just run down a few lanes now with this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the TB is not a hero that you can just ignore right now. You can't just, okay, we kill everyone else, we ignore the TB, then we fight the TB, but he's gonna kill your whole team. You need to have a plan to at least try to kite him. I think they all killed the Brewmaster, right?
They might kill this guy though. Glimpse back. And yeah, one more toss.
Nice try.
Lelis will make sure they get the kill. But yeah, no, they did kill the Brewmaster in that last fight, and you can see those Brewlings disappeared. There is so much physical damage.
Oh, they got the Penguin kill as well.
Yeah. So like they definitely did get some return out of it from Kev, but so much of this gold has been funneled into the Terrorblade. This looks like the Terrorblade games I'm used to seeing. It's just like Terrorblade with an immense amount of net worth. And the rest of his team is just like, okay. Age is still available for 30 seconds right now on Yuma. I don't know if Nouns really want to force this objective so far. They don't have the split up right away.
They need meta.
And it can be dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they were thinking that Kev was not defending the tower because they just lost the fight, but Kev knows that they can fight if Nouns doesn't have meta. And they're smoking.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it.
The Aegis is gonna expire, so...
Absolutely. It's an ambitious play, but it could work out here. 8,000 net worth lead right now for Nouns, but as soon as you get caught out without that Aegis, you turn things right around.
Scan.
Oh my goodness, they know. What a huge scan, actually, from Nouns Esports. They just instantly know. They'll back out on everybody. And they start to roll around towards mid lane. No, they won't take this fight without Old 11. once again, they are safe until they can get the next Aegis, I suppose.
TB got Daedalus, so he just wants to output an overwhelming amount of damage.
Dude, this plate mail on Fly is insane, by the way. I know our observer has hovered over like multiple times, but I still can't believe it. There's just a plate mail on the Disruptor. Fly, okay, he doesn't even care. He just walks back to the Tiny. He's like, I know what I'm after, and it's Fly. He's getting pretty beaten up here in the spawn side of the map.
Oh,
he does end up running away.
Fly.
Yeah, if he gets caught out by the glimpse, could be enough.
Can they force a TB here?
They might be able to. The best of both worlds. You got him back, and he popped the BKB. They didn't want to commit on it though.
Oh, the item. They don't want to cancel the TP.
Oh no! Yeah, they're sending a courier over to get it here. Trying to take the fight top. Oh, Static Storm right on top of the left track here. He's getting silenced up even more, but a nice Steel Scepter will protect him for now. Is it enough? No, a huge crit in from Yuma and Gunner. I think both of them crit at the same time.
Yep, and now you can just go and kill the tier 2 tower because you TP'd a lot of heroes there, right? Oh, one Dean.
Oh, gets the nice wisdom, but does he pay for it?
Oh my.
That's
unfair.
What? He had 1 second of vulnerability.
So unfair.
My lord.
Both crits. And he lost the gem.
Oh, and a gem too. My god. I mean, that is... Both of them crit at the same time, plus I think the Fade Bolt damage. And now they're actually letting Yuma go high ground. They're forcing the fortification out. They'll even... No, they glimpse back the Bristleback!
This is the hero you can kite.
You can kite any hero if you send them away from the base. Yuma's gonna get a tower. They may need to pop another fortification if they don't want to lose some racks, but they're gonna go in first on Kev. Kev just gets marked as he sent the Daedalus. Way too much damage for Kev to deal with right now. No buyback of the Tiny. They may just have to give up this racks.
Why so good, Les? Outplaying Tiny there.
Silence down. They're gonna take the racks here. Oh, a little bit more damage. They don't have it. He'll go up, hit it once more. Now they have the roll into the Pulse Promise in on old 11. Does he have the lifesteal with these quills? So far he's in danger. He just wants to get back into the base. He'll get a little bit more heal. Is it enough? Yes, it is. It'll keep him even. He'll live on the Bristleback, and then they call it GG. Game number 1. An absolute slap from Nouns Esports. They had this one in their hands the entire time. This Oracle just did not seem to pan out the way they wanted to on Team Kev.
Yeah, this Bristleback pick didn't work as intended for Kev. They tried to like create a death ball lineup, 5 manning with York on the back, but they really could not do it. TB just destroying everyone. It was just the perfect TB game.
Yeah, Yuma's a fantastic Terrorblade, of course. Plus, you add in the fact that like this Bristleback does predominantly physical damage with his quills, and Yuma has an exceptional amount of armor. So it's really hard to win that lane on its own. Plus the fact that you're a double melee lane, so once they do get going, it's really hard with the Metamorphosis to kind of get away.
Double melee against the Disruptor, not Disruptor.
No, there wasn't really much rupture in this game anyways. We saw a few ruptures on the Pangolier, but whenever a Pango feels comfortable just stopping his roll to hit you after you get ruptured, you know game is a little bit hard if you're not forcing him away.
I don't know, man. These looked so one-sided.
Yeah, no, I mean, they had a fantastic game from Nouns, as I said. This is a very low variance draft. These are all heroes that are pretty meta, kind of outside of the Brewmaster, but even Brew has seen a little bit more picks lately because of the nerfs to other offlaners. So I like what they were thinking of from Team Kev to get this Bristleback as a counter to the Brewmaster. They did drop a lot of the Brewlings right away. So like it was doing that job. It's just the rest of the game that you had an issue with.
Yeah, but you can't rely on winning fights just doing that. You need more. You need to enable your Bloodseeker. You need to enable your Lash. And if you look at the scoreboard, 2-8 on the Lash, 2-5 on the Bloodseeker, it doesn't feel like they were enabled on this game.
No, it doesn't feel that way. And Well, everybody, that was our game number 1 here. Nouns take a decisive game 1 victory. We'll see what happens in the next game, guys. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more Dota 2 on the way. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League Swiss stage. I'm Math Magician 10, that's Ace. And we had a, well, pretty one-sided game one. Kind of the same as the last series start, but I don't think we expected Nouns to be this dominant so early on.
I mean, looking at this Kev lineup, I only know like 2 to 3 players, but I wasn't expecting a game like that. Like, just so one-sided. We didn't get to see like Kevin going for a play. They had a team fight mid, and they just lost the team fight. A couple of minutes after that, they just called GG.
Yeah, no, I mean, they literally, they false promised the Bristleback. He lives barely getting into the fountain, and like, okay, it's over, GG. It doesn't matter. We're not taking the fight after this one, so we'll see if they make any adjustments. I'm sure there's plenty of room to go. This is what we heard from the interview from Panda. Sometimes game one, you just get draft diffed. And in game two, you can come back is the best way to save your mental. And in this one, they get the DK opener here from Team Kev, but instantly with the Gunner Timber Saw, I tell you what, if there's one here I want versus the Dragon Knight, it might actually be the Timber.
Yep, you first pick the DK. Nouns are banning the Disruptor because they don't have the first pick. They're banning their own Brewmaster.
No. Yeah, and the one thing that's like with this DK is that technically it is a mid offlane flex, but I think Copy can also play the Timber Saw, and if you end up sending this DK into the mid lane, Timber is one of his worst matchups. So this being 24 pick for Nouns actually is going to matter a lot, because if you're not careful here, you could get a really good matchup versus some offlaner that, you know, Kev have to throw in haphazardly and still have the DK into Timber matchup in the mid lane. So we'll see what Kev are able to turn around.
Yeah, I think Old 11 is the guy that plays DK on this team.
Okay.
But they can definitely go for a DK mid if they want to, but they don't have the last pick, so.
Yeah, they're gonna have to show it eventually, unless you get two like Primal and DK. But at that point, like a lot of those heroes are the same thing versus the Timber.
Primal now, yeah.
No, it could be really rough for you.
It's good for the damage on the Timber, for the catch, but if the game goes late, the Timber gets items. It can be a rough matchup.
We'll see. Nouns. What do they want to cook up here? I mean, we're missing, as you said, the Disruptor is taken out of the pool. We've seen a lot of fly on the Phoenix. We've also seen him a little bit on the Shadow Demon. They did ban out the Shadow Demon right away, but Phoenix still in pool. I wonder if they want to go for that one, as it is good versus a DK, and plus obviously very good to help out your own Timber Saw. But they don't have like the team fight around it, right? You're going to be rocking no stun, so you need to get some lockdown to kind of help him out as well.
They might want to secure the Rubik on the second phase and then decide what to do next. Phoenix always a great choice against the DK. Love the hero. I know Fly is a very good Phoenix player. So if you're planning on picking the Phoenix, you need to play around it and pick and draft around it. For now, they don't have anything to protect the egg.
Yeah. Oh, the insta-hack. So, Puck's still in pool. Morphling's still in pool. They banned out everything else, but maybe they wanted to leave those elusive heroes in and just go right in. I believe this is going to be a Lilith Shadow Shaman. Now, in with the Clockwork means it could be free pickings here against the Shadow Shaman. And a Grimstroke.
Alright, the Blink stun on the DK with Inkswell. Also, the hook shot Inkswell. Nice plays.
Yeah,
that's what they were lacking on first game. The impetus of just going.
No, I mean I like the combos. These three heroes play very well together. You almost need some sort of combo breaker maybe on Nouns Esports, because as you said, this Blink Stun is going to be very potent. And Grimstroke kind of gives you everything. I wanted to say they had no save, but in reality, that shard on the Grimstroke is your save. It can be that for you. You also have a silence on the Timber. If you manage to get it whenever he's chakraing, then he can't hit it. So there's some good things, plus the Link versus an elusive hero. I think at this point we need to see some backline jump or something that can kill this Grimstroke before he really starts turning out in these fights.
This hero could be something like, I mean, these backline jumpers are not very good against DK. Storm, Puck. Unless you pick something like any mid.
Yeah. I could like that. I almost wish they did that instead of the Shadow Shaman, but as you said, like, we still like what the Shadow Shaman adds to their draft. But they don't have that
tiny.
Yeah. Oh, hey, why not go back to it? So Yuma
repeat
on the Terrorblade again. Yeah, well, I wonder. So, like, your typical counters to the TB from the mid lane, if they wanted to shove this DK into the off lane, would be like, you know, Ember, Zeus, Puck. Yeah, we could see a Zeus, I think, in this one. Because, again, they don't have that tremendous jump. Zeus is allowed to play on the back line right now. And they go for the Undying with it, so they are kind of, like, making you, okay, you have to decide now. Are you keeping this DK into an Undying? Are you swapping this guy into the mid lane versus my Timber? Neither option feels great. Which one do you want to do?
I think it's okay if we play it against the Undying. At some point, the Undying is gonna leave the lane.
That's fair. So they're gonna likely keep this DK in the off lane, then look for another mid laner lane versus who knows what. Because again, Nouns have done a fantastic job keeping this mid pick open. I love what they have in this lineup. Then Undying makes it really uncomfortable for you to fight at all when you jump in with this Clockwork. You could even accidentally cogs your team away from the Tombstone if you're not careful.
So an OG game where Ari trapped Timato on the serpents, and he died with the Shadow Shaman.
Oh wow,
Timato
that's
was
kind of funny actually.
Playing something that could not go past through the snakes.
I see,
but
no
they won the
phase boost,
game
nothing.
at least.
It's that's always there's gonna be a lot of stuff on the ground here.
Yeah,
cogs,
Tombstone,
wards,
cogs,
Tombstone, yeah.
illusions.
I honestly just made the game a little bit harder for the Clockwork even. Any of those zombies are flying around.
That's why you pick the TB here against the clock. Problem here, if you are planning on playing DK offlane, it's not just the Undying. It's, you can't slow down the TB.
Yeah.
They might have to go with another hero.
Plus, if you go in for this like illusion build on DK, you will get reflected. And then you will lose your, I mean, not lose your illusions, but now there's a DK illusion for your side. They go for the Omni Knight, protection from the physical damage, spell immunity, and dispel from the shackles of the Shadow Shaman. This is a pick that I can get behind.
So, is it offlane? I think I remember Old 11 playing Omni. So this might be Omni offlane and DK mid. With this info, now just decide now. Do they want to force the Timber DK matchup? Do they want to keep the Timber offlane just to make sure they have something to apply some pressure on the enemy carry? Because they are banning the Luna, they are banning the draw, so there are not many options for them to pick here that can just salvage this lane. Shadow Shaman Timber looks strong.
No, I'd agree with that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would want to do. I feel like there's definitely some advantage to just throwing this Timber still into the mid lane and going for a Mars. I feel like the one way you can take these fights still is to just trap them in. Don't let them kite away from your Timber, from your Shaman wards, from your Tombstone. Like, just keep them involved. But, you know, for Team Kev, they don't know what is happening. They ban out the OD because, yeah, screw that hero. I don't want to play against him. And then they also take out the Doom in case it is going to be an offlane that they pick up. They go in for the Troll Warlord. And I think now, if I'm Nouns, I want a hero that can absolutely dump a Troll Warlord. I just don't know if Timber is that answer. Maybe he is, though. He could be. He could still be that.
Not really. I mean, depends on how the lane goes.
Okay.
Because at some point, Timber is going to hit 6 and Troll has to leave the lane.
Yeah.
But are they ganking the Timber before that? Are they getting any advantage for this Troll before it gets to this point? These are the real questions here.
Either way, there we go. So they're pitting the Monkey King versus the DK in the mid lane. They're keeping that Timber Saw. I do like that because Gunnar has played a lot of this Timbersaw for this team. They're used to playing around him in that role. And I think he's played a fantastic hero. So I would rather trust him on that, seeing his success on the hero and his history with his team, and then give Copy the 1-to-1 matchup, this Monkey King into the DK. You do plenty of damage through the DK passive. I'm very excited to see this mid matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the DK can always Dragon Tail the MK run away as soon as the Jingle is close to proc. But still a miserable lane for him. He knows exactly what he's doing here on Copura.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even try. I go Copy. That's the last
Copy,
you hear from me.
Copy's the best.
But I mean, I think the only thing that could maybe go wrong on that lane is some Monkey Kings see this 1-to-1 matchup and they're like, I am so strong. I'm a Monkey King. I hate melee heroes.
I'm gonna
And then you get too aggressive, right? You die before you're level 3. You only have 1 point in your Jingu. Level 1 Jingu, guys, it's not good. It is not that great of a spell.
Clockwork there with the cogs.
Yeah, it's hard. Make sure, I think that's the only thing. I'm sure the Copy knows this. You got to wait until that level 3 timing. So the DK could honestly be winning out in the CS by that mark. But once you get that second point in your passive as a Monkey King, it just completely turns from there. I do like what Nouns have done versus this. I think they really read out this DK pick and completely blindsided Kev with this really early Timber pick. They were able to just hold as a flex the whole way through this draft. If I had to give this one to someone again, I think that this is going to go to Nouns for a 2-0.
You can just outclass the DK mid. You don't really need to force kills on him. Just kill every creep, deny a lot, make him play the lane with like 200 HP.
We've seen that so much.
Can't farm jungle. So you don't really need to kill him to dumpster his lane stage.
I think that's something that we've seen a lot more in today. It's just like so many heroes that are getting kind of bullied in lane, but you don't see the kill. All you do is just wait, and like you keep him at this low HP, you make him keep using regen, you keep bringing him down, and you're like constantly winning these trades. It's just been like really well done, I think, from teams in this laning stage to kind of suss out that you don't need those kills.
Yeah.
CS is all that matters.
First waves, we might see the DK just taking a lot of damage to get some CS. At least the boots to be able to outrun the Monkey King with the stun. This is usually how you play the lane.
I think those first levels are still even like beneficial to the DK. I don't think he even loses that matchup early on. It's once we get a lot of points in the Jingu that things really start to turn around. Yeah. Otherwise, your Breathe Fire is actually pretty good at securing CS and kind of trading. Oh, it'll be fine for a little bit. And then it will be terrible. A regen run is blocking the mid lane. Holy moly.
Not enough. If only was a hero. Oh.
Oh, he did go for the passive level 1 on Copy, huh? Hey, he's played this matchup a lot more and at a much higher level than I have, so I'm interested to see what he does with it.
Yeah, of course. He made the call. He didn't even try to deny the call.
He's just like, I accept my fate. Fly, doing a good job down here. Completely shoving this Omni Knight off the lane.
But you know who is doing the good job here? Omni Knight. Look at what he's doing.
Yeah, he's
He doesn't care about the lane.
He's just been dragging, right?
Yeah, he's gonna start now.
Yeah, I mean he's only level 1 still. So
Yes.
only has a heal, and he's gonna be that way for a bit here. They're gonna have to go for the full drag. I mean, this lane, this could be the fabled 3-lane win if it goes too well for Nouns. But I do think that there's still a lot to be said about this Troll Warlord. It's been a fantastic hero in this patch. Does very well versus melee heroes. You have some axes to kind of clear out the creeps, even if you can't step up to the Timber Saw. Plus, if Timber does it too close to you, you have your own Warlane axes to kind of keep them off of you. So I like what they are possibly doing here.
So it's gonna be hard to bring heroes down this top lane. A lot of spell casting, a lot of stick charges. So they just need to be careful on on this Clockwork and on this Timber, because Shadow Shaman went for boots first.
Man, they tried to drag the wave, but didn't get too far. It looks like they were able to kind of lock in the creep wave here from Fly. Still, decent amount of CS going the way of Old 11. I mean, this is a super hard lane. It's not necessarily the Terrorblade, of course. It is the Undying that is making this very hard for them. Nines just trying to get away. This is technically a pause for Grimstroke, so I wonder what he's going to end up going for his team here. It feels like he could probably end up going for like an Aghanoscepter at some point versus the Terrorblade, but surely that will be after a 4-step or something.
Yeah, you can get like 4-step, even Glimmer Cape before.
Yeah, but he's a pause 4. Those are pause 5 items. Those are for poor people. I want the big expensive items. I want Ags.
Yeah, the Ags is the best item he can buy in this game. That's for sure.
They get the reflection, the tombstone, plus the blood grenade. A few more hits. The zombies might do it. It's first blood going over to Fly on the Undying.
And they found Lele's.
Oh wow, yeah, they did lose somebody up here. That's gonna be pretty good for Fly's game. Of course, anything that you could do to stay in this one will be nice for you. Just because, you know, Timber is gonna get lane creeps pretty much all game because he will always be able to stand a wave. You will probably only get lane creeps for 8 minutes, and any second that you can extend yourself in the lane is gonna be much more gold for you.
You want to be ahead if you're a troll on this lane, so every kills matter.
Mm-hmm. And so far, I mean, CS is looking pretty okay for everybody around here. Lotuses are coming up. Is there any? It looks like there's not any real fight for Lotuses. Actually, just gonna get picked up for both Nouns players here.
Bounty.
Yep. Clockwork had to go for a pull there. His Chamber was just enjoying the lane too much.
Yeah, and this is what's really nice about this Timberlane is you can step up, you can allow the pulls to happen for your pause 5. Fly in a bit of danger actually, looking for that double decay. I believe only gets 1. I think he should be dead here. Gets hit by Old 11 for that last hit. There is a wave under tower that Yuma gets to farm by himself with the solo XP, so he's not too upset, but of course giving kills away to Old 11 will make that hammer even more and more painful.
Yeah, and this is pure damage against the TB, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, much better lane matchup than last time here. Even though they did get first blooded, it was largely off of that Undying. Fly, gotta be a bit careful, right? Anytime the Fly is dead, you are open on the Terrorblade.
Oh, Lele's?
Oh yeah, not able to get the rip through here on Gunner. The Cogs kept him away. He's still trying for more, but the TP away from the Clockwork, plus a huge wave under the tower. Gunner.
Again.
Oh no, I mean, he's just gonna keep getting actually bullied on that one under the tower. That is a tombstone. Oh my lord. They really want to dive on Nouns.
Just to prevent Omni from getting CS. All the creeps are dying to the tower.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna continue the pressure here. Nine's not able to step forward, neither Old 11.
I have meta. You can try it. Oh, Lele's is here.
Oh my goodness, Lawless, yeah, he's coming all the way over. Another double decay. Lawless will back off just slightly here. Wants to pop, it will pop the Inkswell, but Old 11 still going down here. Yuma picking up the kill. Metamorphosis down, gonna use, I imagine, another reflection, and maybe they can keep up on this tower, but poor Old 9's just completely beaten back.
Yeah, but look at Clockwork. Place the ward, he's coming from behind.
Bringing in the Omni Knight as well. In danger, Fly. I don't know how much he can protect Yuma from this one. Inkswell pretty much right on top of him here. Ooh, the dive. He actually gets out of this one somehow. Now turning around for the reflection, so Undying, he's all slowed up. What was looking really well done there from Kev turns into a huge turnaround from Yuma. He gets on out. He gets some CS. That's about as good as it gets right now for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, first he got juked, and second, he doesn't have boots, so...
Wow.
It's not easy to keep chasing the TB. Look at Gunner. Already enjoying the free lane.
Well, kind of, and it looks like it's about to get a little bit more enjoyable here. Right on top of Fly here, and Lelis picking it up. It was a bit disarmed there on the Timbersaw, so wasn't able to pick the kill up for himself. Well done with the rotations. He's been going in between the portals well, pretty much this entire last 3 minutes from Lelis, and it's been working out for his team.
Yeah, that was not much he could do top if Glock is there, so just tip it bottom. They forced the kill on the Omni, they saved the TB.
Yep.
And then he came back top to kill the Troll Lord, so Lelis is really playing well in this early game.
You know, this mid lane is not as bad as I thought. Honestly, he's doing a pretty good job there on the DK. Still farming up, still getting everything he needs.
Yeah, all you need is 1 point at the stun. Oh, Fly.
Oh, he's trying. He's trying so hard, but on the other side, Undyne. They will. Double Wisdom Runes now. And they even try to TP out on Fly. They don't have enough damage, so he'll get away. Do they get the return kill, though, on Undyne? Big passive, and Gunner will actually pick up that last hit here, so it's not worth the double Wisdom Rune for sure, but they'll at least take the kill.
And they're dealing some damage on the mid tower as well. This was a TP from DMK. He did not get the kill. So yeah, Cav, they're definitely looking better than the first game.
Oh, yes. Like, this lane is going well. They get the double Wisdom Rune, only lose 1 death. Like, they're definitely much happier with this early game in Copy. Even though the CS is well in his favor. Yeah, this is not the free lane by any means. In fact, he's getting out net worth right now on Copy.
They tried to go for a play here on the DK, but he was aware. He sees Lelis with the ward. And Lelis knows that there's a ward there, so not the end of the word that you did not get the gank.
Now they're just helping the Copy to the farm. Looks like they're sacking bottom, though. I believe that is Yuma who is in danger. 11 jumping on in. There's plenty of work to be done. Yumo just gets eliminated from the game. Silenced up so he can't get off that Thunder. And now, well, the Cogs maybe helping out, but it's just a TP away from Nines. They don't have the damage. A huge move from the Omni Knight, giving him that BKB essentially.
Yeah, can't forget that that is pure damage, so he dies fast. Can't rely on TP response.
No, not at all. Even though Repel is not a great spell versus the Timbersaw, but he was able to get out quite quickly, and now, oh, the butterfly effect. Maybe they can get another kill here. Need to get closer. They'll actually turn for Yuma onto the clockwork with the help of Lelis, and now he gets the Jingu stacks up on the Monkey King, but he's kind of caught on the mid lane with nowhere to go. He's going to back out for a second here. They brought plenty of heroes in from Nouns. You have to disperse and farm because that was Metamorphosis that you used, and you're not going to be able to get a tower out of it.
It feels inevitable. This tower is gonna fall soon. Next, Dragon form.
They're still going?
More heroes.
Dragon Tail into the Inkswell, and a huge stun from Copy. Gets himself way back up. I can't believe he was allowed to get that stun off. I thought they had a perfect chain stun, but Copy still had a little bit left in the tank, and that was all he needed.
DK tried his best to position himself in a way that he did not get hit by the stun, but it was impossible in the end.
Yeah. Really well done there from Copy. Looking at still 3 out of 4 net worths top side for Kev right now. They're doing a fantastic job. This top lane, as we said, maybe wasn't as good for the Timbersaw. Now that he's got level 6, he kind of forced away the Troll Warlord, but still it was very good early on for Fly. This is exactly the start that they need right now on Team Kev.
Yeah, now they're close to lose 2 towers. They're not defending bottom. There's no way they can defend mid when DK goes again. And they're ganking kinda ganking this Timber top. Grimstrokes around, blocks coming.
Yeah. It's hard. Gunner doesn't want to full commit just yet, but he might not have a chance. Getting silenced up. 2 hits on the burn. Yeah, he'll get it. As you said, they do lose mid tower though. Bot side probably going to go down quite quickly. Up on a high ground. It's Copy. Maybe he can help get this kill, but that is an AD DK. That just expired.
Is Dragon blind? How can he see a monkey?
Right? He's too tall. The trees are just so big, and it looks like they will get at least the slow, plus the Jingu stacks, butterfly effect. He could go down here. Huge slow in from Gunner. They'll get another kill here, so that's the mid laner going down, creating some space for Yuma, and well, I don't think they can get a tower out of this.
Yeah, and a much needed Timber rotation there. You need to place the Timber where the DK is.
Mm.
And look at the
Oh my goodness.
net worth on this Monkey King. This was your last pick.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a hard time right now. Speaking of a hard time, Gunner will toss out the shock room, but it's not enough damage. Undying and the Grimstroker combining there to get the kill on the enemy offlaner. Those sort of moves will put you in the hole as Nouns Esports. There's now a net worth lead for Team Cap.
And since they got the hook shot on the clockwork, they're just smoking.
Yeah.
This is a big kill if they can get it.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they're gonna try to find Monkey King. Can he get into the trees soon enough? He will, but he is found out. The hookshot follows him. He gets cogs off of the trees. They weren't able to cut it, and the banana will run away.
That was so close.
Just what I've been waiting for.
I mean, I can't believe they actually didn't get that kill. I thought the hookshot was on the mark, but I guess it didn't really matter here. Butterfly effect. We'll try to get something done in the mid lane, but Fly will just run away briskly. And he's okay.
Yeah, nice try though.
No, this is a pretty decent Troll Warlord game if everything gets ongoing here. His BKB ulti is damn near unstoppable. And yeah, Butterfly effect. He is sitting under the Tombstone, a little bit more damage, but the Repel will get him away for now. Old 11 helping out his boy, and they can't take this fight under the Tombstone anymore.
He was so lucky on the DK. The Lalies was not in range to cast any spells.
Oh, huge deny. It may cost him his life, but at least they didn't get the Tombstone gold. No, it's a bait. It was all a bait. They repel the butterfly effect. He'll get out for now, but that does lead old 11 in to die. A big hookshot in does connect onto Copy, but up close and personal, that's exactly where he likes it. They'll get the kill on Gunner. Turnaround doesn't actually get the Jingu stacks in on Copy, so they'll fight away from the wards. And now these Esports, they will trade offlaner for offlaner. I suppose that's technically good for them.
I mean, if we just only consider gold, it was slightly better for Nouns, but it was Nouns the team that was trying to go for these fights. So
You're the one forcing this for sure. I mean, they were able to back out and keep up farming on the Troll Warlord. And his items are going to be pretty impactful on this one. I think MKB is the only thing he'll probably have to end up fitting into this lineup. Of course, very good versus the Terrorblade. I assume he's getting the Butterfly versus this lineup. But it's also very good BKB timings, it seems, from Nouns Esports. That Omni Knight, his damage, his pure damage spells, they don't really go through BKBs, so it's going to be a big timing here from everybody on Nouns Esports.
They're gonna try.
Oh, they will try.
This can hit, but
yeah,
it's on the last hero coming.
They're still going for it, though. We'll see him on the high ground. 5-5, yeah, gotta keep running away and away. He'll try to get closer to the tier 2 tower. At least if they do jump on him, he'll have some TP support. They drop a ward down, Fly, sees everything he's farming. Yeah. I think they're gonna go on him now, though. On with the Troll Warlord. He just goes down. Very dead. They use the Tombstone. And they'll get the kill there. Pretty easy. Just chain stun. Not much you can do about that one.
A little bit of an overkill with the Tombstone, but that prevents some reactions.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this Omni is getting strong.
He is, and his shard is another big time for them again. Without BKBs, he will just shred right through you. Yuma, that 1200 HP will disappear. You won't know it, but it'll go on quick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So what, we got Purification, 300 damage. Hammer of Purity, it's another 125 plus your base damage. You're basically looking at 300 there. Plus the shard.
Is under attack.
which is going to be another 300. So weird.
Oh, Lele's ulted top.
Uh-oh. The wards had put in some work. Did they fort? Oh, no, they don't have a fort. Oh, he didn't want to tank them. If they tanked a little bit,
That was some decent damage.
yeah, I mean, they already got some great damage on it, I suppose. Hook shot.
No.
It connected on creeps. But now on the other side, they ripped through Old 11, taking a lot of damage to Gunner. They might want to turn around this one. Kevin, Nines, he wants to get on with the silence. Oh, getting close enough for the rip through. He can take the time, get the bug off. Oh, they're going to keep on going on him, though, I think. Lelis going to be the first one to pop here. DK coming in, a huge hammer out from Old 11. Now Gunner just forced to rip away. He cannot stand the fight any longer here. And they'll get themselves a tower, likely, for Team Kev.
All right, at least they got one kill.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be the tower as well.
Yep. You do have Yuma farming on the backside of this, but getting this Omni Knight involved again will just take over and kill Yuma if he doesn't have a BKB. He's going for the Manta first. I think this is more recognition of, like, I don't have to be on the map. I can send these illusions all down lanes, all down waves. As long as I'm controlling that, Team Kev, they're going to have a hard time actually kind of 5-manning into this. Anytime they fight at a tower, you're basically looking at a Wukong's and a Tombstone. But if you find stuff on the map like you are now, Fly in danger, dropping the Wukong's right on top, plus the Tombstone. Sure, you lose on dying, but I don't know.
Reward? Nice.
There was a lot used for that one. I think, Kev, they could regroup and maybe get something done after this.
It's kind of hard to get value out of the Wukong's command at this stage, so it's not a big deal that you don't have this spell available. Oh, copy. He's watching everything.
He blocked the
set
camp.
Up a kill here.
Who blocked that camp? Dude, no, he doesn't know. Hexed up, plus the wards, plus now the shackle. Oh my goodness.
That was a great call.
And now, I mean, he's gonna go forward for a little bit more here. Chakram in from Gunner. They'll get the decay, rip through from the Timber Saw, and another kill. Nouns, they are all over the map now, setting themselves up for potentially a quick Roshan if they wanted it, but they don't have the Tombstone. Oh, they see him here. Oh no, could pop the repel on him really quick, try to get the TP away. Do they have the damage? There's no damage from Gunner. They will just get the TP out.
Yeah, they did not wait for Lele's to connect, so that was an easy decision from Old 11. Now Monkey King has the Gleipnir, so more team fight potential. They're already drawing on the map. So they have a very good ward on the mid lane. They saw Clock coming.
Oh boy, double Inkswell, is it gonna hit? No, they're just going right onto Gunner. He is silenced up, he's stunned around, he's cogsed in. Can he get away from this one? No, the Battery Soul will keep him locked in, but locked in where? In the Wukong's arena. They get another 2 kills here. They will trade out Gunner. Yuma wanted to be linked up with the Monkey, thought it sounded like a fun time, but I think they'll still end up getting the kill on Nines here. 3 Jingu stacks, he'll get another, plus the kill. It's a double for the Monkey King, and they'll walk this one right into the mid-tier 1 tower.
Knew that Kev was coming due to this ward on the mid lane, so they prepared. And I can't believe Gunner died to a random stroke of fate.
I know. There must be a ton of levels. Yeah, okay, so he went 4-1-4. It's kind of an interesting build. I think in this game, that's probably okay. You don't need that extra hit. Either way, it was either more levels on the Phantom, and you get the kill on him because he's just locked in. Oh, Fly. I'm in the ulti here. Oh, not able to get the heal. Yeah, one way or the other, he was definitely dying no matter what was maxed out.
Yeah, this is painful.
This is a huge build. Oh.
Where's his tier 2 item? Did he forget? Oh, he's bringing on the courier.
He just does so much damage. Copy, seeing everything happening. I think they see him. Oh, he's kind of out though. Yeah, they'll take words here and sitting on the high ground. Now he could do the gamer play and head over to the Wisdom Rune, which I think is exactly what's happening. Now, they could potentially lose out on Roche for this, though, because Monkey is no longer sitting around. I don't think they have the vision. They certainly have the pure damage and sustain, so if Team Kev, they're allowed to stay in this one, it's certainly their Roshan for the taking. But Team Nouns, they're heading back in for it.
It's kind of hard for them to fight this without BKB on Monkey King.
Without BKB on a lot of heroes, yeah. Roshan, he is going to fall. Fly picking it up. They haven't really lost much for it. They didn't even need to use the ulti, so Battle Trance still available for the Troll Warlord. They're jumping on the fly first. Big Mech trying to keep himself alive here with the jump through. Gets the Tombstone. It could be a fine place for them to fight, but where's the rest of the team? They're just going to focus down the Tombstone. Easy for Team Kev. They get a kill on a support, plus they have Aegis in their pocket.
Yep, they don't want to fight without BKB on Monkey King.
Dire's top tower
It's still
is under
1.2k gold.
Oh, actually, they're jumping forward. They get the Hex in on Omni Knight. They'll even have the Shackle, but do they have enough damage?
Okay.
A huge double stun. They eliminate the Omni Knight, and now Fly left by himself. There's a Scotty completed on Yuma. You're not healing through this one, but do you get any kills after it? That's your only question. They'll get one kill here. We're Undying. What can he do? He's got the hook shot. Can he get his friend out of this one? I don't think so. Fly will fall. It's going to be a pickup kill here for Gunner. And now can they find more here? A huge Jingu stack. He only had one more and did like 25% of the damage. And now poor Clockwork here will go down to Copy. An instant turnaround on the fight. Huge from Nouns Esports through the Aegis.
I mean, you can always fight if you're bursting this Omni. This was a perfect jump, but they just had no chance of fighting.
Yeah, he took so much damage there in the end. It was Wukong's, it was physical damage, it was a whirling death, like so much hit in literally 1 second.
Copy doesn't even want to get BKB now.
Oh my goodness, what is he doing?
He's getting Scepter.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of
He's
farm.
confident.
Yeah, he is. I don't know. I feel like that might backfire on him. Because again, like the damage from the Omni Knight, all pure, all mitigated by a BKB. Plus you can think about the damage that Grimstroke is going to do to you, the stuns in from the DK, the Clockwork, it's hard, I don't know. They're gonna get a shard to the Dragon Knight, plus shard to the Undying. Which, the Dragon Knight got a shard, so Clockwork, Grimstroke, and Omni, yeah, those are all heroes that love their shards, alright, that does make sense.
Yeah, Grimstroke just had to buy his...
Yeah, I see. So it was Grim and the Omni bot there. So it was between the Dragon Knight and the Clockwork. I see. Well, hey. Pretty good shard to pick up there from the Dragon Knight. Fireball, always a nice one to have in the fights. More magic damage versus Timbers is basically always a good time.
TB now has Spike. They're still working on a BKB on the Troll. Yeah, now they're able to fight.
Yeah, but what, I guess is the question. They kind of want to run through with the Shaman wards, I'd guess, and try to get another tower. Now, Timber is just pushing top by himself. Mid and bot is slowly getting pushed out. Yeah, maybe they just group for a mid tower, maybe? I don't know. Maybe mid is dangerous. You want to go for a side lane if you can.
Can't they get smoked on the Monkey King?
They could. They're really grouping up here. This is exactly what you want from Nouns. You want to take this right 5-on-5. Get a Wukong's down, get a Tombstone down, Copy. Just providing the vision. Wants to get up on the high ground. He'll see everybody breaking the Blink Daggers. Butterfly effect gonna go in right onto Fly here. He goes up into the sky. He can't get the Tombstone off. He'll just die for the Wukong's command. It's right on top of everybody. They hexed up the Troll Warlord. He may not get to press his ulti. He won't. He's just dead. Copy with the double, but save Yuma. Save the TP. He is well saved. And now they want to kill the Butterfly effect. A little bit more damage. They don't have enough. They'll kill 3,
Bro.
only losing 5, and it's an instant GG.
Bro. Leles destroyed the fight. Troll, as soon as Troll got his BKB and he popped his 9 seconds BKB, he died 1 second after.
Wow, I did not expect that quick of a GG here. Nouns Esports, they have just ran right through their first opponent here in Elite League. Didn't struggle that much at all during the NA qualifiers, and now showing that they are here to stay instant 2-0 versus Team Cav, which will put them up with some other lucky winners here for top 8 in this Elite League Swift stage at the moment. So tomorrow they'll be faced against someone who also had a win in their series today. But man, Nouns, that was dominating 2-0.
It looked better for Cav in the second game, but still the execution and Nouns today they're on point.
Mm-hmm. And this is the kind of victory that you really love to see as well from Nouns, where the lanes weren't like some overwhelming stomp, overwhelming outdraft. There was still a lot of laning potential. There was even a net worth lead on Kev. They got an early Aegis. This is the stuff that really takes team coordination, good team fighting to all get on the same page and work these fights. I mean, Nouns, this was a fantastic performance.
It was, and winning against this last pick Bristol back on the first game. I think that affected the second one, because I feel like mentally they're not ready to fight against Nouns, because you're showing all the weapons, all the goodies on the first game. You like keep your Bristol back, you feel cool about it, and just lose like that. Because you try to cheese them, and now you get this Omni on the offlane, kind of a cheesy pick, and you're losing the game. I can't. Yeah, they just GG out.
Yeah, no, they just instantly GG from that one. I again didn't expect that one. I thought that we would try to keep playing this one out a little bit, but with just a 5,000 net worth lead at the end of it, Team Kev do GG out of their first Swiss stage round. So they'll go down to technically what is the lowers of the Swiss stage. They'll play somebody else who lost their first series of the day for tomorrow. But for now, it's Esports. They have secured their first win of a few that they'll need to stay in the rest of this group stage for the Elite League major here. I'm very excited to see how well they do in the rest of this, because Nouns, we had seen them struggle slightly. They had some rough times versus Shopify in their qualifiers. They even lost to a ragtag stack of gamers in one of the other qualifiers, but this last one, they definitely showed how good they were, and to take this into international play has got to be a huge boost to their confidence.
Of course. I mean, Cav, if you're talking about this again, if you look at their lineup, it doesn't seem like a tier 1 team, so they had to win this series on Nouns side, but winning this in 2 stomps, it was just a one-sided series. This just boosts their morale. They were the team that had to win, but winning like this, it always feels great.
Yeah. Again, like this is one of those stomps where you feel like you actually played a very good game the whole way through, right? Your laning stage wasn't some sort of like stomp. You didn't just get a free win handed to you. You absolutely took this one, which I think is definitely the kind of games you need if you want to keep yourself strong and confident through the rest of the Swift stage for the Elite League. I don't know. I do know that we have an interview coming for you guys from the Nouns side. We'll get that as soon as possible, but I think that's something that I do want to know. I believe this is going to be the first time they've all been playing in the same room. I want to know. I want to ask them if this is the first time they've had all of them together for a bootcamp, or if they've had that before. Because I'm not sure, since Copy came in somewhat late, if they already had him out, or if he's if this is the first time.
Curious too. Let's see if we have the chance to talk to one of them.
Oh, we will. We'll have someone here. I believe it's just getting worked out for us. But otherwise, I think this was I don't think I have any questions about their draft. This was just like Gunnar plays Timbersaw and owns, because Gunnar is really good at Timbersaw. Like, this is something we've seen plenty of times from the Nouns side, and the fact that they got this like right into the Dragon Knight, that is one of the most perfect matchups you can get.
Yeah, at the beginning, I was looking at the DK game, and I was like, okay, this is not terrible. He's getting some. He's taking the tower, but comes to the fighting, right? And when it comes to fighting, Nouns was always 1-2 steps ahead of Cav. The fight bottom, the fight happened. They took the tower on Cav, but then they just spread. Troll was left alone. They just killed the Troll there.
All right, well, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. We have an interview coming up on the way, so do not go away. We're going to get that interview sorted. and then we will be right back with all the questions that you want to know about Nouns Esports. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Elite League. We've got me, Math Magician, and Ace here, and we've got a hype interview for you guys. We have Fly joining us today.
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you too, man. So, you guys had a very quick 2-0, super dominant from you guys. I think the first thing I have to ask here, is this the first time you guys have played on-site with Copy since him joining the team?
So we did play the previous qualifiers, so we played like the last 2 qualifiers all together. So it was Dream League and PGO. So that was with Copy, and that was back in the US.
Nice. Okay, cool. So you guys are definitely hitting a stride together. You've won your last few qualifiers, and now you dominate in international competition. Do you think there's anything that's changed for you guys recently that has really helped with this hot streak?
I think the best thing right now is just being in Europe and being able to, pub and compete with or like practice against other European teams, which we do as well from home in NA, but it's not the same as being here. There's just more options, so it's nice. And yeah, we've been playing together for some time now, so I think we're getting better, slowly. So that's a good thing.
I see. So, Fly, did you feel like you got cheesed on the first game with the Bristol backpack from Kev?
So we actually knew that he's playing Bristleback. Like we watched his pro tracker. Like you can see that this guy's playing Bristol. So we said there's a chance they might pull out the Bristol. I don't think it was a particularly amazing Bristol game. Not sure. So we were not surprised. We were just kind of like, sure, why not?
And on the second game, did you feel like you got cheesed with the Omni last pick?
Omni is an old 11 special, so we were definitely thinking about it. We were a little surprised when they picked it because we didn't really know if their mid player plays Dragon Knight, but then again, anyone can play Dragon Knight. Let's be real. Like if I queue a game and I have to go mid, I'm probably picking Dragon Knight.
Are you telling me that there's a potential for you to flex Dragon Knight to pause 5 in one of these future games?
You never know, right? I mean, I missed with the TI, so anything could happen these days.
True. I suppose so. Well, to drag it back actually to your talk about playing in NA, do you feel that the quality of practice you get in pubs is better in Europe versus what it usually is in NA then?
Oh yeah, NA is just a graveyard. Nobody from my team plays the NA server. It's sad. I think it's mostly just like the Peruvians who play it now because they're pinged to Europe. I think it's close to 200, maybe less, 150 to 200. So it's kind of crazy. So they just have to play NA, and everybody else has migrated to Europe. That's just the reality.
Yes,
that's true. No, so many people on my friends list, so many people on my friends list, like their rank has like completely dropped, and I was so confused about it. And I messaged them, and they're like, "Oh no, it's EU rank now." Like that's just what I'm queuing all the time, which is crazy to see how many people have will be willing to play on that ping versus play on the home server. It's crazy.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Yeah, no, I think that's it for me as well. Well, Fly, thank you so much for joining us. I love watching the Nouns team compete ever since seeing you guys in the charity tournament as well. I know you guys have great hearts, and I love seeing you succeed. So I hope you do well in the rest of your tournament this month.
Thank you guys so much. All right, have a nice rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Man, that guy's so cool too. We've got 2 great interviews today. I love seeing the both of them, and that's interesting. I know there's a lot of discourse on the NA and EU, so I had to ask it because the amount of rundown I think you get on NA is a lot higher than what you get on other servers.
I mean, we got to a point that even if we have like a LAN on NA, they might just kill Europe anyways.
I think when we had TI in Seattle, thankfully people were locked in. It was too valuable to just play on NA since everybody was still on NA anyways once they got the pubs in. But yeah, no, I mean, fantastic job from the Nouns Esports team. They take a clean 2-0, and it just doesn't seem like anything's stopping them today. We'll see if they can carry that momentum into tomorrow as they'll play another winner of the Swiss stage. And for Kev, they're not out yet. They can come back. They can get a dominant win tomorrow versus someone else who got kind of blown over today. And Ace, I think that's it for us in this tournament.
Yeah, that's it for us. 2 interesting games. At least we got 1 2-1 and not 2 2-0s.
True.
Yep. So yeah, guys, thank you for watching.
Oh.
This is it for us. Also the standings. Oh, not the standings, but the results.
Yes, the results so far. Again, with the nature of Swiss stage, winners play winners and losers play losers. So if your team did have an unlucky loss today, don't worry. They're playing somebody else who also had an unlucky loss today. So we'll see who they get matched up with. And for Nouns and Boom, who we saw on this one, very happy. And Boom and my boys on Heroic getting the 2-1. SA is on the rise.
Yes, since winners fight against winners, are we gonna see Panda? I mean, Heroic versus Boom?
Oh, don't do this to me.
Are we?
Don't do this to me, man. I
mean,
can't handle the SA mirror matchups of these. That's true. I did see them tweeting about it. They're pretty happy to have those matchups together, but I want to see them both, meet at the top. They both get their first 2 wins, and then they meet each other at the end whenever they've gotten all those wins.
Let's wait for the playoffs, please.
True. But yeah, guys, it's been a fantastic day. Thank you so much for watching with Ace and I. We've had a fantastic time watching these games together. I hope that you liked the cast. If you liked it, you should tell us. Tell us in the chat. Tell us on Twitter. I'm MathMagician10, and that's Ace Dota. If you didn't like it, I'm Cap, and that's SVG, and you should tell us on Reddit or something. Something where we will probably not read. Facebook. But thank you so much for watching, guys. Facebook. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I think that's it for today. So we had a great day. Come back tomorrow to watch more Dota 2 action here from Elite League.